In the Magic City inside a remote rented room, Zhou Ming lay on the bed, phone in hand, engrossed in watching a Tycoon livestream. It really is good to be a rich patron, he muttered. Find a pretty female streamer, casually tip tens of thousands, and with just a token gesture you can invite her out. On the screen he watched a wealthy patron send the streamer a Favethazandian treasure map gift, then naturally receive a round of coquettish fawning from the host along with her contact information. Zhou Ming clicked his tongue softly. Even without thinking, he knew that this female streamer would likely show up in person within a few days. So jealous, he sighed. He had two wishes in life. One was to become a big spending patron, and the other was to become the boss of Wuyo Media. His face full of longing, he rolled over, directly closed that live stream room, and continued scrolling down to look for new streamers. Whenever a streamer had already been taken or was clearly about to be taken, whether in the present or the near future, he completely lost interest. He considered himself a man of principles. Being poor was acceptable, but fawning was not. In 2018, the livestream industry was heating up, more and more people were joining the profession, and the number of platforms was likewise multiplying. Tycoon Live was one of the leading platforms, and it hosted a considerable number of streamers. Within a few minutes, Zhou Ming found another good-looking facecam host. He glanced at the screen. Her name was Xinghuan Xiaogezi. Not bad. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. But it seems the beauty filter is cranked up a bit too high. Even the curtains behind her are warped. Hard to tell whether she's truly pretty or just digitally enhanced. Still, it did not matter. He would never meet her in real life anyway. As long as she looked good online, it was enough. Seeing viewers in the public chat teasing her for heavy use of the beauty filter and getting muted by the moderators, Zhou Ming chuckled and sent 3 little doghead emotes in the chat. The next instant, the input bar on the livestream interface turned into a white strip with small black characters across it. You have been muted for 24 hours. What the hell? He blurted. Is that moderator sick in the head? Anger surged up in Zhou Ming's chest. Those people making comments about her warped curtains had been muted. Fine, he could accept that. But he had made no critical remarks at all, only sent 3 doghead emotes, and still got muted. And a full day's mute at that. Rage flared up in his heart. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming logged out of his main account and switched into his alternate account. He directly tagged the moderator who had muted him and typed 3 large question marks in the public chat. I only sent a few emotes. Why mute me? What he had not expected was that barely 2 seconds later this account was muted again for 72 hours. So what if I mute you? The moderator sneered in the public chat. You're not even a swordsman level member. If you're just here to watch, don't speak. It's embarrassing. Thanks, brother phone, for muting these trolls, Xiaogezi said with a blossoming smile. Honestly, they never recharge a single coin, yet all they do is spout nonsense in the live stream. She did keep the beauty filter turned up high, but if she did not, would the rich patrons still like her as much? That user with the ID Broken Dream had not said anything truly disgusting, but he was just an ordinary viewer, most likely a freeloading fan. Muting him hardly mattered. As long as the patrons were happy, muting a few more nobodies was nothing. No need to be polite. People's manners these days are generally terrible. Ignore them, we'll just have our fun. How much is left for this week's weekly star mission? I'll send it for you later, the moderator Chow Feng declared grandly in the chat. I'm speechless, one viewer muttered. This streamer must be brain dead. The guy didn't say anything at all, just send a doghead emote. And he still gets muted? And you don't even look at how twisted the curtains behind you are. Another viewer with the ID Guching, who Hansan typed, angered by the exchange between moderator Chow Feng and streamer Xiaogezi. He had watched the entire process from start to finish. To be honest, their behavior truly disgusted him. Idiots, there really are so many of them, he typed. Chow Feng let out a cold chuckle and cursed in the public chat. The next moment a message popped up on the screen. Guching Hu Hansan has been muted for 7 days by administrator Chow Feng. Brother Feng, don't let those comments get to you. Xiaogezi hurried to comfort him. People like that have no manners. Paying them any attention will only affect your mood. Don't worry, my mentality is great, he replied. Brother Feng, let me sing a song for you, she offered. Sure, he agreed with a chuckle. Haven't heard you sing in a while. If you sing well, I'll send you a magic book gift. Chow Feng agreed with a cheerful laugh. Watching all this, Zhou Ming could only feel helpless. He felt that way, and so did Guching Hu Hansan. In the world of live streaming, social strata were brutally obvious. Those with money were big brothers, while those without were not even qualified to be little brothers. A magic book gift cost 100 Tycoon coins, equivalent to 100 yuan in cash. Big brothers enjoyed noble privileges, the worshipful reverence of streamers, and all kinds of special treatment in the live stream room. Just like now, both he and Hu Hansan had been muted. Even if they wanted to argue their case, they could not type this. Forget it. No point getting worked up over idiots. Let that Chow Feng keep fawning over her. It'll be hilarious if they ever meet offline and find out her skin is so dark she could pass for his aunt, Zhou Ming muttered under his breath. Shaking his head, he exited the live stream room. He sat up planning to get out of bed and go to an interview for a new job when a sudden stab of pain shot through his head. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, "Congratulations, host, you have bound the Super Tycoon cashback system. Super Tycoon system loading. System successfully loaded. A Tycoon system." After a long moment, Zhou Ming finally reacted. As an avid reader of web novels, he naturally knew what a system was, and the one he had obtained seemed to be a Tycoon-type system. System scanning host's recent living habits. "Congratulations, host, the Tycoon cashback system has bound its consumption target to livestream platforms. Congratulations, host, you have received an initial consumption fund of 1 billion. This fund can be spent on livestream platforms. After spending on livestream platforms, the host will receive a 110 cash bonus in reality. Please spend actively, host." Once the system upgrades, it can bind to a broader range of consumption targets. Super Tycoon system, host Zhou Ming. Current level 1. Current upgrade progress 1 billion yuan. Current real-world assets 4500 yuan. Cashback ratio 110. At that moment, his phone chimed with a notification. Zhou Ming hurriedly tapped it open. Your industrial and commercial bank debit card ending in 8424 has received a deposit of 1 billion yuan. Your current balance is 1000000 yuan plus 4500 yuan. Your bank card has been upgraded to an ICBC Diamond Black card. You are now entitled to all our unrestricted transfer services and various privileges. The message continued with a long list of privileges ending with a dedicated customer manager's personal contact information. Zhou Ming, however, barely glanced at those details. At this moment, his entire mind was immersed in the fact that 1 billion had been deposited into his account. My God, it's really a full billion, he breathed. Zhou Ming studied the system interface carefully for a while and roughly figured out how it worked. For now, the system was at level 1 and could be upgraded later. The condition for upgrading was to completely spend the 1 billion yuan the system had just allocated to him. The destination of that 1 billion in spending also came with restrictions. The money could only be used within the live streaming industry. Any expenditure he made in that industry would grant Zhou Ming 10 times the amount back in real-world cash. The refunded portion of the money could be spent by Zhou Ming, however he pleased, on anything at all. Of course, he could pour it back into the live streaming platforms, but that part of the spending would no longer receive tenfold cashback. Furthermore, once this initial sum was completely spent and the system upgraded, he would receive a second batch of earmarked funds, and the scope of eligible spending would expand beyond just the live streaming industry. My God, isn't this basically invincible? Zhou Ming drew in a deep breath. Although this 1 billion could only be spent in specific ways, if he managed to use it all, he would receive 10 billion in cashback in reality. Yet in truth, the threshold for financial freedom was only around 200 million. In other words, even if the system never upgraded again, that 10 billion alone would allow Zhou Ming to live the life of a true tycoon. In the real world, anyone holding 10 billion in liquid cash might not necessarily enter the absolute peak circles, but would still be among the very top of the upper echelon. I've struck it rich, truly rich. Staring at the 1 billion that had just arrived in his bank account, Zhou Ming could barely contain his excitement. To hell with looking for a job, just lying flat like this is way more comfortable. Having just stood up, he immediately sat back down again. His last job had been going just fine until the company suddenly went bankrupt. He had originally planned to go to an interview today, but now that he had so much money, why bother clocking in anywhere at all? Thinking of what had just happened in Little Pigeon's livestream room, the corner of Zhou Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. On Tiger Shark Live, the noble ranks were divided into 6 tiers. The first tier was swordsman, which required an initial payment of 50 yuan and a 10 yuan monthly renewal. The second tier was knight with a 300 yuan initial fee and 50 yuan per month thereafter. The third tier was lord, requiring 1,000 for activation and 200 for renewal. The fourth tier was duke with a 5,000 initial fee and a 1,500 renewal. The fifth tier was king, costing 20,000 to open and 5,000 to renew. The final and most prestigious title on the platform was emperor, which required 200,000 to activate and 58,888 for each renewal. The live streaming industry had only just begun to boom. Even though Tiger Shark was already one of the leading platforms, the total number of nobles was still not very high overall. At present, there were a little over 5,000 dukes across the entire Tiger Shark platform, while kings were far fewer, only a few hundred in total. As for emperors, because the title was so outrageously expensive, there were fewer than 20 emperors in total, and more than half of those were guild accounts. The emperor rank also came with a special privilege, immunity to being muted, whether it was small guild streamers or big guild streamers. Even the guild managers, none of them had the authority to mute an emperor. Super moderators technically could do it, but they were employed by the platform itself, and unless they were idiots looking to lose their jobs, they would never take the initiative to provoke these emperor-level players. As for that Xiao Feng who had muted Zhou Ming earlier, he was only a duke. Zhou Ming logged back into his main account. Entering Little Pigeon's live room again, he saw that she was currently in a PK match with another streamer. Oh, the streamer on the other side is quite good-looking. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up. Little Pigeon belonged to the Star Ring Guild, one he had never heard of, probably just a small guild. The opposing streamer's ID was Beixiaoyi. Zhou Ming had never heard of Beixiao either. It was likely another small guild. But to be fair, Yi's looks were almost excessively attractive. He could not tell whether she had turned on any beauty filters, but even as she appeared now, she was at least a 95-point beauty. Brother Feng, this week's weekly star mission all depends on you. In the live room, Little Pigeon had already muted Yi's audio, blasting a battle anthem instead, as she shouted to hype up the atmosphere. Don't worry with me here, this week's weekly star will definitely be yours. Chao Feng let out a hearty laugh and thumped his chest in assurance. The streamer Yi on the other side was indeed very good-looking as well, but she was a newcomer with little popularity and no major patrons, so there was no way she could outspend him. Though his Duke rank did not mean much on the entire platform within these small guild circles, he could still be considered a big shot. Because of that, Chao Feng was exceedingly confident. Brother Feng is mighty. Little Pigeon flattered him the moment she saw him taking full responsibility. Chao Feng, thoroughly enjoying it, sent a string of laughing messages. Watching their interaction, Zhou Ming could not help letting out a derisive snort. The so-called weekly star mission was essentially a gift task issued by the platform to the Star Show channel. There were dozens of different gifts on the platform, ranging from the 10-cent Great Sword glow sticks and tiger food to 1 yuan fan badges, 6 yuan 60 big health potions hot pot, and even 100 yuan magic books. Each gift had its own weekly star leaderboard. Every Monday, each streamer could choose one specific gift's weekly star list to compete in. For example, if 100 streamers selected the Great Sword, then during that week those 100 would compete for the Great Sword weekly star. Among them, whoever accumulated the highest gift total would win and receive a recommendation slot from the platform, gaining greater exposure. As for the big guild streamers, they generally would not choose such cheap gifts. Most of them opted for weekly stars tied to gifts priced at 10 yuan or higher. This was because the cheaper the gift, the smaller the recommendation resources awarded after winning. For instance, winning the Magic Book weekly star would at the very least earn a first-tier front-page recommendation slot, whereas taking the Great Sword weekly star would at most secure a third-tier page recommendation. As a third-tier streamer like Little Pigeon, she simply could not compete with the top streamers. Naturally, she sensibly chose the glow stick weekly star instead. Today was already the last day of the week. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the weekly star rankings would be locked and final scores calculated, so these last few hours were crucial. Zhou Ming glanced at Little Pigeon's current glow stick weekly star ranking. She had a total of 11,000 glow sticks, about 1,100 yuan, placing her in second. The top-ranked streamer had over 14,000 glow sticks, only a few hundred yuan ahead. With me here, you won't be getting even a single cent's worth of recommendation slot. Zhou Ming followed the portal link and entered Yi's connected live room. What songs would you like to hear? I can sing most of Xiao Dou's songs and Ben Shi's songs. Yi had likewise muted Little Pigeon's audio. Her own live room had only a very soft background track playing. At the moment, she was resting her chin in one hand, leaning on the table, her bright eyes wide as she watched the scrolling barrage of comments on the screen. Although the number of viewers in the live stream wasn't high, the barrage of comments was quite abundant. Looking at Yi, who was frequently interacting with the audience, it seemed that this little girl was completely devoid of any pressure from the ongoing PK. On the other side, the PK bar of the Little Pigeon had already surged past 100, while Yi's PK bar barely reached just over 10. The red PK bar of the Little Pigeon had almost completely overshadowed Yi's blue PK bar. Let's do this. I'll sing 9,420, and if anyone has extra balance, please send me more glow sticks, as there are tasks from the guild as well. After watching for a while, Yi smiled and nodded, pulling up the accompaniment for 9,420. A flood of comments saying no problem immediately appeared on the screen. Many viewers began sending glow sticks. However, there were only 5 or 6 people in the VIP section, most of whom were swordsmen, and common players could only afford to send 1 or 2. By the time EE adjusted the accompaniment, the PK bar had only increased by $2. A swordsman named Guangming Zhoujian sent 1,000 glow sticks, instantly boosting EE's PK bar by over 100. Thank you for the donation, big brother. Everyone just do your best, no need to feel pressured to donate. I'm just here for the PK tasks. She was a sophomore at the Magic City Arts Academy, and live streaming was merely a part-time job for her. She never intended to earn a lot of money from it. To be honest, she didn't think she could compete against the opposing host, the Little Pigeon, who looked quite formidable. Though she had also chosen the glow stick, ranking her position was already over 40, making it impossible for her to aim for first place. Honestly, EE sings really well. She's probably professional. Zhou Ming couldn't help but exclaim after EE finished singing 9,420. The presence of a sound card in the live stream was great, but even with that the ability to sing at such a level indicated considerable skill. In the live stream, Guangming Jiujian spammed several exclamation marks. Guangming Jiujian has activated the title of Lord in EE's live stream. Congratulations to Guangming Jiujian for being promoted to the title of Lord. In the next moment, a blue comment instantly popped up in the live stream. EE was taken aback. She hadn't expected Guangming Jiujian to activate the Lord title directly. On the Tiger Shark platform, when a Big Brother activates a title for the first time, the host earns a 20%. The activation cost for a Lord is 1,000, meaning she would earn 200 from it. Then after splitting the earnings with the guild at a 60-40 ratio, she would ultimately receive 80, which was thank you Guangming Jiujian. EE promptly expressed her gratitude. No problem, you sing beautifully. Let me send you some glow sticks. Guangming Jiujian laughed heartily and then renewed the Lord title for 6 months. The monthly renewal for a Lord is 200, which comes with 210 gold bean vouchers at a ratio of 1:1.05. For 6 months, plus the month when it was activated, the total amount of gold bean vouchers is 1,470. Of course, if you count the activation cost, Guangming Jiujian actually spent 2,200. Guangming Jiujian didn't hesitate and started spamming the screen. Guangming Jiujian sent glow sticks 1314. Guangming Jiujian sent glow sticks 13,142. Guangming Jiujian sent glow sticks 13,143. Guangming Jiujian sent glow sticks 131,412. A continuous stream of gift comments flooded the live stream. Wow, Big Brother, that's amazing. This is almost 1,600 bucks, right? Not just that, before singing, Big Brother had also donated. Altogether, it's about 1,007 or 8. Wow, look at EE's glow stick ranking, it shot straight to first place. Thank you Guangming Jiujian for the gifts. EE hurriedly expressed her thanks. To be honest, this was the first time she had received so many gifts during her streaming period. Usually receiving 100 or 200 bucks worth of gifts in a week was considered good, but today alone she had received almost 2,000. After splitting this 2,000 with the platform and then with the guild, she would still have over 400 left, which was equivalent to several days' income. On the little pigeon's side, seeing his PK bar being crushed, immediately his expression turned sour. Chaofeng's face also looked quite grim. He originally thought that with the glow stick ranking there wouldn't be many capable streamers competing, estimating he could take it down with over 2,000. But now it seemed he would need at least 3,000 to secure a solid win. Furthermore, to win this PK, he'd have to spend at least 2,000 in this round. This added an unforeseen cost of over 1,000, making Chaofeng feel quite uncomfortable. Without hesitation, he clicked into EE's live stream. Duke Chaofeng has arrived in the live stream. At the top of EE's screen, a red special effect immediately popped up. Welcome. What's wrong? The dog is barking back, isn't it? Zhou was not polite at all and fired back with another. This is not a little pigeon's live broadcast room. What if this Chaofeng is a duke? Without the privilege of a moderator, what use is that? You? Chaofeng was furious to see Zhou still speaking, unleashing a string of curses, but since the words were unchanged, they all turned into a series of asterisks. You a trashy commoner player, what are you pretending for? Chaofeng, seeing his comments all censored, angrily typed out another message. Zhou couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Chaofeng's words. In the past, she felt a bit intimidated by those of high rank, but now it was just watching a joke. A person's courage is always tied to the balance in their bank account. This statement is not absolute, but it holds true 99% of the time. A jumping clown. Yes, a jumping clown, Zhou replied directly. Guangming Jiujian also nodded in agreement, then feeling displeased tagged Chaofeng again, adding, I'll test your courage. Finding a brother from the same camp, Guangming Jiujian felt the gloom in his heart dissipate, and he became even more vigorous in his retorts. Chaofeng, please refrain from speaking recklessly again. In the live broadcast room, EE was truly at her wit's end. After saying a few words to no avail, seeing Chaofeng still spewing nonsense, she could only helplessly mute him for 30 minutes. After muting him, EE felt genuinely anxious. According to the guild's requirements for ranks above Lord, moderators generally cannot initiate mutes unless it's excessively outrageous. She didn't know if Chaofeng's behavior counted as excessive. She was worried about facing punishment from the guild after the ha good mute. Guangming Jiujian laughed heartily upon seeing Chaofeng stuck, slapping his thigh in amusement. Guangming Jiujian sent a glowing stick worth 1314. Seeing that he was muted, Chaofeng was first stunned, glancing at the public screen, then saw Guangming Jiujian provocatively sending over $100 worth of gifts, nearly causing him to spit blood in anger. Was all his previous ranting in the live broadcast room for nothing? Chaofeng was truly furious and immediately logged out, switching to a Lord's secondary account to re-enter. This streamer is such an idiot. Guangming Jiujian, and that broken dream, if you have the ability, let's do a PK. Whoever loses retires from the internet. Are you scared? All day just barking online. Can't you take this time to let your mother comfort you? Guangming Jiujian, you can shout, but you definitely can't accept the challenge. I accept. Zhou Ming saw Chao Feng tagging him and replied without hesitation. Chao Feng daring to say such a thing was undoubtedly a gift to him. In the live streaming circle, what the big brother says is generally expected to be done. Just like promising to gift the streamer, it must be done, otherwise the big brother's image will collapse. Each live broadcast room has many viewers watching. The audience doesn't care if the big brother goes bankrupt, they just want to enjoy the show. Any big brother who dares to go back on their word will be bombarded by viewers across the platform the next day. And this kind of betting on gambling is even less worth mentioning. Brother, although this guy talks big, his abilities are surely not lacking. Being a duke, he can easily take out tens of thousands of dollars, there's really no need. Seeing Zhou Ming agree to the bet, Guangming Jiujian quickly sent Zhou Ming a private message. Don't worry, I have it under control. Okay, Zhou Ming replied with a smile. To be honest, Guangming Jiujian was quite decent. However, he was right. He was still just a common player, so his words didn't carry much weight. Zhou Ming thought for a moment and directly topped up his account with a batch of tiger shark coins. The next moment, he sent the most expensive gift in EE's live room. Broken Dream sent one treasure map. Broken Dream donated treasure map. In EE's live room, come dig for treasures. In the center of EE's live room, a golden treasure chest slowly opened, countless coins bouncing out from inside the chest, instantly dyeing the entire live room in gold. As the most precious gift in Tiger Shark Live 1 costs $5,000, the treasure map has its worth. Besides being able to dig for treasures, it also has a special effect in the whole channel. After the donation, this message will bounce in the live room for 5 seconds at the top of the channel. In other words, viewers watching the live broadcast in the Xingqiu channel, as long as they haven't closed the gift effect barrage, will see this message immediately. Moreover, the section for the streamer is also hyperlinked. Just clicking on it will bring them over. The downside is that the exposure time is only 5 seconds. In an instant, the entire Xingqiu channel's audience became lively. What's going on? Just over 10 minutes ago, a big brother sent a treasure map, and now another big brother is sending a treasure map. Everyone hurry and click the link. It seems a common player is battling a duke, and it appears to be a retirement battle. This treasure map is just the beginning of the common player's display of strength. Oh my god, is this for real? A common player is going head-to-head with a duke. Numerous visitors were shocked. Although the duke rank only requires $5,000 to open and the renewal fee is only $1,500, being able to spend so much on a live streaming platform does not mean a duke only has this little money. These wealthy individuals also spend money on women in real life. And after spending money on female streamers, they also spend offline plus their usual living expenses, so they spend much more each month than on the live streaming platform. A duke rank player's spending ability is generally not a problem to be around $10,000 a month. If they really push it, they might even reach $20,000 to $30,000. This common player daring to go head-to-head shows that they are definitely confident. It was lunchtime, and many people seeing such a big event immediately became interested and clicked the link to come over. In just a few seconds, EE's live room gained 800 to 900 more viewers. The treasure-digging army has landed. I heard the big brother is going to do a retirement PK. Let's watch. I've already bought sunflower seeds and peanuts. In an instant, EE's live room became lively. Thank you to Broken Dream for sending the treasure map. EE was also stunned at first, but quickly expressed her gratitude. The treasure map gift item is not primarily about the money. The key is the popularity it brings to the streamer. One gift instantly brought in 800 to 900 people to the live room. Even if only 100 or 200 stayed, it was worth a small recommendation spot. Big brother is awesome. Guangming Jiujian also saw Zhou Ming's gift barrage and directly gave 3 thumbs up in the live room. Anyone who can send $5,000 in gifts at once, even if they currently have no rank, is definitely not a common player. The next moment, Guangming Jiujian began to gloat. This Broken Dream is probably a wealthy person who doesn't often spend on the live streaming platform, but today, after being provoked by Chao Feng, they directly got angry. And Zhou Ming's spending power seems to be no less than that of a duke. Chao Feng has met a tough opponent this time. PS Online wealthy literature primarily focused on live streaming with life as a supplement mainly centered around live content. In the live broadcast room, Chao Feng was momentarily stunned by the gift effect of the treasure map he saw on OB. However, his pride as a big brother meant that he would never back down at such a moment. If he backed down now, even if he didn't quit the internet, he would have no face to mix in the Xingqiu channel in the future. Although there were beautiful women in other channels, none could compare to the abundance found in Xingqiu. If he wanted to frequently invite girls out for fun, he had to establish himself in this channel. Silently calculating Zhou Ming's financial capability in his heart, he gritted his teeth and directly replied in the live broadcast room. Come, let's have the 2 hosts restart the PK. Just use the glow sticks, and whoever loses will have their account banned and quit the platform. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Feng exited EE's live broadcast room. Here it comes, the battle is about to start. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt a surge of excitement, swallowing 2 large bites of food. Meng. Brother Meng, why not just let it go? The opponent is a duke. If you really spend it will be too extravagant. Host EE quickly urged, looking at the provocative barrage on the screen. She was just worried that Zhou Meng would be overreaching. Whether it was about money or not, to be honest, she was just a part-time worker and her salary was already enough. Moreover, when the big brother sends gifts, she wouldn't get much either. The platform takes 50% and the guild takes an additional 60% from that. With all the deductions, it meant that 80% of the gifts were gone, leaving only 20% for her. For a 1,000 yuan gift, she would only receive 200. And even those 200 would be taxed, leaving her with even less. In reality, many ordinary people spend their savings on live streaming platforms for the sake of momentary pride. She truly wanted to persuade Zhou Meng not to get carried away. Don't worry, let's start the PK. Zhou Meng replied with a smile while secretly thinking, if you don't fight the PK, how can I get my tenfold cash back? Seeing Zhou Meng's determined attitude, EE could only helplessly agree. Being a host was like this. The big brother had just spent 5,000 yuan, and she had no grounds to refuse. If it were some unreasonable demand, it would be one thing, but to have her participate in a PK, if she refused her live broadcast room, might truly go cold in the future. On the other side, the small pigeon, who had been watching the whole time, was also feeling anxious. I really didn't expect this person to be a hidden big brother. He was in my live broadcast room at first. If Chao Feng hadn't stirred up trouble, that treasure map would probably be mine. As she thought about it, a wave of resentment suddenly rose in the small pigeon's heart. If it weren't for Chao Feng randomly silencing others in the live broadcast room, would the broken dream have gone to the opposite side? Now, not only had it gone to the opposite side, but it had also directly sent out a treasure map. After all, this was 5,000 yuan. As a 3rd or 4th tier host, her monthly income was only around 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. Small pigeon, restart the PK. Chao Feng immediately typed on the screen as soon as he returned. Brother Feng, don't get too worked up. There's no need to argue with people like them. Seeing Chao Feng, the small pigeon quickly forced a smile and tried to comfort him. After saying those words in the live broadcast room, the broken dream would definitely not return. Now she could only try her best to flatter Chao Feng. Although this big brother wasn't very bright, he was indeed generous with his money. It's fine, you don't need to worry, just connect the call. Chao Feng waved his hand and then directly opened the noble interface of the Tiger Shark platform. Today he was determined to show the strength of a duke to the broken dream on the opposite side. Isn't it just a 5,000 yuan treasure map? When Chao Feng sent the treasure map, wasn't that broken dream still unaware of the live broadcast? Who fears whom? The next moment, Chao Feng continuously renewed his duke status in the live broadcast room. Congratulations to Chao Feng for renewing Duke 1 in Small Pigeon's live broadcast room. Congratulations to Chao Feng for renewing Duke 2 in Small Pigeon's live broadcast room. Congratulations to Chao Feng for renewing Duke 3 in Small Pigeon's live broadcast room. Congratulations to Chao Feng for renewing Duke 10 in Small Pigeon's live broadcast room. Wow, thank you, big brother. Seeing that Chao Feng had renewed his duke status 10 times, the small pigeon instantly became excited. Although she couldn't earn a commission from the renewals, those 10 duke renewals amounted to 15,000 yuan. Moreover, the renewal gift bean ratio for the duke was 1108, which was 3 points higher than that of the lord. This meant that Chao Feng's account had at least 16,000 yuan. If he were to send all that money to her, wouldn't this glow stick show be guaranteed to be a success? And it would definitely be the most historic glow stick show. The audience in the live broadcast room also began to spam with excitement. Haha, it's just small money. Seeing the barrage of comments, Chao Feng couldn't help but feel proud. He started a small company that made a net profit of over 100,000 each month. Sending some gifts was no big deal. The reason he usually only spent 8,000 to 9,000 on the platform each month was that he spent most of his money offline. But that didn't mean he couldn't afford to spend. Today he was genuinely angry and was determined to drive this broken dream off the platform. Even if he didn't invite female anchors out to play games offline for a month, so what? Seeing Chao Feng's attitude, the small pigeon instantly felt reassured and unhesitatingly sent a PK connection request to EE. This was 16,000 yuan, almost a guaranteed win. On EE's side, after some hesitation, she clicked to connect. After all, the broken dream, choosing to PK in her live broadcast room would bring her popularity and income. Anyway, she had already said what she needed to say and advised as much as she could. Since the big brother was willing, she had nothing more to say. The two live broadcast rooms quickly connected again. Brother Meng, that Chao Feng is very fierce. Just now I OBD him a bit. He renewed his duke status 10 times, which is over 16,000. Guangming Jiujian expressed some concern. Although he also had a bit of money, he still belonged to the ordinary person's category, at best a white-collar worker. His monthly salary was over 10,000, but that didn't mean he dared to spend over 10,000 unless he was truly caught up in the moment. He could still distinguish between the internet and reality and wouldn't compete for pride over this. The 2,000 or so he spent earlier was already his limit. Over 16,000, is that all? Zhou Ming was taken aback. He thought this person would be quite fierce and was initially considering that he might spend 50 or 80,000, but he didn't expect it to be just this amount. 666, Big Brother, is amazing. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed upon seeing Zhou Ming's comment. Isn't 16,000 just pocket change? Moreover, what was so mesmerizing about this? Through those two words, they seemed to see the broken dream on the opposite side, raising its chin, its face full of disdain. Is that all? Is that all? In an instant, the audience in the live broadcast room began to imitate, wildly spamming the comments. Some onlookers, not wanting to miss out on the fun, specifically jumped to the Small Pigeon's live broadcast room, continuously spamming, "Is that all?" Haters get lost. The Small Pigeon, feeling angry, directly muted several of the spammers. However, after muting a few, she found that more people were still rushing into her live broadcast room. At first, there were only 3 or 4, but after she muted them, those people went back to pull in more, and within half a minute, her live broadcast room had gained 70 or 80 people frantically spamming, "Is that all?" She had no moderators in her live broadcast room, and with so many people spamming, she really couldn't keep up with muting, so she hurriedly looked to Chao Feng for help. "No need to mute them, didn't they say? Is that all? Alright, I'll let them see my strength. Let's secure the glow stick show first." Chao Feng chuckled coldly and waved his hand. In the next moment, the public screen of the Little Doves live stream lit up with gift effects. A user named Chao Feng sent Glow Sticks X1314. The gifts on the Tiger Shark platform have a limit on the number of items that can be given at once. For the cheapest gifts like glow sticks and large swords, the maximum is 1314. However, for more expensive gifts like magic books and airplanes that cost 100, the maximum is only. As for the $300 cash gun and the $5,000 treasure map, they can only be given one at a time. The only exception is the large rocket worth $1,000 each, which can be sent 10 at a time, making a single combo worth $10,000. It is considered the most expensive combo gift on the Tiger Shark platform. Although clicking several hundred times at once can be tiring, it perfectly matched the thrill for Chao Feng. Each click brought forth countless compliments in the live chat, while the host Little Dove continuously gasped. This feeling, even if not as intense as a physical encounter, felt like a critical hit. It was as if Little Dove sitting there was receiving a baptism with hundreds of viewers cheering for him. Undoubtedly, it was a royal treatment. In reality, spending $100,000 might not even buy. In a moment, Chao Feng felt a bit euphoric. To savor the experience longer, he deliberately slowed down the gift-giving speed until the system displayed insufficient balance after the 120-second combo. "Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you for sending so many glow sticks." Little Dove was overjoyed. She hadn't expected Chao Feng to spend over $16,000 in one go. Now on the weekly star ranking board, she had already placed first with $17,500, while the second place, had only $2,000. Brother is awesome, spending over $10,000 just like that. With this wave, I've lost 5 months worth of income. Shrug. LOL, I can't save that much money in a year. To be honest, the host's beauty doesn't justify such spending. The live chat was immediately filled with exclamations. Chao Feng looked at the screen filled with praise, a slight smile curling on his lips as he propped his legs on his. He selectively ignored the few comments criticizing Little Dove's appearance. "Relay this to the other side. Let them see what it means to be wealthy." Chao Feng typed on the public screen. Just this. Questioning himself. He wanted to show that shattered dream what a real exclamation mark looked like. Chao Feng's actions even shocked the management of the Xinhuan Guild. A guild manager named Lao Zhang also made a comment on the public screen. "Thank you, Brother Feng, for your support of our Xinhuan Guild. I've already granted you the title of Card Master, and you will enjoy the same privileges in any live stream of our guild's hosts in the future. Though Xinhuan is a small guild, there are still dozens of hosts, and with a second-tier host to represent this title means he will enjoy many privileges in the future." Seeing Lao Zhang's comment, Chao Feng smiled even wider. "It's all trivial, not worth mentioning. I simply dislike that show-off over there." Meanwhile, the visitors in Little Dove's live stream began clicking links to head over to EE's side. "Brother Feng wants you to see what it means to be wealthy. Why aren't you sending gifts? Haven't you sent anything yet? This host isn't doing well. Did you pick the wrong big brother?" The live stream instantly erupted with dozens of war declaration comments. EE's expression darkened. Although she was of a calm demeanor, seeing so many insults in the comments made her so. Meanwhile, Guangming Zhujian and a few old fans were fiercely retaliating against the comments. Though there were few of them, Guangming Zhujian, being a lord-level figure, had comments that were bold and bright, quickly overpowering the haters. "What's the rush? The PK time still has 5 minutes left. I thought he could send more gifts, but it turns out this is all he has. Zhou Ming cheerfully commented. Is there a mistake? A knight rank? In EE's livestream room, fans who came over from Little Pigeon saw this rank activation prompt and were instantly dumbfounded, bursting into laughter. After all this time, it only opened a knight. One should know that activating the knight rank only costs 50 yuan, and the renewal fee is just 10, yielding a mere 10 yuan and 50 cents in rewards. To break even with the 16,000 just spent by Superwind, one would need to renew the knight rank over 1,500 times. Is the Shattered Dream planning to renew the knight rank for 16,000? Could it be that they still want to activate the Emperor set? No way, ha! I can't take it anymore. I might witness a miracle today, renewing the knight rank for over 1,500 months, charging 16,000. Little Pigeon is an experienced streamer, usually having over 100 viewers in her livestream. With Superwind's massive spending, just now many newcomers joined the livestream, and Little Pigeon's room now had nearly 1,000 people, with a significant amount of bullet comments being sent. Seeing that Zhou Ming only activated a knight rank, Superwind fully relaxed and logged onto a secondary account to mock. Is that it? I thought it would be something impressive, but it's just a knight. Brother Ming, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Superwind specifically used the term Brother Ming, but in the end he sent several laughing emojis, making his intentions clear to everyone. Even the group of onlookers who came for the treasure map felt disappointed. Sigh, I thought there would be a good show, but it turns out to be this. I'm leaving. This wave just cost me 2 bowls of rice. I thought the common players were about to rise, but it turns out the treasure map was just a fleeting moment. Shattered Dream probably spent a month's salary on this, right? In an instant, many tourists who came to watch left. With the support voices of these people gone, Little Pigeon's side was once again occupied by her fans. Although Guangming Zhujian was vigorously counterattacking, he was just one person and merely held a lord rank, so his special effects were not very pronounced. Faced with a screen full of mockery, he felt helpless. Especially now that Superwind's secondary account was leading the charge, Little Pigeon's fans were particularly arrogant. Even on the screen, Little Pigeon was amused. Seeing that Shattered Dream had only activated a knight, she felt completely relieved. This time the glow stick Zhou Xing was definitely secure, and this glow stick Zhou Xing of hers might even become the largest glow stick ranking of the year. I said some people just don't have the strength, so there's no need to act tough. Our Wengu is a Duke Noble. How can an average person compare? Little Pigeon mocked. As soon as these words left her mouth, Superwind, who was observing, felt exhilarated from start to finish. Duke is just that there are thousands of them on the platform. I'm planning to activate a king rank in a while. What's not expensive, just 20,000. Superwind waved his hand with a smile, casually showing off. The livestream room immediately filled with a flurry of 666 comments. Then Windgu, when you activate the king rank, you must do it in my livestream. Hearing that Superwind was going to activate the king rank, Little Pigeon was immediately tempted. The activation fee for a king is 20,000. Moreover, activating the king rank comes with a full channel announcement. In fact, there are only a few hundred kings on the entire Hushark platform, and the promotional impact is definitely incomparable to a few treasure maps. Even some big shots, when activating the king rank, would start promoting it in their fan groups 3 days in advance. Haha, sounds good, we'll decide in a few days. Superwind laughed heartily, leaving his words unfinished. He still didn't know what Little Pigeon looked like in reality without the beauty filters. It would be better to check her out in person first. Upon hearing Superwind's words, Little Pigeon immediately understood his thoughts. However, she had no intention of rejecting this matter, and was already contemplating how to use makeup tricks to look even better when they met. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled and Little Pigeon and Superwind were sure to win, Shattered Dream was about to log off, when suddenly a green announcement lit up on EE's public screen again. Congratulations to Shattered Dream for activating the knight rank. However, the special effects for activating the knight rank were very subtle, and the room was filled with mocking comments, so few people noticed. Following the knight rank announcement, once again a blue notification lit up in the livestream. Congratulations to Shattered Dream for activating the Lord rank. The special effects for activating the Lord rank were much more dazzling than those for the knight and the knight ranks, and the font was also much bolder. At this moment, many viewers in EE's livestream noticed. What's going on? Brother Ming has activated the Lord. Guangming Zhujian also saw this announcement and was momentarily stunned. First he activated the knight, and now he activated the Lord. Isn't that overlapping? One must know that as ranks ascend, the activation costs increase, making it quite unprofitable. For example, activating the knight rank for the first time requires 50 yuan, but only grants 10 yuan worth of rewards, resulting in a direct loss of 40. Activating the knight requires 300 yuan with a renewal fee of 50, but only gives 50 in rewards, leading to a loss of 250. The same goes for the Lord and Duke ranks. The first activation always incurs a loss. Thus, many people assess their financial capacity and directly activate the highest rank. Guangming Zhujian suddenly felt an inexplicable premonition. No way. Brother Ming isn't planning to activate that right. Guangming Zhujian's heart trembled, and he quickly scrolled up through the comments. Fortunately, there were only a few hundred people spamming. Guangming Zhujian flipped through a few times and saw a message that matched his inner expectations. Shattered Dream has activated the Knight rank. My goodness, my goodness. Brother Ming isn't about to activate the King's set, right? Guangming Zhujian was momentarily bewildered. The King set means starting from the Knight rank with a new account, leveling up step by step until reaching the King rank. Besides the King set, there's also the Emperor set, which follows the same principle, starting from the Knight rank and leveling up to the Emperor. Guangming Zhujian was still somewhat skeptical, but the next moment a red announcement lit up again. Congratulations to Shattered Dream for activating the Duke rank. This is now solid proof. Holy hell, Brother Ming is incredible. Seeing this comment flash across the screen, Guangming Zhujian felt not a shred of doubt. At the same time, the majority of viewers in the live stream also noticed it. Earlier comments about the swordsman and knight titles had gone largely unnoticed, but when the lord and duke titles appeared, their brilliance was impossible to overlook. The chat stream, previously flooded with repetitive "that's it" comments, instantly shifted. Every message now read, Monarch set. Brothers, what exactly does Monarch set mean? A few newcomers puzzled asked curiously. They had only recently joined the Husha Live platform and were unfamiliar with its aristocratic ranking system. Though dazzled by the torrent of comments, they sensed grandeur without grasping its true significance. Let me put it simply, the Monarch set means one word: legendary. Let me explain. The so-called Monarch set refers to a top-tier viewer who starts from scratch as a commoner, then ascends through 5 noble ranks: Swordsman, Knight, Lord, Duke, and finally Monarch. A lord named Husha by Shaoxing began delivering an explanatory voice comment in the live stream. Within 20 seconds, he had thoroughly demystified the Monarch set. Lord-level comments appear in blue and are pinned prominently at the center of the screen for several seconds, highly visible to most viewers. The activation fees are as follows: Swordsman, 50 Knight, 300 Lord, 100 Duke, 500 Monarch, 200. Summed up 50, 300, 100, 500, 26350 in total. Yet during this process, the viewer receives only golden bean coupons equivalent to renewal benefits: 1050, 200, 150, 6760 yuan. Even accounting for bonuses, the maximum reaches only about 700 yuan. Thus, spending over 2600 yuan yields merely around 700 yuan worth of usable golden beans. In other words, completing the Monarch set incurs a net loss of approximately 1900 yuan, nearly 2000. Would anyone truly believe such a viewer's disposable income falls short of several 100,000 yuan if they casually discard 200 yuan without blinking? So tell me, how legendary is a viewer who unlocks the Monarch set? But Brother Ming has only just reached Duke. How can we be certain it's the Monarch set? Couldn't it just be a Duke set? An audience member asked curiously. Nonsense. There's no such thing as a Duke set. The minimum is Monarch. Given Brother Ming's trajectory, Monarch is inevitable. After Bai Shaoxing's explanation, most viewers instantly understood. Though 200 yuan may seem modest, it's money thrown away entirely. Many top viewers would gladly spend 200 yuan gifting female streamers, or even arranging private meetings. But few would willingly hurl that sum into thin air solely for prestige. Moreover, live streaming remains in its infancy. Across the entire Husha platform, there are only several hundred monarchs. While real-world millionaires abound, those consistently spending over 100 yuan monthly on live streams remain exceedingly rare. Brother Ming is invincible. The live stream erupted. Just moments earlier, Chao Feng had gifted 1600 yuan, but Brother Ming had just unlocked the Monarch set, forfeiting 200 yuan outright. The disparity between them was now unmistakable. Even Yi instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. She never imagined a top-tier viewer would unlock the Monarch set in her own stream. Though she'd only receive commission, not necessarily from Brother Ming's golden beans, the publicity value equaled a premium homepage promotion across the entire Husha platform. If her viewer count surged, her contract with the talent agency could be upgraded, significantly increased. This alone would more than double her future earnings. Meanwhile, Xiao Gezi and Xiao Feng, who had just assumed victory, stood utterly stunned. The Monarch set. Xiao Gezi murmured, completely dazed. How had a simple glow stick week escalated into a Monarch set spectacle? In the next instant, Xiao Gezi snapped awake and urgently glanced toward Xiao Feng seated in the VIP section. Brother Feng, weren't you planning to unlock Monarch? Why not do it today? Xiao Feng, still reeling, hesitated. Brother Feng, if we lose today, your wager. Xiao Gezi quickly interjected. Hearing her, Xiao Feng nearly ground his teeth. The Monarch activation fee stood at a staggering 200 yuan. He'd only intended to bait the crowd, but actually unlocking it would push him deep into debt this month. Though earning 1,000 yuan monthly, he lived extravagantly, spending every cent. With month-end approaching, he held barely 3,000 yuan. Unlocking nobility and gifting further would leave him penniless. Yet refusing meant utter defeat and retreat from the platform. At that moment, another comment lit up the public screen. This time it shimmered in violet. Congratulations to Shatter Dream for unlocking the Monarch rank in EE's live stream. Instantly, this announcement blazed across the top banner of every Star Show channel stream. Monarch unlocks trigger universal celebration. Unlike treasure map announcements, which last 5 seconds, Monarch notifications persist for 30 seconds. Moreover, the sheer prestige of a Monarch unlock inevitably draws greater curiosity from new visitors. Under Chaofeng's watchful gaze, EE's viewer count surged past 2,000, then within seconds soared beyond 3,000. At this pace, by the time the 30-second notification concluded, her stream would easily surpass 7,000 or 8,000 viewers, a hallmark of a first-tier Star Show host. Even if she retained only 700 or 800, she'd qualify as a third-tier host. Chaofeng's head, though Shattered Dream hadn't yet gifted anything, Chaofeng had already lost the momentum. After all, a Monarch tier viewer could surely summon 1,600 yuan with minimal effort. And given his capacity to unlock Monarch, a gift of over 1,000 yuan would hardly strain him. Brother Feng. Xiao Gezi was now frantic. If they were crushed now, Chaofeng might abandon streaming altogether, and her own career would collapse. Chaofeng could still thrive offline, but what about her? Her appearance was unremarkable, her talents limited. Her agency wouldn't risk alienating a Monarch-tier viewer to promote her. Worst of all, she felt profoundly wronged. Chaofeng had instigated the conflict and set the tone as she'd merely echoed a few lines. Yet she bore the brunt of the consequences. She refused to accept it. I'll unlock it right now. At Xiao Gezi's urging, Chaofeng gritted his teeth and slammed the table. Fine, he'd do it. With his resources, unlocking Monarch posed no real challenge. He refused to believe Shattered Dream could possibly be that extraordinary. At this moment, Zhou Ming was pondering whether he could also charm a female anchor for some fun. What do men do when they have money? Of course, it's to enjoy life. Seeing the number of viewers in EE's live streaming room quickly surpass 5,000, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. To be honest, EE's figure and looks are undoubtedly goddess level, and her singing is quite impressive, making her a true talent. In the live stream, EE was expressing her gratitude to Zhou Ming. Thank you, Mengge, for the Monarch set. EE kept expressing her thanks. To be honest, this Monarch set came as a total surprise, so sudden that she was completely unprepared. The number of viewers in the live stream, which usually hovered around 50 to 60, suddenly skyrocketed to 5,000 to 6,000 with a trend of continuous increase. Although she hadn't anticipated making her live stream so successful, seeing the current situation, her heart was filled with excitement. She knew that from this day forward, she would at least be a third-tier anchor. I told you, Mengge is absolutely invincible. Guangming Jian joyfully boasted on the screen. He knew he hadn't misjudged. Mengge truly was a dragon among men, and this wave of support brought him glory as well. Meanwhile, the number of followers on Zhou Ming's account was also steadily rising. In less than a minute, the follower count had exceeded 4,000. In contrast, EE, who had been managing her account for nearly a month, had only accumulated a similar number of followers. Although the little dove on the other side had been streaming for a long time, her followers barely reached 20,000. However, it's worth noting that Zhou Ming had never streamed before and had never posted any videos. Just as everyone was cheering, a purple full-channel announcement lit up in the Little Dove's live stream. Congratulations to Super Wind for activating the Monarch title in Little Dove's live stream. What the hell, the other side has activated Monarch too. The atmosphere in the live stream instantly exploded. The audience, who had originally leaned towards Zhou Ming, suddenly found themselves unsure of which side would win. But this is exciting. Two monarchs battling it out for two small anchors. This intensity could rival some small events, right? The comments section buzzed with excitement. Although they had no money to spend, the twists and turns of this wealthy showdown were simply exhilarating. The big brother on the other side renewed his Monarch title twice. Many viewers in the comments were stunned. You guys just came, what do you know? Both big brothers have agreed to a net withdrawal battle. Just now Mengge was so dominant, and the other side is definitely pushing hard now. I don't know why, but even though Mengge hasn't started spending money or spoken yet, I still believe he can win. Upon hearing this, many comments in the live stream expressed agreement. While the other side's Super Wind was jumping around, what about Mengge? He hadn't said anything aside from a few words at the beginning, clearly confident. Although Mengge hadn't spent a single cent in gifts, he had activated so many noble sets, and in their hearts they believed Menge's strength was likely superior to the other side's. Time was tight, and on the Little Dove's side, she quickly sent out over 100 glowing sticks. Seeing the leaderboard surge to 34,000, Superwind finally breathed a sigh of relief. After spending this money, he really had no extra cash left. He was completely spent. Now this should be fine, right? Superwind, feeling a bit guilty, opened EE's livestream. The little dove, seeing the leaderboard reach over 30,000, finally relaxed her previously tense heart. This was definitely the largest PK she had ever participated in during her streaming career. Her usual PKs had never even reached 1/10 of this scale. The little dove couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If she won this PK, her fame would surely surpass what she currently had. But before she could get excited, she saw a golden giant dragon much larger than the previous treasure map suddenly illuminate the center of EE's livestream. The 7,000 to 8,000 viewers watching the livestream were all greeted by a gentle dragon's roar. Meanwhile, in the front row of the VIP section of the livestream, the icon of the monarch Broken Dream was carried by the golden giant dragon soaring to the center of the livestream. Then, as the monarch's purple emblem shattered along with the golden giant dragon accompanied by a light crack, the monarch's purple crown emblem reassembled in place, perfectly merging with the golden dragon, forming a golden dragon-shaped crown, which then settled beside the ID Broken Dream. Gold color. Guangming Jiujian's mouth dropped wide open upon seeing the change in the icon at the center of the livestream. Emperor, this is the Emperor. What the hell? Menggu didn't activate the monarch set. Menggu activated the Emperor set. In the next second, the entire platform, whether in the Star Show channel, the Outdoor channel, the Beauty channel, or the Gaming channel, the tops of all the live streams lit up with a huge golden icon. World announcement. Congratulations to Broken Dream for being promoted to Emperor in EE's livestream. Continuous world announcements lit up all live broadcast rooms across the platform. The little pigeon and Xiaofeng, who were connected on the other end, naturally saw this message simultaneously. Feeling extremely happy, the little pigeon stood up to show off her fair figure to the audience, occasionally revealing a bit of benefit, but in an instant she fell back into her chair. Emperor's set. Emperor's set. The little pigeon was completely stunned. Although the Emperor's set and the King's set differ by just one level, the gap between them is like heaven and earth. Activating the King's set costs only 20,000. However, activating the Emperor's set costs a whopping 200,000. The spending levels of Emperor and King are simply not on the same scale. A mediocre Emperor can easily withstand 10 kings. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng in the live broadcast room was completely at a loss for words. The gap between King and Emperor is not just a difference on the internet, it's a difference in reality. A small company worth a few million is nothing but an ant in front of such an Emperor Tycoon. You must know that an Emperor Big Brother spends at least over 100,000 on the live broadcast platform every month. Some who play better can easily spend 30 to 40,000 like it's nothing. Sometimes giving a streamer a gift for an event can easily cost 20 to 30,000. Even if this Big Brother's wealth does not exceed 100 million, he definitely has 40 to 50 million. Not only can he not afford to offend this Big Brother online, but he also cannot afford to do so in reality. In an instant, Xiaofeng's desire to compete with Zhou Meng shattered. Originally thinking that the other party was just an ordinary person with a bit of money, but now that they are playing at such a high level, how can he compete? If he had known that the other party was an Emperor Big Brother, he wouldn't have dared to act like this. Little pigeon, why don't we just drop out? In the live broadcast room, several old fans exchanged glances. Their rank was merely that of Night Lords, spending only a few hundred each month. Even if they banded together, they could not compete with the Emperor Big Brother. In the live broadcast platform, a single Big Brother can truly withstand all the viewers in a broadcast room. And to put it bluntly, the recently activated Emperor set of Broken Dream sends out over 60,000 gold beans, totaling nearly 70,000 gold beans. This is certainly not something they can match. The little pigeon's expression kept changing, but in the end, she could only nod helplessly. She knew that Xiaofeng's strength was at most that of a king. Wanting to confront an Emperor Hedon was absolutely unrealistic. She didn't know if softening up would allow the Emperor Big Brother to spare her. Fortunately, it seemed she had only said a few sarcastic remarks and hadn't truly insulted anyone. As for Xiaofeng, he had completely turned into an ostrich, not daring to say a word. If it weren't for his name still being at the top of the little pigeon's VIP list, most would probably think he had already left. In fact, he really wanted to run, but he didn't dare to. He couldn't gauge Broken Dream's temperament. What if he ran now and ended up facing retaliation in reality? For the wealthy, the internet is not a lawless place. With connections, they can truly trace you down through the... In contrast to the silence in the little pigeon's live broadcast room, E's live broadcast room, which was also connected, was bustling like a festival. Activating the King's set only lit up an announcement within a single channel, while the total daily active users of the Star Show channel was only around 500,000. However, activating the Emperor's set resulted in an announcement across the entire platform, and it was announced 3 times. At the same time, viewers watching the live broadcast on the Tiger Shark platform almost all saw this bullet screen at the first opportunity. According to the data released by Tiger Shark, the platform currently has a daily traffic of 25 million, with about 4 million daily active users. At noon, although this is not the peak traffic time in the evening, there are still at least 2 million daily active users at this hour. Many viewers who saw the Emperor's activation news quickly jumped over from other live broadcast rooms to join the excitement. In less than a minute, the number of people in EE's live broadcast room surged from over 8,000 to more than 40,000, and this number was still rising. Xiaoming glanced at the PK timer, which had only a little over 1 minute left. Without hesitation, she clicked on the glowing stick gift, selected 1314 as a group, and began clicking to send it. Emperor Broken Dream sent out glowing sticks 1314. Emperor Broken Dream sent out glowing sticks 13,142 groups. Emperor Broken Dream sent out glowing sticks 13,143 groups. Emperor Broken Dream sent out glowing sticks 131 for 100 groups. 666. The Big Brother has started to show his strength. With only a minute left, I wonder how much he will send. When sending glowing stick gifts, there is no cooldown on clicking, so one can keep pressing without stopping. In a second, one can send 7 to 8 groups. If Mango is ruthless, sending 70 to 80,000 in a minute shouldn't be a problem. Mango still has over 60,000 gold bean vouchers in his bag, so he will definitely send more than the other side. I didn't expect to witness the activation of the Emperor Big Brother's rank online. They'll show off to my dorm mates later. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room was constantly scrolling with at least 30 to 40 messages per second, and the speed was too fast to keep up. However, it was vaguely visible that the discussions were all about Broken Dream. Mango is awesome. Screaming, Guangming Jiujian was crazily cheering on the public screen. Emperor, this is the Emperor Big Brother. Moreover, the most crucial part is that he had just privately messaged Xiaoming, and they had followed each other. This means he is now one of the few viewers on Emperor Big Brother's follow list. Does this mean that he will be one of Emperor Big Brother's paparazzi in the future? Almost instantly, Guangming Jiujian successfully positioned himself as Xiaoming's cheerleader. Emperor Broken Dream sent out glowing sticks 131 for 320 groups. Surpassed at the PK bar has already exceeded 34,000. The audience present immediately erupted in cheers. What are you panicking about? Mango hasn't stopped yet. How much do you think Mango will send today? I guess 60,000. Mango might send out all the gold bean rebates he gets today. I think it will be more. Mango will probably add a bit to reach 66,000. After all, it's Meng's first appearance, so it has to be auspicious. Amid the discussions, Xiaoming kept repeatedly tapping on his phone. Soon he sent out 490 groups, using up all the gold bean vouchers he received for activating his noble status. But Xiaoming still did not stop. He did not top up much gold beans, but he had loaded some Tiger Shark coins into his account, which could be automatically converted when sending gifts, so he didn't have to worry. As for the extra few percent rebate from activating the noble status, to be honest, he really didn't care much about it. Emperor Broken Dream sent out glowing sticks 131 for 520 groups. Emperor Broken Dream sent out glowing sticks 131 for 521 groups. Emperor Broken Dream sent out glowing sticks 131 for 761 groups. He only stopped just before the end of the PK at the very last second. Wow, 761 groups, just exactly 100,000. Meng's timing is just too amazing, right? Mango is awesome. Mango is awesome. In the next moment, the PK bar in the live stream was overwhelmingly pulled to EE's side. Seeing the dust finally settle, the dozens of fans watching EE's live stream felt an instant lift in their spirits, cheering loudly. The opponent is no match. They dared to act tough with such a weak score against Brother Meng. Ha, Brother Meng is amazing. To be honest, Xiaofeng is really foolish thinking he's the best in the world. People like Brother Meng who are wealthy are generally very low-key. If that foolish dog on the other side hadn't come to provoke him, Brother Meng might not have even bothered today. By the way, shouldn't Xiaofeng fulfill the bet and quit the internet? Seeing everyone chiming in on the public screen, Guangming Jiujian quickly brought up the bet. That's right, Xiaofeng should quit. Xiaofeng quit. 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 The new visitors, after learning about the situation from the barrage of old viewers, went wild in the chat. Most of the viewers watching the live stream were ordinary people, definitely a disadvantaged group on the platform. And today, Brother Meng from a common account soared to the status of an emperor, directly confronting the noble Xiaofeng undoubtedly made them enjoy the show from start to finish, even allowing many to empathize. To be honest, Xiaofeng's behavior indeed disgusted many. Is a little dirty money that impressive? Does it give him the right to ban others and insult viewers at will? The hosts earn your money, but the viewers don't earn anything. Why should they indulge him? Even if you can ban ordinary viewers, why not try banning an emperor? In no time, tens of thousands of people frantically flooded the public screen with the words "quit the internet." What Brother Meng did today could be summarized in 2 words. Satisfying. Where's Brother Meng? Why isn't he here anymore? While Guangming Zhuojian was furiously typing comments, he suddenly noticed that the emperor icon sitting in the front row of the VIP section had vanished, leaving him stunned. Generally speaking, if the icon of a big brother in the VIP section disappears, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the big brother is watching the live stream, but doesn't want the host to see him, so he logs in with an unregistered account to watch the show. The other possibility is that the big brother has already left the live stream. But this is clearly a quitting battle. Brother Meng just won and hasn't even enjoyed the fruits of victory yet. Did he quit just like that? With Guangming Zhuojian's reminder, many people also noticed that the ID Broken Dream had vanished from the live. No way did Brother Meng just leave. That shouldn't be. Brother Meng hasn't even seen Xiaofeng quit yet. Brother Meng must have had something come up in real life, right? What a pity, it was just getting exciting. I understand now. Brother Meng is magnanimous and doesn't want to lower himself to Xiaofeng's level. A viewer named Panda Star frowned and thought for a moment, suddenly realizing. Think about it, why would someone as powerful as Brother Meng, who clearly has the ability to open an emperor account, choose to watch the live stream with a common account? Why? Someone echoed Panda Star, but honestly they too were curious about the reason. Panda Star chuckled and typed. I estimate that Brother Meng is used to being low-key and doesn't care about this superficial face saving, so he watches the live stream merely for entertainment. However, Brother Meng, who originally intended just to have fun, encountered the provocations of a barking fool named Xiaofeng. Everyone think about it. Although the big brother wanted to be low-key, he is certainly not a soft persimmon that anyone can manipulate. So when Xiaofeng issued the challenge, Brother Meng readily accepted the quitting PK to prove his strength by displaying the Emperor's set. But according to Brother Meng's character, an ordinary little rich man obviously wouldn't catch his eye, so after easily winning, he also made Xiaofeng see the gap between them. At this point, under normal circumstances, wouldn't one think it's time to give a good beating to the fallen dog? But if you think that way, you are too young. For Brother Meng, Xiaofeng's provocation is not even a provocation, it's like having a dog barking beside you. Would you feel insulted? You would only feel impatient, at most complaining about the noise. And for Brother Meng, Xiaofeng might not even be as significant as a dog, just a chirping little bird. Thus, acting this way now aligns with Brother Meng's character. To leave quietly after accomplishing his task is the true way to conceal one's abilities and fame. After analyzing this, Panda Star felt increasingly that he had grasped the reality of the situation. His typing became more passionate, with exclamation marks popping up one after another. Indeed, this is exactly what Brother Meng is thinking. Panda Star was almost convinced. He is the man who understands Brother Meng the best. The viewers in the live stream, seeing Panda Star's analysis, suddenly realized. The analysis upstairs indeed makes sense. A truly wealthy person like Brother Meng probably really looks down on squabbling with such a clown. It should be like that. What a pity. I still wanted to see Xiaofeng get beaten up. Forget it, I'll forgive him on behalf. This is the true quality of wealthy people. You have a lot of words, so you must be right. I believe it. The visitors also expressed their understanding. Even Guangming Zhuojian, who had always been very angry, couldn't help but acknowledge and express his admiration. This is the difference. My mindset is too small. No wonder Brother Meng is so wealthy while I am just a small employee. Guangming Zhuojian held his phone and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Meng truly is Brother Meng. While they were still indignant, Brother Meng didn't take it to heart at all. Brother Meng's demeanor is indeed as vast. Brothers, hurry to the other live stream. Brother Meng has gone to Little Pigeon. As everyone was expressing their admiration for Brother Meng's generosity, suddenly a large number of visitors began to flood the chat. Brother Meng went to the other side. Guangming Zhuojian was taken aback. What's going on? Panda Star was also confused. Shouldn't Brother Meng log off at this time? If he doesn't log off, how could he demonstrate his magnanimity? Guangming Zhuojian and Panda Star were puzzled, but quickly found their way to Little Pigeon's live stream. Like the two of them, tens of thousands of viewers also instantly jumped over. When they arrived, they indeed saw the ID Broken Dream prominently displayed at the top of the VIP section of Little Pigeon's live stream. However, in the next moment, before anyone could speak, they saw a golden bold comment jump up in the public screen. Is that all? The crowd that had just switched over burst into laughter upon seeing this comment. Ha ha ha, is that all? When Xiaofeng had just renewed his duke status, Brother Meng sent him this phrase, resulting in Xiaofeng being unwilling and sending it back with an exclamation mark after spending over 10,000. But now life is unpredictable. Brother Meng has brought this phrase back to the spotlight, and it was directly typed out in Little Pigeon's live stream, bold and large. With Emperor privileges, that's a guaranteed immunity from being muted. Such a bold Emperor comment at this moment, Xiaofeng and Little Pigeon probably have no temper left, right? Brother Meng, didn't you say you treat him like a fart? Who just said that? Brother Meng wouldn't care? Step forward. The public screen was instantly lively again. The contrast before and after is truly hilarious. Brother Meng isn't just indifferent, he has come to kick the door at their home. Panda Star awkwardly touched his nose, not daring to say more on the public screen. After analyzing so much, he ended up slapping his own face. It was better not to stand out. Zhou Ming was also taken aback seeing the barrage on Little Pigeon's public screen. When did he ever say he wouldn't care? Xiaofeng was already trying to step on his face. How could he let him off easily? But seeing that the comments seemed to have misunderstood him, Zhou Ming thought for a moment and added a comment to clarify his stance. Forgiving him is God's business. Oh, what I have to do is send him to meet God. Amazing. Brother Ming is absolutely formidable. Send him straight to meet the Almighty. We fully support Brother Ming. This kind of person deserves exactly this kind of retribution. From today onward, I am Brother Ming's most devoted fan. Watching dozens of comments flood the live stream every second, Xiao Gezi and Xiaofeng turned ashen-faced, yet neither dared utter a word of protest. The previous mute imposed on Zhou Ming had automatically lifted the moment he activated his Emperor tier account. Moreover, at present no one in the live stream would dare silence such a powerhouse. He was an emperor, a title that carried immense weight. Xiaofeng in particular now looked nearly cyan, as he stared at the barrage of messages reading, "Quit the internet," and that's it, flooding the public chat. A sharp stinging pain pierced his eyes. Under normal circumstances, ordinary players would never dare raise their voices so brazenly before him. Especially that Guangming Ninqi who had all but recited his entire ancestral lineage in scathing ridicule. A classic case of a dog wielding its master's authority. Yet now it seemed he had no choice left at all. If he persisted in this heated confrontation, he might not only vanish from the online world, but face real-world repercussions as well. With a helpless sigh, he exited Xiao Gezi's live stream and proceeded to deactivate his account in the backend. Within 2 minutes, Xiaofeng's account vanished entirely. Guest viewers who had been quietly observing the stream since the beginning immediately took notice the moment Xiaofeng logged out and began searching for his account ID in the search bar. Soon many discovered that the account number could no longer be found anywhere. This meant only one thing: the account had been permanently erased. He's quit. He really quit. Brother Ming is legendary. Xiaofeng has deactivated his Emperor tier account and left the internet. Seeing Xiaofeng truly abandon his account, the guest viewers flooded the chat with even greater fervor. Xiao Gezi's face suddenly drained of color. After over 2 months of careful courting, she had finally attracted a wealthy, generous, and gullible patron. Only for him to vanish from the internet just like that. Xiao Gezi opened her mouth intending to say something, but upon seeing tens of thousands of viewers spamming, "That's it," and universal celebration across her live chat, she fell utterly silent. For the foreseeable future, her live streaming career would undoubtedly suffer. Fortunately, Xiaofeng had gifted her generously just moments earlier. Online memory is fleeting. If she endured just 1 or 2 weeks until the heat subsided, she could likely resume streaming normally. Glancing at the donation leaderboard, Xiao Gezi saw Xiaofeng's 350 yuan contribution and instantly felt far more at ease. Of that sum, she would receive 7,000 yuan. Zhang Lao, the manager of the Xinghuan Guild, who had been quietly observing from behind the scenes, also sighed helplessly. Truth be told, regardless of Xiaofeng's personal ethics, his generosity towards streamers made him a prime patron in the guild's eyes. Yet now that Xiaofeng had offended an Emperor tier patron and withdrawn from the platform, the guild was powerless to intervene. Worse still, the negative fallout from this duel would inevitably spill over onto the guild itself. As for capitalizing on this surge in attention to promote Xiao Gezi, they wouldn't dare attempt it, not even under threat of death. On the Husha platform, offending an Emperor tier patron was no trivial matter. Zhou Ming, seeing the live chat overflow with messages proclaiming universal celebration, nodded in quiet satisfaction. This outcome was genuinely cathartic. Then, catching sight of Xiao Gezi's expression, a mixture of shock and unearned relief, he couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Did Xiao Gezi truly believe this affair would simply end with Xiaofeng's departure? If Xiaofeng acted without conscience, then she, it seemed, wasn't far behind. Zhou Ming still remembered Xiao Gezi's mockery vividly. As for those who preached magnanimity and urged him not to dwell on petty grievances, such people were best avoided altogether. When lightning strikes them, you might well be caught in the blast radius. Such refined conduct belonged to the cultivated elite, not to nouveau riche brutes like him. And frankly, did someone like Xiao Gezi even possess the standing to lecture others on decorum? You may mock me, but my countermeasure is perfectly justified. Today he would embrace the role of a coal tycoon unapologetically. Zhou Ming posted directly into Xiao Gezi's live stream. I hold little fondness for this streamer. I won't interfere if others choose to gift her, but henceforth she shall never secure top rankings in any event she participates in. This amounted to a unilateral declaration of siege, an Emperor tier patron's formal declaration of war. Holy cow, Brother Ming is ruthless. He's outright blocking her from all events. If she fails to rank in any, she'll receive 0 exposure. 666. Brother Meng's strategy is annihilation incarnate. Xiao Gezi's stream will likely dwindle to fewer than 100 viewers, and no major patron will dare gift her again. The moment Zhou Ming spoke, the live chat exploded. An Emperor-tier patron's words might not carry absolute authority, but they bore undeniable weight. Only another Emperor-tier patron could counter such influence. Unless Xiao Gezi somehow secured an Emperor-tier patron willing to stand against Zhou Ming, his words would become reality. Could Xiao Gezi possibly find an Emperor-tier patron to champion her cause? Even securing a mere King-tier patron would prove arduous. Her fate therefore was all but sealed. Isn't Brother Meng's move a bit too harsh? She's merely a minor streamer. Up there, I recommend you head to Lesan. I've already relocated the Great Buddha there. Please take a seat. Nonsense. Lesan is already overflowing. Kindly turn left toward Dunhuang. No, Dunhuang's murals are already full. Please proceed instead to the Patala Palace. Good heavens, sages are going unclaimed these days, eh? One sentence, only Brother Meng executed this flawlessly. Guangming 9 keys spammed multiple 666s in rapid succession. It was deeply cathartic. Brother Meng's approach was nothing short of exhilarating. For those who sneer at others based solely on status, such decisive action was precisely what they deserved. Guangming 9 key wholeheartedly endorsed Brother Meng's maneuver, while Xiao Gezi, who had worn a faint smile of relief just moments earlier, now stood utterly stunned. With those words spoken, her live streaming prospects on the Husha platform were effectively extinguished. No gifts, no exposure. How could she possibly continue? By the time her contract expired, the guild would likely refuse renewal. In other words, she might soon lose even her base salary of several thousand yuan. Zhou Ming chose to ignore the little dove. He had finished what he wanted to do, directly exiting the little dove's live stream and returning to Yi's side. Thank you, Brother Meng, for your generous gifts and for granting the Emperor title. Yi quickly stood up, clasping her chest and bowing at a 90-degree angle to express her gratitude to Zhou Ming. Ahem, host, you look so good, can't you be less scheming? Why are you covering your hands? Are we that kind of people? Yeah, host, you don't trust us, it's hurtful, really hurtful. Please let go, we promise we won't look. Swear. They're just talking nonsense, don't believe them. I am blind, so I definitely can't see. Please send it to me privately. Seeing the teasing in the bullet comments, Yi's face instantly turned bright red. But whether there was any truth to it, she was clear in her heart. If she let go, she would be banned in an instant. Everyone be civil with your words, the host is still in school. I am also blind. If there really are photos, the host can send them to me privately. Zhou Ming smiled as he commented on the public screen. The title of the live stream was Music Trainee Part-Time, and judging by Yi's age, she couldn't be more than 20. Compared to the common audience's comments, the Emperor's comments were definitely bold and large with altered font colors and formats. As soon as this comment was posted, the center of the public screen lit up instantly. The golden comment, along with bold letters at least 2 millimeters thicker and 2 sizes larger, immediately captured everyone's attention. In the next moment, the direction of the comments suddenly shifted again. Brother Meng, when can you start a live stream? We will raise funds to give you a treasure map. You're just talking nonsense. Brother Meng can easily spend 100,000 at a time. Would he even look at your 5,000 treasure map? I don't expect Brother Meng to start a live stream. I just hope he lets me tidy up the room when he's done. Wow, are you really that weird upstairs? But to be fair, does Brother Meng like men? By this time, the live stream had attracted tens of thousands of viewers, and the comments had veered off track irretrievably. Zhou Ming looked at the teasing comments and couldn't help but blush. Was he really that kind of person? Could giving gifts to a female anchor not be a sign of good mood? Zhou Ming shook his head helplessly. I must say, today's audience, they sure have a keen eye. After enjoying the lively atmosphere of the live stream and watching the comments for a while, Zhou Ming logged off. He was also waiting to claim the tenfold cashback reward. System claim cashback reward. Zhou Ming immersed his thoughts into the system, filled with anticipation. The recent expenses were not small. First was the activation of the Emperor package, which cost a total of 226350 yuan from the swordsman to the Emperor. The return coins totaled around 70,000. In addition, he spent 5,000 on a treasure map and an extra 30,000 on gold beans. The return gold beans do not count repeat expenses, so today's total spending was 261350. Glancing at the system's claim page, it was indeed exactly what he calculated. Congratulations, host, for spending 261350 yuan. Congratulations, host, for receiving a tenfold cashback reward. 261350 yuan has been transferred to the host's bank card. Notice all funding sources of the system have been rationalized. The host can use it with confidence. Godly rich system. Host Zhou Ming, current level 1 upgrade progress 261. 350 million 1 billion. Accompanied by a ding sound from the system, Zhou Ming's phone also chimed. Zhou Ming quickly took out his phone to check, and sure enough 261000 yuan had already been credited. Comfortable, this is my first time in life. Zhou Ming looked at his account balance feeling elated. He had only graduated less than a year ago, and the salary in Magic City was decent. However, with his average education, he only earned around 10,000 a month. But of that 10,000, over 5,000 went to rent, more than 2,000 for living expenses, and about 500 for commuting, leaving hardly anything at the end of the month. Contributing to his sister in financial difficulty once or twice meant all his money was gone. After the company's closure, he had planned to leave Magic City for another place, but unexpectedly obtained the system along with his first cash, exceeding $1 million. With this money in hand, Zhou Ming found himself at a loss for what to do. Being an orphan and growing up in an orphanage, he had few friends. His university roommates had all gone their separate ways, leaving him without a brother to celebrate with. And to buy a house. To be honest, 200 million wouldn't be enough in Magic City. A good location starts at 70 to 80,000 per square meter, and a 100 square meter house would cost at least 6 to 7 million. It would at least be better to wait a few days and spend a bit more on the live streaming platform. Ideally head buy a big villa all at once. Forget it, let's eat first, and then change into something nice. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he hadn't even had lunch yet. He was already starving. With money in hand, the first thing to do was to treat himself to a good meal. With over 2 million, he could go anywhere in Magic City, even book a private room at a club. Zhou Ming stepped out to enjoy himself, but at the same time the Tiger Shark platform Star Show area was ablaze with excitement. The PK and EE's live stream was not only seen by the audience, many other streamers currently live were also watching closely. As streamers, they could easily tell whether another host was using beauty filters and to what extent. After all, they were all in the same circle. Everyone understood the subtle tricks and schemes. Most people could tell EE's real beauty at first glance. And they couldn't deny that this host had virtually zero beauty enhancements. She was definitely a super beauty, scoring over 95. In almost an instant, everyone understood. Why did Brother Ming activate the Emperor title in EE's live? Part of the reason was certainly his dislike for Chow Feng and the Little Dove, but a much larger part was likely. After all, Brother Ming had just spent at least 2500 in EE's live stream. Who would believe he did it without any interest in the host? This was a top-tier beauty. Thus, many people immediately began to have ideas. Although Brother Ming logged off today, it goes without saying that he would definitely log back in. If he could establish a good relationship with this new host, wouldn't he have the chance to show off in front of Brother Ming later? That would be a direct path to success. The first to stir her heart was Juzi. She has been a streamer for over 2 years, initially aspiring to become a popular influencer with her talents, but after encountering various affluent patrons over this time, she has lost all hope of rising to fame through her skills. After 2 years of effort, she has only become a minor third-tier streamer, usually attracting only 300 to 400 viewers in her live stream, most of whom are non-paying spectators. Sometimes she wonders if it's because she hasn't streamed for 2.5 years. Yet after a month, her income is even less than that of some smaller streamers who cater to the wealthy. Her own guild is quite ordinary, merely a small guild with a rather lackadaisical attitude, unable to provide her much help. Though she could switch to a larger guild, the problem is that those guild investors are primarily interested in getting their own. However, today when she saw Shattered Dream spend over 200,000 in EE's live stream, Juzi felt a surge of jealousy. She can certainly see EE's beauty, but she is confident that whether on streaming platforms or in real life, her looks and figure are not inferior to EE's. The reason she hasn't gained popularity is entirely due to the beauty filters of the streaming platforms, which have leveled her to a genuine beauty, and those who rely on filters to gain fame. To be blunt, the gifts she has received in 2 years are even less than what EE earned in a single PK today. The appearance of Dream Brother has solidified her resolve. Since relying on talent is futile, she decides to go with the flow. And Dream Brother, such a wealthy and powerful patron, is undoubtedly her first choice. Moreover, Dream Brother has just arrived on the platform. If she chooses to approach him now, wouldn't that gain her even? Thus, Juzi did not hesitate and directly entered EE's live stream. In the next moment, a golden light illuminated the live stream, and a massive treasure map instantly appeared in the center of the screen. By you, Juzi sent a treasure map. Juzi sent a treasure map in EE's live stream. Come and dig for treasure. EE, who was singing Live, was momentarily stunned, but quickly expressed her gratitude. The streamer is on fire today. First Dream Brother sends gifts, and now even other streamers are coming to offer gifts. Guangming Jiujian commented with a smile. When a streamer suddenly becomes popular or has a wealthy patron, it's common for other streamers to come and gift to build connections. This is known as offering gifts in the streaming industry. Most streamers don't oppose this. After all, when someone comes to befriend you with gifts worth thousands, it shows significant respect. Seeing Guangming Jiujian's comment, EE also realized what was happening. She knew about the gifting custom, but she never expected it would happen to her. Thank you, Juzi, for the gift. Let's add each other as friends after the stream ends. Yi smiled and quickly changed her address to show goodwill to Juzi. No problem, let's do that after your stream. Juzi sent a cool tiger emoticon and then rewarded another big thank you Juzi for your generous gift. Yi quickly expressed her gratitude again. With Juzi taking the first step, more streamers who had been observing began to enter the live stream and send gifts. Zui Mengxian Feng sent a magic book. Jean Luan Pashong sent a rocket. Yi hurriedly thanked them one after another. The gifts these streamers sent were all worth at least 100 for the magic books, while those with slightly more strength typically sent rockets worth 1,000. On the other side, Qian sat on the sofa hesitating with her phone in hand. As one of the earliest streamers in the industry, Qian's popularity is undoubtedly unquestionable. However, everyone in the streaming industry knows that the larger the streamer, the deeper they are entangled with their guild. Although she made a lot of money in the past 2 years during last year's year-end event, her own guild set her up, causing her to lose over 2 million she had saved. She knows in her heart that this is because she rejected the guild master's arrangements, which led to her being targeted. This year the guild has further marginalized her. From January to now the end of May, she has been sidelined for a full 5 months. If she hadn't still had some money coming back and could participate in some events on her own, she might have been completely out of the game. Even so, her live stream's online viewer count is now not much different from that of third-tier streamers, and her wealthy patrons are also leaving one after another. She understands that the guild route is no longer reliable. If she wants to rise again, she must rely on a new wealthy patron support, waiting until her contract expires to make a full comeback. And Dream Brother, who just came to the Hushark platform, seems to her to be the one with such potential. But what kind of person Dream Brother is, and what type of streamer he likes, she truly has no idea. Now that she has little money left, if she gives gifts and Dream Brother does not respond, she will be completely finished. This wave will determine my fate. Qian gritted her teeth and pulled out all her savings, sending 10 treasure maps in Yi's live stream. As 10 treasure maps appeared, they instantly silenced the entire live stream. The viewer count, which had been dwindling, surged back to over 80,000. Thank you Qian for such generous gifts. Yi was taken aback and repeatedly expressed her gratitude. 10 treasure maps amounted to 50,000. Is this Qian? I haven't seen her in ages. I thought she had quit streaming. I thought Qian had already teamed up with some wealthy patron and stopped streaming. You guys don't understand it. Qian was sidelined by the Hawaii Guild. When Qian appeared, many in the live stream began to discuss. As a former top-tier streamer, Qian's fame is unquestionable. In the past 2 years, anyone who watched the Hushark Star Show area has likely seen Qian streams. The Hawaii Guild successfully entered the ranks of top guilds thanks to Qian, their cash cow. However, since the year-end event last year, it seems many people have rarely seen Qian's live streams, and she has completely vanished from various activities. I heard that Hawaii wanted to offer Qian to a wealthy patron from Dashing Guild to curry favor, but Qian, no way is that true. But as a top guild, Dashing has a plethora of wealthy patrons. It's entirely possible Hawaii would do that. This gossip is too juicy, though I need a moment to process it. Many were sending comments. Seeing the messages in the public screen, Qian shook her head helplessly. She had mentioned these situations a few times after her falling out with the guild, so some knew about it. At that time, the person in charge of Hawaii wanted to offer her to a wealthy patron who was over 50, but she rejected them without a second thought. She initially thought that as a top-tier streamer, the guild would need to consider carefully before acting, but she never expected it would end up like this. As a top-tier streamer, she had no chance to resist under the influence of capital. Now, after just 5 months of being sidelined, most viewers have completely forgotten she is still streaming. Seeing Qian send such a large amount of gifts, Juzi felt a sudden surge of crisis. Without thinking, she knew that Qian was thinking along the same lines. On this day and age, having a wealthy patron amid so many competing streamers is just too difficult. Juzi sighed, feeling disheartened, and once again envied Yi's good fortune. Now she just hopes that when the wealthy patron comes online again, he will notice her. As Qian's gifts tapered off, the donations in the live stream slowly came to an end. To be honest, with so many streamers coming in to gift her, and almost every one of them being more famous than her, it's impossible for her not to feel pressure. Seeing the streamers in the VIP area gradually leaving the live stream, Yi felt her tension. At this moment, Bebe, the manager of the Beixia Guild, burst into the live stream room, breathing heavily and gestured urgently at Yi. In the stream quickly, there's something important. Yi was taken aback by Bebe's words, but didn't hesitate too much. After all, the stream was nearly over, so she quickly said a few words and clicked to end the broadcast. As Yi stepped out of the live stream room, she saw Bebe sitting on the sofa with a dark expression. She had only been out for a little over 10 minutes and hadn't been at the guild, but she never expected that in that short time her new streamer, Yi, would create such a big event. When the operations team called her, she was completely stunned. In the next moment, she couldn't care less about anything else and drove straight back to the guild. But she was too late. By the time she returned, Dream Brother had already completed his PK and logged off, and the gifts from those streamers were nearly over. Seeing EE still singing and thanking for gifts, Bebe was so angry she could nearly grind her teeth. Did this girl not know what she should be doing right now? How much money could those streamers' gifts possibly be worth? 100 or 1,000, and even if there were a few treasure maps reaching 70 or 80,000 would be remarkable. Is she really expecting those streamers to gift her every day? Dream Brother, he is the Emperor-level patron who spent over 200,000 in the live stream. If she doesn't quickly take advantage of Dream Brother's good impression and contact him, but instead stays here singing and thanking for gifts, isn't that just plain foolish? Bebe sighed helplessly. EE, come with me. She took EE into the office first, poured her a cup of water, and then sat down. No matter what issues EE has, her identity has now transformed into the guild's money-making tree, and even as the person in charge, she must speak with some courtesy. EE, what can I say? Dream Brother just spent over 200,000 in your live stream. What were you thinking? I was thanking Dream Brother for the gifts. EE said, seeing Bebe's not-so-happy expression and feeling somewhat wronged, looking down and not daring to meet her gaze. With so many gifts, her throat was nearly hoarse from all the thanks. My dear sister. Bebe slapped her forehead, nearly bursting with laughter due to her anger. Have you ever seen a wealthy patron gift tens of thousands just to hear a streamer say thank you? If that were the case, the patron might as well be called a generous benefactor. You realize Dream Brother logged off right after his PK? Have you ever thought about why? Maybe Dream Brother had something to do. Or perhaps Dream Brother wanted to establish a cold demeanor. EE looked at Bebe with a frown, thought for a moment, and then cautiously suggested. This was also the speculation of Guangming Jiujian and the others, and since so many thought, so it shouldn't. Bebe slapped her forehead again. This girl truly has a unique way of thinking. Is it possible that Dream Brother is waiting for you to add him as a friend, eh? EE was taken aback. Bebe, are you saying Dream Brother gifted me too? What do you think? You've been streaming for more than a month and have seen several of our female streamers in the guild. Don't tell me you don't understand. But I'm just a talent streamer. EE's voice grew softer as she spoke until she had no confidence left. While streaming earlier, she hadn't considered that at all. After all, the reason Dream Brother gifted was merely the conflict with the little pigeon. She thought she might be lucky and Dream Brother chose to battle in her live stream. But now she has realized what kind of wealthy patron would spend over 20,000 in a stranger's live stream without. Yet her initial intention for streaming was merely to earn that 3,000 base salary from the guild. Even if you don't want to do it, you should still proactively add Dream Brother's contact information. Bebe sighed helplessly. To be honest, EE's looks and figure are top-notch in the streaming world. She genuinely wants to cultivate her, but the problem is that EE has never learned the streaming techniques. Other female streamers use various tricks and games to earn gifts in their live streams. But EE, aside from singing, does nothing else and relies entirely on her own initiative for gifts. If it weren't for Bebe occasionally sending some comments as a guild manager to ask for gifts, EE might not even receive $100 worth of gifts in a week. Today she had finally hit a stroke of good luck, yet she was now considering refusing it. But since EE's contract is not long-term, Bebe can't force her to do anything and can only try to guide her. Logging back into the big account Shattered Dream with a new phone. The moment I logged into the account, the private messages section instantly skyrocketed to 999, and my phone kept buzzing incessantly, suggesting that someone was still messaging me. Fortunately, users who aren't mutual followers can only send 3 messages, so it wasn't too overwhelming. Zhoming quickly opened the settings and disabled the private messaging feature for strangers, which finally quieted the incessant buzzing of the phone. Then I long pressed the little red dot and marked all private messages as read. For someone with mild OCD, even the smallest red dot on the message page is unforgivable. With that, Zhoming instantly felt relieved and clicked on the follow button. It was morning, and the overall popularity of the platform was fairly average, and none of the streamers I followed were live, although there were a few in the gaming section. I searched and found that the streamer named he wasn't live either, and Zhoming couldn't help but. Yesterday I showered her stream with gifts, and to be honest, the main reason was that Xiao Gu and Xiao Feng were too outrageous. Additionally, EE's appearance matched my aesthetic and her content was quite good. I opened the Star Show channel. Most of the streamers live were male, and they were mostly news broadcasters. Desheng's popularity is still explosive. Almost half of this page is filled with Desheng streamers. Zhoming furrowed his brows. To be honest, I really didn't like this Desheng guild. Their strength goes without saying. They are undoubtedly the top on the Tiger Shark platform. But the problem is that the fans of the Desheng guild are all diehard fans. Whenever one of their streamers wins a PK, they all rush over to mock the opponents. If they lose, they'll run over to pretend as if their main guy wasn't there, saying how things would have been different if he had been. In any case, regardless of winning or losing, the people on the other side of the PK would be bombarded with insults. It wouldn't be a problem if it were just a handful, but the Daisheng Guild has thousands of such people. Almost no second line or above streamers from other guilds on Tiger Shark have escaped the clutches of the Daisheng Guild. And now the #1 spot on the homepage is occupied by Daisheng's news king, Demu. Zhou Ming had no intention of clicking on Demu's stream, and simply scrolled down, landing on a news broadcaster. The privileges of the imperial crown were too obvious. Zhou Ming didn't plan to log in directly, as that would be too boring. I decided to observe first. So Zhou Ming logged out first before entering the live room. As soon as I clicked in, I saw Pashang speaking eloquently. Brothers, you have no idea about the battle situation yesterday. Mao Feng was provoking my brother Ming in the live room. Brother Ming initially didn't want to respond, but Mao Feng was just too shameless, and in anger brother Ming chose to fight back. However, I have to say that Mao Feng still has some strength. After the battle started, he immediately renewed his subscription for 10 months in the live room. But guess what? Brother Ming didn't even bother to respond. He just casually asked, "Is that it?" This line completely triggered Mao Feng, who then immediately showered the live room with 16000. So what happened next? Hurry up and tell us, don't keep us in suspense. A few viewers in the live room, hearing Pashang reach this point, stopped to drink water and became anxious. With so many streamers on Tiger Shark every day, most viewers miss out on the major battles in various live. But the Big Brother's gifts only last a few minutes. After that, if you want to watch, you either have to view the recorded stream or listen to others talk about it. However, many recorded streams are incomplete. Some start halfway through while others only get recorded at the end, and even if they are complete, watching a recorded stream never feels quite right. News broadcasters specialize in doing just that, transforming daily platform hot topics into news format and broadcasting them in the live room every morning, which is one of the features of the live streaming platform. And today's event is clearly very exciting, but Pashang stopped halfway through, instantly raising the audience. So brothers, shouldn't we send Pashang some small gifts? The streamer got up early and hasn't even had breakfast yet. Pashang sighed. Get lost, are 10 hot pots enough? A visitor laughed and scolded, instantly sending out 10 hot pots. One hot pot costs 6, 8, 10 of them add up to 66 yuan. That's enough, thank you big brother for the gift. Let's continue. Pashang instantly beamed with joy. It was a great start. Pashang took a sip of water and continued. Then brother Ming also started immediately opening a swordsman noble in EE's live room. Swordsman. The viewers in the live room were all taken aback. They originally thought brother Ming would directly open something like a king to make a big impression. How could a swordsman compete with a duke? Are you kidding me? Don't worry brothers. When brother Ming opened the swordsman, all the viewers in the live room saw it. Mao Feng also mocked brother Ming, but guess what? Hey, brother Ming then opened a knight and a lord. Pashang slammed the table, becoming excited. What the heck does this mean? Brother Ming is going to open a king's set. A viewer in the live room reacted. Pashang shook his head repeatedly. What king's set? Is brother Ming someone who opens a king's set? When brother Ming opened the lord, whether it was the viewers in the live room or the streamers on both sides, including Mao Feng, who had already retired, everyone was sweating. They all understood that this was at least a king's set. But what was the result? Brother Ming turned around and opened an imperial set. That was an imperial set. Pashang stood up, banging on the table, and even displayed the screenshots of brother Ming's entire imperial set he had collected yesterday. Seeing this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh. This Pashang is indeed quite interesting. Why does it seem like he has become my mindless fan? But for Zhou Ming, isn't watching the live stream all about enjoyment? Without hesitation, Zhou Ming logged back into his account. The next moment, the live room suddenly lit up with a golden glow. A giant dragon appeared in the center of the live room, lifting the ID Shattered Dream high and sliding it to the first spot in the VIP section. Both Pashang, who was boasting, and the viewers in the live room were taken aback. What the heck, brother Ming has arrived? Pashang instantly shivered with excitement. He was just a bottom-tier second-line streamer. Although he had also gifted in EE's live room yesterday, it was merely to maintain good relations. He never thought brother Ming would come to his live room. But today brother Ming actually came. As soon as Zhou Ming logged in, he clicked the treasure map 10 times as a reward for Pashang. Imperial Shattered Dream has sent treasure map 1. Imperial Shattered Dream has sent treasure map 2. Imperial Shattered Dream has sent treasure map 3. Imperial Shattered Dream has sent treasure. Seeing 10 consecutive treasure maps, Pashang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but breathe a little faster. Welcome, brother Ming. Welcome, my brother Ming, to the live room. Pashang instantly let out a shout, nearly jumping with joy. Thank you, brother Ming. You are so generous. P.S. Please bookmark and add to your shelf. Thank you. Did the Emperor brother really display such strength? 10 treasure maps as a gift upon meeting. To put it into perspective, 10 treasure maps are worth 50,000. The viewers in the live stream were also taken aback, and they couldn't help but flood the screen with 666. Brothers, did you see that? I wasn't exaggerating just now. Our Mengge truly has this kind of strength. Pashang was ecstatic. Receiving gifts worth 50,000 means over 10,000 in his pocket. This month was going to be incredibly profitable. Keep it low-key, don't overdo the bragging, Zhou Ming commented with a smile on the screen. Alright Mengge, you can count on me to keep it real, Pashang promised, thumping his chest. Noticing Zhou Ming had stopped speaking, Pashang continued recounting yesterday's battle. Soon Pashang began discussing Zhou Ming's visit to the Little Pigeon livestream. Mengge is awesome, that's how you deal with such people. I've decided from now on I'm a loyal fan of Mengge. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream felt a rush of excitement. It's truly satisfying to punish people like Little Pigeon and Chow Feng. This morning Zhou Ming had stayed in the live stream until past 9, casually gifting a few more treasure maps. To be honest, the eloquence of such news anchors is something else. At least when it comes to expressing gratitude for gifts, they are far more creative than other streamers. Meanwhile, in the planning department of the Tiger Shark platform, how's the gift product optimization coming along? The vice president was standing in the office, closely monitoring the project progress. Mr. Gu, all gift optimizations have been completed, the project manager quickly replied. Have the activity details and rules been processed along with the loophole checks? Don't worry, Mr. Gu, everything's been taken care of. By the way, a new emperor has emerged on the platform going by the name of Pope Broken Dream, with a total expenditure of over 260,000 yesterday, the project manager reminded. Oh, that's a potential client, let's keep an eye on him. Once his spending hits 500,000, arrange for a business manager to contact him immediately, Mr. Gus' eyes lit up. Generally speaking, emperors have 24-hour customer service. However, newly crowned emperors usually have 1 or 2 customer service reps handling 3 or 4 emperors, but after the platform's total spending exceeds 500,000, a dedicated representative will be assigned. Using a unknown exclusive service ensures that these wealthy clients have a premium experience. They can make requests through these private customer service agents, and as long as they're reasonable, the platform will generally accommodate them. Spending over 20,000 in a single day might just be an impulsive purchase of someone new. However, regardless of the circumstances, someone capable of spending this much at once is likely to contribute at least 500,000 in a month if they continue to engage on the platform. Alright, Mr. Gu, the project manager nodded repeatedly. Let's conduct a final check. If there are no issues, we'll launch the optimization and the activities simultaneously. Mr. Gu stared for a moment, reassured when he saw no problems. The competition within the industry is fierce. Although the Tiger Shark platform is one of the leading platforms in live streaming, there's always a risk of being overtaken if they are not careful. Moreover, after operating for so long, the investors haven't seen any returns. Instead, they are spending more to attract traffic influencers to join the platform. For several consecutive years, the revenue reports have been in the negative, and the board members have raised significant concerns. They are still waiting to obtain decent revenue figures to go public. Thus, as the executive president, Mr. Gu is under considerable pressure. If this year's revenue cannot at least break even with expenses, he might have to step down. To increase revenue, they can only develop more activities and encourage these guilds and streamers to engage. Simultaneously, they need to enhance the enjoyment for the emperors, while gifting, aiming to make them more willing to spend on the platform. At 10 o'clock in the morning, while Pashang was boasting in the live stream, he suddenly froze when an announcement popped up on the page. What the hell, brothers, the platform has sent us streamers an activity announcement. The visitors in the live stream were also taken aback. Isn't it still the end of May? Logically, the mid-year activities should be announced at the end of June, right? However, almost simultaneously with Pashang's exclamation, all the viewers watching the live stream saw the platform's announcement regarding the gift revisions sent to all users. Zhou Ming curiously clicked to check it out. Dear viewers, due to the poor coordination of gifts in the earlier stages, we have specifically made adjustments to the following gifts. Magic Book Airplane, due to the low maximum number of consecutive hits being too insignificant and conflicting with the treasure maps, the maximum number sent in one go has been adjusted from 52 to 1314. Big Rocket, the maximum number that can be sent in one go has been adjusted from 10 to 100. The special effects for treasure map gifts have also changed to feature more extravagant effects. All gifts consecutive sending mode has changed to prevent users from sending gifts by mistake. The method of sending gifts has changed from long press to single tap. Lastly, we wish all viewers a great time on the Tiger Shark platform. Whoa, this change is quite significant. Did you see that? The Magic Book and Airplane, which used to be a $100 gift, changed from a maximum of 52 to 1314. That's more than 20 times the increase. Isn't there supposed to be an activity announcement as well? How come we haven't seen it? Are you silly? The activity announcement is for the streamers. Of visitors can only see the brief on the main activity page after the activity officially begins. Zhou Ming didn't see the activity announcement, but upon seeing the gift revision notice, he understood. Tiger Shark is aiming to rake in money. significantly increasing the number of gifts in one go. This intention is crystal clear. Emperor Broken Dream sends treasure map 1. Emperor Broken Dream sends treasure map 2. Emperor Broken Dream sends treasure map 5. Zhou Ming directly gifted a few more treasure maps in the live stream. Pashang was momentarily stunned upon seeing the gifts. Minga, what are you? It's nothing, didn't the special effects for the new treasure maps change? Just gifting a few to see how they look, Zhou Ming replied with a smile. Minggu is so cool, just casually doing this left me speechless. Gifting a few to see the effects, eh? Minggu is forever the best. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream audience burst into laughter. 5 treasure maps costing 25,000 just to see the new effects. Wow, that's quite extravagant. How rich do you have to be to not consider 25,000 as money? Even Pashang was left somewhat speechless. Although the new special effects look much better, if you want to see the effects, one would suffice. Is there really a need to send? Pashang glanced and saw that Ming guest donation list was already approaching 100,000, which meant Zhou Ming was about to hit that mark in the live stream. But to be clear, he had only been streaming for 2 hours and he hadn't engaged in PK or any activities. He was just gifting. However, Pashang didn't hesitate and quickly expressed his gratitude for the gifts. If a big brother is willing to gift him, it shows respect. He must maintain a good attitude. Alright, let's continue with the discussion. Zhou Ming interacted with the live stream comments for a bit and then typed again. Pashang nodded in agreement. Let's get back to the main topic. I'll begin by analyzing this gift revision. This time the change primarily affects the $100 gifts, namely the magic book and the airplane, which have changed from a maximum of 52 to 1314. This means that if a big brother gifts this, the cost will shift from the previous 5,200 to now 131,400. Secondly, the rocket gift has also changed to a maximum of 100 in a single go, which is 10,000. However, even though the rocket has become 10,000 in consecutive hits, in terms of overall value, it has dropped from first to third place. This means that from now on, the rocket is no longer the most expensive gift on the Tiger Shark platform. The most expensive consecutive gifts are now the magic book and the airplane. Everyone in the live stream nodded. A set of gifts costs over 130,000. Only true wealthy brothers can afford such gifts. In fact, most king-level brothers might not even be able to afford a set. It can be said that in the future, the hierarchy among big brothers on Tiger Shark will be even more distinct, and the gap between emperors will be further widened. Moreover, the most crucial point is this last change. Seeing that the audience agreed, Pashang continued to. Normally at this point he would start asking for gifts, but today Minggu had already filled him up, so he skipped the pleasantries and got straight to the point. The method of consecutive gift sending has changed from needing to hold down to continuously send to now requiring a click to send one. This is undoubtedly the most critical change in the revision. On one hand, it prevents accidental touches, and on the other hand, it limits the time for sending gifts during PK. What does this mean? Hearing Pashang's words, the audience was a bit confused. To be honest, the concept of consecutive tapping for gifts is still a bit distant for ordinary viewers. They struggle to send even one gift, let alone tapping consecutively. Therefore, this change almost has no impact on them. Having not experienced it, they naturally can't comprehend it. Zhou Ming nodded with a smile. He understood what Pashang was talking about. Just like yesterday when he was gifting in EE's live stream. A set of glow sticks costs 1314, slightly over 100. Within just a minute, he gifted a total of 100,000, averaging out to 12 sets per second. But now the method of gifting has changed from long press consecutive hits to manual consecutive hits. Manual consecutive hits mean that each set of gifts requires a tap. And human finger speed is limited. How many taps can one do per second? Even at peak human limits, one could tap 7 or 8 times at best, but after a few dozen seconds the fingers would surely tire. At that point, managing 2 taps per second would be considered good. Professional gamers might tap over 10 times a second, but most people are just ordinary folks. Not to mention 10 taps, even 5 taps per second would be a challenge. Moreover, if the gift effects cause lag, it might take 1 or 2 seconds to send one. After all, when sending certain gifts, the effects can cover the entire live stream, including the gift bar. This means that if Zhou Ming wants to send 10,000 worth of glow sticks, he can't wait until the last minute to start. He needs to send them at least 5 or 6 minutes in advance. Looking at the live stream, Pashang indeed said something similar. Actually, this design by Tiger Shark is a good thing. Everyone knows that many streamers tend to push until the last 1 or 2 minutes during PK. Just as they're about to win, they might get robbed in this manner. In such cases, even the big brothers might not have time to recharge. This is a complete rogue tactic. This design undoubtedly plugs that loophole. Moreover, the continuous tapping design will undoubtedly double the enjoyment for the big brothers, while gifting after all, the maximum value of single gifts has reached over 130,000, and they need not worry about excessive tap counts. Pashang summarized. In short, this is a good thing. It also indirectly restricts some people from deliberately sneaking in at the last moment, allowing the big brothers to enjoy themselves more on the platform. So that's how it is. The live stream audience began typing expressing their understanding. So, does that mean future PKs will be even more exciting? Of course. With the increased gift amounts, if big brothers start battling, they will surely have to spend more. By the way, Pashang, you haven't mentioned the activity yet. The discussion among the live stream viewers heated up. Almost everyone envisioned the fiery battles to come on the platform. Although they may not have the ability to compete, it doesn't conflict with their enjoyment of watching big brothers engage in PK. Seeing the comments, Pashang quickly shifted the topic to the activities. Regarding this activity, to be honest, I didn't expect it. The activity period is from 6 p.m. on May 28th today until 12 a.m. on May 30th, totaling 2.5 days. Although the time is slightly short, the rewards for this activity are extraordinarily generous. I suspect most streamers won't want to miss it. Pashang smiled and pasted the activity details he just received into the live stream. The viewers immediately widened their eyes to look at the screen. Activity name: Star Showcase. Activity period: May 28th, 6 p.m., May 30th, 12 a.m. Settlement time: May 31st, 6 p.m. Activity format: based on the total gift revenue obtained by each streamer in the Star Showcase area during the activity period. Activity rewards: first place receives the personal gold medal of the showcase along with 3 days of homepage promotion and 1 month of secondary page recommendation. Second place receives the personal silver medal of the showcase along with 1 day of homepage promotion and 7 days of secondary page recommendation. Third place receives the personal bronze medal of the showcase along with 7 days of secondary page recommendation and smart recommendations within the Star Showcase channel. 4th to 10th place. 11th to 50th place. What does the homepage promotion mean? A viewer in the live broadcast room did not quite understand this recommendation. The homepage promotion means that during this recommendation period, all users of the platform will see your live broadcast room in the top few positions on the homepage as soon as they open the live broadcast platform. Pashang explained with a smile. Although this recommendation cannot compare to the cover promotion and pop-up promotion, it is still ranked among the top recommendations. Just by being featured for 1 day, it is not a problem to boost a small streamer to the position of a third-tier streamer. In 3 days, boosting a small streamer to the position of a second-tier streamer is quite easy. Moreover, if a big brother gives some popularity during this time, reaching the first tier is also not a big issue. One could say that as long as they achieve first place, their fame can at least be elevated by a notch. While this is impressive, the viewers in the live broadcast room all typed. They did not know how the data actually was, but they could imagine how significant the exposure would be for a streamer to be seen by everyone as soon as they opened the live broadcast platform. This undoubtedly heightened the anticipation of all the viewers for this event. Indeed, it's quite interesting. Zhoming nodded and sent a message in the public screen. At this moment, many tourists suddenly became excited. Menggu, will you participate in this event? Menggu, will you be gifting EE to boost her ranking? Will you gift Pashang? In the eyes of the viewers, Zhou Meng's strength is undoubtedly unquestionable. Just this morning, he almost gifted Pashang 100,000 while just watching a live stream. If Menggu takes action, while they cannot guarantee the first or second place, the third place should still be promising, right? Even Pashang, who was watching the comments, couldn't help but start to feel hopeful. To say he didn't want to participate in the event would definitely be a lie. But he knew very well that given the strength of their Jinluan Guild's second tier, at most they could only help him reach the top 50. Moreover, he is a new streamer, the least favored among the top streamers in the guild. If the guild has resources, most of them will be allocated to the top streamers, and it may not even be his turn. Based on the strength of previous events to reach the top 50, it wouldn't take much, spending around 30 to 40,000 would suffice. In other words, as long as Menggu gifts him a few treasure maps after 6 in the evening, he is sure to make it into the top 50. For a moment, he even felt a bit regretful. If the gifts Menggu gave this morning were sent in the afternoon, perhaps he could even make it into the top 10. I will definitely participate in this event, but how to play it I will wait until the afternoon to see. Zhou Meng replied with a smile. To earn cash in reality, the expenses on the live broadcast platform cannot be neglected. He will definitely take action in this event. Seeing Zhou Meng's words, Pashang felt both anticipation and anxiety. The anticipation comes from Menggu's promise to participate, while the anxiety stems from the uncertainty of whether Menggu would gift him. But compared to Pashang's inner turmoil, the viewers in the live broadcast room were filled with excitement. An emperor-level big brother promised to participate, at least that means hundreds of thousands, right? Moreover, judging by Menggu's spending power this morning in one event, spending around 300,000 to 400,000, they believed it. Alright, you all enjoy, I will log off first. Zhou Meng also did not stay in the live broadcast room for long. To wait for the real excitement, it has to wait until the afternoon. During this time, Zhou Meng planned to tidy up a bit. System claim rewards. Congratulations to the host for spending 900 yuan on the live broadcast platform, receiving a tenfold rebate of 900 yuan. Another 900 has been credited. Feels good. Yesterday, the 260,000 spent was less than 100,000, leaving more than 250,000. Adding this 900,000, his assets instantly surged to 340,000. I will first find a 5-star hotel to stay. After a couple of days, when I have enough money, I will directly buy a house. Looking around at the environment, Zhou Ming quietly decided. The current rental house is rather remote, and the room is quite small, less than 30 square meters. Even so, the monthly rent is around 4,000. Now that he has some money, buying a house is still a bit far off, but improving living conditions is not a problem. A 5-star hotel with the best suite costs only a few thousand for a night. Meanwhile, the little circle of Huxia live streaming is very lively. In the small group of Desheng. Sister Mu Ran, it's probably you again for the first place this time, right? Several seasoned second-tier streamers were sending messages in the group. Hahaha, don't. The guild may not give me many votes since this event is quite sudden, and the guild is not. Mu Ran replied with a smile, but her tone was filled with undeniable pride. She is indeed the top streamer of the Desheng guild, and an established first-tier streamer. Whether it's the fan base or the big spenders in her live stream room, there are plenty. Our guild is unprepared, but other guilds will surely be unprepared as well. Moreover, Sister Mu Ran, your live stream room usually has over 2,000 VIPs daily. Taking first place is a piece of cake for you. One of the second-tier streamers said enviously. Mu Ran is an all-around streamer, good at singing and dancing, and most importantly, her looks and figure are excellent. From the very beginning, she received full support from Desheng. Basically, every time there's an event, Mu Ran dominates first place with absolute superiority. Seeing the compliments in the group, Mu Ran happily closed the group chat. Looking at the man beside her playing with his phone, Mu Ran quickly lowered the neckline of her pajamas a bit and softly leaned over, shaking his arm. Brother Ao, you must help me win this event in May. Don't worry, it's just a small event. I happen to have some spare cash lately, so winning it for you is no problem. Brother Ao chuckled, pinched her a couple of times, and agreed without hesitation. However, you should know that all the money spent on events will be reclaimed by the guild. In Desheng guild, Brother Ao also has shares, and is indeed the second largest shareholder. And Mu Ran is the one he has personally supported. Due to being a second-generation rich kid, he typically wouldn't mind gifting a few popular gifts to streamers without expecting a rebate. But when it comes to events, the rules must be clear. For example, if he spends 10,000 apart from the 50% for the platform, which is 5,000, the remaining 5,000 must be refunded to him. The streamer does not take any commission. Don't worry, Brother Ao, I definitely know this. I've been doing this for several years. How can these rules be broken? Upon hearing Brother Ao's agreement, Mu Ran instantly beamed with joy. In the magical city, a single apartment. Orange, who was live streaming, felt a wave of disappointment as she watched Mangu exit the room of the streamer Pashang. Clearly she had donated to EE, just like Pashang, yet Mangu only entered Pashang's live stream. Moreover, to be fair, Pashang had only donated 1,000 yuan while she had given 6,000, and she was the first. Perhaps Mangu just didn't notice. After all, he hasn't started streaming yet. Orange sighed helplessly. In this day and age, for a streamer to stand out, it truly depends on luck. I streamed until now this morning, and I will be online again at 6 in the afternoon for an event. Everyone must come. Don't worry, streamer, it'll definitely be there in the evening. As soon as Orange spoke, hundreds of viewers in the live stream expressed their support. However, at that moment, Orange felt little desire for gratitude and quickly hit the end stream button. As a third-tier streamer, even if she had a few loyal fans, trying to break into the top 50 was akin to chasing a dream. She had talent as she could dance, and her looks and figure were top-notch. The only thing she lacked was a wealthy benefactor. But these days, how easy is it to find one? Not to mention an emperor-like benefactor. Even a monarch-like one was hard to come by in the past 2 years. Even if they appeared, they would only watch for a while before leaving, unable to stay. Unless she was willing to go offline and really flatter them. Although she's come to terms with it now and wouldn't insist on selling her skills without selling her body, if she were to flatter someone, it had to be an emperor-type benefactor. Faced with thousands of beautiful faces online, she truly felt helpless. The competition pressure was immense. Just like Orange, Qian Qian also followed Zhou Ming. When Zhou Ming entered Pashang's live stream, Qian Qian followed in as well. Seeing that Pashang received 18 treasure maps in just 2 hours made Qian Qian's eyes turn green with envy. This treatment was even comparable to her glorious days. Qian Qian glanced down at her phone, where several big brothers in the group were tagging her. Qian Qian, are you going to participate in this event? Forget it, big brother. In my current situation, I'm even worse than a third-tier streamer. Even if I participated, I wouldn't rank anywhere. Qian Qian shook her head helplessly. Previously, she had 4 to 5 big brothers. Now only these. And to be honest, these big brothers weren't particularly wealthy. She truly didn't want to let them spend more, especially since after gifting yesterday, she was left with only meal money. If she participated in the event, she might not even be able to afford food. What are you talking about? We can chip in. Let's not talk about it, or we can easily give you 10 or 20,000. Getting into the top 50 isn't a big deal. Yet Qian, what I admire about you is your tenacity. No matter how you were sidelined, I believe you will rise again one day. You have talent and ability. What you lack now is opportunity. Don't give up. Several of them spoke up. The big brothers who wanted to sleep with Qian had long left in the past few months. The remaining few genuinely believed in Qian's talent and stayed with an attitude of appreciation. Moreover, in these 5 months, Qian's unwavering spirit had indeed convinced them. Since they were already spending on the live streaming platform each month, they would allocate some funds to support Qian. Seeing everyone's encouragement warmed Qian's heart. No matter how sidelined she was with these big brothers around, she could still earn a few thousand each month and wouldn't starve. As long as she waited for her contract to expire, she would be able to choose a guild to join again, and everything would. What she needed to do now was to not let herself fade out of the streaming world entirely, while also getting the basic salary from Hawaii for free. After all, she had signed a contract as a top-tier streamer with a monthly base salary of 8,000. If Hawaii didn't pay her, she could sue them in no time. With that thought, Qian's fighting spirit was rekindled. Alright, I'm participating in this event. No matter what rank she achieved, she had to join. Meanwhile, EE was already called to the office of Beixia Guild by Sister Bebe. EE, starting today, your streaming time will be adjusted to 6 to 11 in the evening, and your salary will be raised 1 level with a base salary of 5,000. Is that okay? No problem. EE was taken aback, but quickly replied, feeling a bit surprised. Although she had just entered the streaming industry not long ago, she was aware of some rules in the field. She knew in her heart that Sister Bebe wanted to cultivate her. Regardless of whether her popularity could rise, a monthly salary of 5,000 was already decent. By the way, EE, have you added Ming guest contact information? Sister Bebe looked at EE with some anticipation. Beixia was just a small guild with total investments of only a few million, and there were few big brothers in the guild, the biggest being a monarch. If Mengge could really protect EE, then their guild would truly rise, and they could even take this opportunity to push EE to the top tier. That way they would have a pillar in Beixia. No, not yet. EE hesitated and shook her head. Since she sent her WeChat ID through private message yesterday afternoon, she had been waiting for the friend request. At first she could endure it, checking her phone every 10 minutes, but when there was still no news later, she found herself checking her phone every 1 or 2 minutes. But even until today, the friend request she imagined still hadn't arrived. EE couldn't help but find it funny. Moreover, she had been overthinking all night, even wondering if it was her fault that had upset the big brother. Alright, wait a bit longer. Mengge was still on the platform this morning. Maybe there are too many messages, and he didn't see yours. Tonight you can send him another message. Sister Bebe sighed and reminded her again. If she had been there from the beginning yesterday, it would have probably added Mengge's WeChat by now, and this situation wouldn't have occurred. After you start streaming tonight, the Monarch Big Brother from the guild will go to your live stream. I will also use a secondary account to go in and give you some gifts. In a day or two, I will give you more. If Mengge doesn't step in this time, I will try my best to ensure you stay in the top 30. Let's stabilize the audience from yesterday's popularity first. Okay, EE agreed. Although she wasn't fond of the guild's gifting model, there was no other way. The entire streaming industry operated this way. To rise in popularity, she could only work through this method. At 7 in the afternoon, Zhou Ming enjoyed a lavish meal at a 5-star hotel and then settled into the highest suite on the 88th floor. The entire floor had an area of 2,000 square meters, all belonging to this sky suite. On the balcony, there was an infinity pool suspended outside, allowing one to experience the ultimate thrill of swimming in the sky. Such a room could be considered one of the best suites in the magical city. The price for one night was 14,909 etanine, which is roughly 50,000. This life is comfortable. Holding a bottle of red wine just opened by the waiter, Zhou Ming gazed at the scenery of the magical city through the giant floor-to-ceiling window. This red wine was also a complimentary gift within the suite, included in the 50,000. At 7 in the evening, the setting sun dyed half the sky red, and from this height, it looked even more enchanting. Especially looking down at the bustling traffic and various tall buildings made one feel elated. Zhou Ming took out her phone and directly cast the live stream of Husha to the hotel's massive television screen. Opening the follow interface, I glanced at the streamers I had followed, and it seemed they were all live. No wonder everyone loves watching the events. The popularity is simply explosive. Ordinary streamers usually work 2 to 3 extra hours, but some ambitious ones stream for 7 to 8 hours, aiming for a total of 13 to 14 hours of live broadcasting. I took a look at EE, whom I had watched yesterday, and saw that she was also live. Today, EE was wearing a white pleated skirt exuding an ethereal vibe, and her voice was quite ethereal, as well, making her look very adorable. She was currently connecting with another streamer when she suddenly noticed a golden icon lighting up in the live room, startling her, and she immediately looked towards the VIP section. Sure enough, the ID of the first VIP had changed to Broken Dream. For some reason, EE suddenly felt a surge of joy in her heart. It had been over a day since Zhou Ming logged off yesterday. If Ming Ge hadn't logged in, it would have been fine, but he had clearly logged in this morning and sent quite a few messages in the broadcast room, yet he hadn't replied to her. To be honest, she had always been anxious, fearing that Ming Ge truly didn't care about such a small streamer like her and wouldn't come back again. Although she had never thought about making money from streaming, that thought had crossed her mind last night and had been stuck in her head, including when she started her stream today. Even though King Brother from the guild had already come to support her, her mind was still filled with Ming Ge's name. Good evening, Ming Ge. EE's fans in the live room, most of whom came because of Zhou Ming's gift yesterday, they all recognized Zhou Ming's ID, and as soon as he entered the live room's public screen lit up with a chorus of welcome messages. Good evening, Ming Ge. EE felt a bit anxious but hurriedly greeted him. Meanwhile, Bei Jie, who had been watching EE's live room from the guild office, almost jumped up in excitement. Ming Ge really came. Good evening, everyone. Zhou Ming replied. The feeling of being surrounded by thousands was indeed quite nice. Opening the gift panel, Zhou Ming clicked on the magic book section without hesitation. Emperor Broken Dream sent a magic book 1314. In an instant, EE's live room, along with the screen of the streamer she was competing against, was enveloped by gigantic effects. A beautiful witch in a pure white mop flew in from outside the screen holding a huge purple magic book. In the next moment, as the lovely cartoon character recited the spell, countless glowing purple magic books rained down from the sky. Wow, this looks amazing. Ming Ge is awesome. This should be the first appearance of the 1314 magic book combo, right? It looks so good. If someone gifts me this, I would marry him on the spot. The audience in the live room immediately cheered. Thank you, Ming Ge, thank you for the gift. EE quickly expressed her gratitude. Zhou Ming did not speak again and clicked once more. Emperor Broken Dream sent a magic book 13,142. The first set is for you, and the second set is for everyone to draw a midnight snack while checking the magic book effects. Zhou Ming typed with a smile. By the way, for the second set of magic books, let's not draw from the guild, just give the audience some benefits. Bei Jie, watching from the office, felt almost breathless at the sight of two sets of 1,314 magic books. This is truly a wealthy person. 1314 magic book costs over 13000. Two sets of magic books add up to 26000. And how long had it been since Ming Ge entered the live room? Not even 30 seconds. This spending power is simply terrifying. When Bei Jie saw Zhou Ming's second message, she immediately dashed out of the office and ran straight to EE's personal live room. The gifts are all sponsored by the Big Brother. Oh, what's wrong with making some requests? Without the Big Brother, she wouldn't be able to get this cut. She was very clear about this. She tapped on the transparent glass door, quickly took out her phone, and gestured to EE to check her phone. EE glanced at her phone and saw that the latest chat record with Bei Jie was just a short sentence. No problem, the guild will cover it. Upon seeing this message, EE immediately felt relieved. The gift worth 13440, if the commission from Husha is excluded, would still leave her with 50%, which is 65700. If the guild was unwilling to release this money or cover it, she would have no way to manage. After all, Husha pays salaries at the beginning of each month, and even if the guild doesn't take a cut, she wouldn't have that much cash to distribute. Thank you for Ming Ge's gift. As you said, let's go ahead and have a free lottery on TV, or just send a bullet screen to have a chance to win. EE simply operated it directly, inputting 65700 on the TV, then split it into 10 red envelopes, each containing 6570. In just a few minutes, the over 6000 had been divided among the viewers. Meanwhile, Bei Jie was busy registering the information to send prizes to the winning audience. Oh my god, thank you, Ming Ge, I got one. 6500, that's my salary for a month. Ming Ge is Jin. Thank you, Ming Ge. Thank you, Ming Ge. In the live room, countless thank you bullet screens instantly filled the chat. Although there were only 10 winners, those who didn't win kept spamming. Not winning was just bad luck, but in any case, Ming Ge was distributing benefits. A wave of gifts and a lottery instantly boosted EE's viewers from over 2,000 to 10,000. I wonder if you all noticed what Ming Ge said right after gifting. Ming Ge just said that he sent those two sets of gifts just to see the magic book effects. Is this the difference between humans and gods? Guangming Zhujian kept dropping bullet screens in the live room. As soon as these words came out, it instantly amused many people. No kidding, Ming Ge watching effects will definitely be hyped by the news host tomorrow. The #1 effect viewer. Just imagine if Ming Ge was riding on that cartoon witch's broom. Wow, are you a devil? I can pick. Sorry, I'd rather be that broom. The live room instantly fell into a sea of joy, and EE couldn't help but smile slightly. Ming Ge, can I sing a song for you? EE said after thinking for a while. The event had just started for an hour, and most of the big brothers hadn't started gifting yet. Zhou Ming's gifts amounting to over 2,000 had placed her at the top of the current leaderboard. Although not many viewers would check the leaderboard, the exposure from such a lively scene was still considerable. Moreover, since Zhou Ming had helped her so much, she hadn't truly showcased her talent to him from yesterday until now. "Can you sing the Cantonese song Emotional Bond?" Zhou Ming thought for a moment and said, "Sure, you can give it a try." He had seen Yi sing a song by Mai Xiaodou yesterday. Although that song leaned towards sweetness, he could still tell that Yi's vocal range was quite broad. "I know a bit." Hearing Zhou Ming mention the song, Yi's heart leaped. She had just learned this song recently and thought she could sing it quite well. Yi apologized to the streamer she was competing against, then exited the PK page and focused on finding the accompaniment. To be honest, the serious look of the streamer is really beautiful. That goes without saying. A female streamer chosen by Meng Ge can't be bad. Ha, enjoying the blessings alongside Meng Ge. Yi quickly found the accompaniment for Emotional Bond. This song has a soft tone, and the vocal line is rather mature. As soon as Yi started singing, many viewers in the live room shivered. Zhou Ming's eyes lit up suddenly. After Yi finished singing, he directly sent out another set of 1,314 magic books. While that's the third set, Meng Ge spent 4,000 in one live session. This morning Meng Ge gifted over 9,000. Combined, that's almost 5,000. It's terrifying. The audience in the live room gasped in amazement. "Thank you for Meng Ge's gift." Yi covered her mouth in shock. She truly couldn't imagine spending 4,000 in one live session. If he could spend that much on live streaming, how much money did Meng Ge have in reality? "No need to be polite. You keep streaming, and I'll keep gifting. There's no conflict," Zhou Ming said with a smile, and his mood was obviously very good. "Meng Ge, how about I invite another streamer to perform with me? She's a dance streamer," Yi suggested. After Orange gifted her yesterday, she had added Orange on social media and learned that she was a dance streamer. She was a singing streamer while Orange was a dance streamer who excelled at modern dance. Their combination would be perfect, and to be honest, just singing alone felt a bit dry. She had only become a streamer for a month and wasn't quite adept at managing the atmosphere in the live room. Having someone join her for a duet would make it much easier. "A dance streamer?" Zhou Ming paused, but quickly reacted. "Sure, you do your thing. If it's just a talent PK between streamers, it would definitely be very enjoyable." Zhou Ming certainly had no objections to that. Sister Bei was staring at the operation team, transferring money to the lucky audience. After seeing what Yi said, she instantly went blank. Connection? What a load of nonsense. Even if you want to make the big brother happier watching the live stream, this isn't the way to handle it. By connecting with other streamers, aren't you just giving big brother more options? What if big brother abandons you and goes to the other side instead? Sister Bei sighed helplessly. The words had already been spoken, and even if she wanted to stop it, it was probably too late. It seemed that after Yi's broadcast, she would have to put in some effort to help Yi catch up with this aspect of experience. Meanwhile, Juzi was also live streaming, but was clearly a bit distracted. While live streaming, she kept peeking at Yi's room, filled with envy. This is the benefit of having a big brother. However, the next moment when she heard Yi mention wanting to connect with her to perform talents together, Juzi was genuinely stunned. In her mind, Big Brother was currently enjoying himself in your live stream room. Even if he wasn't being selfish, at least he shouldn't connect with other guild members, right? But Yi actually invited her to connect. She had never even considered this point from the beginning. But in the next moment, Juzi became excited. She knew her opportunity was right in front of her. If she could seize this chance, she might really take off. After waiting for 2.5 years, she finally had a chance to shine in front of Big Brother. Yi, whether you truly want me to perform talents, or are just helping me, I will remember your kindness. Juzi excitedly stood up, quickly adjusting her clothing. Undeniably, she had approached Yi yesterday with a purpose. But from yesterday to today, whether it was their conversation or Yi's current actions, she was truly impressed. Just as Juzi finished adjusting her clothes, a connection request suddenly lit up at the top of the live stream room. Juzi almost instantly clicked to connect. When Juzi connected, almost all the viewers in the live stream room were stunned. Wow, this streamer is really beautiful, not any less than Yi. With beauty filters so high, who knows what's real? Don't be too gullible upstairs. She is indeed beautiful, and she might be a dancing streamer looking very elegant. I'm part of the D clan. Are you still watching One Piece? I watch it too. Luffy has become one of the 4 emperors. Oh my god, are they referring to the D clan in that context? You are too naive. Seeing the compliments and teasing in the comments, Juzi's eyes couldn't help but squint into a narrow slit with joy. Finally, someone recognized her beauty. How moving. Good evening, Dream Brother, and good evening to the viewers in Yi's live stream room. Juzi hurriedly greeted. As for saying more, she refrained. The opportunity Yi gave her was already precious. She couldn't openly poach viewers in Yi's live stream. Of course, regarding Big Brother, she still had to flatter him. If this wasn't filtered, she would definitely be a beauty. Zhou Ming also watched for a bit. It must be said that Juzi as a dancing streamer truly had an amazing figure. Moreover, she didn't look very old, probably just around 21 or 22, the prime of youth. Emperor Broken Dream sent a magic book 1314. Zhou Ming immediately jumped in, casting a barrage of magic books. Wow, thank you Dream Brother for the magic book donation. Juzi just saw the effect of the magic book light up, initially thinking it was from EE's side, but after a few seconds of stunned silence, she realized it was from her own live stream, and she became excited. Recalling those previous encounters with big brothers exhausting themselves performing talents, and then begging for gifts, they would only get a magic book or something. Now looking at Dream Brother, he sent over a huge sum of money right from the start. Is this the feeling of having a big brother? It's so tempting. It must be said that at this moment Juzi's eyes truly turned green. If the talent performance is good, there's more to come. Zhou Ming casually sent a comment, and then jumped back to EE's livestream. Seeing Zhou Ming's comment, Juzi felt a surge of motivation. Sister Juzi, you'll sing, and you dance, EE said with a smile. At this moment, the platform's super admin who was checking the rooms was also startled by the commotion here. After gaining a rough understanding of the situation, the super admin's mouth was already agape. In less than half an hour, 4 sets of 1,314 magic books were sent. This is already over 50,000. He remembered that Dream Brother had just spent over 20,000 on the platform yesterday. If you add the current spending, it might be close to 90,000. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, it seemed that as long as both streamers performed well, there could be more donations. Wouldn't that mean a guaranteed total consumption of over 100,000? The super admin didn't hesitate and quickly reported this news to the company's supervisor. In less than a minute, the project supervisor received the message. Within 5 minutes, Mr. Gu, who was monitoring the activity, also received the report. From yesterday until now, nearly 90,000 have been spent. Mr. Gu's face was filled with he remembered just that morning telling the project supervisor that if Broken Dream's spending reached 50,000, he would assign a dedicated account manager. At that time, he thought it would take at least a week or two to spend 50,000. Mr. Gu immediately realized that this could be a true wealthy big brother. Immediately send someone to contact the person in charge of the Beixia Guild. If Dream Brother isn't a guild account, then he is definitely a big client. Mr. Gu hesitated for a moment, preliminarily assessed that the spending power of Broken Dream is probably around 1.5 million to 3 million per month. Recorded at this level first. Mr. Gu, this Dream Brother has spent over 90,000 in just 2 days. Is it a bit too? The project manager reminded from the side. It's not low. You have to understand that today is just the first day of the event going live. Plus Dream Brother just came to Tiger Shark, so he definitely wants to showcase his strength. Today's spending is likely impulsive. This is a small psychological insight. If there were that many million level spending big brothers, our platform wouldn't be in such a tough position. Mr. Gu waved his hand. Just register it this way for now and have the account manager contact Dream Brother. If we find out that his spending power can increase in the future, we can upgrade his level then. Alright. The project manager was immediately persuaded and nodded approvingly. No wonder Mr. Gu is respected. He is far better at understanding people. How did he not think that Dream Brother might be engaging in impulsive spending? The difference, this is the difference. Meanwhile, in the livestream room, he was collaborating wholeheartedly with Juzi. Thousands of viewers in the livestream room were also flooding the chat with 666 and awesome comments. Even Zhou Ming didn't expect that the collaboration of the two would have a synergy effect. After watching until around 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Ming indeed felt a bit tired. EE was doing fine, only her throat was a bit sore from drinking water, but for Juzi, dancing was indeed a physical activity, and after an hour and a half of continuous jumping, she was already sweating profusely. The Emperor's Shattered Dream sent out a magic book. Zhou Ming did not hesitate and directly sent a set of magic book gifts in both live streams. The two expressed their gratitude repeatedly, especially Juzi, who was overjoyed. That's it for today. I'm getting off now, Zhou Ming yawned. Since EE started broadcasting, Zhou Ming had sent a total of 6 sets of magic books. Today they also enjoyed the thrill alongside Zhou Ming. Good night, Ming Go. The live chat began flooding with messages wishing good night. Sister Bebe, who had been observing the situation outside, quickly reminded EE not to forget to add Ming Go as a friend. EE hurriedly opened the backend and sent Zhou Ming a message. Just as Zhou Ming was about to exit the live stream and go out to grab a bite, he saw 2 little red dots. For someone with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, not a single little red dot can be allowed. Zhou Ming was taken aback. He first saw EE's message. He clicked to check and saw EE's WeChat ID and phone number from yesterday, along with a message asking to add her personal contact. The message from yesterday was likely marked as read when he switched phones this morning. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming copied EE's WeChat ID and clicked to add. It was impossible for Zhou Ming not to have any thoughts about such a beautiful girl. The second message was from Juzi, which was a bit intriguing. Brother, can you help me get a ranking in this event? Zhou Ming clicked his tongue. He had just sent 2 sets of gifts totaling over 200,000, as surely getting into the top 10 was not an it. But Juzi's request was quite clear. She wanted to be in the top 3. This woman has quite an appetite. Even though Zhou Ming usually didn't pay much attention to events, he knew how fierce the competition for the top 3 spots in a star show channel could be. Even for a small event, the first place usually required at least $1 million. The second place would cost around 7 to 80,000. The third place would barely make it at 50,000. Juzi must know how much it takes. Since Juzi was aware and still made such a request, her intentions were clear. Zhou Ming smiled faintly. As a beautiful woman, he certainly wouldn't mind her approaching him. In this day and age, what man would dislike beautiful women? Therefore, Zhou Ming hesitated only slightly before picking up his phone to reply. How about the 50th place? Less than 5 seconds after sending the message, his phone chimed. Juzi had replied. Minggu, I want to be in the top 3. I'm in Modu, where are you? I can take a flight to find you and spend a few days together. After swimming in the pool for a while, Zhou Ming went to the bathroom to take a shower. It was already the end of May and the weather was gradually getting hotter. After her shower, Zhou Ming did not turn on the air conditioning. Instead, she simply wrapped herself in a bathrobe and stepped out. She picked up her phone to take a look and found that there was an unread message from the Tiger Shark backstage that she hadn't logged out. Upon opening it, she saw a message from a customer service representative on the Tiger Shark platform named Xiao Bai Ling, indicating that she would be her dedicated customer service representative from now on. Any requests could be sent directly to her, and there were notes with phone numbers and contact information for her on various platforms. Tiger Shark service is quite thoughtful, Zhou Ming thought. She didn't mind this service, but she didn't add any of Xiao Bai Ling's other contact details. She simply followed Xiao Bai Ling's Tiger Shark account. Lying on the big bed watching TV, Zhou Ming felt a slight heat rising in his heart. Although he had dated before, he was not inexperienced in this area. But the thought of a female streamer possibly arriving soon gave Zhou Ming a strangely wonderful feeling. For him, this was also a novel experience. On the other side, Juzi changed into a sexy outfit and specially wore a pair of Valentino high heels she had kept for a long time. Her long black hair spilled over her spaghetti strap top, with a few strands falling delicately on her neck, further accentuating Juzi's alluring face. Taking a deep breath, Juzi took out her phone to search for the location of the Sky Hotel on Baidu. 5-star. 6,000 meters away. Juzi was taken aback. She had imagined it was a 5-star hotel, but she hadn't expected it to be 6,000 meters away. At that distance, a taxi would only take about 20 minutes. Without hesitation, Juzi went out and hailed a taxi. 20 minutes later, she was standing outside the Sky Hotel. Hello ma'am, are you here for accommodation? Seeing Juzi walk into the hotel, the doorman quickly approached with a smile. Besides him, over a dozen service staff stood nearby, all slightly bowing to welcome her. Juzi's attire, figure, and beauty undoubtedly conveyed to them that she was a high-class beauty. I'm looking for someone. Mr. Zhou Ming said he is staying on the 88th floor. Juzi was momentarily stunned by the grand reception. Was it really necessary to have so many people bowing just for her to enter? She had been to 5-star hotels before, but why did this one feel particularly upscale? She wondered how much it would cost to stay here for a night. Mr. Zhou Ming on the 88th floor. All right, ma'am, please follow me. I'll help you check the information. The doorman nodded and took Juzi to the front desk. After confirming the information, they called Zhou Ming. Yes, let her come up, Zhou Ming said, surprised. He hadn't expected Juzi to arrive so quickly. He had been thinking she might not come, or if she did, it would be 2 or 3 hours later. Hello, ma'am, this elevator goes directly to the 88th floor. This was the ultra-luxurious top-floor suite in the hotel, equipped with a private elevator. The front desk smiled and led Juzi to an elevator before respectfully stepping back. Seeing the lavish entrance of the elevator, Juzi realized she had no way out. The elevator moved quickly, and as the numbers on the screen approached 88, Juzi's heart began to race, with increasing anxiety. She did not know whether the person she was about to meet, Brother Ming, was a young man, a middle-aged man, or even an old man. At just 21 years old, although she had chosen this path, she still hoped her counterpart would be relatively young, preferably not over 50. As for looks, she had given up on that. Even if he were a 300-pound fat man, as long as he was young. With a ding, the elevator came to a smooth stop. The doors opened, revealing a straight corridor. The suite's door was slightly ajar. Juzi knew this door had been left open for her. Checking her outfit, she lightly bit her lip, and stepping in her Valentino heels, slowly pulled open the suite door. With a soft click of the door closing, Zhou Ming immediately saw Juzi, the third-tier female streamer from Tiger Shark. To be honest, Zhou Ming was somewhat surprised. He had already laid out his expectations. If Juzi dared to come, she must not have overly relied on beauty filters. Yet Zhou Ming had not anticipated that Juzi's appearance would leave him so amazed. Looking at her now, she was entirely the same person as in the live stream. with the same enchanting face, alluring figure, and that signatured cup size. Moreover, unlike over an hour ago in the live stream, Juzi, now dressed in sexy attire and stockings, looked even more seductive. After all, there were certain things that could not be shown in the live stream, but in reality they could. Zhou couldn't help. Juzi, who had just entered the door, was also overwhelmed with astonishment. What shocked her first was the size and decor of this suite. Typically, hotel rooms are around 15 square meters, larger ones might extend to 25 square meters. Even suites around 40 square meters are considered large. But the suite before her was at least 2,000 square meters. To know the office of her guild, which accommodates 70 to 80 streamers, is only a little over 1,000 square meters. And the decor, all gold trims with various pieces of furniture and lighting she had never seen before, looking exceptionally luxurious. Outside, there was even an infinity pool being filled, making a soft sound of flowing water. As for those gold trims, she couldn't tell if they were real gold or gold-plated, but without a doubt, they were very expensive. The second thing that completely stunned her was Zhou, who was lazily lounging on the bed, wearing only a bath towel and playing with his phone. In her imagination, Brother Meng would at least be a middle-aged man over 40 and most likely of a rather plump. After all, it was rare to find a young man with such financial means. But the man half reclining on the bed was young, handsome, and from this angle his well-maintained physique was evident. In an instant, Juzi's heart began to race wildly. This was truly a delightful surprise. In an instant, Juzi's reluctance transformed into 1,000 agreements. So surprised was she that she momentarily stood frozen in place. It was Zhou who spoke first from within. "What are you standing there for? Come over here." He patted the edge of the bed. "Oh, okay, dream brother." Hearing Zhou voice, Juzi snapped back to reality and hurriedly walked to Zhou side, sitting along the edge of the bed. She felt Zhou aura up close, and for a moment her breathing became noticeably heavier. "What's your name?" Zhou scrutinized Juzi from head to toe. Just as she appeared from afar, this woman exuded nothing but sensuality. Her skin was fair, her charming face adorned with a hint of blush, and a small lock of black hair fell forward, while the rest cascaded down her flawless back. In that instant, Zhou defined Juzi a stunning beauty. "Dream brother, my name is Lin Qingxue. I just graduated from the art academy." Lin Qingxue felt somewhat out of place in the current atmosphere, but still honestly answered Zhou question. She had started in the live streaming industry while still in school. After graduation, she also interviewed for acting roles, but the entertainment industry was too dark. Within just half a month, she was dissuaded by its hidden rules. The live streaming industry was much better than the entertainment industry. To make a name for oneself in live streaming, there were at most 1 or 2 big brothers. However, in the entertainment industry, it took 10 or 8 to stand out. As evidence, just look at how many of those who successfully debuted have gynecological issues. Lin Qingxue. Zhou silently repeated the name in his heart. Truth be told, this name sounded delightful. "It's already 11 at night. Let's prepare to rest, shall we?" Zhou smiled as he pulled Lin Qingxue into his embrace. Lin Qingxue's body stiffened momentarily, but quickly forced herself to relax. Hearing Zhou words, her cheeks flushed as she responded with a soft, almost inaudible Lin Qingxue took the initiative to rest her hands on her shoulder straps. Seeing the straps slide down, Zhou gaze instinctively widened, and he reached out to silently turn off the room's lights. The following part is charged at 300 million. The next morning, Zhou slept in until, looking at Lin Qingxue, who was still asleep beside him due to exhaustion, Zhou couldn't help but chuckle. He truly hadn't expected Lin Qingxue to be a novice. But it was understandable. If Lin Qingxue had engaged in such activities before, how could she still be a third-tier streamer? She was probably not even second-tier yet, right? Before long, Lin Qingxue woke up. As soon as she did, she saw Zhou curiously examining her figure, causing her face to instantly flush bright red. "Dream brother." Lin Qingxue quickly pulled the blanket up, burying herself inside it. "All right, come out. I've asked the attendant to bring a robe for you to try on later." Zhou laughed heartily, standing up first to order some food. After a night of physical labor, he was already starved. Lin Qingxue also noticed the women's robe placed aside, blushing as she slowly put it on before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. But within 2 minutes, Lin Qingxue's startled voice echoed from the bathroom. "Oh, a full set of Estee Lauder skincare products. Wow, and a Chanel perfume set. They even have Givenchy lipstick." Hearing the sounds coming from the bathroom, Zhou felt helpless. These items were all complimentary gifts from the top suite of the 5-star hotel. Of course, not all of them were large bottles, but there were at least a third of the normal bottle size. Roughly estimating, all these cosmetics would easily be worth over 10,000. In fact, if one had the money, the value for money of staying in a top suite was quite high. "Those are all free. If you like them, you can keep them." "Really, dream brother? Can I keep all of these?" Upon hearing Zhou words, Lin Qingxue rushed out, cradling a bottle of skincare product, her face filled with delight. "You can keep them." "Oh, I need them." Zhou shrugged. By the way, do you have any dietary restrictions? Nundra. Upon hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Qingxue suddenly jumped up in joy and cheered, wanting to rush to Zhou Meng's side. But the next moment, she suddenly remembered Zhou Meng's identity and awkwardly smiled, stopping in her tracks. Due to wearing the robe, Zhou Meng's eyelids twitched. This girl, does she not realize how good her figure is? She doesn't seem to consider herself a woman. Zhou Meng, who was about to order food, immediately changed his mind. Little girl, provoking others sometimes comes with a price, you know. Zhou Meng pulled Lin Qingxue into his embrace, giving her a playful brush on the nose, and then while her face was flushed, he directly walked toward the massive floor-to-ceiling window. One must say, standing on the 88th floor and observing the myriad of lives below indeed gives one a feeling of being at the peak, looking down at all the mountains. After lunch, Zhou Meng had no plans to go out, but instead became cozy in the room. To be honest, this was Zhou Meng's first experience with an exceptional girl. Compared to the previous ordinary girls and those met at the club, there was simply no comparison. Lin Qingxue was also quite happy today. Though she had lost her virginity, Zhou Meng treated her quite well. Unlike the various bad habits of wealthy individuals, fiery tempers, and rough actions, Zhou Meng had none of those traits. Though his words were equally domineering. But as a wealthy big brother, shouldn't he speak with authority? Especially considering Zhou Meng wasn't very old and looked great. Lin Qingxue found herself completely with such a wonderful big brother. What more could she want? Until the morning of the 30th. Qingxue, what rank do you want to achieve in this event? Zhou Meng lay comfortably on the bed, while Lin Qingxue cautiously served him by the side. Dream brother, I'd be content with a top 3 ranking. Lin Qingxue's lips curled into a slight smile. A recommendation for 3rd place was also quite good. Achieving that position could push her from a 3rd-tier streamer to a 2nd-tier one. Based on Zhou Meng's displayed strength over the past 2 days combined with her current ranking, she merely needed to boost her scores slightly. 3rd place. Don't you want 1st? Zhou Meng asked, somewhat surprised. Huh. But dream brother, for 1st or 2nd place, aren't you supposed to give it to Yi? Lin Qingxue was taken aback, then quickly replied. It was well known throughout the Xingqiu channel that Zhou Meng was Yi's #1 big brother. If people didn't catch on during the withdrawal battle on the 27th, they certainly understood during the event PK on the evening of the 28th. Zhou Meng had directly sent 4 sets of 1,314 magical books in Yi's livestream. One set cost over 130,000, and 4 sets amounted to over 5,000. It could be said that as the event had only just begun, Yi was practically guaranteed a top 3 finish. Her mention of wanting 3rd place was essentially indicative of that. Yi had given her this opportunity. Although she had climbed aboard the big brother's train, she was not the kind to bite the hand that fed her and would never snatch Yi's ranking. Did I ever say I would give Yi a ranking? Zhou Meng chuckled at Lin Qingxue's explanation. Had he ever mentioned such a thing on the live streaming platform? Moreover, he had not just sent gifts in Yi's live stream, but had sent the most there. Lin Qingxue was really a bit confused now. Did Zhou Meng mean to say he wasn't Yi's guardian big brother? If he wasn't her guardian big brother, but still spent so much, opening the Emperor set and spending over 5,000, adding it all up, he had sent nearly 9,000 in Yi's live stream. Originally, she thought that Yi and Dream Brother must have been together before she came, but now it seemed they had. Not having been together yet spending so much, was that too extravagant? Alright, since my woman is participating in this event, it must be 1st place. Zhou Meng didn't elaborate further. With a wave of his hand, he established the rule. In Yi's livestream, it was just for fun whether to send a lot or a little depended on his mood. After all, Yi had no real connection with him. Sending gifts was a matter of goodwill, not sending was merely his obligation. If Yi couldn't understand this, then she wasn't worth Zhou Meng's gift. Hearing Zhou Meng's grand words, Lin Qingxue's breath began to grow heavier. Was this the charm of the Emperor Big Brother? To start off by claiming 1st place. In that moment, Lin Qingxue felt an overwhelming sense of security swelling within her. After staying at the hotel until noon, Lin Qingxue went back to prepare for the evening's event. Before leaving, Zhou Meng stuffed various cosmetics into Lin Qingxue's hands. Lin Qingxue struggled slightly to hold the bag with both hands, yet her face was filled with a blissful expression. The cosmetics combined were enough for her to use for almost half a year worth, at least 30,000 yuan. Meng Guo is truly generous. Meanwhile, the Sheng Guild's Demu was live streaming. As a news anchor, he did not participate in this event. Even the top member of the guild did not take part in this event. It wasn't that the guild was unwilling to support them, but the rewards for 2nd and 3rd place were not particularly enticing for these well-known 1st-tier streamers. Even if one were to take 1st place, the other rankings held little significance for them. And with the goal of only aiming for 1st place, they had to contend with the guild's #1 Mu Ran. After all, female streamers are the most favored on the platform. However, the bullet screen in the live stream was filled with doubts. Didn't Mu Ran say she would definitely take 1st place? Why is she only at 20,000 now, while that new streamer is almost at 600,000. Exactly. Mengu already donated so much on the first night of the event, not only to but also to Juzi. Now they are in first and second place. What does our Dasheng count as the #1 guild? In the live stream, the fans were extremely agitated. They play on the Dasheng side because of its strong power. Flying the Dasheng banner allows them to show off. Many people had eaten instant noodles for several meals just to support Mu Ran a little for this event. But the event was nearing its 2-day mark, and with the deadline for tonight approaching, Mu Ran had barely made it to third. Moreover, this third place had nearly a 400,000 gap from the first. They had always been the ones pushing for first place. When did the situation reverse? When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Damu looked at the heated bullet screen and felt a wave of frustration. He didn't understand what Mu Ran was doing. Clearly, at the beginning of the event, it was stated that Ao Gu would participate and the guild's royal team would also. But yesterday, there were only 5 or 6 royals in Mu Ran's live stream. Neither the royal team nor Ao. This led to Mu Ran not making much of an impact on the leaderboard today, and with no other top streamers broadcasting at noon, all the pressure fell on him. Damn it, can someone tell me what's going on? Do these stupid fans really have brains? Damu cursed inwardly. Their Dasheng fans were naturally united, but with unity came the lack of reason. Usually this was their weapon for offense, but today it had completely turned into pressure. This was a significant gap on the leaderboard. Everyone don't panic. I heard from a few big brothers yesterday that Ao Gu got held up with something, that's why he hasn't returned yet. If Ao Gu were here, wouldn't the leaderboard be easily taken? Damu laughed heartily and began to explain. But if Ao Gu doesn't come back tonight, does that mean we can only settle for third place? The fans in the live stream, however, were not buying Damu's explanation at all. They believed in Ao Gu's strength, but he didn't always intervene in every event. Even if Ao Gu isn't here, we still have the royal team. There are at least 60 to 70 big brothers in the royal team, which should be enough to prop up the leaderboard. Damu secretly noted down the ID of the fan who had just argued with him, but he kept explaining endlessly. He knew very well that the fans in their guild were all like powder kegs. During ranking periods, they could indeed donate. An ordinary swordsman would dare to donate 300 to 400 yuan during rankings. Their loyalty to the guild was unquestionable. But correspondingly, these people could not tolerate any form of failure. If it were a normal PK, it would be fine. These fans could still go to the other side and hurl insults. But if they couldn't achieve a satisfactory result in such a serious event, their own streamer would definitely be exposed online. Faced with the increasing number of bullet screens, Damu felt he was running out of explanations. But the next moment, a brilliant emperor icon suddenly lit up in the center of the live stream. Damu's eyes brightened instantly, and his heart couldn't help but surge with excitement. Ao Gu has arrived. Welcome, Ao Gu. Damu shouted loudly, quickly opening his mouth to welcome him. To him, Ao Gu was nothing less than a savior. Emperor Ao Ran sent out treasure map 1. Emperor Ao Ran sent out treasure map 2. Emperor Ao Ran sent out treasure map 10. As soon as he entered the live stream, Ao Ran immediately sent out 10 treasure maps. Damu instantly became excited. This was not a gift given during a guild PK, these ordinary gifts were ones he could share in. Thanks to Ao Gu for the 10 treasure maps. Ao Gu is so generous. The fans in the live stream were also delighted upon seeing Ao Ran's gift effects. The reason why their frustration was so high today was that they lacked a backbone. Most people had spent all their spare money, yet they still only secured third place. They felt aggrieved. But now, as soon as Ao Gu appeared and sent out 10 treasure maps, it instantly calmed their hearts, and their fingers that had been typing angrily on the bullet screen also stopped. I saw you guys arguing here early this morning. I had some matters with the real company in the past couple of days, and I just got back today. Ao Ran laughed heartily and typed a message in the bullet screen. See, I told you Ao Gu had something going on. Now everyone can rest easy. With Ao Gu back, how could this event go wrong? Damu quickly replied, his face nearly blooming with joy. As 10 treasure maps were sent out, the popularity of Damu's live stream began to gather. From around 10,000 at the start, it gradually climbed to over 30,000. Seeing that the numbers were about right, Ao Ran spoke up again. I want to announce that for this event, I personally prepared 1 million yuan in cash to support Mu Ran, and the royal team will also have 50 big brothers joining in tonight. I don't care who is currently in first place. By tonight, first place will definitely be ours, Mu Ran. To be honest, 1 or 2 million wasn't much to him, but due to the urgency of this event, and being at the end of the month, he really had very little money on hand. Yet even so, upon seeing Ao Ran's bullet screen, the fans in the live stream went into an uproar. 1 million cash. Wow, as expected of Ao Gu, he just throws out 1 million. Moreover, with 50 big brothers from the royal team joining in, even if one royal brother donates 7 or 8,000, that's still quite a lot. Their back, our Dasheng's big brother team, has finally returned. Ao Gu is awesome. In an instant, the sense of honor lost in the past 2 days had mostly returned. A smile involuntarily crept across Ao Ran's lips. This event indeed came a bit suddenly, and he hadn't prepared much funding from the start. The reason he hadn't shown up these past 2 days was that he was preparing the money. Plus the reward for first place this time was quite good, the guild had discussed, and decided to secure it. Although there was now a Mengu, he didn't think this Mengu was capable of much. What if one live stream could bring in 8 or 90,000? He had once donated 2 million in a single live stream. Donating a bit more occasionally didn't mean that the spending power was genuinely that strong. But go, what if 1 million isn't enough? You have to know that the other side will definitely counter tonight. Suddenly, amidst numerous flattering bullet screens, a questioning one popped up. Seeing this message, Ran wasn't angry but smiled and explained, "Let me give you a little background in advance. Each of our 50 Royal Team Big Brothers has prepared 20,000 yuan plus the 1 million in cash I have, that's 2 million. It's just a small event and no one actually thinks we can't secure 2 million, right? Of course, if someone truly donates over 2 million, we would just let that first place go." Laughed heartily. As soon as these 2 bullet screens were sent out, the live stream bullet screen exploded. Wow, have the Royal Big Brothers gone crazy? Each one with 20,000. That's settled then. 2 million is definitely secure. Is only at 600,000 now, will easily surpass 2 million. To be safe, I'll add a bit more money tonight to help support another plane. Seeing guess explanation, the live stream was suddenly filled with festive cheer, as if it were the new year. If it were a mid-year event in June, 2 million wouldn't be much. But for an event where first place usually only gets around 1 million, 2 million could be described as a phenomenal crushing victory. In an instant, everyone had no more doubts, all looking forward to the final ranking battle tonight. Go is amazing. In the live stream, it was uncertain who initiated it, but someone typed out a line. Soon the entire live stream was flooding with the bullet screen praising Go. Seeing the screen full of compliments, Ran couldn't help but smile even more joyfully. This was his strength. Seeing the guild fans settled down, Ran didn't linger much longer. He quickly exited the live stream, keeping his contributions discreet. On the other side, Pashang was also live streaming with great effort. Although he hadn't received many gifts in the past 2 days, Pashang's mood was clearly quite good. The 18 treasure maps that Mengu had previously sent him were enough for him to eat for a month or 2. This time, he was just participating for fun. It would be best to place, but if not, that was fine too. Brothers, I don't know if Mengu will donate again for this event. If Mengu decides to donate tonight, it might have a real chance to compete for first place. Pashang cheerfully analyzed the situation for the audience in the live stream. Streamer Gu just went to Mu's side and said he prepared 2 million for Mu Ran. The audience in the live stream sent bullet screens to inform. Pashang's expression froze. 2 million for a small event. Goodness, if that's the case, then first place is likely a sure win. To be honest, with 2 million in funding, even in some large events one could secure a decent rank. But one must understand that in large events the top few rankings usually have recommended slots for cover images, and this time's recommendation cannot compare. Initially based on Pashang's expectations, the star show activity this time would probably have its maximum leaderboard just over 1 million. But now with Desheng making such a big deal out of it, there was no need for others to compete. Even now, with EE's leaderboard at 600,000 to bridge the 2 million gap, at least 140,000 more would be needed. And Muran's leaderboard still had tens of thousands to add. Even if Mengu were rich enough, he wouldn't likely invest close to 2 million in such a small event. Pashang shook his head. He had hoped EE might have a chance to win, but it seemed there was no hope now. Indeed, in the live streaming platform, the strongest dominance belonged to Desheng. Even the visitors who had seen Zhou Ming donate gifts in the past 2 days were not optimistic. Mengu only donated a bit the day before yesterday and didn't intervene yesterday. Is it because he has insider information from Desheng and has given up? Yeah, if there wasn't any other competition, EE's 600,000 should have had a chance at second place. To take first place would need to donate 170 to 80,000 more, so it's safer to settle for second place. The visitors in Pashang's live stream were also expressing their opinions. In their view, the recommendation for second place was only a third of that for first place, but to take first place, this time the donations required were extraordinary. If they were to really donate that much, it wouldn't be worth it. It would be better to securely take second place. Just as Pashang was about to respond, the live stream suddenly lit up with the exclusive effect of an emperor entering. Mengu, is that you? Pashang was taken aback. Wasn't it just analyzed that Mengu might not log in today? However, Pashang quickly opened his mouth to welcome him as Zhou Ming entered, and the audience in the live stream perked up immediately. Mengu, will you donate for today's event? Mengu, do you plan to help EE get first place? Mengu. Zhou Ming was taken aback as soon as he entered the live stream, seeing a series of questions on him. From the night before to today, he had been having too much fun with Juzi at the hotel and hadn't watched the live streaming platform at all. Looking at the audience's questions, Zhou Ming was momentarily at a loss. It seemed that Pashang noticed Zhou Ming's confusion and hastily explained what Ao Gu had announced in Demused. Oh, I see. Zhou Ming chuckled. He thought it was something important, but it was just 2 million. His 10 billion in the account hadn't been touched much. As Zhou Ming spoke, the live broadcast room erupted. What does this mean? Is Menggu really going to take on dashing? That's 2 million Menggu. Can you be a bit more cautious? I'm scared. Although I know Menggu is very strong, I still want to say Ao Gu on the other side is quite formidable too. Even Pashang couldn't help but speak up. Menggu taking first place this time won't be easy. I see that Ao Gu over there is very determined to secure the top spot. Menggu had just arrived at Tiger Shark and he might not know the strength of dashing. On dashing's side, the Emperor Group has a total of 6 members, and their spending power is not low, with each person's expenditure exceeding 500,000. The entire guild's Monarch Group has nearly 100 members with about 60 to 70 active members, generally spending between 10,000 to 20,000 each month, and a few capable of spending 50 to 60,000 or even around 100,000. The Duke Group has even more people. Going head-to-head with such a large guild, the probability of winning is nearly zero. Seeing the disbelief in the live broadcast room, Zhou Ming simply smiled and remained unperturbed. If it were a few days ago, he definitely wouldn't have believed it either. A person without any guild backing spending millions on a live broadcast platform just to support a streamer, has he gone mad, or has the world gone mad? But for him now, it doesn't matter if only Ao Gu from the Emperor Group and some monarchs are involved. Even if all the big brothers from dashing join in, he would still dare to guarantee that he could withstand it. As for provoking the big brothers from dashing, Zhou Ming couldn't care less. He watched the live stream primarily for enjoyment, casually gifting some presents and earning some real-life returns. The more he spends, the more real-life returns he gets. For him, it's all benefits. No matter how strong a guild is, what can they do to a consumer like him? Can they stop him from enjoying live streaming? Zhou Ming didn't say more, but proved his strength with gifts. Emperor Broken Dream sent out Treasure Map 1. Emperor Broken Dream sent out Treasure Map 2. Emperor Broken Dream sent out Treasure Map 3. Emperor Broken Dream sent out Treasure Map 20. Pashang's words of advice, which had just reached his lips, were swallowed back, and his expression suddenly turned into one of adoration. Thank you, big brother. Thanks to the big brother for the 20 sets of treasure maps. Pashang stood up excitedly, widening his mouth and bowing repeatedly. Counting the tips from the previous days, Menggu had already gifted 38 treasure maps in his live broadcast room. At 5,000 each, that's 190,000. After deducting the share for Tiger Shark and the guild, he still had nearly 40,000 left. Moreover, the key point is that Menggu gifted so much without making any demands. For him, this was truly closer than even a biological brother. Now can I win? Zhou Ming joked with a smile. Of course you'll win. This time the first place in Tiger Shark Star Showcase must be taken by my Menggu. Pashang thumped his chest, looking certain about it. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh loudly. Honestly, Pashang looks like a monkey right now. It's hilarious. Just a minute ago, he was frowning, preparing to give Menggu a heartfelt talk, but a moment later, he performed a Sichuan opera face-changing act for everyone. If a big brother gifted me this much, I wouldn't mind being a monkey. Even a sow would be fine. Damn, that's a bit too. Ming guessed generous gifting was essentially conveying an attitude, and the audience understood what Zhou Ming. Since the big brother isn't worried, why should the viewers concern themselves? They might as well cheer for the big brother like Pashang, that's more reliable. Alright, with these gifts, you should secure a spot in the top 50. I'm logging off now. Zhou Ming was also amused by Pashang. He came to Pashang's live broadcast room this morning because he remembered he had mentioned wanting to participate in the event a few days ago. And Pashang is indeed quite an interesting person. Thank you, Menggu. Pashang, hearing Zhou Ming's words, immediately expressed a series of thanks. With that 100,000 in the rankings, not to mention the top 50, even the top 10 was within reach. Zhou Ming logged off, and sure enough, the system credited the 1 million he had just spent. It's time to look at houses. He looked at the balance of 2,200,000 and couldn't help but stroke his chin. He personally preferred tranquility and didn't plan to buy a villa in the city center of Magic City, but rather in the outer ring area. Magic City has 4 rings: the inner ring, middle ring, outer ring, and suburban ring. Compared to the suburbs, the outer ring is more convenient for travel and living, and it's not as noisy as the inner and middle rings. Currently, the price of well-decorated villas in the outer ring of Magic City is around 60 to 70,000 per square meter. This means that if he buys a villa of about 500 square meters, it would cost around 30 to 35 million. To be safe, he might need to prepare a bit more, about 40 million. Therefore, tonight, he needs to spend at least 280,000. If you were a salaried worker, even with a monthly salary of 50,000, you could never afford a suite in your lifetime, could you? Looking at the property information displayed on his phone, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. He didn't know who gave him the courage to stay in Magic City alone after graduation. Girls stay here to catch rich men, A successful one can turn their luck around, but what about ordinary men like him? Even if he did catch one, Zhou Ming prided himself on not being able to withstand such a test. After tonight's event, it should be almost done. Tomorrow I'll go out to look at houses. Zhou Ming sat up and stretched lazily. Life had been incredibly pleasant since getting the system in the past few days. Especially when the orange accompanied him a couple of days ago, it nearly made him forget himself. He weighed himself on the scale equipped in the room. Damn, I've gained 1.5 pounds. Zhou Ming cursed under his breath. It's only been 3 or 4 days, right? And I even did physical labor 3 or 4 times in the past 2 days. Given this situation after the event, he would have to call the orange over for some serious exercise. At 10 o'clock in the evening, only 2 hours remained until the event's deadline. Star Showcase Channel. The top performers from various guilds almost all synchronized their broadcasts today, leaving all the traffic to their guild's female streamers. Among the viewers, especially those watching the Star Showcase, there are more men. Food and sex are human instincts, so naturally most men prefer to watch beautiful women. Thus in various guilds the status of female streamers is inherently much higher. In Dashing's broadcast room, Mu Ran was smiling as she replied to the barrage of comments. The fan engagement in the live broadcast room was also very high, with various comments flooding in. Did Aogu say he and the Monarch group would come tonight? Is that true? Did Aogu really prepare 2 million today? Mu Ran pulled down the purple tank top she wore today, revealing 2 eye-catching but not overly revealing patches of fair skin, and smiled as she spoke. Aogu just replied to me. He has indeed been busy with company matters these days, but is on his way back, expected to go live by 10:30. As for the 2 million that Aogu mentioned earlier, it is not solely prepared by him. The big brothers from the Monarch group will also contribute. But this morning it seems like Menggu also made a statement saying he wants to take first place this time. In the live broadcast room, many viewers started to comment again. Although Menggu had only just arrived at Tiger Shark for a few days, his strength was evident. Over these days he had spent at least over 1 million. Upon seeing this comment, Mu Ran's smile became even more charming. Because Menggu announced this just after noon, and nearly 10 hours had passed since then, if she said she didn't know, that would definitely be a lie. In fact, she not only knew, but also took it very seriously. As soon as she learned about it, she informed Aogu immediately. After knowing about this, Aogu specifically increased the baseline for this event by an additional 1 million. As long as Menggu's total ranking really exceeds 2 million, Aogu will immediately continue to recharge. This means that tonight's baseline for gifts is 3 million. If they add the previous rankings and let some civilian viewers contribute a bit, it's not too difficult to reach 330 to 340 million. The guild is being this greedy not only for this event's sake. She is currently a leading first-tier streamer, but not yet an ultra first-tier streamer. The definition of ultra first-tier streamers is that they must have a certain degree of popularity across the entire network. Dashing's plan is to promote her in that direction. This event is just the beginning. No matter how strong this Menggu is, even if he can spend an additional 150,000 to surpass 200, how about 3 million? There's still a gap of 150,000. Thinking of this, Mu Ran's smile became even richer. Everyone don't need to worry. Although Aogu's preparations were a bit rushed this time, if it really comes to that, Aogu will definitely supplement some. This first place is definitely ours, no doubt about it. Mu Ran didn't mention that Aogu had reserved 1 million as a backup fund. After all, that was meant to. Hearing Mu Ran's words, the viewers in the live room also began to feel relieved. In Dashing, they had never lost in such events. On the other side, Sister Bei Bei was also busy as a bee. When she learned that Menggu was going for first place tonight, she was overjoyed. When she learned that Dashing was going to contribute 2 million, she had lost hope, but unexpectedly Menggu actually took. If Menggu could push EE's ranking above 2 million in the live broadcast room tonight, even if it didn't take first place, she would definitely secure a spot as a second-tier streamer. Even if it weren't for EE's weak foundation, she could have taken the opportunity to rise to the first tier. But regardless, after tonight, they would finally have a truly top-tier streamer in the Northern Summer Guild. All of this is thanks to Menggu. Meanwhile, EE, who was live streaming, felt a wave of anxiety. To be honest, she had been anxious all along since receiving so many gifts these days. Menggu had gifted her more than 800,000, and no matter how much she received, Menggu had indeed spent that money. 800,000. She could buy a house with that amount back in her hometown. And today, seeing Menggu's intention to support her in Pashan's live broadcast room, it seemed he was going to help her rank up, aiming to raise her current 60,000 ranking to over 230,000. So much money, she had only seen it on TV before, and she never expected it would come to her today. As the time approached the deadline and Menggu might drop into the live broadcast room any second, EE's mood became increasingly anxious. If Menggu really gifted her that much tonight, she was also unsure how to interact with him in the future. They had added each other on WeChat and exchanged contact info, but Menggu hadn't reached out to her. Yet she couldn't just not say anything to him, could she? But if she were to reach out, what should she do next? Should she take the initiative to offer herself? She had never thought her original intention for streaming would lead to this point. In an instant, EE's mind began to wander again. Meanwhile, the live room had already swelled to over 40,000 viewers. Among them, about 10 to 20,000 were fans of Mangu, while the rest were mostly those who had come to check out the excitement after receiving news. Her loyal fans were probably just a little over 1,000. After all, as of now, though her ranking was high, she was still just a minor streamer, and it's challenging to cultivate fans in a short period. In these past few days, Guangming Zhoujian had managed to become a moderator in EE's live broadcast room, and even specially added a note to his ID that read leader of Meng guest support group. Brothers, those with gifts should support the streamer first. Mengu previously gifted EE 4 sets of magic books, but her ranking is still only 60,000, barely any increase. We can't let Mengu do it all alone. Guangming Zhoujian was rallying support for EE in the public screen, and then he took the lead in gifting out 10 magic books. Haha, we can say we are witnessing a streamer's growth here, right? One ID named Gucheng Huhan Sen generously gifted $1,000 lord, and then directly renewed 4 times, turning 1,000 golden beans into 10 magic books. Hansen, you're so generous. Guangming Zhoujian gave a thumbs up. Not at all, compared to Mengu, I'm far off. I'm just an ordinary person. Hu Hansen's mood was obviously very good. Back when Zhou Ming was muted in Xiao Jetzi's live room, he had spoken up for him, but he didn't expect that he would also be muted by Chao Feng. At that time, he was so angry that he left the live broadcast room and didn't log in for a day or two. What he didn't expect was that the person he had bravely supported would turn out to be such a powerful big brother. Seeing the news about this incident on the streamer news yesterday, Hu Han-san felt a sense of elation. In an instant, he became a diehard fan of Mengu. And tonight, he deliberately came over. Upon seeing Guangming Zhoujian's ID note, Gucheng Huhan-sen also didn't hesitate to add a note for himself marking him as a member of Meng guest support group. Thank you for everyone's gifts, you've all gone above and beyond. EE saw the ranking in the live broadcast room suddenly surge by over $4,000 and quickly expressed her gratitude. She knew that the reason these visitors were gifting was not because of her, but because of Mengu. Just as EE was about to sing a song in the live broadcast room, a barrage of comments suddenly flooded in. Ao Gu has arrived, Mu Ran's side has started. Upon hearing this, everyone in the live stream paused momentarily. Though everyone had confidence in Dream Brother, their opponent was after all Mu Ran. Although many people dislike the fans of the Dajing Guild, at the same time, everyone has to admit that Dazhang streamers are indeed impressive. Dazhang's fans can really contribute. Moreover, Ao Gu is also a veteran figure on the Tiger Shark side, having contributed nearly 20 million since joining the network. Most importantly, Ao Gu is Mu Ran's exclusive supporter. Aside from occasionally tipping other female streamers, nearly all his contributions are directed towards Mu Ran. As can be seen from Ao Guess ID, Ao Ran means to protect Mu Ran. Brothers, since Dream Brother hasn't arrived, yet he'll go over and check the battle situation and report back shortly. A portion of the onlookers eager for excitement were already getting restless. Dream Brother, just give me a shout, and he'll jump over immediately. Exactly, let's go check out the excitement. After all, Ao Gu is also quite formidable. The number of viewers in EE's livestream room instantly dropped by over 10,000. Sister Bei Bei, who was watching the battle, momentarily froze in surprise, but quickly regained her composure. Although those people had left, they would still return. When Dream Brother went online, there was no need to worry too much. Moreover, she was also quite concerned about how much Mu Ran could achieve today. With this thought, Sister Bei Bei couldn't help but switch her account and jumped into Mu Ran's livestream to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Mu Ran, who was currently streaming, felt the last bit of pressure evaporate as soon as Ao Guess ID appeared in the VIP section. Ao Gu is here, which means this situation is completely secure. Welcome, Ao Gu. A series of welcoming messages instantly lit up the screen. Watching the barrage of messages scrolling by at a rate of 1 to 200 per second, Ao Gu in the Dajing Guild's office couldn't help but chuckle, displaying a satisfied expression. What new wealthy streamer could rival such dominance? He had never even streamed before, yet his account boasted 1 million followers. This level of attention even surpassed that of some first-tier streamers. The viewers in Mu Ran's livestream erupted with excitement. Ao Gu is here. I feel so reassured now. Yeah, with Ao Gu around, this event is definitely in our hands. Let's get started. I can't wait any longer. Ao Guess ID is the embodiment of their confidence. Not to mention, according to Ao Guess words earlier, he had brought along 1 million today. That's 1 million. For most of the viewers in the live stream, accumulating such an amount of money over a lifetime would be nearly impossible. Seeing the viewers in the live stream urging for the event to start, Ao Gu couldn't help but smile, typing, "No rush, our royal squad. We'll be here soon. Oh, we still have an hour and a half. Gifts are trivial. Let's first build up the momentum." Upon seeing AO guest message, the barrage of comments in the live stream became even more uncontrollable. Whoa, there really is a royal squad. Do you think AO Gu is joking with you? Since last December, this should be the first time the royal squad's big brothers have gathered this year, right? A string of 666 messages flooded the screen. The big brothers of the royal squad from Dajing occupied a quarter of the entire platform. These big brothers usually play like stars scattered across the platform, only gathering for significant events. Of course, according to Mu Ran, not all the big brothers from the royal squad came this time, only more than half. But fans could understand, after all, most of these big brothers are businessmen with real-life enterprises, and they are streaming for entertainment. It's unreasonable to expect them to drop everything at a specific time just to help with rankings. Moreover, around midnight, could these businessmen not have women by their side? Most of them were likely engaged in intimate activities, so it was naturally impossible for all of them to come. However, even just over half of them showing up was already quite terrifying. As the barrage of messages grew increasingly frequent, Mu Ran also received a notification from AO Gu in the backend indicating that the big brothers of the royal squad were ready to enter. Mu Ran revealed a charming smile, causing the hearts of the over 100,000 viewers in the live stream to flutter. Brothers AO Gu just informed me that the big brothers of the royal squad are ready to support us. Next, let's welcome the big brothers of the royal squad. Mu Ran immediately played a battle song in the live stream, instantly lifting the atmosphere. Then she switched the live stream to screen capture mode and maximized the VIP seating. In the next moment, the attention of the over 100,000 viewers in the live stream was entirely focused on the VIP section. Currently, the total number in Mu Ran's VIP section was around 3,000, with the top positions held by AO Gu with an emperor title followed by the royal title, while the others were mostly dukes, with the majority being basic ranks like squires and knights. Whoa, this looks impressive. Upstairs, you must be new to Dajing. During last year's year-end event, when the royal big brothers gathered, that was truly impressive. Not only the royal, but there were also 5 or 6 emperors present, and even our guild's top big brother showed up. Everyone eagerly typed in the comments, especially some of the old fans who brimmed with a sense of superiority. Dajing's top big brothers, the second ranked is AO Gu, who is also the most active emperor big brother in Dajing. The first ranked is the long-renowned Lang Ju, Brother Lang, who is undoubtedly the top wealthy streamer, having spent over 40 million on the platform, more than double AO guest contributions. However, compared to the frequently active AO Gu, Brother Lang is very busy with his real-life job, only appearing once or twice during his free time. As everyone boasted and described the grandeur of the past accompanied by the battle song, the VIP section of the live stream suddenly started to pulse with activity. Royal Xiao Jiao entered Mu Ran's live stream. Royal Lu Bai entered Mu Ran's live stream. Royal Jiao Feng entered Mu Ran's live stream. Royal Guardian of the Great Wood entered Mu Ran. The VIP section that Mu Ran deliberately showcased began to bounce wildly. Each entrance effect of the royal members flooded the live stream screen. In almost an instant, nearly all the Duke nobles in the top 10 were pushed out. Whoa, too fierce. Is this the strength of Dajing? With so many big brothers, even if Broken Dream is powerful, they definitely can't win. Royal Squad for the win. The live stream instantly boiled over. Initially, the entrance effects of the royal members only occupied one line of the entrance barrage in the live stream. But later, as the speed of the royal big brothers entering increased, the entrance messages clearly couldn't keep up, and they started flooding in 2 to 3 rows. In other live streams, having 3 rows of entrance messages at once is due to having only 3 royal big brothers. But in Mu Ran's live stream, having 3 rows means that the barrage could only display up to 3 lines. Moreover, in most streamers' rooms, hardly any could even manage 3 rows of entrance messages. Many were busy recording videos and taking screenshots. Such a spectacle in a live stream is indeed rare. Sitting in the live stream, Mu Ran also felt a surge of excitement. This is glory. With so many big brothers supporting her, could a newly crowned emperor big brother and a new small streamer possibly compete with her? With so many big brothers in her corner, the first place in this event was undoubtedly hers. As the entrance effects came to an end, dozens of royal big brothers began to shower gifts. Xiao Jiao sent Big Rocket 1. Lu Bai sent Big Rocket 1. Guardian of the Great Wood sent Big Rocket 1. In the next moment, countless gift effects erupted in the live stream. One after another, the big rockets ignited and took off from the enormous treasure base. We can't come empty-handed. Oh, let's start with a welcome gift. On the screen, Xiao Jiao chuckled, representing the big brother's voice. 1 big rocket costs $1,000, so 50 big rockets instantly amount to 50,000. Thank you, big brothers. May you all have prosperity and wealth year after year with money, power, and a bright future. Mu Ran expressed her gratitude loudly. In her heart, she already felt that the first place in this event was firmly secured. Brothers AO Gu has arrived, and the big brothers of the royal squad are in position. There's just 1.5 hours left in this event. Let's charge ahead together. For those with small gifts, please send them in. For those without, even just spamming the comments is fine. Mu Ran quickly urged the viewers to raise their contributions. Although the big brothers from the royal squad had also sent gifts, those gifts could still be distributed. However, no one would complain about having too much money, and Mu Ran was no exception. Although ordinary viewers may not have strong spending power, they certainly come in numbers. With over 100,000 viewers in the live stream, even if only 5,000 sent gifts, that would still be a substantial income. And this moment, which serves as the prelude to the event, is the best time to raise funds. Especially for the fans of dodging. Most of them are diehard fans, easily swayed once the excitement builds up. And indeed, after Mu Ran urged for contributions, the fans of dodging in the live stream instantly erupted. No doubt with the big brothers of the royal squad stepping in, we can't lag behind. Either, hey, let's send a plane up. Dodging Xiao Hua sent plane 1. Next week I'll be eating instant noodles. I'll also send 2 spell books. As a student I can't afford much, but I can send a spell book. Seeing the gifts pouring in, Mu Ran was overjoyed. Thank you for the big plane, Xiao Hua, love you. Thank you for the 2 spellbooks by Xia. Thank you, big brother, wishing you a life full of happiness and smooth sailing. Mu Ran specifically expressed her gratitude for several gifts. While the streamer even mentioned me, Xiao Hua and Bai Xia felt honored when they heard Mu Ran mention their names, as if they stood side by side with those royal big brothers. Thanks to this user streamer Fanme for sending a big rocket. Thank you, love you. This time Mu Ran not only verbally expressed her thanks, but also winked and blew a kiss. In an instant, all the fans sending gifts in the live stream were thrilled. Originally, before 10 o'clock, Mu Ran's gift leaderboard had already surged to 300,000. Then just now, the 50 big brothers from the royal squad each sent a big rocket, directly pushing the leaderboard to 350,000. However, now with Mu Ran continuously urging for contributions in the live stream, in less than 15 minutes the leaderboard shot up to 400,000. That is to say, in just 15 minutes the average players contributed over 50,000. If we include the gifts from the previous 2 days after removing the contributions from dukes and above, ordinary players contributed more than 150,000. Even Sister Bei Bei, who was watching, couldn't help but marvel at such terrifying power. Such strength means that even if the big brothers don't contribute a cent, Mu Ran can still rank in the top 5 with these civilian fans. Moreover, it should be noted that Mu Ran's 400,000 on the leaderboard is only temporary. The 50 big brothers from the royal squad and Emperor Ao Gu have yet to officially take action. As time passed 11 o'clock, the ranking in Mu Ran's live stream soared past 430,000. Has Dream Brother gone online over there with EE? No, there's still no movement from EE's side. Could it be that Dream Brother is scared? Many fans of Desheng. Although Dream Brother is the emperor, there are so many of us in the live stream. Besides Ao Gu and Lang Gu, who else can stand against us? Oh right, Ao Gu is right here in our live stream. Even if Ao Gu truly created a clone to go against them, it wouldn't hold up, especially with so many king brothers present. Huh? What are you all getting so worked up about? There's still an hour left. 10 minutes of gifting is enough. Since Dream Brother has said he will take action, he will definitely do so. A few fans of Zhou Meng tried to argue back, but within 2 seconds they were drowned out by Desheng's fans. Some fans watching in the live stream wanted to retort, but when the words reached their lips, they felt utterly lacking in confidence. Some fans of Desheng had already rushed over to EE's live stream to shout. Of course, this is a characteristic of Desheng's fans. Although they knew it was inappropriate from Ao Gu to Mu Ran, no one said anything, which only served to infuriate EE's fans. You can rank as you wish, whoever ranks higher is first. But what do you call running into their live stream? Alright everyone, let's not talk nonsense. Although the ranking is good, we're still in second place. Let's focus on climbing the ranking first. Ao Gu also couldn't help but smile, but he still pretended to be modest in the live stream. In his view, the Broken Dream had yet to appear, likely truly frightened by their display, and it seemed he wouldn't come. Other Emperor-level casual players had previously expressed a clear lack of interest in this event. This meant that as long as Broken Dream did not take action tonight, the first place was guaranteed to be theirs. Thinking this, Ao Gu felt much more relaxed. Although he had long been prepared for battle, not having to fight was of course the best outcome. Since Ao Gu has spoken, shall we start charging? Xiao Jiu typed cheerfully in the public screen. No problem, let's charge. Haha, I haven't felt this good in months. Oh, let's go charge together. In the live stream, many king brothers were happily chatting. In their hearts, they didn't take Broken Dream too seriously. Although Broken Dream held the rank of emperor and was much stronger than them, after all, Broken Dream was just one person, while their king group had 50 present today. Of course, a single king would be easily dominated, but what about 50? Each person contributing 20,000 adds up to 1 million. They had been live streaming for so long, and besides Ao Gu and Lang Gu, they had never seen any other emperor withstand the onslaught of their king group. Moreover, it wasn't just their king group present today, even Ao Gu was here. If anyone could withstand the king group's attack, what if Ao Gu joined in? Who else could withstand it? Therefore, when many of the King brothers were gifting, they did so casually. The next moment, countless gift effects flooded the live stream. Xiao Jiu sent Big Rocket 1. Xiao Jiu sent Big Rocket 2. Xiao Jiu sent Big Rocket. Great Wood Guardian sent Big Rocket 1. Great Wood Guardian sent Big Rocket 2. 50 King brothers instantly took action, and without exception, all their gifts were big rockets. At the same time, the public screen lit up with countless gift combo effects. Xiao Jiu sent 5 big rockets combo. Lu Bai sent 8 big rockets combo. Jiufeng sent 4 big rockets combo. For viewers watching the live stream on their phones, especially those in vertical mode, the screen was immediately filled with big rockets. The top part of the live stream was completely covered with countless big rocket gift effects, while the bottom part of the public screen displayed numerous combo bullet screen prompts. Moreover, the combo count was continuously climbing, and the IDs were constantly changing. Almost as soon as one combo bullet screen faded, another lit up instantly. Meanwhile, Mu Ran's weekly contribution ranking was rapidly soaring. After reaching 430,000, the overall ranking, which had been moving slowly, instantly jumped to 480,000. Then it jumped to 530,000, followed by 540, 500, and 8,600. In less than a minute, the weekly contribution ranking completely surpassed EE. We're in first place. We're first, brothers are awesome. Haha, among these my contribution of big rockets is Fan Jubo Fan was even more excited, shouting. Although his 1,000 didn't count for much among the over 60,000, it was his heartfelt gesture towards the goddess. What is moving bricks? For him, as long as he moves bricks for 3 more days, the money will come back. Now the wages for frontline jobs have increased several levels. For someone like him, moving bricks earns over 300 daily, and working 20 days a month guarantees a monthly income of over 6,000. If he worked hard with 27 or 28 days of work in a month and a couple of overtime shifts, he could easily earn over 10,000 a month. Now when he eats boxed meals, he generally goes for the 15 yuan ones. He finds the 11 yuan ones too cheap and doesn't even bother with them. Thus 1,000 yuan is nothing to him. When he heard Mu Ran thank him with her sweet voice in the live stream, he was instantly honored. If it weren't for others in the dorm, he would have considered doing something mischievous right there. In reality, can spending 10,000 yuan buy a chance to speak to a beauty of this caliber? It's absolutely impossible. But on the live streaming platform, spending 1,000 yuan could not only make Mu Ran talk to him, but also hear her sweetly say, "Thank you, big brother." Did you hear? She called him big brother. When that phrase came out, his whole being felt weak with excitement. In his eyes, Mu Ran is the most beautiful goddess on the Tiger Shark platform and the woman he cherishes the most. Some people around him had advised him that spending money on female streamers wasn't worth it, but looking at these King brothers in the live stream along with Ao Ge, they were also gifting to Mu Ran. Those who advised him not to spend too much on the live streaming platform were always saying he didn't understand. But could these wealthy brothers not understand? How could they have so much money without understanding? Is there something wrong with following the big brothers? Definitely not. Especially Ao Ge, who had prepared 1 million tonight. These brothers, who were much richer than him, are not also guardians of Mu Ran. Although he couldn't meet the goddess in his heart, the goddess was untouchable. At most, he could only pay homage to her in silence during the quiet night. Just like Ao Ge, even after gifting so much to Mu Ran, he never made any excessive demands, and the 1,000 yuan in exchange for a thank you from the goddess is worth it. Thinking this, Zhu Bo Fan couldn't help but top up another 1,000 yuan on the platform, gifting another big rocket together with the King brothers. However, unlike last time, Mu Ran did not thank him this time, but instead thanked those King brothers in the live stream. There are too many gift bullet screens. Oh, I guess the streamer didn't see it, but that earlier one is enough. Zhu Bo Fan chuckled foolishly and happily resumed watching the live stream. Meanwhile, Mu Ran's voice had become a bit hoarse from all the shouting. However, looking at the constantly soaring ranking in the live stream, Mu Ran felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As the King brothers gifted, they also ignited considerable enthusiasm among regular players. Once the 1 million from the King brother was spent, the total ranking in the live stream didn't just rise from 430,000 to 143,000, but to 150,000. This means that during this time, an additional 70,000 yuan of civilian spending was generated. Moreover, this 150,000 was all voluntary. Each King brother contributed 20,000, all of which were voluntary gifts without asking for anything in return. This was also due to Ao Ge's influence. This 150,000 was entirely hers to take a cut from. Half to the platform, 60% to the guild, and after that she could pocket 20%, which is 30,000. Her little savings would soar in an instant. Ao Ge was also quite pleased. In such a short moment, the guild had earned 45,000, and the speed of making money was almost like printing money. If he only gifted 1 million tonight, when he got back the 50% return, it would mean that the gifts he gave out tonight were zero cost. Zero cost to snatch a first place. Isn't that just delightful? Sister Bebe was increasingly anxious as she saw the ranking in Mu Ran's live stream climbing higher and higher. You have to know Aoga hasn't taken action yet. He still has 1 million in hand. No matter how powerful Dream Brother is, can he gift another 190,000? Moreover, even if he gifted 190,000, EE's ranking had just reached 250,000, which wouldn't count as a win against Mu Ran. To win, she would need to gift more, which would push her toward 200,000. If EE had met Dream Brother offline, she wouldn't feel so anxious. But she knew very well the facts. Dream Brother had only gifted a few times online and added EE as a friend, and they hadn't even exchanged greetings. There was nothing between Dream Brother and EE offline. Even if EE was beautiful, would Dream Brother really fight for a ranking for someone he had never interacted with? She couldn't be sure. But in the next moment, Sister Bebe saw an uplifting message on the public screen. Although it wasn't very obvious in Mu Ran's live stream, she could still see the shadow of that sentence, as many were crazily spamming Dream Brother is online. Sister Bebe's body trembled for a moment, and without a hint of hesitation, she jumped back to EE's live stream from Mu Ran's. Mu Ran saw the online count drop from 130,000 to just over 100,000, and his previously smiling face suddenly froze. So there had been over 20,000 enemy spies in his livestream all along. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands who just returned to EE's livestream were also taken aback upon seeing the VIP seats. Who said Dream Brother is here? Where is Dream Brother? Where is he? Damn, who is so bored to make such a joke? Daring to joke about Dream Brother, haven't you ever been submerged in the river? In EE's VIP seats, the highest ranked was the Guardian Brother from the Beixia Guild, Xiahong, followed by Sister Bebe's alternate account, Bebe, both of whom were kings. But apart from these two, there were no higher ranks in the VIP seats. The rest were merely dukes. Sister Bebe was also somewhat confused. Just a moment ago, at least over 1,000 people were spamming that Dream Brother had arrived. With so many people spamming, it shouldn't be fake, right? But where is Dream Brother? Age, who was using an alternate account to observe, was also bewildered. He had initially planned to come see the situation before deciding how much to donate, but now the Dream Brother was gone. Could it be that the Tiger Shark platform has some new feature now allowing people to become invisible upon entry? Dream Brother probably won't come tonight. After all, Mu Ran's ranking has already reached 1,500,000 plus Age's donations. It's definitely over 2,500,000. No matter how powerful Dream Brother is, he is still just one person. Yeah, it wouldn't be fair to blame Dream Brother if he can't win this event. The other side has pulled in 50 King Brothers to spam together. How can we compete? If it were just Age alone, Dream Brother might have been able to compete. But now that Mu Ran's ordinary fans have already donated 3 to 400,000 plus the 50 kings, it's impossible to win. The people in the live stream sighed one after another, mostly thinking that the previous batch was just joking. Even Sister Bebe helplessly sighed in agreement. Although Dream Brother's spending was impressive a few days ago, at this moment, she didn't feel there was a chance to win. Not logging in to avoid the fight was indeed the right decision. Meanwhile, EE, who was live streaming, suddenly felt relieved upon seeing the numerous comments in the chat. She was genuinely afraid that Dream Brother would continue to donate. If this continued, her body might truly be crushed by the money. She held no grudges against her purity, but she didn't have a grudge against money either. Having to choose between the two was driving her crazy. Now that Dream Brother wasn't online, it was a good thing for her. At least she didn't have to endure this torture any longer. Just then another comment popped up in the live stream. Who told you Dream Brother isn't online? Dream Brother just logged on, but he's not in this live stream. He's in Orange's live stream. Guangming Zhujian had just returned from Orange's side, looking perplexed at the flood of comments saying Dream Brother wasn't coming. Didn't these people know to check the following list directly? He had set up special notifications for Zhou Ming's account. As soon as Dream Brother logged into a host live stream, he could directly click on Dream Brother's avatar to follow. Thus, as soon as Zhou Ming entered Orange's live stream, Guangming Zhujian rushed over, bringing along 2,000 to 3,000 others. Meanwhile, Gucheng Huhan San had taken a group to Mu Ran's live stream to report back. He specifically returned to EE's side to inform her. Although he didn't know why Dream Brother didn't choose to hold the event in EE's livestream, Guangming Zhujian didn't care about that. He was just the cheerleader, as long as he waved the flag and believed in Dream Brother, that was enough. Orange's livestream. Seeing Guangming Zhujian, everyone was momentarily stunned. Why does that name sound a bit familiar? Isn't Orange the host who danced with EE during the livestream a few days ago? Yeah, that's why it feels so memorable. Orange dances really well. Let's check it out. The ID is just Orange, right? Most of the tourists who had just returned hurried to find Orange's livestream. Upon seeing the comments, Sister Bebe's heart sank. An ominous premonition suddenly surfaced in her mind. EE's big brother, was he being pried away? Sister Bebe felt a wave of regret. She knew that EE's random collaboration would definitely lead to trouble. This silly girl, even if she wanted to collaborate, why did she have to connect with a competitor? Meanwhile, EE, who was live streaming, was somewhat at a loss. She wasn't thinking that much. In her view, who her big brother chose to donate gifts to was his freedom. Even upon seeing Guangming Jujian's comments, she felt quite happy. Her dreams weren't that grand. The reason she had come this far was mostly due to the guild pushing her along. Moreover, she simply didn't quite understand the rules of live streaming, but she wasn't foolish. Since Dream Brother was able to enter Orange's live stream tonight, she could also roughly guess what had happened between them. After all, based on tonight's ranking, if Orange wanted to take first place, she would likely need at least 3 million. But could a wealthy big brother really donate 3 million to a host he had only seen once in the live stream? Ordinary viewers might believe it, but anyone with a bit of experience would not be able to figure out what was going on. To her, Orange was also a great person, and being favored by Dream Brother was a good thing. After all, she had dedicated herself, and isn't it fair for her to host an event? Originally supposed to be angry that Orange had taken the opportunity, E now felt inexplicably happy. Watching the more than 20,000 newcomers in the live stream suddenly jump out, Sister Bay sighed in pain. She just knew it, she just knew. EE was still too young. If she had decided early on to offer herself up, could this donation have slipped away? Even if she couldn't get much, it wouldn't have all been given away to someone else. The tourists clicked into Orange's live stream. Many had watched the collaboration live stream a few days ago, but when they clicked in today, most were somewhat taken aback. It was simply that Orange's clothing had changed too much. A few days ago, Orange wore attire that was quite revealing, covering only about half the body with the rest exposed. But today, Orange looked as if she had just put on a cotton coat. Dressed in a high-neck sparkling white sweater paired with a plain mid-length skirt and beautiful Valentinos on her feet, though there were a few dried transparent spots on the upper part, they were barely noticeable and didn't detract from her appearance. Although her beautiful figure was still visible, all the perks had vanished. But to be fair, her looks were still incredible. Orange looked at the increasingly crowded live stream and revealed a sweet smile. Welcome everyone to my live. Seeing the ever-increasing number of viewers in the live stream, Orange was overjoyed. As for today's outfit, it was a choice she made after careful consideration. Since she had become Dream Brother's woman, even if Dream Brother didn't mind, she still needed to pay attention to these aspects. Moreover, this outfit was still relatively sexy, it just revealed less and didn't cross the line. In the past, this outfit would have affected the viewership of the live stream, but now with Dream Brother's support, did she even need to toe the line? The answer was obviously no. Moreover, the only person she needed to please from now on was just one. Zhou, who had just logged in, also directly sent out 10 treasure maps. Zhou smiled and sent a comment. Since he had already stated that he would help Orange take first place today, was definitely going to happen. Let's boost the viewership first, and by the way, you'll check how much the other side has donated. Zhou smiled and sent a comment. Since he had already stated that he would help Orange take first place today, was definitely going to happen. The reason for logging in the last hour was also to wait for the other live streams to finish donating before he made his move. Dream Brother, the ranking in Muran's live stream has already reached 1,500,000. Seeing Zhou comment, Guangming Jujian quickly typed, 1,500,000, is that all? Zhou paused perplexed and sent a question mark. Wasn't it said earlier that he would donate over 2,666? A Dream Brother is so domineering, 1,500,000 isn't enough. To be fair, 1,500,000 could buy a big villa in our county. I just love Dream Brother's low-key appearance, ha. Guangming Jujian quickly added, the gift ranking just hit 1,500,000, but Age hasn't made his move yet. Age still needs to donate at least 1 million. Upon seeing this, Zhou nodded. He thought to himself, how could it be different from what he heard earlier at Pashang? Alright, then I won't go over to watch. It's currently 11:20, I'll let the other side donate first, and at 11:35 it'll start officially. Orange, do a dance, the timing is just right. Okay, Dream Brother. Orange nodded repeatedly. However, at this moment some fans in the live stream were somewhat confused. Isn't Dream Brother EE's big brother? Why did he suddenly come over to Orange's side? Yeah, the ranking on EE's side has already reached over 600,000, but Orange's live stream's ranking is only 300,000. If Dream Brother wants to help Orange get first place, doesn't that mean he has to donate over 300,000 more than on EE's side? Seeing these comments, Zhou couldn't help but smile. Was 300,000 a big problem for him? It seemed like it was just 3,333 of his total assets. I have never said that I am EE's exclusive big brother, and EE has never sent me a message saying she wanted to rank. If the host doesn't want it, why should I be concerned? However, this doesn't mean I won't go to EE's live stream in the future. If there's an opportunity, I will still go to listen to her sing, so there's no need to discuss this matter anymore. Zhou smiled and explained. He was a wealthy big brother, not a sycophant. EE was indeed beautiful, but precisely because she was beautiful and talented, he had occasionally donated a few times before. If she were an older female, host Zhou wouldn't even click in. Moreover, compared to EE, it was obvious that Orange, who was both beautiful and proactive, was more appealing. Any man would know how to choose. Alright, there are only 10 minutes left. Everyone sit quietly and watch the live. Zhou glanced at the time, sent a comment, and then stopped speaking. Meanwhile, Agu, who was peeking at the screen, felt a wave of jealousy. He could certainly understand the relationship between this host and the broken dream. He had looked great before, and now this host looked great too, even on par with Muran. Having played on the livestream platform for so long, how had he not noticed this? This broken dream was quite fortunate. However, Age didn't hesitate and quickly exited the livestream, returning to Muran's. Earlier in the livestream, someone named Guangming Jujian had already informed the broken dream about the situation in Muran's livestream, but the broken dream's reaction remained indifferent. No need to guess, Age knew he was encountering a tough opponent this time. Perhaps this guy really had prepared over two. But you didn't expect that I still have a 1 million trump card, did you? Age suddenly chuckled while lying on the sofa. He wondered what the reaction would be when Dream Brother thought he was guaranteed to win after surpassing 2,050,000, and he suddenly donated 1 million. At that moment, Age suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. Muran's livestream was heating up, especially among the fans of Desheng, who were bustling with discussions. I had originally thought he would be the main character this time, but unexpectedly the broken dream went to a third-tier small host livestream. This small host only has a ranking of 300,000 now. To match our current ranking, she would need at least 120,000 more, but Age hasn't donated yet. To catch up to Agu, she would need at least 220,000. Oh, I think it's unlikely. The broken dream is just talking big. How could he possibly have that much? Exactly, the strongest big brothers on the platform are basically all with us in Desheng. He just joined the network. He probably doesn't know the strength of Desheng, which is why he dares to challenge us. By the way, shouldn't Age make a move? In just over half an hour the event will end. Yeah, I want to see Age's $1 million donation. I want to see Age's $1 million donation. Come on, everyone, spam the comments so Age can see. In the livestream, numerous fans from Desheng were united like never before. Most of them were just ordinary people, those with the means charged as lords, while those with less ability settled for knights or swordsmen. After this 2.5-hour event, most people had truly donated. Especially the host, who was flipping me, who now had not a single cent left in his pocket, and even eating was becoming an issue. But no matter what, Desheng's fans were very excited at this moment. They had to win, and they had to win with an absolute crushing advantage. As long as Muran won, what was it to eat a few more bowls of instant noodles? This is the sense of honor that the guild management often praises in the guild chat. In the live stream, seeing the comments continuously spamming to see Age's $1 million donation, Age finally stopped observing. Today, let this broken dream know just how desperate the gap between him and himself really is. First, he exited the live stream, converted 2 million in cash into Tiger Shark coins, then returned to Muran's live stream and typed a comment. Let's go start. Here it comes, here it comes. I have to say, Brother AO is incredible. Host, be mindful of your form. I've already started recording, remember to show more of the goods. Are you trying to get yourself killed upstairs? Cough cough, I meant to show more of Brother AO's gift effects. Just a heads up that Brother AO is incredible. All the audience felt confident. As long as Brother AO made a move, this live stream would be completely secured. In the next moment, the live stream suddenly lit up with an Imperial effect followed by a system announcement. AO ran renewed Imperial 1. Here it comes, the classic Imperial renewal. Upon seeing the first renewal bullet chat pop up, the livestream room instantly erupted. Each Imperial renewal costs 588 yuan, and the cashback beans would return an additional. This means that by charging 588 yuan, one can actually receive 101 of the golden beans, which amounts to over 64700. Although the extra 10% is only over 5,000, it adds up over time. If one wants to send 1 million, this extra portion can save quite a bit of money. Thus, when the Imperial brother is competing on the leaderboard, he generally renews the Imperial first. As the first Imperial renewal lit up, countless renewal announcements appeared in the center of the live stream. AO ran renewed Imperial 2. AO ran renewed Imperial 3. AO ran renewed Imperial 4. AO ran renewed Imperial 15. 15 Imperial renewals 97000. This is amazing, 1 million renewed online. With so many renewals, Brother AO didn't hesitate at all. In less than a minute, Brother AO is incredible. 15 Imperial renewals instantly ignited the live stream room. Thanks to Brother AO for the 15 Imperial renewals. Muran was also overjoyed, beaming with a smile, repeatedly bowing in thanks. Even during the bowing, she deliberately pulled down her collar a bit, making her already low neckline even lower. At this moment, the eyes of the live stream audience all turned red. This benefit was simply too relieving. Renewals are just a small matter. Now it's time for gifts. Brother AO was very pleased with the reaction from the live stream, humbly said a few words, and then decisively started sending gifts. The gift he chose this time was the big rocket. After the big rocket was revamped, one could send 100 at once and new effects would appear. He had thought about sending the magic book previously as it was the best combination gift for female streamers and also the most expensive, but the magic book had already been sent by Broken Dream, and he didn't want Broken Dream to gain the upper hand in this regard. As for the plane, that gift is generally sent to male streamers, which wouldn't be appropriate. Considering everything, only the revamped big rocket fit. Although the value of 100 big rockets is slightly lower than that of the magic book for him, it is already the best choice at the moment. Brother Ao dragged the selection bar for the big rocket to the end and decisively chose to send 100 at once. He glanced at the golden beans in his bag, and with a bit left over from before, it was just 1 million. This meant he could send a total of 10 sets. Brother Ao clicked heavily on the send option in the gift bar. In the next moment, Moo Ran's live stream room instantly lit up with effects. In the center of the live stream, a foundation suddenly appeared with countless big rockets following the foundation's platform in succession, and then the massive launch pad at the front along with the big rockets ignited with flickers of fire. In less than 3 seconds, the flames from the base erupted and 10 rockets shot skyward, exploding into numerous beautiful fireworks above the live stream. After the 10 rockets soared into the sky, another 10 flames followed with the 10 rockets soaring once more. 10 at a time, the effects lasted a total of 10 sets. Finally, an oversized rocket exploded in the center of the live stream, with fireworks instantly spreading from half the screen to the entire screen. Wow, is this the big rocket with 100 continuous shots? It's amazing. This is too beautiful, right? Each time costs 1.00 yuan. How could it not look good? Incredible, incredible. It's my first time seeing a continuous big rocket. In the live stream, a crowd of enthusiastic fans began to spam praises. In the next moment, Brother Ao continued to click on his phone. Imperial Ao Ran sends out big rocket 1002 continuous shots. Imperial Ao Ran sends out big rocket 1003 continuous shots. Imperial Ao Ran sends out big rocket 1004 continuous shots. Imperial Ao Ran sends out big rocket 10010 continuous shots. Brother Ao deliberately slowed down the gift sending speed, allowing the gift effects to linger longer in the live stream. But even so, after sending 10 sets of gifts, only just over 3 minutes had passed. Correspondingly, Moo Ran's weekly leaderboard surged wildly. The total leaderboard of 1.5 million had completely surged over the 2.5 million mark. On the activity page, Moo Ran also ranked first with a total amount of 2.5 million. Currently, the second place is EE with a total leaderboard of 653000. The third place is another female streamer from a first-tier guild with a total leaderboard of 48000. The fourth place on the leaderboard is 410000. Meanwhile, Orange is currently ranked 5th with a leaderboard of 315000. Haha, the combined leaderboard from 2nd to 5th is still lower than Moo Ran's. Why hasn't Broken Dream made a move yet? Oh, I guess it's because making a move is no longer useful, right? With 2.5 million sent, everyone felt it was practically certain. Even Brother Ao couldn't help but smile. It's just a guess that Dream Brother could send over 2.5 million, but it hasn't become a reality yet. In reality, he was currently ranked first with such a high position. Meanwhile, Broken Dream's contributions were 2nd and 5th. Even if Broken Dream had cards to play, he still had cards left to play. Victory is assured, no matter how it's played, I will definitely win. Brother Ao was quite pleased. This is strength. At the same time, many enthusiastic fans of Desheng ran to Orange's live stream room and began spamming frantically. Just admit defeat. We are the strongest. Ha ha ha, gap of 2-0. Do you still think you can take first place? Moo Ran is incredible. Buy you just a small guild. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Within less than a minute, several thousand enthusiastic fans from Desheng flooded into Moo Ran's live stream room, frantically spamming the words admit defeat on the screen. Zhou Ming, who was watching Orange dance, couldn't help but frown. Are these enthusiastic fans from Desheng crazy? Why come here to insult when their own streamer is sending gifts and competing? And they came in droves of several thousand. Is this a provocation or a disturbance? The good mood of watching Orange dance was instantly disrupted. However, while others feared these trolls, Zhou Ming was not afraid of them. Are you guys out of your minds? Zhou Ming directly typed a bullet chat. As soon as the sentence came out, the trolls from Desheng suddenly fell silent. They then realized that the Dream Brother on the other side also seemed to be a fierce person who had brushed millions in just a few days, and his rank was the most prestigious emperor on the Tiger Shark platform. They usually bully streamers, but they couldn't afford to provoke an emperor brother like this. Many suddenly felt, but the next moment some unconvinced Desheng fans sent a bullet chat. Aren't we speaking the truth? Our streamer's ranking is indeed higher. Yeah, if you can't win, just pretend. Brothers, with so many of us, even if Broken Dream is amazing, he can't do anything about us, so don't be afraid. Seeing the above bullet chats, the Desheng fans' courage suddenly grew. Yes, so what if he's an emperor? They could spam together as a crowd. The law doesn't punish the crowd right. Even the top tycoons in the country can't do anything about them right. Not to mention just a broken dream. In an instant, the bullet chat with the words admit defeat started spamming wildly again. Even on Zhou Meng's side, Guangming 9 Keys leading a group of fans was frantically spamming, but the live stream screen was still occupied by these fans. Although Orange had been streaming for a long time, it was also the first time experiencing such a situation, the first time being internet bullied by Desheng's fans, and for a moment, she was really at a loss. Standing there, she didn't even know how to dance. Zhou Meng saw this, and suddenly felt both angry and amused. Did these people really think he couldn't do anything? They'll give you 10 seconds to voluntarily exit the live stream, otherwise you'll face the consequences. Just to clarify, I can't do anything to your several thousand people, but I can deal with you individually. Keep spamming, and I'll take screenshots. For everyone I catch in a screenshot, congratulations, you've won a prize. I'll find you in real life soon. Of course, if you think you're lucky enough or believe I can't do anything about you in real life, then go ahead and keep spamming you. I won't oppose it. Zhou Meng chuckled and confidently typed 3 bullet chats. What can I handle, you black fans? Indeed, after Zhou Meng sent those 3 bullet chats, the fans from Desheng, who had been mocking, suddenly didn't dare to type anymore. This is ridiculous. Oh, boasting online is one thing, but seeking revenge in real life, isn't that a game for the unplayable? Yet they really had no way to deal with someone like that. He's the real big brother. Even the few bullet chats at the back were secretly praying to get their messages up quickly. If Broken Dream targeted their several thousand people, they would definitely not be afraid. But if Broken Dream randomly picked a few lucky ones, then the fate of those few could almost be predicted. At the very least, they were wealthy individuals with several tens of millions in reality. How could they not deal with these ordinary people? If the time came when he came through the internet, they would have no tears left to cry. Guangming 9 Keys saw the live stream suddenly quiet down and couldn't help but laugh. Dream brother, you really have a way. These dogs should be taught a lesson like this, huh? A bunch of dogs that bully the weak and fear the strong. Zhou Meng's fans were also enthusiastically beating down the fallen dogs. But the result was that the several thousand people who had just been flaunting their might didn't dare to refute a single word on the screen at this moment, and they didn't even dare to speak, fearing Zhou Meng would see their IDs. Time's almost up. Those wearing Desheng fan badges, do you plan to let me randomly select someone? Zhou Meng added a bullet chat. Seeing this message, thousands of people were startled and didn't dare to wait any longer, quickly clicking the exit button with all their might. Soon the fans of Desheng fled in disgrace. Seeing their actions, everyone in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed as ancient city who Hansan said, a bunch of dogs that bully the weak and fear the strong. Looking at the time, it was exactly 1135. Zhou Meng sat up, yawned, stretched, and then typed on the screen, "Alright, it's time for us to make a move, otherwise people might really think I'm a soft persimmon." The tens of thousands of fans instantly felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Zhou Meng's words. After waiting for so long, Brother Meng was finally ready to make his move. Since Brother Meng has chosen to act, he must have more than 2 million on hand. Alright, everyone stop guessing. Let's watch Brother Meng's performance. The finale is always the most thrilling. I look forward to Brother Meng's god-slaying. The atmosphere in the livestream room suddenly became heated. For fans like them, if Brother Meng could really defeat Ao Gu today, wouldn't that be akin to slaying a god? Moreover, the god he aimed to slay was the Great Sheng. It should be noted that since the end of 2016, when Lang Gu and Ao Gu made their moves, no one had dared to confront Sheng Heiden. What god are you talking about? Everyone stop stirring the pot. Let's just play our own game. Zhou Meng chuckled in response to the comments. The activity is based on the rules set by the Tiger Shark platform, which is directed at all streamers in the Star Show district. Why should it be that as long as you claim first place, it's yours? This should be based on who can contribute the most. Should we just let fans come over to mock and pressure us? Don't think Ao Gu and Mu Ran are unaware of this. But Zhou Meng was not going to indulge this bad habit. If they dared to let fans mock him, they should be ready to face his wrath. As Zhou Meng prepared to start, a wave of new viewers flooded into the livestream. At the forefront were several management members from the guild Bayou of Orange. Bayou was a small guild, and the owner was rather unambitious, rarely supporting streamers with rankings or gifts. Therefore, the management had basically allowed their streamers to fend for themselves. However, to their surprise, their lackluster third-tier streamer Orange suddenly burst forth today. To be honest, even now the management remained perplexed. Wasn't today supposed to be the promotion battle for the new streamer EE? How did it end up over here? Yet since Brother Meng had already started sending gifts, it would be too excessive for these guild managers not to show up. Although once they showed up, they seemed incapable of doing much. Next were Ao Gu and a few guild managers from Sheng who had come to investigate the situation. This Broken Dream really intends to rank with over 2 million against me. What grudge do we have? Ao Gu was so furious that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Since Zhou Ming dared to say this in the live stream, he definitely planned to contribute over 2 million. This was a deliberate challenge. Is Broken Dream out of his mind? It's just a small event. Is there really a need to inflate the rankings this high? If he had the guts, he should wait for the mid-year event in June to compete, gather funds from all channels, and unless he hits a 10 million ranking, he's just a loser. Although he had prepared $1 million for today, the thought of actually using that $1 million made Go feel a pang of pain. He didn't dislike sending gifts, but he hated losing money. But given the current situation, that remaining $1 million was absolutely necessary. Compared to the people from Sheng, the remaining viewers naturally hoped this event would be as grand as possible. To be honest, the current Tiger Shark platform was still too monotonous. Before this year, there were only 2 major events each year, one mid-year and one at the end of the year. Aside from these, there were only occasional PK tournaments, but the ranking for those was very low, the highest being only 3 to 400,000, which was simply not exciting. However, in the past 2 days, the Star Show event launched by Tiger Shark in May had undoubtedly ignited passion among many users. Watching the Star Show was not just about seeing streamers sing and dance, watching them compete for rankings was fun too. Moreover, these two aspects did not conflict. When streamers sought to climb the rankings, they would put in more effort to showcase their talents, making both mutually beneficial. With the fans in the live stream vigorously promoting, the number of viewers surged from over 30,000 to nearly 50,000 in less than 2 minutes. Although that couldn't compare to Moo Rant's 100,000 in their live stream, for a third-tier small streamer like Orange, 50,000 was already a phenomenal start. Zhou Ming also successfully added some money. Noticing that it was almost 11:40, Zhou Ming decided without hesitation to open the gift interface. In the next moment, the adorable witch riding a magical broom made her appearance in the live stream once again. Emperor Broken Dream sent Magic Book 13141 combo. Countless magic books rained down under the witch's spell, instantly transforming the live stream into a sea of purple. Wow, another 1314 magic books. Brother Ming is amazing. No wonder he is Brother Ming, the most expensive gift on the Tiger Shark platform. This effect is just incredible. If anyone sends me one, I'm willing to give them a gift offline. You dream on. I wouldn't even bother to give you 13. As the gift barrage from Brother Ming began to rise, many fans in the live stream erupted into cheers. Brothers, let's also put in some effort. We can't let Brother Ming go solo. Guanming Jiujian and Gucheng Huhan San were also working hard to rally support. With over 50,000 people in the live stream, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 nobles. No doubt I'll support with a magic book too. This week I want to eat snacks. Let's support a set of 1314 glows. With such a lively atmosphere, I must join in. Wouldn't it be impressive to tell everyone tomorrow? Here it comes, 5 magic books. Damn it, I just brushed my money in EE's live stream. I really can't support this. Wow, I'm just like the guy upstairs. I'm in a tough spot. Sorry, Orange, I still prefer EE crying. Although many fans had already sent gifts in EE's live stream, more fans intended to wait until Brother Ming started before sending gifts together. Therefore, as Zhou Ming's gifts began to flood the screen, numerous fans in the live stream also started to exert. Just as Zhou Ming sent out the second set of magic books, the total ranking in Orange's live stream suddenly jumped up, adding over 20,000 in gifts. Thank you, Brother Ming. Thank you for everyone's gifts. Orange quickly expressed her gratitude. On Tiger Shark, fans can earn a fan badge by sending gifts worth just $1. Even those who hadn't activated the noble status could still enter the VIP seats. Originally, there were 3,000 VIP seats in Orange's live stream, and at least 2,800 of them had no connection to her. After this wave of gifts, the 3,000 VIP seats suddenly surged to 3,005. Moreover, many of those nobles who previously had no connection to her also purchased Orange's fan badge. In Orange's backend, her total fan badge count jumped from less than 300 to 1,800, an increase of 1,500 fans. To think this only took a minute. With 1,800 total fans, even during normal live streams, she could maintain at least 1/5 without any events. In the Star Show, a streamer with an average of 300 VIP seats would generally be considered a second-tier streamer. This means that Brother Ming's ranking boost had directly elevated her to the second tier. Simultaneously, as Zhou Ming sent out the third set of gifts, her ranking had successfully surpassed 720,000. On the Star Show's activity leaderboard, Orange crushed her way up, directly pushing EE, who was in second place. Zhou Ming didn't hesitate long. After sending the third set of gifts mere seconds later, he sent out his fourth. Emperor Broken Dream sent Magic Book 13146 combo. Emperor Broken Dream sent Magic Book 13147 combo. Emperor Broken Dream sent Magic Book 13148 combo. 8 combos over. Brother Ming is amazing. Screaming. Moo Rant's big rocket broke the 1 million mark, while Orange's magic book broke the 1 million mark. All gifts on Tiger Shark except for the airplane are taking off. What gifts are taking off? Clearly it's Brother Ming who's taking off. The streamer is about to hit the jackpot. Fans were frantically spamming 666 on the screen. 1 million in lavish gifts. Orange was also so excited she could hardly contain herself. Expectation is one thing, but when that expectation turns into reality, her emotions were at their peak, like a roller coaster. Just as the comments said, she was really striking it rich this time. First 2 sets of magic books gifted by Brother Ming the night before. Then tonight Brother Ming boosted her popularity with 10 treasure maps, and now 8 sets of magic books from the event, plus a few tens of thousands in scattered gifts. Her current ranking had surged to 140,000. After deducting all shares, even if she could only take home 20%, that would still be 28,000. This money could all be transferred to her bank account after taxes were deducted at the beginning of next month. Of course, directly cashing out and paying taxes is the dumbest thing to do. With an income of 28,000, the tax deduction would be at least 35% or more. Moreover, the gift revenue in the streamer industry on the Tiger Shark platform exists in the form of gold beans in the streamer's account, and most streamers sell these gold beans to bean merchants at about 10% off to get cash. The merchants then sell these beans at a higher price to those needing to rank. This is also an entire industry chain. Thus, with a bit of maneuvering, she could convert that 28,000 into over 25,000 cash. How could she not be thrilled? And correspondingly, her popularity was exploding. Compared to one-time gifts, the subsequent earnings were the long. The key point is that Brother Ming's gift ranking boost is not over yet. On the screen, Zhou Ming continued to send gifts. Each gift effect of the 1314 magic book would take about 30 seconds to complete. But in Zhou Ming's calculations, only 20 minutes remained until the end of the event. If he sent gifts at a rate of 1 every 30 seconds, the amount he prepared today would definitely not be enough. Thus, Zhou Ming controlled the gift sending speed to 1 every 15 seconds. Although the gift effects were only at the 4th one, he had already sent out the 8th. Correspondingly, the gift combo barrage in the comment section was jumping wildly. With the exclusive gift effects of the Emperor, it further rendered the comment section a rich purple-gold hue. Having sent 8, it had only been 2 minutes. Emperor Broken Dream sent Magic Book 13149 combo. Emperor Broken Dream sent Magic Book 131410 combo. Emperor Broken Dream sent Magic Book 131416 combo. Soon Zhou Ming sent the 16th set of gifts for the day, a total of 210,000. In the live stream, seeing Orange had already reached 240,000 in rankings, AO Gu shook his head helplessly. He turned to the guild manager beside him. Let's go, we need to catch up on gifts too. I refuse to believe this broken dream can surpass me. As AO Gu just returned to Muran's side, he saw the barrage in the live stream room nearly exploding. Due to AO Gu not logging in, all the fans nearly believed he had logged off, and the atmosphere in the live stream room could be described as being on the verge of explosion. What should we do now? I just took a glance and Broken Dream has already spammed 16 groups of 1314 magic books. The leaderboard has reached 240,000, and it's only one group away from surpassing Muran. Is AO Gu offline? AO Gu, come back quickly. Damn it, why can't our top streamer from Desheng compete with Broken Dream about to surpass Muran's ranking? The emotions of the fans in the live stream room were at a breaking point. Didn't we agree that we would definitely secure first place today? Moreover, the crucial issue now is not whether this ranking can be secured. It should be noted that today in Muran's live stream room, just the ordinary fans among them have exceeded 400,000 in contributions. In addition to them, there were 50 people who each contributed 21,000. And AO Gu alone had contributed 1 million. But now with so many people combined, how could they not even compete with a single Broken Dream? Besides, Broken Dream not only sent gifts in the Orange live stream room, but also contributed nearly 600,000 in EE's live stream room. In total, Broken Dream has contributed at least 3 million across the 2 live streams, especially since many people just went over to provoke him and were scolded back by Broken Dream alone. Can 100,000 fans not compete with one person? Can 3,000 to 4,000 people not outshout one person? What a disgrace. This is truly a great humiliation. Since becoming the top guild on the platform, these fans had not felt such humiliation for a long time. They had only ever bullied others. Oh, when did it become them being bullied? They had only ever gone to others' live streams to insult them. When did it become thousands of them being insulted back by one person? They simply couldn't understand. Everyone, don't panic. This incident did occur suddenly. I have just contacted everyone. Wait a moment. There are still more than 10 minutes left in the event. We might not necessarily lose. Seeing the chaos in the live stream room, Muran felt a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, she knew that AO Gu still had 1 million in spare funds, so she wasn't too flustered. A few guild managers in the live stream room also typed to stabilize the fans' morale. However, these words had little effect in front of the already radical fans. What's the use of contacting AO Gu? He said this morning that he only prepared 1 million for today. Is he supposed to conjure gifts from somewhere else? Aogu has already logged off. At this late hour, he might have gone to sleep. How could he possibly come back? It's all just excuses. They have already reached the 17th group, surpassing Mu Ran. As soon as the news of the first place being lost broke, the suppressed emotions of the crowd exploded. Damn, I spent my entire week's living expenses of 500 for this event, and now you tell me we lost. What kind of trash is Desheng's top streamer? With so many people joining forces, they can't even beat a third-tier streamer. Refund me. Refund. The scene was completely out of control. The countless praises that once filled the screen instantly turned into a torrent of insults. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment now. Even if Mu Ran desperately tried to remedy the situation, even risking violations to reveal more benefits, it was completely futile. Some overly excited fans were frantically typing, saying that if they wanted to see something revealing, they would have already gone to watch videos. Why are they still watching the live stream? A few even suggested that Mu Ran should go into the adult industry. Once those words were spoken, even though Mu Ran's mindset was still relatively stable, her expression turned ugly. These fools, don't they know she had already gone into the industry? She just didn't record it. And usually when they ask her to reveal more benefits, what do they expect? When everything is fine, she is the sexy and cute good baby, but as soon as there's a setback, they instantly turn into ordinary fans, right? A bunch of double-standard monsters. Just then Aogu finally logged back in. He wasn't worried at all about the current situation in the livestream room. Once he spends the remaining 1 million, the fans in the livestream room would surely revert back to their dog-like act. That's how Desheng's fans are. The streamer is used to it, and he is accustomed to it as well. Therefore, Aogu's emotions were very stable. Everyone stop for a moment, don't be so agitated. Usually, how much less than 5 million do I spend for events? This event was indeed a bit rushed. I originally planned to take out a sum of money in June to properly engage in the event, so in May I invested most of my cash into the company. Currently, I only have 2 million in free funds. 1 million has already been spent, and now there is still 1 million in cash left. Since Broken Dream provoked me, I will use all this remaining money to respond to him. Aogu typed with a grin on the screen. In the next moment, the 100,000 viewers frantically typing in the livestream room instantly saw Aogu's signature golden thick Imperial Barrage. Aogu still has 1 million. My god, Aogu actually has a trump card. As these words came out, the emotions of the crowd in the livestream room stabilized a bit, and they began to consider who would ultimately laugh last in this event. If they add this 1 million, wouldn't the leaderboard reach 350,000? No matter how impressive Broken Dream is, he can't possibly pull out another million right now, can he? If that's the case, their chances of winning are still quite high, at least 90 to 10. In an instant, many fans Meanwhile, the live stream also began to display the renewal announcements. AO Ran renews the Imperial subscription. AO Ran renews the Imperial subscription 2. AO Ran renews the Imperial subscription 3. AO Ran renews the Imperial subscription 15. Normally he would take his time, but now he needed to stabilize the fans' emotions, so he skipped the showy moments and finished renewing all subscriptions in just a few seconds. Sure enough, after the renewals, the barrage that had been continuously scrolling in the livestream room suddenly stopped. Another 1 million renewal. Did it really renew for 1 million? I feel like I can trust Aogu forever. The livestream room erupted in cheers from countless fans again. Mu Ran sat in her chair looking at this group of fickle fans, feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, the rhythm had finally returned, and seeing Aogu's renewal completed, she also let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks to Aogu for the 15 renewals. Don't worry, everyone, with Aogu here, we will definitely secure first place in this event. Mu Ran quickly spoke. I can't say that for sure. What if Broken Dream has also prepared 350,000? I currently really don't have any cash left. If he truly pulls out that much, we will have to admit defeat. Aogu laughed heartily and typed a message in the livestream room. Impossible, Broken Dream would only have about 3 million at most. How much higher could he go? Indeed, Broken Dream probably saw Aogu's words into Mu's livestream and specifically prepared for it, but he didn't expect that Aogu still had 1 million as a trump card, so it probably won't exceed 3 million. We won. There are still more than 10 minutes left. This time we really won. The once chaotic livestream room almost instantly regained a peaceful atmosphere. Aogu did not hesitate any longer. After all, Broken Dream was still sending gifts in the orange livestream room, and the first place for Mu Ran had already been lost. He needed to quickly reclaim it. Only the glaring ranking was what he ultimately wanted. Emperor AO Ran sends out Big Rocket 1001 combo. Emperor AO Ran sends out Big Rocket 1002 combo. Emperor AO Ran sends out Big Rocket 1003 combo. Aogu did not hesitate, and instantly sent out 3 sets of big rockets worth 100,000, directly pushing the ranking back to first place. In an instant, all the fans regained their confidence. With Aogu around, it's hard to lose. Meanwhile, on the orange side, a group of undercover informants came back. Not good, not good. AO has charged in another million. Damn, another million charged in. Doesn't that mean the leaderboard will reach 350,000? Seeing this barrage, everyone in the livestream room was stunned. Guangming, Jian, and a few others felt like their own people were foolish. When did money become so worthless on livestream platforms? 350,000 could buy a villa in a second-tier city. Moreover, Dream Gu had just barely brushed to over 270,000, and now the other side is starting to renew again, without any disagreement. The vitality of Desheng is too strong, isn't it? Seeing these barrages, even Orange couldn't help but show a hint of worry on her face. She wasn't afraid of losing first place now, she was genuinely worried that Dream Gu had brushed too much in her livestream room. After all, with 270,000 on the leaderboard, even if she lost, it would still be completely enough. Getting second place coupled with today's super ranking, her popularity would be completely opened up. Once this event ends, she just has to welcome the popularity. But what if Dream Gu really brushed too much in her livestream room today? How could she face Dream Gu in reality afterward? Even if she wanted to refund the money, she couldn't afford it. After all, she could only take a 20% cut. Thus, Orange hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up in the livestream. Dream Gu, how about we just leave it at that for today? The other side has 50 kings and AO Gu is launching various attacks. You've actually already won. Zhou Ming didn't say much, but only typed 2 words on the screen. Rest assured. If at first it was to help Orange secure the first place, now Zhou Ming intended to slap the faces of those thousands of Desheng fans who came over here shouting to admit defeat. 350,000 is just money to him, right? His account is about to get moldy with 10 billion. Then Zhou Ming directly started clicking on gifts. Emperor Broken Dream sends out Magic Book 131420 combo. As soon as this gift was sent out, it instantly pushed Orange's leaderboard to 3 million. Dream Gu is awesome. The audience in the livestream room saw Dream Gu still persisting, and they were instantly convinced. This time it was a genuine admiration. Just like Orange said, for this event, regardless of whether Zhou Ming continues to brush or not, he has already won. If he doesn't brush, he loses the ranking, but he gains face. On Mu Ran's side, even though they would ultimately reach a leaderboard of 350,000, the issue is that out of that amount, over 40,000 was contributed by fans, and another 105,000 was contributed by the kings. The remaining 2 million was actually brushed by AO Gu. But what about Dream Gu? Let's not count the new streamers for now. Just mentioning EE's side, the 4 sets of magic books being brushed had already amounted to 52,000. Adding today's 3 million from Orange's side, Dream Gu alone has directly brushed 350,000 in this event. Compared to AO Gu, Dream Gu brushed an additional 150,000. Even if the event is truly lost with this premise, no one can say anything. Instead, everyone has to praise. But what surprised everyone was that Dream Gu was clearly aware of AO Gu's renewal, yet he still chose to persist. On the other hand, AO Gu, upon realizing that Broken Dream was still persisting, was instantly amused. Does this Broken Dream really think he can brush over himself in the end? He just brushed 30,000, and he still has 70,000 left. In the next moment, AO Gu brushed out 2 sets of big rockets again, instantly reclaiming the first place. Some viewers watching from both live streams felt their adrenaline skyrocketing at this moment. Every change in ranking meant at least 100,000 gifts. Bright cash was jumping back and forth in front of them, and everyone was so excited that they didn't know what to say. Damn, AO Gu brushed another 20,000. Mu Ran's total leaderboard is now 305,000, reclaiming first place. Dream Guest 1314 Magic Book has reached the 21st group. Orange's leaderboard has surged to 313,000, and Mu Ran's first place is gone again. In a fit of rage, AO Gu brushed all of the remaining 50,000. Mu Ran's current leaderboard is 355,000. But Dream Gu hasn't given up. Dream Gu is still brushing. The 22nd group of Magic Books, the leaderboard is 326,003. My god, the 23rd group, the leaderboard is 339,004. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Initially, after AO Gu's renewal, everyone had lost faith in Dream Gu. But unexpectedly, Dream Gu actually managed to catch up using the 15-second per group Magic Book gifts. And now Orange's leaderboard was infinitely close to 340,000, with only a final gap of over 15,000 remaining to Mu Ran's leaderboard. On Mu Ran's side, all the fans of Desheng suddenly became anxious. They truly did not expect that AO Gu would brush another million, and that Broken Dream could still catch up. Everyone with money quickly contributes some for Mu Ran. If we really get caught up, it will be disastrous. I'll take out my living expenses for the next week. I'll eat instant noodles for a month next month. I don't believe it. Everyone, let's put in some effort. Someone gritted their teeth and directly contributed over 500. Damn it, I can't make it through next month, so I'll use my credit card first and pay it back when I get my salary next month. The streamer also became anxious. He had previously brushed out over 2,000 that he had saved up for a long time, but now Aogu renewed for another million, and there was actually a risk of being surpassed. The streamer thought for a moment and directly paid 2,000 using his credit card, sending out 2 big rockets immediately. With everyone's efforts in less than 10 seconds, Mu Ran's leaderboard surged up by 20,000. However, seeing this scene, Mu Ran couldn't smile at all, and her expression even became a bit dazed. Even Aogu was a little taken aback at this moment. They both knew that no matter how much the ordinary viewers contributed, it ultimately wouldn't be much. In such an event, what truly matters is still the strength of the big spenders. But can this broken dream really catch up? He just brushed over 100,000 and even donated all the remaining gold beans in his account, leaving nothing behind. In the next moment, upon seeing that Orange's leaderboard suddenly jumped up by over 30,000, Aogu realized that Broken Dream's magic books had reached the 24th group. At the same time, Orange's leaderboard also surged to 352,590. Although the fans in Mu Ran's livestream room were all trying their best to defend, they had brushed too much in the past few days, and everyone didn't have much money left in their pockets. Even if they brushed out of their overdrawn wallets, it would only be about 20,000. Currently, Mu Ran's livestream room has a total leaderboard of 357,000. Meanwhile, Orange's leaderboard stands at 352,000, infinitely approaching 353,000. It's over, and we lost. And why? Why did we lose? And the fans of Dasheng were truly numb now. If earlier, before Aogu's second move, they had refused to accept defeat, now their disbelief had wholly transformed into bewilderment. How could a newly minted divine patron possibly overpower so many viewers in their own livestream? And even Aogu, having recharged 1 million, still failed to prevail. A surge of suppressed fury threatened to erupt from the crowd. Yet before anyone could speak, many noticed another gift barrage drifting in from the rival stream. Imperial patron Shattered Dreams sent Magic Book 1314, 26 consecutive strikes, and what? He's still sending gifts. The audience was utterly stunned. And hadn't the opponent already won? And could it be that Aogu still concealed some unknown trump card? One Shattered Dream had somehow uncovered. But even Aogu himself was bewildered. Not only he knew whether such a card existed, and truthfully he had none at all. Nate already conceded defeat. Was this mere post-victory humiliation? Yet even if it was humiliation, why refuse money? And he truly had no hidden reserves left, not a single one. And meanwhile, in Juzi's stream, tens of thousands of jubilant fans celebrating their first place victory froze in shock upon witnessing Zhou Ming unleash yet another wave of gifts. Only when Juzi's leaderboard surged to 379 million did they finally believe the gift notifications flooding the screen were real. Fans grew frantic. In Brother Ming, the event is already won. No need to keep gifting. In exactly. Brother Ming, Aogu himself admitted he only had 1 million left. We won, Brother Ming. In fearing Zhou Ming might not realize his team had already claimed victory, fans rushed to type reminders across the public chat. And even Juzi quickly interjected in, Brother Ming, we've won. We're number 1. Oh, I know, but I haven't finished my gifts yet. And Zhou Ming nodded calmly in reply. And after all, a slap in the face is most satisfying when delivered with full force. No way. Brother Ming hasn't finished gifting yet. And how much did he top up his account? For million, and surely not 5 million. Even if he holds back this time, he can always gift next round. No need to spend it all at once. In an instant, everyone fell silent. How staggeringly wealthy was Brother Ming? NAS viewers expressed their awe across the public chat. 15 seconds later, another notification flashed across the screen. Imperial patron Shattered Dream sent Magic Book 1314, 27 consecutive strikes, and simultaneously Juzi's stream exploded with new viewers. Within 20 seconds, the audience soared from 60,000 to 100,000 and continued climbing. Regular viewers instantly understood Brother Ming's extraordinary conduct had electrified every casual visitor browsing the Xingqiu channel. Among them, even badges of Dasheng's fans appeared. In Guangming, Jiujian swiftly checked. Sure enough, Mu Ran's stream now hosted only 80,000 visitors. Most weren't Dasheng loyalists, just curious onlookers. In scrolling further through Xingqiu, he confirmed that over half the hosts had begun broadcasting live updates from Juzi's stream. No wonder so many had flocked here so suddenly. In seeing Brother Ming decisively claim first place, and witnessing his sheer power, hosts were hastening to signal their allegiance. Yet the moment Brother Ming launched his 28th gift barrage, Guangming Jiujian felt an uncanny suspicion stir in his mind. Brother Ming began gifting at 1140. Every 15 seconds, 28 rounds elapsed exactly 7 minutes. Guangming Jiujian glanced at the clock in the top right corner, 1147 precisely. The event was already won, so why continue gifting? Nor rather, what deeper intention lay behind this relentless rhythm? In 20 minutes, 7 minutes, 15 seconds per round. Guangming Zhujian murmured softly. And then, suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. And could it be? Brother Ming intends to gift every 15 seconds until the event officially ends at noon. He immediately pulled out his phone calculator. In 4 rounds per minute. In 20 minutes equals 80 rounds. Each round cost 131400 yuan. 80 rounds would amount to 10.5 million. In accounting for minor timing variances, perhaps missing a few 15-second intervals, the actual count would likely be lower. If Brother Ming factored in those margins, his target was almost certainly 77 rounds, exactly 10 million yuan. In Guangming Zhujian's jaw dropped in disbelief. Truly, given Brother Ming's current pace, this feat seemed genuinely possible, spending 10 million yuan in a single live stream as his debut on Husha platform. No divine patron had ever attempted such a feat before. In would today mark its historic inception at Brother Ming's hands. In Guangming Zhujian felt his blood surge with exhilaration. He refocused instantly on Zhu Zi's stream to verify his theory and above all to witness history's unprecedented birth. On-screen Zhou Ming had reached round 45. Naviri viewer had long since gone numb. Only endless strings of 666 flooded the public chat. 45 rounds, nearly 9 million yuan. And the once boisterous dashing fans had fallen utterly silent. The disparity was simply too vast. In their side, dozens of monarch-tier patrons plus imperial-tier AO Gu himself had collectively raised only 57 million. Yet here, disregarding earlier contributions, the 45 gift barges alone totaled 9 million. How could this contest even continue? And was the opponent cheating? Nan, judging by appearances, Shattered Dream showed absolutely no sign of stopping. In his hotel room, Zhou Ming smiled faintly, his fingers still tapping steadily on the gift-sending button. And Dashing's trolls, were they trembling yet? Imperial patron Shattered Dream sent Magic Book 1314, 48 consecutive strikes, and Imperial patron Shattered Dream sent Magic Book 1314, 52 consecutive strikes. An Imperial patron Shattered Dream sent Magic Book 1314, 61 consecutive strikes, in 8 million. Brother Ming has hit 8 million, and my eyes are failing me. I swear if it weren't May, I'd think he was competing in December's year-end gala. But Brother Ming hasn't stopped. He's still surging upward, and could he actually reach 10 million? And, of course he will. If he didn't pause at 8 million, he'll surely aim for 10. Brother Ming is invincible. I declare him the strongest divine patron on Husha platform. And this proclamation ignited immediate thunderous agreement among countless newcomers. Given Brother Ming's current performance, it was difficult to dispute his supremacy. Now Gu, the leading imperial tier patron on Dashing's side, had previously held the title of Husha's most formidable divine patron. From 2016, when AO Gu first entered live streaming, to present day, 2018, he had gifted over 20 million yuan, averaging roughly 1 million per month. During major events, he topped up more, yet rarely exceeded 5 million. In reality, spoke plainly under the gaze of countless eyes, AO Gu had been utterly obliterated by Brother Ming. Even AOG's alliance of 50 monarchs had been crushed outright by Brother Ming's solitary dominance. In this time, Brother Ming had truly shattered Mu Ran's 100,000 viewer stream with unmatched individual prowess. As for Lang Gu, the other divine patron, his strength was indeed greater. And since joining the platform in 2017, he'd gifted nearly 50 million yuan within just over a year. Crucially, Lang Gu maintained a demanding career and rarely streamed. Only 7 or 8 times in that entire year, averaging less than 1 session per month. Yet even so, his average expenditure per session still fell short of 10 million. And whereas Brother Ming, within this modest event, was moments away from hitting that very milestone. Moreover, Brother Ming had joined the platform merely 4 days ago. In 4 days, and already 10 million. Though his cumulative spending lagged behind Lang Ji's and AO Gu's, his demonstrated spending power rendered his status as strongest divine patron virtually indisputable. Almost instantly, the stream erupted into a frenzy of scrolling text, nearly every message flashing the same 4 characters in strongest divine patron. Amidst tens of thousands of cascading messages, the hour, minute, and second hand simultaneously crossed. The simultaneously activity leaderboards across all streams began retracting. On Zhu Zi's stream, a final colossal gift notification, emitted by an imperial tier patron, froze on the public chat, becoming the ultimate crescendo of the broadcast. In Imperial patron Shattered Dream sent Magic Book 1314, 77 consecutive strikes. Although the gift-giving segment had ended on the homepage of the live stream, Acute, which riding a magic broom continued to scatter purple spellbooks into the stream, creating a stunning spectacle. The combo effect of the 1314 spellbook occurs every 30 seconds, but Zhou Ming manages to trigger a set every 15 seconds. The platform's effect settings for valuable gifts dictate that only after one gift effect completes can the next gift effect animation commence. This is also to prevent the awkward situation where multiple wealthy viewers send gifts simultaneously, resulting in the newly sent effect being overshadowed by others. The aim is to protect the gifting experience of the wealthy patrons. However, no one anticipated that one day this feature would transform due to Ming Gu's excessive gifting. After 20 minutes, the effects had only progressed halfway. This means that even if he stopped gifting now, the gift visuals in the live stream would still take another 20 minutes to conclude. Yet it is precisely because of this that the atmosphere in the live stream has become even more thrilling. Juzi was completely stunned by the gifts. Before this, Ming Gu had told her to aim for first place, but he had never mentioned gifting this much. In the final ranking, her total was 10,041,000. Even if you add up the total rankings from second place to 50th, none reached her amount. One could even say the difference is vast. Even if she only receives 20% of the income, that amounts to 2,080,000. In 20 minutes, she went from a poor streamer to a millionaire. Juzi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. However, she quickly regained her composure. She knew very well why she was receiving such a large amount of donations and gaining such high popularity. Without Ming Gu, she would still be the little streamer who was overlooked. Perhaps in a few years, when she grew older and could no longer stream, her identity as a small streamer would remain unchanged. Ming Gu is truly her benefactor in this life. In that moment, her gaze towards the first seat in the VIP section became even more fervent. The live stream was now in a state of fervor. The other streamers and managers from various guilds were also feeling restless. The one most unsettled was Bebe from Beixia. Sitting in the Beixia Guild's office, Bebe stared blankly at Juzi's live stream, where she had just received a donation of 10 million. Oh, all of this should have belonged to Yi. If Ming Gu had chosen to participate in Yi's live stream today, not only would these gifts have been Yi's, but their guild would also receive a share. 30% of 10 million would be 3 million. With that 3 million, she could easily nurture 4 or 5 second-tier streamers. Wouldn't Beixia Guild then flourish? But now, no matter how much she regretted it, the facts had already unfolded. The biggest winner this time turned out to be Juzi, who had only collaborated with Yi once, while the White Feather Guild, which was nearly invisible on the platform, benefited immensely. The thought of the White Feather Guild gaining 3 million for free made Bebe feel a surge of discomfort. Yet she also knew that now was not the time to be angry. She quickly knocked on the door of Yi's livestream. Ming Gu has given Juzi a 10 million ranking. I know this ranking should have been yours, but don't be upset. Ming Gu will continue to play on the platform, just be attentive. Although Bebe felt quite disappointed, she still planned to comfort Yi first. The lack of income for her guild wouldn't greatly affect her as a manager. However, Yi had visibly lost a 10 million ranking today. Bebe guessed that Yi's mood must be quite poor right now. She understood that anyone would feel upset if 2 million were thrown away to someone else. But before she could finish her words, Yi interrupted her. What do you mean, Bebe? This ranking wasn't meant for me in the first place, and why would I be angry with Sister Juzi? She earned it through her own abilities. Yi smiled playfully. Bebe was taken aback for a moment, fearing that Yi might be genuinely upset. But after taking a closer look at Yi, she realized that the girl really didn't seem angry at all, leaving Bebe speechless. This girl truly is carefree. But that's also good. Oh, at least Yi won't become disheartened over this matter. It's good that you can see things clearly. Now that Juzi's rise is a certainty, you and Juzi have that relationship, so you must seize the opportunity. Remember to send some gifts in Juzi's livestream later as a gesture. Bebe instructed. Okay, sister, I understand. Yi nodded repeatedly. After leaving Yi's side, Bebe also greeted the more than 20 streamers in her guild who were currently live streaming, asking them to send gifts. Simultaneously, the Zuaming Guild, Jinluan Guild, Qianhuang Guild, as well as Longting, Shaoxiang, Xuanfeng, and others. The various guilds and streamers on the platform almost immediately made their decisions. A wealthy patron who has donated gifts worth millions. If they could truly attract any of the streamers from their guild, even a little bit would be enough for them to enjoy for a long time. Moreover, if they could recruit this wealthy patron into their guild, wouldn't their guild surely become top tier? Yi and Juzi are the best examples, aren't they? Yi, a new streamer, simply sang a song, and Ming Gu generously gifted 50 to 60,000. And Juzi, she merely danced and caught Ming Gu's eye, achieving a 10 million ranking today. All the streamers' eyes were practically ablaze with envy. The next second, Juzi's live stream was flooded with countless wealthy patrons, and innumerable treasure maps lit up almost simultaneously. Zuaming Guild donated treasure map 1. Zuaming Guild donated treasure map 2. Zuaming Guild donated treasure map 10. Jinluan Guild donated treasure map 1. Jinluan Guild donated treasure map 2. Jinluan Guild donated treasure map 10. Beixia Guild, Qianhuang Guild, Longting Guild, Huai Guild donated treasure map. Following that, countless royal accounts began to flood the screen with comments. Zuaming, welcome Meng Gu to the Tiger Shark platform. Jinluan, welcome Meng Gu. Beixia Bebe, congratulations Meng Gu on winning the championship. 666, this is impressive, there should be at least 10 guilds now. Each guild with 10 treasure maps, more than 10 guilds, that's directly 60 to 70,000. Haha, the streamer is getting rich again, but Juzi probably won't be satisfied with such a small amount now. The comments in the screen resumed their cheerful tone upon seeing the gifts from the royal accounts of several guilds. They certainly understood that these gifts were not meant for Juzi, but for Meng Gu in the livestream. However, that didn't stop them from enjoying the moment. This is amazing. Being with Meng Gu is great, but adds so much prestige wherever you go. Juzi quickly expressed her gratitude in the livestream. Thank you everyone, and thank you to all the bosses for your support. Juzi, are you interested in joining our Huai? If you come over, we'll train you to be our top streamer. The manager from Huai cheerfully commented in the chat. As soon as those words were spoken, the manager from the White Feather Guild, who was still observing, immediately became furious. After all the hard work, they finally produced a top streamer, and now they were trying to poach her. Moreover, could they not discreetly attempt to poach? The manager of that guild was still present. Without hesitation, she directly utilized her authority as a guild manager to silence the Huai manager. The Huai side's attempt to speak was suddenly cut short. Haha, you have to admire the White Feather people for their skill. What does it matter that Huai is a big guild? This is Juzi's live stream, and they can't silence anyone who isn't an emperor. The White Feather manager shows some guts. Ew, I like it, ha ha ha, I'm a fan now. Even Zhou Ming found this operation from the White Feather Guild amusing. However, to be fair, it's best not to join Huai Guild. Their people are extremely unpleasant, and they even suppress their top streamers. Where's the sense of security in that? At that moment, amidst the joy of everyone, a royal patron with the name Qianqian coldly snorted and nonchalantly sent a comment on the screen. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the livestream froze. Even the managers from other guilds dared not respond. Qianqian used to be a more popular streamer than Muruan, yet she was suppressed by Huai. Everyone knew the reason behind this. When Qianqian's royal fans brought it up, it was like declaring war against. At this moment, whoever responds would be in trouble, so naturally no one spoke. Alright, you all can return to where you came from after sending your gifts. Zhou Ming furrowed his brows slightly, but he did not show any courtesy to them because of the gifts. Had watched live streams before. Last year, Qianqian was a hit in the Star Show district, and he couldn't possibly not know her. He wondered why she was absent this year, only to realize she had been suppressed by Huai. However, the exact reason was unclear, and he chose not to comment further. The many guild managers in the livestream saw Zhou Ming speaking and quickly followed his lead. Meng Gu was unrestrained because he was a wealthy patron with that qualification, but they certainly didn't dare to act that way. After sending their congratulations, they swiftly exited. The awkwardness was only temporary. After a large number of guild managers left, within a minute dozens of Star Show streamers entered the room, and as soon as they entered the live stream, they began to send gifts. E donated treasure map 10. Tobiobeo donated treasure map 2. Pasan donated treasure map 10. Xianfeng donated treasure map 1. Qianqian donated treasure map 1. Goofing donated big. As guild managers, there are certain things they cannot say, but as streamers, they have a bit more freedom in that regard. First up was Pashan, who shamelessly opened up in the live stream. Congratulations Meng Gu on winning the competition and becoming the strongest wealthy patron on the Tiger Shark platform. Wishing Meng Gu joy and prosperity, may the years be filled with good fortune, and may wealth flow like the Yangtze River, with life blooming like flowers above a well, big and small fortunes arriving daily, and everything going smoothly. Wow Pashan, you are too shameless. The fellow news streamer Xianfeng became irritated upon seeing Pashan's excessive flattery. I also congratulate Meng Gu on becoming the strongest wealthy patron on the Tiger Shark platform. Wishing him no worries about food or clothing, living lavishly every day and enjoying gentle nights. May his business prosper like the Yangtze River, and may life bloom like flowers, with fortunes flowing in daily and everything going smoothly. Besides these two news streamers, the rest were generally talent streamers like EE. They all had talents, but they really weren't good at these flattering rhymes. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Congratulations Meng Gu on becoming the strongest wealthy patron on the platform. As everyone came to their senses, they frantically followed EE's lead and spammed the chat. Congratulations Meng Gu on becoming the strongest wealthy patron on the platform. Then the next moment, amidst the frenzy of spamming in the livestream, a red super admin avatar lit up. Tiger Shark super admin Xiao Bailing donated treasure map 1. Congratulations Meng Gu on winning the 10 million ranking. Xiao Bailing sent a treasure map and added a line below. Although she was Zhou Ming's client manager, her other identity was that of a Tiger Shark super admin. While she believed that Zhou Ming was currently the #1 wealthy patron on Tiger Shark, that was something a streamer could say, but she couldn't. Regardless, her intentions were clear. Haha, even the super admin is sending gifts to Meng Ge. No wonder he's Meng Ge. Seeing the super admin, who usually banned people left and right gifting treasure maps to visitors in the live stream, were instantly delighted. Zhou Ming also returned a smiley emoji to Xiao Bailing, pleasantly surprised by her perceptiveness. While Orange's live stream buzzed with exuberant energy, Muron sat stiffly in his own studio, uncomfortable tense, as if perched on thorns. Though he secured second place, it was a crushing, humiliating defeat. 57 million versus 10 million. Obliterated, not merely outpaced, but crushed beneath the weight of Dream Shattered's staggering tally. The disparity was glaring, so obvious even a child could grasp it. Even his most fervent fans who had stormed the chat moments earlier in righteous fury now fell silent. When the gap is narrow, outrage flows freely, but when it yawns as deep as the Mariana Trench, even scorn loses its voice. The stream descended into an unexpected heavy silence. In truth, there's no need to dwell too much on this event. It was merely an impromptu addition, a minor interlude. The true contest for supremacy, the defining battle, awaits in June's mid-year event. What unfolds today bears little weight on what will unfold then. Muron offered an awkward smile and attempted a forced explanation, but the 70,000 viewers in his stream remained utterly unresponsive. Finally, Ao Ge could bear it no longer. He cleared his throat twice and typed first onto the public chat, "Let me be frank. We lost. And yes, we must own that loss. But losing isn't terrifying. What's truly perilous is failing to understand why. In my view, the reason is simple: overconfidence. Precisely that, overconfidence. After dominating the platform unchallenged since 2016, I grew complacent throughout 2017 and 2018, never once summoning my full strength. I assumed 2 million would suffice for this event, so just days ago, I allocated my spare 20 million into company operations. Yet fate intervened. An unforeseen rival emerged, Dream Shattered. My guess. He anticipated this event and deliberately hoarded funds waiting precisely for this moment, to eclipse me and claim his ascent. Ao Ge sighed helplessly. Indeed, as a streamer I shouldn't speak lightly of elders. But this time I must say plainly, Ao Ge has been deeply wronged. His prowess is undeniable. In every major event these past 2 years, has Ao Ge ever ranked below 5 million? He stops at 5 million not because he cannot surpass it, but because 5 million is enough. Yet make no mistake, were he to unleash his full capacity, 1 million would pose no challenge. Seeing Ao Ge's words begin to shift the mood, Muron seized the opening and spoke swiftly. Instantly the atmosphere in the stream brightened noticeably. Ao Ge signaled discreetly to several guild staff, prompting them to ignite momentum using alternate accounts. Think about it. Why would Dream Shattered commit 10 million to such a minor event? Clearly he schemed against Ao Ge, to stand atop him, to seize glory by trampling his name. Indeed, if 1 million was excessive for a 100,000-a-year event, then surely something deeper lies beneath. That remark ignited speculation across the stream. The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Why had they fallen? Because invincibility breeds vulnerability, and even the unrivaled may fall to treachery, especially within the volatile arena of live streaming. So this loss, it scarcely matters, a trivial recommendation easily ceded to Orange. The real test arrives next month. Muron echoed the sentiment. Rest assured, I'll back you fully in next month's event. Ao Ge pounded his chest in solemn vow. Muron speaks wisely. This month's event was insignificant. What does triumph here truly signify? Next month is where destiny is forged. I've never doubted Ao Ge's strength. As he stated earlier in the Moo's stream, due to corporate liquidity constraints, this was all the capital he could deploy. Should Dream Shattered exceed it, Ao Ge willingly yields the crown. Stand with Ao Ge. Reclaim victory next month. Yes, being outmaneuvered is no disgrace. Next time we'll crush him, Hedon. Enthusiasm surged anew. Anticipation crackled through the chat, like static before lightning. Relief washed over Muron as the mood lifted. Seizing the moment, Ao Ge swiftly excused himself and logged off. Frustration boiled within him, needing immediate release. He would seek solace with a newly ensnared female streamer from 2 nights prior. As for Muron, he'd wait a few days before bestowing his attention again. Muron longed to end the stream, but duty demanded he remain soothing his audience's frayed nerves. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming reveled in triumph. Brothers, since tonight's energy runs so high, ending early would feel hollow. Let's play a game instead. Zhou Ming typed, watching the chat flood with rapid-fire responses. A game. Both fellow streamers and viewers paused mid-chat, startled. Now let me explain the rules. Zhou Ming smiled as he replied, it is now 1-1-5 a.m. The game lasts precisely 45 minutes, until 1:00 a.m. Orange will conduct a live draw in her stream. Suppose 1,000 streamers broadcast nightly in the Xingqiu zone. Ranked by popularity, they're divided into 50 pages, 20 per page. Viewers may type corresponding codes. For example, 2010 means the 10th streamer on the 20th page. Once Orange draws that number, I'll instantly visit that streamer's room. No matter the streamer's caliber, a minimum gift of 1 treasure map is required. Naturally, streams hosted by Desheng are automatically skipped. Zhou Ming unveiled the rules, and the stream erupted. Wasn't he in essence handing the power to reward streamers directly to ordinary viewers? Type a code, watch Orange draw, and instantly a gift lands upon the chosen streamer. A brilliantly inventive twist. Meanwhile, countless streamers watching the broadcast stirred with quiet excitement, especially those still offline who hastily exited other apps and launched their own streams. There was nothing to lose in being overlooked, and everything to gain if drawn: instant exposure to massive traffic plus, at minimum, 1 treasure map worth 5,000 yuan. In an instant, countless streamers logged on. As one of the top 3 live streaming platforms in the country, Tiger Shark had no shortage of streamers. There were already many streamers broadcasting in the evening, and with today's event the number of online streamers increased significantly. Now with Zhou Ming's words, even more streamers came online. Juzi briefly scrolled through the Xingqiu channel on her computer and refreshed the page numbers below. According to Mengge, there are currently a total of 67 pages of live streams. Juzi carefully counted the number of streamers on each page, and there were exactly 20. So our selection range is from 120 to 6,720. Juzi pasted this range in the upper right corner of her live stream. She initially planned to place it at the bottom, but unfortunately the gift effects were still not finished, and the bottom half of the live room kept flashing, making it impossible to see clearly even if she placed it there. Alright everyone, let's get started. Zhou Ming chuckled and typed on the screen. I never expected I would have a chance to reward streamers in this way. Haha, as a member of the Zero Charge Party, I have never spent a penny, but Mengge is truly amazing. What do you consider a Zero Charge Party? People like us, true members of the Zero Charge Party, usually have to grab big rockets and gold beans from the treasure map to sell to the bean merchants for cash. While the person above is impressive, watching a live stream can even lead to financial insights. Indeed, using this method, I've already made nearly 50 bucks, haha. Speaking of this matter, the person was obviously very pleased, responding to every comment that tagged him. The live room was abuzz with discussion. Then came countless numerical comments. Some were randomly typed by viewers, but some were deliberately posted after checking which page their followed streamers were on. However, most comments had numbers that were skewed towards the back. Naturally, the streamers ranked lower had less. This also meant that most viewers actually wanted to see Zhou Ming rewarding those lesser-known streamers. After all, in most people's eyes, when a wealthy patron visits a small streamer's live room, the viewing interest would be much higher. However, Zhou Ming didn't mind this at all. It's just for fun. Of course, she also wanted to earn some cash back. Zhou Ming was genuinely very happy tonight. Having spent over 10 million, the real cashback guarantee was over 100 million. Juzi, take a screenshot at exactly 17 minutes using the bottom one as a reference. Zhou Ming spoke in the live room. Juzi softly replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although it was said she was cooperating with Zhou Ming to play games, her mind was already elsewhere. What she was really thinking about now was whether to tell Mengge tonight that she wanted to find him at the hotel. She really wanted to express her gratitude for Mengge's rewards. No amount of talking in the live room was as reliable as meeting in person. However, she still followed Zhou Ming's instructions. When she saw that Zhou Ming wanted to take a screenshot at 17 minutes, the viewers in the live room suddenly started spamming even more vigorously. Time's up. Juzi smiled and pressed the screenshot button, then pulled the captured image into the live stream interface. Congratulations to this fan, your number 421 has won. Okay, now we should go check the room. Zhou Ming chuckled, exiting Juzi's live room. Meanwhile, Juzi was also synchronously searching for this streamer. Fans who are unwilling to move around can watch in my live room. I can sync the broadcast here. Originally, fans who planned to follow Zhou Ming to join the fun stayed back upon hearing Juzi's words. After all, it's all about the spectacle, and it was obviously more interesting on Juzi's side. They were all just watching the broadcast, so it didn't matter where they tuned in. Meanwhile, the more than 50,000 viewers who followed Zhou Ming to check the room were also searching for the first streamer on page 42. Zhou Ming quickly found this streamer's room. Bamboo Craft Master Fong Xianwan. Seeing this title, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. She clicked in directly based on the title. Inside the live room was a small courtyard in a village illuminated by a bright incandescent light on the roof, where a slightly plump young woman was sitting in the middle weaving a bamboo basket. If she was seeing it correctly, this person should indeed be Fong Xianwan from the cover of the live room. However, Fong Xianwan was so focused on weaving the bamboo basket that she didn't even notice when Zhou Ming's imperial effect lit up in the live room. The tens of thousands of viewers who poured in with Zhou saw that the streamer showed no reaction to Menggu entering the live room, and they burst into laughter. Is Meng guest first room check being ignored? I can't take it anymore. Should Menggu send a treasure map to intimidate this streamer? However, you can't deny that weaving bamboo baskets looks quite therapeutic. While this truly draws people, tell the one fixing the donkey's hooves and the one restoring the watch that I might not be able to return tonight. But we can't let the streamer keep ignoring Menggu. He only set a game time of 45 minutes, and spending too long on this is not okay. I still want to see Menggu reward a few more. The comments in the live room flew. However, faced with the barrage from tens of thousands of users, Feng Xianwan still remained oblivious. Wow, isn't this person from my village? I have her number. Wait a moment, I'll let her see the live room. A fan named Gumming Jiaoyu entered the live room stunned before quickly speaking up. Upstairs, do you think we believe you? What are the odds seeing a live stream and running into someone you know? The viewers expressed their disbelief. However, before they could say anything else, Feng Xianyuan's phone indeed rang in the live room. The next moment, she stood up having put down her bamboo basket. She merely glanced at her phone, but was so shocked that she almost dropped it. F5. 55. Feng Xianwan looked dumbfounded at her live room. There were clearly only a bit over 100 loyal fans in her live. Found it. I've taken a screenshot. Tomorrow Feng Xianyuan's shocked expression pack will be out. Honestly, if I were to discover this, my phone would probably have been thrown already. The visitors were in stitches. Zhou Ming also laughed out loud. This was truly a pure and genuine shocked expression. Without hesitation, she directly sent a treasure map in the live room. Emperor Shattered Dream sent out treasure map 1. Emperor Shattered Dream sent out treasure map 2. Emperor Shattered Dream sent out treasure map 10. Wow, 10 treasure maps, that's 50,000. Menggu is generous. Menggu is wealthy. My Menggu is invincible. The live room instantly lit up with countless comments. Feng Xianwan was also receiving treasure maps for the first time, but she hadn't figured out what was happening yet and didn't know what to say. Until the next moment, one of her old fans in the room, a moderator, typed to tell her that Emperor Menggu had come to check the room. Only then did she realize what had happened and knew that the 10 gifts Menggu had given her were worth 50,000. Thank you, Menggu. Thank you for the gifts. Menggu, how about I send you a bamboo basket? Feng Xianwan looked at her phone awkwardly. Although she was very excited, she didn't know how to express her gratitude at that moment. 50,000 worth of gifts. She wasn't signed with a guild, and even splitting with the platform meant she would only get 25,000. Feng Xianwan looked around, unsure what she had nearby that could be worth so much. A well-made bamboo basket was only worth a few dozen bucks. 25,000. She would need to weave over 1,000 baskets. No need, I don't need this. Next time I visit your hometown, just treat me to a farmhouse meal. That's no problem, Menggu. Eat as many meals as you want, but when are you coming? I need to prepare. Feng Xianyuan's eyes lit up, eagerly asking. Ha, I can't take it anymore. This streamer is too sincere. Menggu was just being polite, but she took it seriously. In this day and age, such honest people are truly rare. I should send a plane to show my appreciation. Honest person 1. He'll send a few too. In the live room, many viewers immediately began sending gifts. Although they were small, they added up to 2,000 or 3,000. Hearing Feng Xianyuan's words, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. She slightly raised her hand and sent another 10 treasure maps. Instantly, Feng Xianyuan's live room ranking soared to over 100,000. Brothers, time to retreat. Zhou Ming laughed, typing on the screen, and led the way back to Juzi's live room. The fans also followed Zhou Ming back, leaving behind Feng Xianwan, who had just received 50,000 and was completely bewildered. Her mind was in a daze. She couldn't figure out much else, but she knew that a wealthy person named Menggu had entered her live room and rewarded her with 100,000. No matter how you look at it, this is a good thing. Back in Juzi's live room, the fans began to discuss. Menggu is so generous, directly gifting 100,000. As expected of Menggu, it would be great if he could reward every artisan live streaming 10,000 each. Upstairs, are you planning to live stream a 5-finger mountain? That kind of stream won't pass review. Get lost. If I showcase, I need to get Menggu involved. Alright, let's continue to the next one. Zhou Ming frowned, hurriedly stopping the fans from leading the conversation in an inappropriate direction. Even if she really wanted to, it would need to be with someone like Juzi. Juzi also tacitly began to draw lots again. She pulled 4 more live rooms in a row. Apart from one being a popular streamer's room, she skipped the other 3. Compared to Feng Xianwan, these 3 streamers were much more clever and all knew about Zhou Ming checking rooms. Zhou Ming stayed in each live room for no more than 10 minutes and sent 10 treasure maps to all 3. Okay, it's getting late. Let's check the last room and prepare to leave. Zhou Ming couldn't help but yawn. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and she was indeed a bit sleepy. Last one. The viewers in the live room began spamming comments. To be honest, they had a great time following Menggu tonight. Usually when they enter a live room on the streaming platform, are most streamers able to showcase their talents after they send comments? But tonight the three streamers, a guitarist, a violinist, and a dancer, were all appreciated thoroughly. This feeling can only be described with one word: refreshing. Meanwhile, all the viewers also started spamming numbers. The deadline is at 30 seconds. Juicy looked at the time and quickly pressed the screenshot button. Congratulations to this fan, the number drawn this time is 515. Juicy smiled as she pasted the number into the live room. Let's go watch the spectacle. The fans were now quite familiar with finding live rooms, and upon seeing the number set they immediately rushed off to find the room. Zhou also followed along. However, after many water friends entered room 515, they couldn't help but be stunned. Someone excitedly typed on the screen, "Isn't this Qian Qian?" In the live streaming room, Qian Qian's body suddenly trembled. She had been live streaming all night. Although she was hidden by the Hawaii Guild with the support of several big brothers in the live streaming room, she managed to climb to the 43rd place on the leaderboard with $20,000 over the past few days, earning a bit of recommendation. She had just given a gift in Orange's live stream, although it wasn't much, it was indeed all the cash she had left. It was because she had heard about Meng Ge checking the room that she decided to stream a bit longer in hopes of a lucky encounter, but she didn't expect that Meng Ge would actually show up. Qian Qian wasn't entirely sure how Orange had managed to rise, but she did have some guesses in her heart. Today, encountering Meng Ge checking the room indicated that her luck had truly arrived. Seeing Zhou Meng's Imperial account enter the live streaming room, Qian Qian quickly adjusted her mindset, standing up to welcome him. Welcome Meng Ge to Qian Qian's live streaming room. The tens of thousands of visitors who had just entered the live streaming room began typing and discussing. Qian Qian is so miserable. Last year at this time she was surely the #1 star, but now how has her popularity dropped to this level? That's true, she's still ranked on the 5th page during the evening slot. If she were streaming in the afternoon, she'd probably be buried past the 8th or 9th page, barely even qualifying as a 3rd-tier streamer. Regardless, Qian Qian is still my goddess. Hey, did you guys not see that Junwang brother typing in Orange's live streaming room? Clearly Qian Qian has been wronged by the ruthless Hawaii Guild. Zhou Meng was also a bit surprised. Previously, when those guild leaders came over, they were still talking about Qian Qian, and he hadn't expected to run into her tonight. However, Zhou Meng didn't hesitate and first sent 10 treasure maps as a basic greeting for his room check tonight. The tens of thousands of visitors who had just entered the live streaming room, anyone with a bit of spare cash, basically sent out some gifts. In just a few minutes, Qian Qian's weekly ranking, which had only been 20,000, surged to over 80,000. Zhou Meng sent 5,000, and the visitors who just entered collectively sent 1,000. Enough talk, it's all about feelings. Here's a big rocket for you. Qian Qian was my youth for the past 2 years. I don't have much money now, so I'll send 5 hot pots, just about $30 as a token of respect. Thank you for the gifts, Meng Ge, and thank you to everyone for remembering me. Qian Qian felt a surge of emotion as she looked at the barrage of comments in the live streaming room. Who said the internet's memory lasts only a month? Although she had lost her recommendation spot and the audience of over 100,000 fading from everyone's sight, so many people still remembered her. No need to be polite. Playing room check with fans. I remember your song Deng Ziki is quite good. How about you sing us a song? Zhou Meng typed with a smile. Wow, I'm teary-eyed. Meng Ge actually knows Qian Qian. Qian Qian is known as the singing queen Little Deng Ziki. It seems Meng Ge must have watched Qian Qian streams frequently over the past 2 years, otherwise he wouldn't know this. The old fans in Qian Qian's live streaming room became excited upon seeing Zhou Meng's words. Even Qian Qian felt a wave of emotion in her heart. She didn't expect that Meng Ge, who had just started playing on the Tiger Shark platform for only a few days, would actually know her. But this also proved that Meng Ge had watched Tiger Shark 2 years ago. He had only chosen to engage recently. Thank you for still remembering me, Meng Ge. Qian Qian's eyes filled with tears as she stood up and bowed repeatedly to the audience. I'll sing a song called Period for everyone. Qian Qian quickly selected the accompaniment. Looking at the lyrics that popped up on the accompaniment, she felt an infinite sense of emotion. After organizing her feelings, Qian Qian took out her best state and began to sing. Unfortunately, we finally reached a period. The hummingbird outside the window, unwilling to fly, also mourned. In this song, Qian Qian poured in 100% of her emotion. Even halfway through, her voice became a bit choked. But this slight choking sound was not annoying at all. Instead, it imparted a special beauty to Qian Qian's. Why do I feel so moved that I want to cry, eh? To be honest, I came to play with Meng Ge feeling very good, but now I feel so down because of Qian Qian's song. It's too beautiful, but it feels like Qian Qian has too many grievances. I'm very sorry, Qian Qian. I haven't visited your live streaming room in months, but I won't do that anymore. I'll come often from now on. In the live streaming room, countless viewers were sighing. Zhou Meng also shook his head helplessly. When Qian Qian subconsciously mentioned the song period, Zhou Meng instantly understood what it meant. At that moment, a Junwang brother in Qian Qian's live streaming room typed out the meaning of this song. Zhou Meng glanced over, and this ID seemed to be the one who had previously confronted the Hawaii executive in Orange's live streaming room. This song is written by Deng Ziki for her former agent Zhang Dan. The entire song describes the relationship between the two mutually fulfilling each other. Zhang Dan discovered Deng Ziki when she was 14, released her first album at 16, and held a concert for her at 19. However, after Deng Ziki became famous, Zhang Dan took on a large number of commercial performances for her, turning her into a money-making machine, which deeply trapped Deng Ziki in public opinion storms, contradicting her original intent in creation. Therefore, Deng Ziki ultimately chose to leave, marking an end to this relationship. Zhou naturally knew this background. Thus, he fully understood Qianqian's feelings now. A once famous streamer suddenly being hidden by the guild, and the guild that hid her was the very one that had supported her rise. This experience was so similar to that of the protagonist of this song. Listening to the song and watching the background story typed out by Junwang brother, the public screen in the live streaming room fell into an infinite silence. The song truly has the power to touch people, especially for a singer with exceptional vocal skills who perfectly matched this song. Hearing Qianqian sing until she cried at the end, many people on the other side of the phone felt a pang in their noses. Some of the girls watching the live stream couldn't help but sob. They truly empathized. They could completely feel the confusion and frustration of a talented, capable, and promising top streamer suddenly being silenced, hidden, and targeted. Moreover, they could also sense that during this time Qianqian had indeed grown. A once extremely popular top streamer had turned into a third-tier streamer in just a few months, yet she still persevered in maintaining her original intention, which was already quite difficult. Zhou didn't hesitate and directly opened the gift bar. Emperor Broken Dream sent out treasure map 1. Emperor Broken Dream sent out treasure map 2. Emperor Broken Dream sent out treasure map 10. Emperor Broken Dream sent out treasure map 30. Emperor Broken Dream sent out treasure map 8. Emperor Broken Dream sent out treasure map 100. The live streaming room, both on the streaming interface and the public screen barrage, was completely flooded with Zhou gifts. Instantly, over 50,000 people in the live streaming room were stunned. 100 treasure maps. 500,000 cash. After Qianqian finished singing, she quickly wiped away her tears at the corners of her eyes. Thank you, Ming, thank you. Looking at the 100 treasure maps in front of her, Qianqian's previously hesitant heart gradually became resolute. Everyone who wants to succeed needs to give something. No one can succeed without reason. Now is the time for her to put an end to her past. Just like the lyrics say, from now on she will no longer cry. Without hesitation, Qianqian opened the chat box for Meng Gu in the back end. Then she quietly typed a message. Zhou Ming saw that the private message notification lit up, and he clicked on it. He had long turned off the stranger messaging function. Only those he followed could send him messages. Of course, the only exception was Zaya Bailing, who was a super admin on Tiger Shark and had a privileged account. He only followed a few streamers, so only a few people could message him. Zhou Ming glanced and saw that it was a message from Qianqian. However, upon seeing the words above, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. This sentence was so similar to what Orange had said back then. Qianqian typed, Meng Gu, I'm giving my all. I want to be the champion of the mid-year event in June. Is that okay? Zhou Ming thought for 5 seconds and then replied. For Zhou Ming, participating in these activities undoubtedly makes the mundane process of gifting much more enjoyable. If he could gain some additional pleasures during this process, it would be even better. Qianqian is after all a top-tier beauty. When she saw Zhou Ming gifting 100 treasure maps in her livestream, a sense of crisis surged within her. Although she considers herself quite beautiful and talented, it is undeniable that Qianqian surpasses her in some aspects. Moreover, as a top-tier streamer from the past 2 years, Qianqian excels far beyond her current capabilities in both talent and stage presence. She is undoubtedly a formidable competitor. Thinking of this, Juzi dared not hesitate any longer. She could not just sit idly by. Her only advantage now is that she is very close to Meng Gu. No matter how lively their conversations online are, can they compare to her smoothly slipping into Meng Gu's embrace. She had spent the time from noon until 10 in the evening watching movies to enhance her skills. She quickly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Zhou Ming expressing her desire to perform for him. That evening, claiming her lung capacity was no less than Qianqian singing. Zhou Ming looked at the 2 messages, chuckling helplessly. But if this is the kind of trouble that a wealthy brother faces. Zhou Ming hoped that such troubles would occur more frequently. He sent his WeChat ID to Qianqian and replied to Juzi's message before not checking the messages anymore. Brothers, let's call it a day. We'll check the rooms again when we have the chance in the future. Zhou Ming typed a message in Qianqian's livestream chat. The audience in the livestream had thoroughly enjoyed themselves today. Seeing Zhou Ming prepare to log off, they all began to type goodnight messages to Meng Gu in the chat. Good night, Meng Gu, Qianqian said with a slightly flushed face in the livestream. Seeing Zhou Ming agree, her heart began to race. Although there were still many people in the livestream, Qianqian had lost her desire to continue. Once she saw Zhou Ming leave, she quickly found an excuse to end the stream and hurriedly copied the WeChat ID she had just obtained. Meng Gu has logged off and preparing to end my stream too. I have some family matters to attend to in the next couple of days, so I can only live stream sporadically. Juzi quickly bid farewell to her audience, then she swiftly transferred all 70,000 viewers of her live stream to EE's stream. To be honest, while this wasn't exactly stealing EE's opportunity, Juzi still felt a bit guilty and could only make up for it in this way. After closing the stream, Juzi hurriedly grabbed the Estee Lauder set she had just brought back and rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. Meanwhile, after exiting the livestream platform, Zhou Ming entered the system for settlement. This afternoon had been thoroughly enjoyable. In Juzi's livestream, he had spent a total of 77 sets of magic books, plus the initial 10 treasure maps to attract viewers, rounding up to a total of 17 million. After finishing the event, he checked a few more rooms totaling 160 treasure maps, which amounted to 8,000. In total, Zhou Ming had spent 97 million tonight. He glanced at the system page, and sure enough, the data was just right. Congratulations to the host for spending 10967800 yuan on the livestream platform. Congratulations to the host for receiving a tenfold cashback, a total of 10967800 yuan in real cash. All system assets have been rationalized. Please use them with confidence. Zhou Ming's phone chimed. Picking it up, he saw that nearly 1 billion yuan in cash had been credited to his account. He checked the system page and saw that his upgrade task had also progressed a notch. Wealthy system, host, Zhou Ming level 1, upgrade progress 12. 11 million, 1 billion real assets 209 billion yuan cashback ratio 110. Awesome, 120 million in cash. Looking at the total balance, Zhou Ming couldn't help but feel a surge. In reality, how many people possess assets exceeding 100 million? Perhaps not even 1 in 10,000. To exaggerate, perhaps even 1 in 100,000. Having assets of 100 million definitely qualifies one to step into the elite class, even enough to enter the core circles of the elite. Zhou Ming didn't wait long before he received a friend request from Qianqian. As soon as he accepted the request, the first words from her made Zhou Ming chuckle. Ming, do you have time lately? I have nothing to do these days, and would like to find you to hang out for a few days shy. Zhou Ming couldn't help but exclaim. If it weren't for Juzi and Qianqian not knowing each other, he would suspect these two girls had rehearsed this in advance. Do they really have to be so synchronized in their speech? Even the shy emoji was perfectly placed. However, this time Zhou Ming did not agree directly. This hotel is indeed quite comfortable, but Zhou Ming does not plan to stay here long. He intends to check out properties in the outer ring tomorrow and buy a villa to move into. This way the address will not be certain. As for Qianqian, it's best to wait until a few days after the move to talk about it. Therefore, Zhou Ming quickly replied, let's talk in a few days. After sending this message, Zhou Ming realized that it seemed like a polite refusal, which could easily be misunderstood. After a brief hesitation, he added a follow-up message. I am preparing to move in a few days. When Qianqian saw the first message from Meng Gu, she was clearly taken aback, thinking she had been rejected. But upon seeing Meng Gu's second message explaining, Qianqian couldn't help but feel delighted. So does this mean Meng Gu intends to accept her? In an instant, Qianqian felt a surge of excitement in her heart. After replying to the message, it wasn't long before Zhou Ming heard the doorbell. Hearing that sound, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. Had it only been about 40 minutes since Juzi logged off? That was quite fast. He walked over to open the door, and as soon as it swung open, Juzi rushed directly into Zhou Ming's embrace. Meng Gu, did you miss me? Juzi giggled as she nuzzled against him. What do you think, Xingxue? I'm really looking forward to your lung capacity. Zhou Ming teased with a smile. Meng Gu. Juzi blushed and playfully stomped her foot, but the next moment she couldn't help but lean down a little. If previously Juzi had come over to enhance her streaming career, today her feelings for Zhou Ming were pure gratitude. Zhou Ming had single-handedly elevated her to first place in this event. Though this first place did not compare to the rewards of larger events, the rankings Zhou Ming had helped her achieve were no less impressive. One could say she truly made a splash this time. After this event, when she resumed streaming, she could skip from being a third-tier streamer to a second-tier streamer, directly entering the first-tier ranks. Aside from this, the most tangible reward was the 2 million she earned. And her way of showing gratitude was to use all the techniques she had learned from watching movies as much as possible. Before this, Zhou Ming had always believed that his kidneys were made of titanium alloy. After all, he had exercised a lot since childhood, and he felt extremely good about himself. However, when he woke up this morning, he realized he had been mistaken all along. Even the strongest officials cannot withstand such tests. Dark circles had already appeared under his eyes, making him look like a baby panda. Lin Xingxue, who had also woken up beside him, couldn't help but stick out her tongue and inwardly chuckle at Zhou Ming's appearance. Zhou Ming glared fiercely at Lin Xingxue. Goodness, how can one endure 3 continuous hours? This is going to wear him to the bone. It would take at least a day or two to recover from this. He couldn't help but sigh internally. Indeed, those who could be streamers were not simple. They could not only rake in money but also endure this. Later at noon, come with me to the outer ring. Zhou Ming ordered after he ordered breakfast. To the outer ring. Lin Qingxue asked, a bit curious. To buy a house. Zhou Ming replied with a smile. All right, Ming, go. Lin Qingxue nodded, showing little reaction. For Zhou Ming's capabilities, buying a house was merely a normal operation. She knew the house prices in the outer ring. For ordinary high-rise residential areas, the price was around 20,000 per square meter, and a 100-square-meter apartment would cost about 2 million. Even if he only took out the 10 million Zhou Ming had spent in her live stream last night, it would be enough to buy 5 apartments, which was nothing for Ming Go. But in the next moment, Lin Qingxue's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, it seemed like she could afford a house now. In the past, while live streaming, she had never considered buying a house in the Magic City because she had never thought she could earn millions from streaming. But now, just from her cut, she could take home over 2 million, and after Ming Ge, there were many gifts from guilds and streamers adding up to nearly 220,000. Buying a 3-bedroom might be a stretch, but a 2-bedroom was absolutely feasible. If that's the case, could she consider herself rooted here in the Magic City? However, when she followed Zhou Ming out at noon, she was utterly stunned. It wasn't until Zhou Ming took her to see 3 houses and finally paid in full that she realized what was happening. What Ming Ge wanted to buy was no ordinary apartment. He was clearly purchasing a villa. Moreover, the one they settled on was the largest model in the high-end villa area of Yulong Bay on the outer ring. The total building area was 1,000 square meters with a 200 square meter small garden, a 100 square meter swimming pool, and a 300 square meter basement, and underground garage. The total area was a luxurious and exquisitely decorated house spanning 1,600 square meters. Of course, the payment was calculated based on the building area. However, compared to the apartment buildings, she remembered this villa's price nearly took her breath away. 80,000 per square meter. For 1,000 square meters of building area, the total price was 80 million. Under her gaze, Ming Ge signed the 80 million contract and transferred all the money on the spot. Congratulations, this house will now be under your name. The sales manager at the sales department completed the paperwork for Zhou Ming, his face beaming with joy. Usually selling a house in Yulong Bay required the sales staff to spend a few weeks with the boss. But unexpectedly, Zhou Ming came in today just to get a simple understanding and paid in full. 80 million house, and just from the commission, he could earn 400,000, which was no small sum. Later, help me contact the property department and have them procure a batch of items, and they can come to the house to pick up the list. Zhou Ming nodded. He was indeed very satisfied with this villa, which was furnished and ready to move in. However, the furnished items were just the essentials. He would need to handle more of the soft furnishings himself. As the property department for a luxury villa area, the service was naturally impeccable. After settling these matters, Zhou Ming took Lin Qingxue into the villa. Leaning on the soft sofa in the enormous living room, Lin Qingxue still felt a wave of unreality. 80 million, just like that, was spent. In the future, if you want to find me, just come here. I will be living here often. You can also pick a room later. Feel free to stay whenever you like. Zhou Ming said with a smile. This villa had over 10 suites, so there was more than enough space to spare. Hearing Zhou Ming's words, Lin Qingxue felt a surge of joy. The fact that Ming Ge allowed her to choose a room here indicated that he truly acknowledged her and regarded her as one of his own. Although they had developed to this extent with Ming Ge, Lin Qingxue still didn't dare to consider herself as Ming Ge's girlfriend. How receiving such acknowledgement made her very happy. For several consecutive days, Zhou Ming was busy tidying up the newly bought villa. Juzi, due to her live streaming, came over during the day and returned at night. Besides helping Zhou Ming arrange the villa, she also picked a separate room for herself according to Zhou Ming's suggestion. However, Juzi cunningly chose her room right next to Zhou Ming's master bedroom. Meanwhile, as June approached, the Hushark live streaming platform began to bustle. First and foremost, it was the time when all the streamers eagerly awaited their monthly salary at the beginning of the month. Juzi ranked first. She first transferred all her commissions to her account backend, then contacted the platform's bean merchant to clear her balance. Ultimately, she sold all her gold beans in her account for a total of 200,000 at a 90% discount. As soon as she got her hands on this money, Juzi rushed to a regular residential area next to Yulong Bay called Zai Yifang and purchased a 2-bedroom apartment. It was 65 square meters and total priced at 20,000 per square meter with a total price of 1.43 million. She didn't hesitate and paid in full. In addition, since Juzi was live streaming from home after terminating her previous apartment lease, she bought a set of professional live streaming and recording equipment, spending over 100,000. After all these expenses, she had 45,000 cash left. Then she took out 30,000 to buy a very cute convertible Beetle, leaving the remaining 15,000 untouched for emergencies. Although she had spent most of her money, Juzi was still very happy. First and foremost, she had settled down in the magic. Secondly, she was very close to Meng-gu. Although she had a room in Meng-ge's house, Jizzy knew that having a room didn't mean she could casually disturb Meng-ge's life. She could only stay over when Meng-gu invited her to hang out. Otherwise, she would definitely stay in her own home. If she were still living in her previous apartment, it would take at least an hour and a half to drive to the Yulongbei villa. But now that she lived in Zaishui, Yifang, it was even closer than the distance from her apartment to the hotel. It was just over 5 kilometers, and driving would take at most 10 minutes. As long as Meng-gu called her, she could get there in no time. For her, nothing was more crucial than this. Yi looked at her back-end data, feeling somewhat anxious inside. The first time Meng-gu sent gifts in her live stream, he activated an Emperor package allowing her to earn a 10% commission on the nobility, totaling around 23,000 yuan. Adding to that, there was the 100,000 yuan worth of glow sticks Meng-gu sent, which she split 5 ways. There were also 4 sets of 13-14 magic books sent during an event, with 1 set given as a benefit to the audience, leaving 3 sets, along with some scattered tips. The total split amounted to 270,000. All added together, the total was 343,000. After splitting with the guild at 60-40, she received nearly 14,000 in assets. Seeing the money successfully transferred to her bank account, Yi felt her heart leap. As an ordinary sophomore, had she really earned 14,000 in just 5 days? Of course, if she deducted the 50,000 yuan gift to Orange, only 90,000 remained. But that was still quite remarkable. On average, that was almost 20,000 a day in earnings. You must seize this opportunity this month. Meng-gu mentioned in Orange's live stream that he hasn't given up on you. Bebe, watching from beside, earnestly advised her, hoping to help her see things more clearly. In the star show industry, especially for female hosts, isn't the ultimate destination usually the same? Moreover, most hosts, even if they aspire to reach that destination, often lack the opportunity. There are talented women, but finding a patron is rare. A talent like Meng-gu is a rare find. This opportunity was right in front of and Bebe truly didn't want her to miss it. To put it bluntly, if she were as beautiful as she would have rushed forward without hesitation. Unfortunately, Meng-gu had eyes for not her. How much wealth could be amassed from a single live stream that pulls in millions? It could easily be 500 or 600 million, right? Hearing this, felt a wave of hesitation wash over her. She had never thought deeply about these matters before, but after the real 9,000 yuan cash had hit her account, she was utterly perplexed. Her family environment was relatively decent, belonging to the middle class, otherwise she wouldn't be able to attend such an art academy. Coming up with this 90,000 yuan wasn't too difficult for them. If necessary, they could even come up with 4 or 5 of those amounts. But the problem was that those 4 or 5 amounts had taken her parents 20 years of hard work to save up. But what about her 90,000? It was merely a few songs sung in the live stream over 5 days, and if you counted the actual streaming time, it didn't even add up to 2 days. This left who had always viewed live streaming as a part-time job, utterly confused. Ultimately, why did she choose to study art? Wasn't it to become a star and earn money after graduation? But now that there was a chance to earn even more money, was there still a need to be a star? After all, being a star isn't necessarily all that clean. Bebe, I need to think about it some more. Pondered for a while before apologetically looking at Bebe. Bebe sighed helplessly. Even if Meng-gu is really in his 40s, he could still maintain a good attitude. Think about it carefully. What's the difference between this and getting an injection? Just bear with it, and it will pass. You should understand that the internet's memory is very short, and the Big Brother's patience is also limited. I admit I have some selfish motives, but you should also know that most of the benefits still lie with you. Bebe patted on the shoulder and then left the room, leaving feeling disoriented. Meanwhile, Pashang was also looking at his back-end data. Meng-ge's 38 treasure maps totaled 190,000. After splitting, he would get 20%, which is 38,000. Adding some other scattered tips, his income this month surged to 43,000. Meng-gu is generous. Pashang slammed his right fist on the table, unable to contain his excitement. Usually his income was only about 6,000 or 7,000. However, last month, he had surprisingly earned over 40,000, marking a milestone growth. Yet he knew in his heart that without Meng-gu there would be no current him. Moreover, through the last event, he had secured a mid-tier recommendation position. With his current connection to Meng-gu, the guild would provide him with certain support. He believed that by June his popularity could rise further, and maybe he'd have a shot at the second tier. As for Qian, she was looking at her back-end data, but felt a bit unhappy. Meng-gu had sent a total of 110 treasure maps in her live stream, worth a total of 550,000. Adding in some other small tips, the total was around 600,000. However, she could only take 20% of that, which was about 130 to 40,000. In the past, she wouldn't have been this angry. After all, the guild taking 30% provided a lot of recommendation resources for the hosts, which was mutually beneficial. As a host's popularity increased, they could receive more gifts. But now Hawaii had already put her on ice, giving her no recommendation resources and not organizing any events for her. But according to the contract, Hawaii could still take 30% of the total gifts. She only earned around $130,000 to $40,000 while Hawaii could take $200,000. Wasn't this a clear loss? Glancing at the contract, she realized it would last until the end of this year before she could terminate it. Just thinking about it made Qian feel helpless. Now over $100,000 wasn't much, but if Menggu really organized an event for her in June, wouldn't Hawaii then take even more money? No, she had to find a way to resolve this. Even if she couldn't escape, she had to prevent Hawaii from getting this share. She didn't want to let this money go to waste. Qian quickly took out the contract she had signed with Hawaii and began to study it. But the next moment, she couldn't help but take out her phone to check. She wondered if Menggu had finished moving and when he would send her a message. On the same day, Mu ran, Rabbit, Whirlwind. All the hosts were focused on their back-end data. The results, of course, left many happy and many distressed. Live streaming can be profitable, but only those above the third tier truly make money. Among all the hosts in the Star Show district, only a few hundred can earn high salaries. The rest are mostly. After all hosts withdrew their earnings, the next day was the accounting day for various guilds. Among so many guilds, the highest income was undoubtedly from dashing. Today, a young man in his 30s came to the dashing guild located in the commercial street of Xinqing. Langu, why do you have time to come today? Aogu was pleasantly surprised to see Langu enter. Nothing going on at headquarters today, just came to take a look. Langu waved his hand with a smile and sat down on the sofa. Both he and Aogu were truly rich second generation. However, compared to him, Aogu was much lazier. With so many family businesses, he wouldn't take over spending all day either racing or picking beautiful women on live streaming platforms. As for him, he had taken over nearly 100 billion in family assets. He established the Dashing Guild himself after sniffing out this opportunity, investing 200 million and holding 66% of the shares. Aogu, under his advice, invested just over 100 million, holding 34% of the shares. Due to his busy work schedule, Aogu basically handled everything here, while he occasionally came over once or twice. Langu obtained the financial report for May from the guild management. In May, the total investment was 10 million, total revenue was 23 million, and profit was 13 million. Not bad. Looking at the final net profit displayed on the report, Langu was quite satisfied. Dashing had over 2,000 hosts with many first and second tier hosts. Individual earnings were not high, but combined the income was definitely impressive. What do you mean not good? We lost the top spot for May's events. Aogu sighed helplessly. Lost the top spot? What happened? Langu was taken aback. Since last year hadn't they been dominating? You see, one reason Dashing was so strong was their investment strength, and another reason was their support of several top. Last year, Qian from Hawaii Guild was eliminated because her competitiveness hindered Mu Ran's promotion, which was achieved through a little trick. Now Mu Ran was the strongest host in the Star Show district. It's still that Menggu. Speaking of this, Aogu gritted his teeth in anger and recounted the situation to Langu. A single consumption of over 10 million. Do you think Menggu could be brought to our Dashing? Langu frowned. I think it's hard. Menggu doesn't seem to have a good opinion of us. Even if he wins this event, he specifically stated that all hosts from Dashing should not be watched during the final inspections. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Just a personal rich guy, not a threat to us. Langu waved. What does it matter if he brushes 10 million once? Can he brush it every time? Remember, there's a fundamental difference between personal rich guys and guild brushers. For personal rich guys to hit a 10 million leaderboard, they must truly put out 10 million. Even if the host doesn't take their rebate, they still need to put out 8 million. But what about guild brushers? They can brush 10 million by only putting out 5 million in reality. And to put it bluntly, guilds can recover that 5 million after winning the event, earning even more, so they essentially don't lose money. Even if personal rich guys fund the host's event and the host earns recommendations, what does that have to do with him? One side spends less and gains more. The other side spends more without any gain. Who is stronger and who is weaker is clear at a glance. That's true, but we did lose last month and I was careless. Don't worry about that. It's just 10 million, right? June will be a crucial month. The guild will allocate another sum for you to play with. Can he brush once and then brush twice? Langu didn't care at all, cheerfully writing a number on paper for Aogu. Is it really that much? Seeing Lang guess figure, Aogu's eyes lit up. Am I going to lie to you? I have to run 2 projects abroad in June. The guild matters are still up to you. As long as it's within this range, feel free to play. With that, Langu happily stood up. Aogu was filled with confidence. Just as Langu had said, it was just an ordinary personal rich guy. Could he really turn the world upside down? Each guild has already settled their accounts, and the same goes for the Tiger Shark platform. In Deep City, at the headquarters of Tiger Shark platform, Mr. Gu, the platform's accounts have come in. Why are we still at a loss? Mr. Gu helplessly rubbed his temples upon seeing the overall account. Boss, there's really no way around this. As you know, the platform's popularity is primarily based in the gaming section, but the earning potential of game streamers is quite poor. Plus, the signing fees for these streamers range from hundreds of thousands to millions, which amounts to about 30 million each month, just for the game streamers' contracts. The project manager forced a smile. By the end of the year, their total signing fees would amount to around 400 million. This was also one of the major expenditures. However, they couldn't avoid this expense. The total daily active users in the Star Show section was only around 500,000. The remaining 3.5 million daily active users were all brought in by game streamers. What they needed to do was to convert this popularity to the Star Show section, allowing the streamers there to help the platform generate revenue. Without game streamers, their platform would instantly fall to the bottom tier. For them, it was absolutely necessary to avoid the act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, especially since it wasn't yet time to do so. Besides this, there was also the maintenance of the servers. The platform's daily traffic totaled 25 million, with over 4 million daily active users, which was no small number. The daily maintenance of the servers alone required at least 500,000, amounting to 15 million over the month. Calculating it all, even if they did nothing, the monthly costs alone would be 45 million. This did not include salaries and other expenses. Currently, the platform's income mainly came from gifts and tips. The total revenue for May was only a little over 40 million. In fact, if it weren't for the substantial contribution of Broken Dream, which brought in over 5 million in net profit, the losses would have been even greater. However, boss, we only lost about 5 million in May, which is a significant breakthrough compared to the previous months. This result can temporarily satisfy the board of directors. Hearing this, Mr. Gu could only nod helplessly. After all, losing less was also a form of progress. However, when it came time to report, he really had to put on a brave face and use all the professional terms he learned during his university days, such as synchronization, profit rate, and exceeding the loss control targets. Let Xiaobailing know that Broken Dream has been promoted to the highest level. Any requests should be accommodated as much as possible. For anything beyond your authority, report directly to me. We cannot let this wealthy patron move to another platform. Mr. Gu instructed. He admitted that he had misjudged the situation before. Now it seemed that this dream brother was definitely of a million-level spending caliber and could be categorized among the strongest patrons on the platform. Moreover, Broken Dream's spending on the platform was evidently stimulating, as his extravagant spending also sparked enthusiasm among the platform's users. Just this point alone resulted in an increase of over 1 million in the platform's revenue last month. Okay, boss. The project manager noted Mr. Gus' words. By the way, the June event is crucial. We must prepare well. If we can't make a lot of money in June to cover the previous losses this year, we'll be completely over. Don't worry, boss. This event will definitely be spectacular. The project manager replied with a smile. This time the event was unprecedented in terms of novelty and scale. In fact, to ensure the event is a hit, the rewards offered this time would be significantly larger than in previous years, aimed at motivating all streamers. After all, only by getting the streamers excited first would the big spenders on the platform be willing to open their... He dared not be careless, as he was also under Mr. Gus' wing. If Mr. Gu were to fall from grace, he would likely meet the same fate. Time quickly moved to June 10th. After the last event, the rankings would be announced on the 31st. In the following days, the news streamers in the Star Show section almost became mindless cheerleaders for Dream Brother. Correspondingly, Dashing and some other bot-off streamers began to promote Muron mindlessly. After over 10 days, the entire platform had gradually calmed down. In Orange's live streaming room, many fans were curious why Dream Brother had not appeared for nearly 10 days. As the guardian streamer for Dream Brother, Orange's room undoubtedly became the first place many fans sought out. Do you know when Dream Brother will come back? Yes, Dream Brother hasn't shown up for 10 days. This live stream feels quite dull without him. It was so much fun when Dream Brother was around, especially with an event going on. In the live stream room, many fans were complaining. Before Dream Brother came, they found it quite enjoyable to watch, but after experiencing the thrill with him, they felt they couldn't go back. With Dream Brother absent for 10 days, they even felt that the Star Show section had lost its charm. Well, Dream Brother should be online soon. Orange smiled and explained. After the previous round of rich recommendations, she was now on the verge of breaking into the top tier. Just a few more days to convert the popularity from this batch of recommendations, and she believed she could directly step into the threshold of top streamers. Thus, Orange was genuinely very happy lately. Generally speaking, the mid-year event would take place around the 15th, giving them about 5 days to prepare. Moreover, she had been helping Zhou Ming with the soft decoration at Yulong Bay every day for the past 10 days, and that project was nearly finished. Yesterday, she didn't stream and stayed overnight at Zhou Ming's place. She learned from Zhou Ming that he would also participate in the June event. Dream Brother will be online soon. Hearing Orange's words, everyone was overjoyed. At this moment, Zhou Ming was comfortably enjoying life. The originally empty villa had been beautifully renovated. At the entrance of the Yulongbei Villa, there was a fresh produce store specifically for residents. Although the prices were a bit higher, it was no problem for Zhou Ming. Now health was the priority. He bought a large amount of ingredients and was followed by a very professional property lady who pushed a cart all the way to Zhou Ming's doorstep, her smile unwavering since she first saw him. Zhou Ming even felt that even if he said nothing now, just by waving his hand, this nearly 80-point beauty would willingly lean into his embrace. However, he clearly had no intention of doing so, but the latest flirtation still stirred a bit of desire in Zhou Ming. First, he sent a message to Orange inviting her to the villa for steak and to stay overnight after her stream, then leisurely hummed a tune as he entered the kitchen to experiment with the top-grade beef he just acquired. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Now this is what life is all about." In the evening, Zhou Ming embraced Juzi, who had just finished eating, into his arms. Zhou Ming pointed at the cigarette box nearby. Although Juzi felt a bit weak at the moment, he still managed to sit up and pulled out a cigarette from the box to light it for Zhou Ming. With slightly closed eyes, he took a comfortable puff. Zhou Ming indeed did not have a smoking habit. However, having one after the fact felt quite nice. "Minggu, you look so handsome when you smoke," Juzi said with a grin as she looked at Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming was taken aback for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his lips. "Are you saying I wasn't handsome before I started smoking?" "No way, you were the most handsome then." "Minggu, you are always super handsome no matter what time it is." Juzi's cheeks turned slightly red, but she still spoke her heart. Hearing Juzi's words, Zhou Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. "In the next few days, let's buy some things to decorate your room too. You shouldn't go back there every day, when you don't want to return, just stay here." Zhou Ming patted Juzi's smooth back. "Okay, Minggu." Juzi felt a surge of joy in her heart and nodded repeatedly. She knew her status in Ming Gu's heart had risen a bit more. Although it was just a little, it was enough to make her excited for a long time. "By the way, has the event for Hush Arc in June been released?" Zhou Ming asked. He had not logged onto the Hush Arc platform for a while due to decorating the house. For now, he was simply enjoying life. As for the system's upgrade tasks, he had no immediate plans to complete them. After all, there was no time limit. It was most enjoyable to play while completing tasks. "Not yet, but I saw in the streamer group that they were discussing it. They said it would be around June 15th, and the specific event announcement should be sent to the streamers around the 13th or 14th. "That's not too far off then," Zhou Ming nodded. However, the next moment, he seemed to remember something and suddenly froze. He seemed to have forgotten about Qianqian these past few days. He had promised her that he would let her come over after moving, but almost 10 days had passed. Had he stood Qianqian up? On the other side, Qianqian was feeling anxious. Minggu had clearly only met, but moving usually shouldn't take more than a day or two, right? Even if Ming Gu's house was larger, it should have been settled in 3 or 4 days. However, she had been waiting from May 31st to June 10th, a full 10 days, and not a single word had appeared in her chat with Minggu. Originally, she didn't dare to disturb Minggu much, but by today she was indeed feeling a bit restless. For her, this was a significant matter concerning her future, but she also knew that for a wealthy big brother like Minggu, this might just be an amusing little matter in life, and forgetting was quite possible. However, seeing the opportunity slip away like this, Qianqian still felt unwilling. After thinking for a while, she took out her phone and sent Zhou Ming a message. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming, who was holding Juzi and playing on his phone, had just thought of Qianqian when he saw a message notification light up at the top of his phone. Zhou Ming was taken aback. However, the next moment, upon seeing that it was a message from Qianqian, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. It was indeed a telepathic connection. He had just thought of her not even a minute ago, and the message had come through. After sending a message in Qianqian's chat interface, Zhou Ming set his phone aside. The message he sent contained only a few words: Magic Capital, Outer Ring, Yulongbei Villa No. 12. On the other side, upon receiving the immediate reply from Zhou Ming, Qianqian nearly jumped up from her bed in excitement. "I knew it, I knew it." Qianqian was immediately filled with delight. The address information that Minggu sent over was clear in its intention. Seeing that Zhou Ming's address was in the Magic Capital, Qianqian did not hesitate and immediately checked the map information. She was currently in Deep City, about 1,500 kilometers away from the Magic Capital. If she took a plane, she should be able to arrive in the Magic Capital by tomorrow morning if she left home now. Seeing this, Qianqian no longer hesitated, quickly bought a plane ticket, carefully put on some makeup, packed a simple bag, and took a taxi to the airport. After a bumpy journey on the morning of the 11th, Qianqian arrived at the entrance of the Yulongbei Villa. Looking at the elegantly decorated villa entrance, she couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Just the cost of this entrance in the Yulongbei Villa area must be tens of millions, right? How expensive must the villas inside be? However, as it was a villa area, outsiders could not enter. After double-checking the address and confirming it was correct, Qianqian took out her phone and called Zhou Ming. When Zhou Ming received Qianqian's call, he had just woken up. "All right, wait for a moment, they'll come out to pick you up." Zhou Ming yawned. He had only gone to bed after 2 in the morning the previous night, and it was only 8 in the morning now, so he had barely slept for 6 hours. Seeing that Juzi was still asleep, Zhou Ming did not disturb her, put on his clothes, and planned to go out to pick up Qianqian. At the entrance, upon hearing Zhou Ming's voice, Qianqian felt her racing heart calm down a bit. Though she no longer expected much regarding Ming Guest's age, it would be best if he wasn't an old man. From just hearing Ming Guest's voice, though it was a bit hoarse from just waking up, she could still tell he wasn't too old. As for whether he was 30 or 40, she wasn't quite sure. For her, either age range was perfectly acceptable. Qianqian stood somewhat nervously at the entrance of the villa area. On the other side, Zhou Ming walked out along. To facilitate owners' access, the villa area was quite large internally, but the distance from the entrance to the owner's home was relatively short. Exiting from Zhou Ming's villa No. 12, it took only about a minute of walking. As Zhou Ming just reached the entrance, he saw a sexy beauty wearing a beige JK outfit, holding a sunshade in one hand, and pulling a beige teddy bear-sized suitcase in the other. Zhou Ming certainly knew what Qianqian looked like. Now seeing her in reality, she was even more alluring than in the live stream, which made his heart stir. No wonder she was able to rise to the ultra first-year streamer level in just 2 years. Her looks and figure indeed warranted such qualification. Zhou Ming waved at Qianqian standing there. Qianqian, over here. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's call, Qianqian quickly turned to look in the direction of his voice. However, upon seeing Zhou Ming for the first time, Qianqian was momentarily stunned. How can Ming Gu be so handsome? This is unscientific. However, Qianqian immediately reacted and hurried towards Zhou Ming. To be honest, not only is Ming Gu very young, but he is also truly handsome. Zhou Ming smiled and prepared to take the suitcase from Qianqian, but she skillfully dodged him, saying, Ming Gu, the suitcase isn't heavy. Ooh, I can manage it myself. Qianqian quickly smiled at Zhou Ming as she dared not let him carry her luggage. Seeing her evade, Zhou Ming said nothing more. The suitcase was indeed not large. As they walked inside, Zhou Ming spoke. Qianqian, where did you come from? I came from Xin City. Qianqian put away her sunshade, looking a bit shyly at Zhou Ming. Although they called each other brother online, in reality, especially knowing what was about to happen, she couldn't help but feel. Xin City. That's quite far away, Zhou Ming said with a hint of surprise. He had sent Qianqian a message past 11 o'clock last night. Over 1,500 kilometers. Does that mean Qianqian took an overnight flight? It's not too bad. There are direct flights that take just a few hours, though the layover can be time-consuming. Qianqian brushed her hair back, tucking a loose strand behind her ear, revealing her delicate features. Zhou Ming glanced over and couldn't help but be captivated. A super beauty like Qianqian, even without makeup, had an undeniable top-tier allure. Today, in addition to her carefully applied makeup, Qianqian had specially chosen a light yellow JK uniform, which showcased her beautiful figure perfectly. Her appearance and figure leaned towards the sensual, yet the outfit she wore today was more on the cute side. The blend of these two distinct charms left Zhou Ming momentarily speechless. So pure yet so alluring. However, Zhou Ming, having had his fair share of experiences, was easily able to resist such temptations. He led Qianqian into the villa. The exterior featured a vast expanse of green lawn, and beside it was a large swimming pool covering over 100 square meters. It was morning, and the pool was automatically changing the water with a splashing sound. Several small spray jets nearby were automatically spraying cleaning agents into the pool, swirling and pressurizing, nearly covering every nook and cranny. Qianqian had never seen such a scene before, and she was completely mesmerized as she walked in. An automatically cleaning and water-changing pool. It's just a computer program, something to impress. There's a central control panel over there, but it can only maintain this for a while. It can't achieve perfect cleanliness. Zhou Ming explained with a smile, noticing Qianqian's daze as she stared at the pool. This daily automatic cleaning and water-changing mode is not completely thorough. Every 7 days or so, the property management would send someone over to do a thorough cleaning, wiping down, and Zhou Ming didn't have to worry about any of this. All he had to do was enjoy it. Of course, this service came with exorbitant annual property fees. After entering the villa with Zhou Ming, Qianqian was thoroughly impressed. The villa had 3 floors, with each floor covering at least 300 or 400 square meters. The central area was open, reaching up to the roof, with a ceiling height of at least 12 to 13 meters. Standing inside, one did not feel any sense of oppression from the height, but rather an unusual sense of grandeur. A massive dome featured a crystal chandelier, hanging down at least 3 meters long. Surrounding the chandelier were dazzling decorations that sparkled brilliantly. Though they looked like transparent glass, Qian knew in her heart that they were definitely not glass. Now she finally understood why Ming Gu could generously spend millions on a live streaming platform. To live in such a place, one would need at least 800 or 900 million in assets, right? Ming Gu, once the water change is done, can I go swimming? Qianqian set down her suitcase, her big watery eyes looking at Zhou Ming. Of course you can. There are no rules here. Go wherever you like. Zhou Ming nodded with a smile. By the way, you probably don't have a place to stay in Magic City, right? Until you go back, you can stay here for the next few days. Just choose a room for yourself first. Zhou Ming thought for a moment and added a reminder. Hearing this, Qian, who was planning to find a way to win over Meng Gu, was momentarily taken aback. She was coming over for these few days, so why would she need to stay in a separate room? Isn't it fine to stay with Meng Gu? Does he not plan to do anything mischievous? But just as Qian was pondering this before she could ask again, she completely understood. Right before her eyes, a woman wearing pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking adorably cute, walked out of the master bedroom on the second floor. In the next moment, their gazes met, and both women were momentarily stunned. Just like Zhou Ming knew both of them, they naturally recognized each other as well. Although they had never met in reality, being streamers, how could they not recognize each other's faces? In an instant, both of them had the same question arise in their minds. Why was she here? However, Qian was the first to figure it out. After all, before coming over this time, she had already speculated about Meng Gu's relationship with Juzi. Now it merely confirmed that speculation. For her, this was not too surprising. But on the other hand, Juzi was completely bewildered. She knew that Meng Gu had gifted Qian over 100 treasure maps, but she had no idea that their relationship was so close. Suddenly, a wave of intense anxiety washed over Juzi. Before, she was the only one, all she had to do was to win Meng Gu's favor. But now she had to face competition. Moreover, this rival seemed to be equally matched with her in looks, figure, and emotional intelligence. The only edge she had was her slightly better figure, as she was a dance streamer and danced regularly. But Qian also had her talents. She was known for her singing skills comparable to professional singers, which was, if they were to truly compare, there was definitely a gap between her and Qian. Although they were not contemplating the same issues, their facial expressions were remarkably similar. Qian flashed the friendliest smile she had ever given to Juzi. Juzi also walked over, smiling and calling out, "Sister Qian. Meng Gu, Sister Qian, are you hungry? I'm going to make breakfast." Juzi pulled Zhou Ming's hand, smiling broadly. "Sure, I'm just hungry enough." Zhou Ming nodded with a smile. Hearing his words, Juzi proudly raised her eyebrows at Qian. "If you want to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach." She certainly understood the essence of this saying. Qian smiled, but said nothing, nor did she engage with Juzi. "Meng Gu, I'll go pick a room first." Seeing that Qian didn't say she would join in, Juzi instantly became happy. After all, she still had the advantage of the home court. Look, didn't Qian just admit defeat first? It seemed that she was still the one in the advantageous position. With that thought, Juzi hummed a tune and headed to the kitchen to cook. But when 40 minutes later Juzi was happily preparing to call Zhou Ming to eat, her expression suddenly froze. Through the villa windows, she saw the scene unfolding outside. In the jester-filled pool, Qian was swaying gracefully like a mermaid. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming, lying on a lounge chair soaking up the sun and listening to music, had his gaze primarily focused on the mermaid in the pool. Moreover, the crucial point was that Qian had somehow managed to find a swimsuit to buy. The two straps were practically non-existent. At the dining table, Juzi glared at Qian, who was clad in nothing but a pink bathrobe, angrily shoveling rice into her bowl. "How is this fair? Eating my own food while flirting with my older brother. What a shameless person. Doesn't she have any sense of propriety?" Yet deep down, Juzi knew she had already lost this round. After all, no meal could compare to the allure of a mermaid. After dinner, Juzi watched helplessly as Qian went upstairs, heading straight to the other side of Dream's master bedroom to change. Seeing this, Juzi let out a helpless sigh. She understood that since Qian had just arrived today, Dream would definitely have nothing to do with her tonight. This had nothing to do with her competition with Qian. Thus, after lingering in the villa until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Juzi made an excuse to leave and prepare for her live broadcast. However, Juzi secretly decided that she would go buy a swimsuit after her broadcast in the evening. It's just a little piece of fabric, she could manage it. "Qian, aren't you going to broadcast today?" Zhou Ming, just waking up from a nap, reached out and pulled Qian. Feeling Zhou Ming's large hand around her waist, Qian instantly stiffened. But soon she adjusted her mindset and deliberately leaned closer to Zhou Ming. "I took a few days off, so I can start broadcasting before the event." She smiled, but her smile carried a hint of bitterness. "Anyway, there aren't many people in my live stream right now, so it doesn't matter." Although Zhou Ming had brought her quite a bit of popularity last time, it was only temporary. The excitement in the live stream faded after a day or two, and the number of viewers began to dwindle. By the time she started broadcasting yesterday afternoon, her viewer count was only slightly better than before, with just over 2,000 people and less than 100 in the VIP section, barely reaching the level of a third-tier streamer. "By the way, what exactly is going on between you and Hua Yi?" Zhou Ming furrowed his brow. He only heard a few rumors about it, and didn't really know why Hua Yi wanted to shelf Qian. Logically, Qian was already very close to the threshold of a super first-tier streamer. It would be expected to support and cultivate such a prominent talent as a core member of the guild. Just look at Yi now. She was noticed by an emperor-level brother and received almost comprehensive support. At that time, Qianqian had at least one or two emperor-level brothers regularly in her live stream, which was far better than Yi. Yet Hua Yi chose that moment to pull Qianqian, their cash cow, down from the pedestal. Moreover, it seemed that this was not just a lesson, but rather a plan to bury her completely. To be honest, with Qianqian's influence at that time, she could easily generate over $1 million in profit for the guild each month. Over the course of a year, it would at least accumulate to tens of millions. Seeing Zhuo Meng's inquiry, Qianqian began to explain. Although Hua Yi was also a first-tier guild, it was still on a smaller scale compared to Desheng. Desheng had over 2,000 streamers. Although that was fewer than the tens of thousands of star streamers on the platform, their total operating revenue accounted for nearly half of the Huxia platform. In contrast, Hua Yi, claiming to be a first-tier guild, had fewer than 500 streamers and was significantly behind Desheng in terms of financial strength. In August of last year, Desheng proposed to acquire Hua Yi. Initially, the owner of Hua Yi was quite tempted, but later they found that the offer from Desheng was very low and lacked sincerity, so the matter fell through. However, at that time, Lang Ge from Desheng suggested transferring Hua Yi's top streamer Qianqian to their guild while offering Hua Yi 20 million as a transfer fee. 20 million for Hua Yi. Hearing this, Zhuo Meng was taken aback. Even though Qianqian was a top streamer, she was still on the edge of first tier to super first tier. She hadn't yet crossed that threshold. To put it into perspective, a 20 million transfer fee was absolutely the price tag of a super first tier streamer. Qianqian smiled bitterly and nodded. Since you know about the prices in this industry, you understand how tempting this 20 million transfer fee would be for Hua Yi's owner. I worked with Hua Yi for 2 years, and the profits I brought them have long doubled their investment in me. With this 20 million, they would have no reason to refuse. But think about it, Dream. Desheng has been trying to acquire Hua Yi, constantly pushing for lower prices, even to the point where Hua Yi lost the desire to negotiate. So why would they suddenly be so generous with me? At that time, I felt like something was off about the whole situation. Fortunately, my contract with Hua Yi had clear provisions regarding transfers. Any transfer must be agreed upon by me personally before it could be executed. In other words, if I don't sign, their contract can never take effect. So I decided to keep this matter under wraps and investigate further. In the end, I learned from a manager at Hua Yi that the reason Desheng wanted to transfer me was that Lang Ge had a partner who had taken an interest in me. Lang Ge wanted to send me to this person. I had learned about this person in the streamer circle. He is over 60 years old with rather peculiar interests. If this really happened, I wouldn't know what my future would look like, so I rejected the transfer. Zhuo Meng nodded, indicating he understood. The owner of Hua Yi had lost 20 million for no reason, so naturally, they wouldn't be kind to Qianqian. Moreover, after this incident, Qianqian's perception of Hua Yi had completely collapsed. No need to think, once the contract expired, Qianqian would definitely leave. Her contract only had 1 year left, and with no possibility of renewal, Hua Yi certainly wouldn't continue investing effort in her. After all, why cultivate someone who would leave once the contract expired? It's more reliable to use those resources to develop newcomers. However, in this matter, Qianqian was indeed not at fault. Hua Yi's actions were truly unethical, pushing their streamers into a fire pit for the sake of money. What a clever scheme this Lang Ge from Desheng truly has some tricks up his sleeve, Zhuo Meng remarked after listening to Qianqian's account. Clever scheme. Hearing Zhuo Meng's comment, Qianqian was taken aback. She didn't quite understand his words. This was clearly a matter between her and Hua Yi. How did it involve Lang Ju? You are still too young, Zhuo Meng chuckled and began to explain. You don't consider this as a streamer, even though you are popular. How do you know the strategies of the high-level capitalists? There are so many old men in their 60s, many of them are quite perverse. Why did you happen to learn about that particular 60-year-old pervert in the streamer circle? Qianqian was left dumbfounded by Zhuo Meng's words. That guild manager has a good relationship with me and usually looks out for me. But he's just a guild manager, right? Zhuo Meng continued. How could he possibly understand the strategies of the upper management? Zhuo Meng smiled and continued. You don't understand the business negotiation methods of these bosses. In your impression, you might think these big bosses discuss serious matters at negotiation tables or in offices surrounded by a crowd discussing plans. But in reality, when these bosses discuss such matters regardless of their relationship, most of the meetings take place on golf courses, horse racing tracks, upscale restaurants, or in more private clubs. If it's at a negotiation table or in an office, it means the matter is already settled and just waiting for execution. And a guild manager isn't a guild leader. Would they have the qualifications to accompany their boss to such places? Zhuo Meng's words left Qianqian completely stunned. Dream, do you mean someone deliberately let me know about this? What else could it be? Zhuo Meng shrugged. Having moved into Yulong Bay in recent days where there are many residents, Qianqian's eyes were gradually being opened by meeting so many wealthy individuals. After all, in Magic City, those who could live in Yulong Bay, a villa area starting at 50 million, were all at least big shots worth tens of billions. Moreover, Desheng's strategy of lowballing the acquisition of guilds while overvaluing streamers was the most obvious trick. Perhaps Desheng's acquisition of the guild was a ruse, as was their offer for streamers, while the real intention was to sow discord between Qianqian and Huai. In the end, Desheng reneged on both the promised guild acquisition and streamer payment. But what about Huai? Their top streamer had fallen. They paid nothing, and their biggest competitor collapsed directly. Desheng must be laughing their heads off. But if that's the case, why didn't the owner tell me? If he had told me, I wouldn't have left. Qianqian couldn't understand. Even if he told you, would you believe it? Zhuo Ming shook his head with a smile. When two people no longer trust each other, no matter how true one side's words are, they are lies to the other. Prejudice in the heart is like a mountain that cannot be moved regardless of how hard you try. Moreover, you haven't realized the most important point, whether you believe him or not. From that moment on, he no longer trusted you. Qianqian's head buzzed suddenly. Zhuo Ming's last sentence kept echoing in her mind. Yes, regardless of whether she believed the owner's words, from that moment on the owner could no longer trust her. Because in the owner's heart, she had become unstable. Perhaps in the owner's eyes, she was just a poisonous snake, pretending to be nice, waiting for the contract to end to bite back. Is this what capital is, eh? Qianqian's lips curled into a bitter smile reminiscent of the song Period she sang for Zhuo Ming in her live stream back then. She had thought that her relationship with Hua Yi was deep enough, but unexpectedly it ended in such a way. However, now she couldn't really pinpoint who was to blame. Don't think too highly of Hua Yi. When you were initially misunderstood, he could have said something, but he chose not to. This shows that when he heard the rumor, he was also uncertain about what Desheng intended to do with you. And since he didn't tell you, it means that even if such a thing really happened, he had already tacitly accepted it. Zhuo Ming patted Qianqian on the shoulder and stood up to walk upstairs. All right, let's put this matter to rest. They'll be waiting for you in the room. After hearing Zhuo Ming's words, Qianqian's previously lost gaze slowly lit up. Indeed, she didn't know the guild anything. It was the guild that abandoned her, not the other way around. And considering it was already 6 or 7 months ago, there was no need to be troubled by it. Now she had her own new life. In the next moment, Qianqian finally understood. She slowly stood up, returned to her room, put on a few small pieces of fabric she had specifically brought from Shin City, and then blushing gently pushed open the door to Zhuo Ming's bedroom. PS update time every night at 8 o'clock sharp. Currently during the new book period, updates may be a bit less frequent, aiming for 4 to 5,000 words. Once the new book period ends, I aim for 8,000 words a day with occasional bursts. Of course, there are times when I can't hold back, like the other day when I accidentally wrote 30,000, and today I accidentally wrote 8,000. Update guaranteed. Joyful moments always pass swiftly, and soon it was the 13th. To Zhou Ming's surprise, Qianqian's cooking skills were on par with those of Juzi. Qianqian, you new age women, don't most of you not know how to cook? Zhou Ming picked up a thin slice of beef. To cut meat this thin requires years of skill. Something Zhou Ming himself could not achieve. Most girls only don't cook in front of their boyfriends. Qianqian said, her face slightly flushed as she smiled and accepted the beef Zhou Ming offered her. There are plenty of girls who can cook, it's just a matter of whether they want to or not. Some girls have skills good enough to earn a chef's certificate. Hearing this, Zhou Ming was at a loss for words. So because he wasn't her boyfriend, he got the short end of the stick. By the way, Minggu, I just got a notification in the streamer group that the event in June will likely be announced on the morning of the 14th. Qianqian hurriedly added. Zhou Ming nodded, knowing that Qianqian was preparing to leave since she needed to return to her livestream for the event. Thus Zhou Ming asked, when do you plan to go back? Hearing this, Qianqian hesitated slightly. According to past years' habits, the event announcement usually comes out on the 13th or 14th, and then the event officially starts on the 15th. He'll be heading back on the 14th. Originally, Qianqian had intended to say the morning of the 14th, but after thinking it over, she pushed it to the 15th. After all, she would also be live streaming in the evening, and it wouldn't take long to get from Magic City to Deep City. If she left in the morning, she would definitely arrive before 6 in the afternoon. To be honest, spending these past few days with Zhou Ming, despite the effort she put in, Zhou Ming treated her very well, making her feel truly happy. Since being put on hold, she hadn't felt this happy in a long time. Alright then, let's stay 2 more days. I'll take you out to explore. It's not every day you come to Magic City. You can't just go back with such a few souvenirs. Zhou Ming teased with a smile. As soon as these words left his mouth, Qianqian's face turned beet red. How could she not understand what Zhou Ming was implying? Minggu, actually, there's another problem I've been trying to find a solution for. You're knowledgeable. Could you help me take a look? Qianqian suddenly remembered something and quickly turned to Zhou Ming. In these past few days of fun, she had forgotten about this crucial matter. Zhou Ming looked at Qianqian curiously. It's this. Qianqian ran back to her room and quickly brought out the contract she had signed. I signed a contract with Huai at the beginning of last year with a total validity of 2 years. The current issue is that even if Huai doesn't provide me with any promotional resources, I still have to give them 60% of my livestream income. Talking about this made Qianqian feel helpless. It was her fault for not carefully reviewing the terms when she signed the contract. Now she was completely trapped. The most critical clause was about the benefits she was supposed to receive as the second party. It briefly outlined the various promotional benefits of the guild. However, the problem is that at the end of these promotional benefits, there's a clause stating that the guild can allocate resources based on the recommendations, and the guild can reallocate them. This means that even if Hawaii doesn't provide her with any promotional resources now, it doesn't count as a violation. In the past, sharing a portion with Hawaii was fine since her monthly income was limited. But now with Ming needing to promote her, the thought of having to share this money with Hawaii made her feel uncomfortable. Alright, let me take a look. Zhou Ming took the contract from Qian. However, after looking through it, he couldn't help but frown. Zhou Ming had worked in sales before and had some insights into contract reviews. But now the contract provided by Hawaii defined loopholes in every aspect as exemption clauses. Meanwhile, the obligations that streamers had to fulfill for the guild were all clearly outlined. Moreover, the most critical point was Hawaii's exorbitant penalty for breach of contract. A full 10 million. Zhou Ming went through it again from start to finish and still found no loopholes. Seeing this, Zhou Ming directly gave up. This contract was definitely revised by a professional legal advisor, let alone someone like him. Even a real lawyer might not find any issues. Meanwhile, Qian, who was eagerly anticipating his response, felt her spirits dampen when she saw Zhou Ming shake his head. Minggu, is there really no way? Qian asked, still not quite ready to give up. If there were many clauses with dozens or hundreds of them, a lawyer might find some flaws, but your contract only has a dozen or so clauses for both sides, and each one has explanations and annotations, making it hard to find issues, especially with the promotional resources, which are completely locked down in the contract. Zhou Ming explained. Hearing this, Qian felt completely disheartened. But don't feel too bad. Even if there's no solution in the contract, there are other ways to address the problem. Seeing Qian's expression, Zhou Ming smiled as he spoke. Upon seeing Zhou Ming's confident demeanor, Qian was momentarily stunned, but then a surge of hope suddenly welled up in her heart. Really, Minggu? This method is quite simple. Zhou Ming waved the contract in his hand, smiling as he pulled Qian closer. Feeling the warmth in his embrace, she instantly felt much more comfortable. What's the method? Qian asked, somewhat excited. If she could really get rid of this contract, not only could she prevent Hawaii from profiting from her, but she could also escape from being shelved ahead of time. It's simple. Oh, just pay the penalty for breach of contract. Zhou Ming chuckled and playfully pinched her cheeks. Oh. Upon hearing this, the excited Qian's enthusiasm immediately deflated. If she could pay the penalty to walk away, she would have done so long ago. That's 10 million. Although she earned several million from live streaming over the past 2 years, most of it had gone into events. Now she only had the more than 100,000 Zhou Ming had given her at the end of last month. Minggu, I hope you won't laugh at me. Many people think I have a lot of money, but in reality, I have less than 100,000 in hand. I can't possibly pay a 10 million penalty. I'm not saying you should pay, I'll cover it for you. And whether they dare to take my 10 million is another matter. Zhou Ming shrugged. As soon as he said this, Qian was momentarily stunned again. Zhou Ming helplessly patted her little head. He originally thought Qian was quite sharp, but how could she be so clueless when it came to this? Let me ask you, Hawaii is indeed a top guild, right? Yes. It is a top guild. Qian hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Then after you were shelved, who did Hawaii support as the new top streamer? It's Tutu. She's already being cultivated into a top streamer. That settles it. If they shelved you, I'll just shelve her, Zhou Ming said with a smile, spreading his hands. Seeing Qian becoming more confused, he decided to stop teasing and spoke directly. For a streamer, there are essentially 3 ways to gain prominence. First, there are the fixed promotional spots provided to the guild each month. Second, there's the traffic brought in by gifts from big spenders. But both of these methods yield very little effect. Thus, most guilds focus on one thing: to promote streamers participating in events. Qian silently nodded. No matter how many fixed promotional spots one had, without participating in events, a streamer simply couldn't rise. Even with gifts from big spenders, this process would last at most 10 to 20 minutes, half an hour at most. Although this time frame could attract viewers, the total number of visitors in the Starstream area is fixed, usually around 100,000. Only by participating in events can one obtain comprehensive recommendations from the platform. A good promotional spot can last 3 days or even a month, and the effect goes without saying. So isn't this simple? As long as we keep an eye on Tutu, whatever event she participates in, we'll make sure she fails. Isn't that equivalent to shelving her? Moreover, what I can do isn't limited to just targeting her. I can use the same method against Hawaii's top news streamers, top male streamers, and all first-tier streamers. By then, let's see if Hawaii will beg me to return the 10 million penalty. Upon hearing this, Qian was complete. Having been a streamer for several years, it was her first time realizing that one could target others in such a way. But the next moment she thought of a loophole. But Minggu, what if Hawaii also starts to promote? Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. This is indeed a problem, but since the event is approaching in June, I'll just play with them for $1 billion. If they want to protect it, then let's see. For Zhou Ming, the money in reality and the money from live streaming are not in conflict. To acquire more assets in reality, the 10 billion given by the system must be spent more. Moreover, there is this relationship between her and Qianqian. Thinking about dealing with a merciless guild like Huai is quite interesting. In the end, Qianqian was completely persuaded by Zhou Ming's generosity. After buying a villa, she still had 40 million left from the more than 100 million she received last time. Zhou Ming didn't hesitate and directly transferred 10 million to Qianqian, so she could terminate her contract with Huai. Menggu, you are so good to me. The next moment, Qianqian looked at the 10 million that just arrived in her phone, trembling slightly. Although she had given herself how many people in this world would send out 10 million after just a few days of acquaintance. Let alone just her, even if she brought all her friends, it might not even be worth that much money. But this person surprisingly was met by her Lu Qianqian. It's not really a gift to you, remember to pay me back later. Zhou Ming initially intended to feign anger, but seeing Qianqian tearfully distressed, his tone unconsciously softened. Women in a sense are indeed powerful beings, as every gesture can touch a man's heart. Qianqian bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Menggu, after terminating the contract, I won't sign with any guild again. All the money I earn in the future will be yours. Qianqian leaped into Zhou Ming's embrace. She couldn't dare to assume she could earn this 10 million. Moreover, apart from this 10 million, Zhou Ming would also give her some events in June, which she believed would certainly not be a small amount. Regardless of whether Zhou Ming was gifting items for fun or for her company to her, this was an unimaginable. As long as Zhou Ming didn't mind, she was willing to repay him with her remaining youth in the most passionate way. She truly felt that encountering Zhou Ming was the greatest fortune of her life. At that moment, Qianqian had only one thought in her mind. Clearly, there's no need to help me like this. I can do everything Menggu wants. Alright, enough with the emotional stuff. Just look at me, what have I become? Zhou Ming pointed at himself, and just as Qianqian looked down, he said something that made her feel shy enough to almost run away. Qianqian, you wouldn't want to see your big brother like this, would you? Under Zhou Ming's teasing gaze, Qianqian suddenly broke into a smile, then quietly looked down. Originally, he planned to take Qianqian shopping for some things, but in the end that idea was not realized. The next morning, when Zhou Ming woke up, he felt as if every bone in his body was aching. Goodness, why do I feel like I've successfully completed a game strategy? Zhou Ming couldn't help but rub his forehead. This was not to say that Qianqian's attitude towards him was bad before. On the contrary, Qianqian had previously treated him very well, which could be described as respectful, and going deeper, it was flattery and fear. And what she needed to do, she was very proactive about. Just like what Qianqian did when she first arrived at Yulong Bay, but the emotional consequences meant that regardless of how close the relationship became, there was always some distance. However, since yesterday morning, Zhou Ming had clearly felt Qianqian's change. The most obvious thing was her attitude towards him. The hint of fear she had hidden in her heart had completely disappeared, and her words were less about flattery and more about care and tenderness. In certain aspects, her enthusiasm even made Zhou Ming a bit frightened. Coupled with what Qianqian had previously said about giving all her earnings to him. This made Zhou Ming's heart skip a beat. Something was off, completely off. This was not the result he wanted. If this continued, his forest dream might really collapse. Fortunately, the 15th was coming soon. After staying at home for an entire day, when the 15th arrived, Qianqian reluctantly dragged her suitcase away, realizing that if she didn't leave now, she would miss her flight. I wonder if current medicine can replace this thing with titanium alloy. After sending Qianqian off, Zhou Ming couldn't help but twist his waist, feeling that the area felt empty. Thus, Zhou Ming began searching online for what goji berries pair well with. After doing some simple physical activities and running 2 laps around the villa area until he was drenched in sweat, he finally felt a lot more comfortable. I really need to step up my exercise, or I should check if there are any gyms around in the next few days. Zhou Ming knew his physical fitness had indeed been good before, and his figure was well proportioned, otherwise he wouldn't have been considered handsome by so many people. However, over the past few days, his lifestyle had suddenly changed, transitioning from hardly using certain things to almost using them every day, making it naturally hard to adapt. But it wasn't a big problem, as long as he kept exercising it would be fine. After cooling down for a bit, once the sweat cooled off, Zhou Ming swam in the pool for a while, and then took a shower, feeling refreshed. By the way, it seems the event was announced to the streamers yesterday. Zhou Ming took out his phone and cast it onto compared to the 100-inch TV at the Sky Hotel, this projector he bought was even a bit larger and came with various conversion connectors. And today, after moving in it, was one of the rare times he had alone time. Setting the villa's central air conditioning to 22 degrees, Zhou Ming comfortably leaned back on the sofa, then started browsing the live streaming room on his phone. During the morning, almost all the live streams were news hosts. Zhou Ming took a quick glance. The big wooden host from Dashing was Liv, and his stream ranked first in popularity. Zhou Ming initially wanted to find a host from Hawaii, but he couldn't help but laugh when he saw the one ranked second in popularity. This host happened to be Hawaii's news anchor named Bailey Zioxianu. After entering the stream, Bailey was currently calling on the viewers in the live room to support him in the event. This event was unrelated to the major one in June. In fact, news anchors generally do not participate in these large events since they are just a small segment. Larger events are predominantly for female anchors. Thus, Bailey was promoting a small event for the Tiger Shark Star Showcase. This event occurs every 3 days and is a fixed recommendation position similar to Zhou gifts. The first place winner can be displayed in the upper right corner of the Star Showcase channel's secondary page for 3 days until the next round's first place replaces it. Seeing this situation, Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this a coincidence? Taking a glance at the followers, Pashang was live streaming. He directly logged in and entered Pashang's live stream. At this moment, Pashang was boasting with his viewers in the stream. When he saw the Emperor effect of Zhou Ming light up, he was momentarily stunned, but then he was overwhelmed with joy. Mengge hadn't logged in for 16 consecutive days, but just logged in, and the first stop was Pashang's live stream room. What does this represent? This means that Mengge is very satisfied with him. After all, in the news anchor segment, Mengge had only been in his live stream room, right? Pashang quickly played a battle song, then stood up. Welcome, my Mengge. Welcome to my live stream. Brothers put the welcome message for Mengge on the screen. The thousands of viewers in the live stream were also jolted. Wow, Mengge is here. Mengge, do you know how long we've waited for you? 16 days, a full 16 days. Do you know how we spent these 16 days, Mengge? It was tough. The visitors in Pashang's live stream included both Pashang's fans and Zhou Ming's. After Zhou Ming had donated to Pashang a few times last month, most of the fans in Pashang's live stream had become his loyal supporters. Seeing the flood of welcome messages, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. This feeling was indeed quite unique, something that couldn't be fully experienced in reality. I haven't logged in for a few days due to some matters, but I'll be here continuously over the next few days. Zhou Ming also replied on the screen. Upon seeing this message, everyone was instantly thrilled. These days just happened to align with the June event period. Mengge's indication that he would be here these days meant he was preparing to participate in this event. PK right. Many people still vividly remember Mengge's massive donations in May. Mengge, how are you planning to tackle the June event? The event lasts a week and should start ramping up from the day after tomorrow. Rather than how Mengge plans to handle the event, I'm more curious about which anchor Mengge will support this time. EE or Juzi? People couldn't help but start discussing. Pashang was equally excited. Which anchor would Mengge support in this June event would definitely be a hot topic. If Mengge could announce it in his live stream, he would have plenty to boast about in the following days. Let's talk about this, Zhou Ming said with a smile. He had just logged in, and he wasn't clear about what the event was like yet. Alright then, Pashang responded cheerfully. Many new viewers in the live stream were also listening intently. As everyone knows, generally speaking, Tiger Shark hosts 2 super large events each year. The biggest one is the year-end gala in December, followed by this June event. Compared to last year's event, this year's event has doubled in terms of fun and rewards. While speaking, Pashang pulled up the event page, and the title of this event came into everyone's view. Zhou Ming curiously looked over. The name consisted of 4 characters. Star Show War King, Star Show War King. This name is quite obscure. I don't quite understand it. I know. Pashang mentioned it yesterday noon, haha. Shut up there, listen to the anchor. Zhou Ming also felt the same when he saw the title. He didn't quite understand it. Honestly, Tiger Shark has been getting more extravagant lately. When I first saw this name yesterday, I was also a bit confused. Pashang, noticing that many new viewers in the live stream didn't understand, couldn't help but laugh. Before May, the events from Tiger Shark either had names like PK contests or guild competitions. You could basically tell what the event was about just by looking at the name. But starting in May, Tiger Shark began to play tricks. First, there was May's Star Show Spectacular, and they even introduced a bunch of online medals. Now in June, there's the Star Show War King. However, it cannot be denied that these names indeed attract more. I won't keep you in suspense. He'll directly tell you the details of the event. Usually he would definitely take this opportunity to solicit some donations, but now that Mengge was present, he only slightly raised the suspense and then flipped through the event details. This event is actually hosted across all sections of the entire platform. In the gaming section, the LOL segment is called LOL War King. PUBG is called PUBG War King, and outdoor events are called Outdoor War King. However, compared to other sections, this event has the largest scale and the most rewards, primarily in our Star Show section. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Although the audience in the Star Show section only accounts for about 1/10 of the entire platform, the number of big spenders is at least half, if not 2/3 of the platform. In contrast, when it comes to events, the Star Show section is definitely the most exciting because there are more big spenders. With Pashang flipping through the details of this event, also appeared on the live stream interface. Tiger Shark War King Competition, Star Show War King, event time, June 15, 00, to June 19th, 2020, total duration of 5 days. Event method: all anchors in the Star Show section can form their own teams, with each team consisting of 3 members, including a captain and 2 members. The total of all rankings in the live broadcast of team members during the PK period will serve as the basis for the final ranking of this event. First place reward for the team: all members will receive the Star Show Battle King Champion badge, which can be displayed in the broadcaster's live stream window until June 30th. Team total reward: a 3-day promotional cover on the secondary page of Star Show available to all. Individual rewards for the team: the captain will receive attendee super promotion on the Tiger Shark homepage, a 3-day cover promotion on the Tiger Shark primary page, while team members will receive a 5-day super promotion on the Tiger Shark homepage, and a 90 cover promotion on the Tiger Shark primary page. Second place reward for the team. 10th place reward for the team. 30th place reward. Wow. Team competition. After reading the event rules, everyone in the live streaming room burst into excitement. In last May's event, by contrast, had been strictly individual. Streamers competed solo, focusing solely on their own rankings. And though entertaining, such events lacked dynamism. Most of the time was spent endlessly climbing leaderboards with minimal interaction among streamers. But a team competition changed everything. 3 streamers formed a squad. But which 3? That decision was pivotal. Unlike routine leaderboard grinding, this time audiences could watch the squad formation phase unfold first. Well-known streamers naturally sought teammates of similar stature, maximizing their odds of victory. Less prominent streamers, however, aimed to join forces with high-profile peers to elevate their own rankings. Achieving that demanded exceptional skill and persuasion. The squad formation phase over the past 2 days promised to be the highlight. "This is fun," Zhou Ming typed with a smile onto the public chat. You'll notice the rewards for this event are unprecedented, even surpassing last year's year-end bonuses. Seeing Zhou Ming's growing interest, Pashang quickly continued his explanation. First, there's the exclusive champion badge awarded only to the top team. In my view, this badge embodies the event's greatest sincerity. Wait, that can't be right. What use is a mere badge? Exactly, it's just decorative. Compared to the other rewards listed afterward, it pales in significance. Hearing Pashang's claim, viewers expressed skepticism. To them, the badge resembled last month's show-stopping medal, a commemorative token, symbolic rather than functional. No, not at all, Pashang chuckled, clarifying. Look at this line: the champion badge appears at the very top of a streamer's live page and remains visible until month's end. So what does that mean? Suppose I'm a viewer browsing the Star Show main page for a streamer to watch. Most live windows display standard personal banners, until suddenly one catches my eye: a gleaming metal emblazoned with bold characters, War King Champion. Wouldn't you click in? As Pashang spoke, he navigated the screen to demonstrate live on the Star Show homepage. Ni's demonstration instantly conjured vivid mental images for everyone watching. That actually makes sense. If I were casually scrolling and stumbled upon such a striking banner, I'd almost certainly click to see more. This phenomenon is called the broken window effect. Get lost. Stop spouting nonsense upstairs. This isn't quantum entanglement. Whether you observe me or not yields 2 distinct outcomes right now. If you're not watching, you won't even know I've just insulted you. Hold on. I'll invoke Galileo's cat. I didn't catch that at first. Surely you meant Schrödinger. Zhou Ming smiled, watching the chat veer wildly off topic. These netizens truly were a gifted bunch. Yet Pashang's point stood firm: the champion badge was far more than a memento. Remember, it lasts 10 full days, nearly matching the team captain's personal reward in duration. When Pashang spoke again, viewers eagerly fired questions. Pashang, who will you team up with? Yeah, Pashang, how do you plan to approach this event? Most in the room were Pashang's loyal fans, deeply invested in how far he might climb this time. I'm just a tier 3 streamer. What's there to strategize? Tomorrow I'll probably just grab a few news anchors and wing it. Pashang shrugged wryly. Though he was nearing tier 2 status, he still fell short. Moreover, news anchors as a group rarely attracted large audiences. Intake broadcast timing: why do most news anchors go live exclusively in the morning? Do they really think they're delivering morning news bulletins? In truth, major viewers log in mostly in the afternoon. They choose mornings for one reason alone: afternoon slots are saturated. Too many streamers vying for attention. Even top-tier news anchors, like Demu or Bailey Xiaoxinyu, likely wouldn't aim for the top 10. At best, they'd settle for positions 15 to 20. How much less likely then for him? But couldn't we team up with a big-name streamer and coast to victory? After all, squads require 3 members. A dissenter chimed in. Instantly, he was met with a chorus of skeptical glances. What connection did he have with them? Why would... Realizing his blunder, he hastily offered an embarrassed grin and typed 3 pleading emojis into the chat. I'm sorry, please don't cyberbully me. I can't take it. Not necessarily so, Zhou Ming replied cheerfully in the public chat. Ni's words ignited an immediate frenzy in the live room. Does Brother Ming plan to boost Pashang's rankings? Whoa. Could Brother Ming be grooming Pashang this round? Fair point. News anchors hit a hard ceiling. I'd love to see Pashang soar, but honestly it's Viewers flooded the chat in a torrent of messages. And even Pashang's eyes lit up, only to dim again moments later. That final comment rang true. And even with Brother Ming's backing, what justified Pashang's ascent as a news anchor? Zhou Ming observed Pashang's eager, yet anxious expression and smiled inwardly. Clearly Pashang harbored dreams, but years without opportunity had eroded his confidence. Zhou Ming paused, then clicked Pashang's avatar and sent a private message in. Are you willing to cross Hawaii? NPO Shang mid-broadcast glanced at the notification that popped up in his backend. Upon seeing it came from Brother Ming's account, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his right hand darted to open it instantly. Cross Hawaii. Pashang frowned, puzzled by the message. Still, Brother Ming had gifted him 38 treasure maps last month, a debt of profound gratitude. He couldn't refuse. Brother Ming, I'm just a minor streamer. Crossing Hawaii or not makes little difference to me. You're my elder brother. I'll follow your lead without hesitation. But may I ask, how deeply must I cross them? Zhou Ming reflected. Hawaii would undoubtedly erupt in fury, and replied, and probably all the way. By the way, this isn't coercion. I'm merely seeking your opinion. Zhou Ming added another message. Reading it, Pashang's thoughts began to race. So Brother Ming was already at odds with Hawaii. And if he accepted now, he'd become irrevocably aligned with whether or not he crossed Hawaii mattered little to him either way. He was after all just a small-time streamer earning a few thousand yuan monthly. If things went south, he could always pay the $5,000 contract penalty and switch platforms. Pashang clenched his teeth and replied resolutely, Brother Ming, I'm in. Whatever you need, I'll do it. Zhou Ming, seeing Pashang accept without hesitation, felt quietly gratified. Here's the plan. After you go offline, contact Juzi immediately and join her squad. Join Juzi's squad. And the word struck Pashang like lightning. His body jolted involuntarily, even mid-broadcast. Juzi was the undisputed protege Brother Ming intended to elevate. Joining her squad guaranteed, while not absolute victory, not just a shot at first place, but near certain placement among the top 3. He hadn't yet done anything for Brother Ming, yet Brother Ming was already poised to launch him skyward. The audience saw Pashang suddenly stunned there, momentarily at a loss. However, Pashang quickly regained his composure and spoke in the live stream. Rest assured, I will definitely strive to excel in this team competition. As for how far we can go, it depends on the level of support from everyone. Pashang chuckled. Get lost trying to sweet talk for money. But if you really plan to strive, I can still contribute a bit. A fan jokingly scolded, but still commented that they could support him a little. With Minggu around, at least we can aim for a ranking. I've been watching Pashang for quite a while, so I'll support him in this competition. Nothing else, just aim for the top. With 2,000 to 3,000 people in the live stream, can't we at least secure a basic rank? The viewers in the live stream expressed their support one after another. Although news anchors have relatively weaker earning abilities, Pashang is still a third-tier anchor. After the last event, he reached the pinnacle of that tier, and he is about to break into the second tier, so he still has quite a few fans supporting him. Let's not discuss the competition for now, or we'll talk about it when the match starts in a couple of days. For now, let's continue analyzing the rewards for this event. Pashang began to speak at length in the live stream again. Zhou Ming listened to Pashang's analysis for a while, and then casually sent a few treasure maps before logging off. Although the format of the event has changed, the essence remains the same. The victory goes to those who rank highest. As long as one understands this, that is enough. With the passage of time, the activity levels of the streamers in the Star Show area have been increasing. Especially in various small groups, countless streamers are actively pulling together teams. Is there anyone who wants to team up with me? This time the goal is to finish in the top 20. Since we are both third-year admin, if you have senior brother June in your team, there's only one spot left. Sister Tutu, how about we team up? You, a second-tier anchor, dare to flirt with Sister Tutu. Aren't you just dragging her down? This time there are substantial rewards for a total of 30 teams, which means 90 people can win. Compared to past rewards, this time's rewards are truly abundant. It can be said that as long as one secures a spot in the top 10, their popularity will significantly increase. The top 20 will make even first-tier anchors drool. Moreover, aside from the grand rewards for these 30 teams, there are also numerous smaller rewards for various minor rankings. These rewards are prepared for other streamers. Adding up all the prizes, this event will reward a total of 100 teams, which means 300 people. This has given the previously inactive third and fourth-tier streamers a reason to participate. Meanwhile, in the private office of the Desheng Guild, Mu Ran is leaning against the sofa's screen working hard. Ao Go, is there a designated person for this team formation? After a while, Mu Ran slowly stood up, took out a lipstick from her bag to reapply it, before snuggling back into AO Guess embrace. You don't need to worry about the other streamers, the guild management is in charge of that. Just bring Gu Cha along for this event, and for the other person you can decide yourself. Seeing Mu Ran reapply her lipstick, AO Gu smiled in satisfaction and unconsciously brushed his fingers against Mu Ran's nose. He is genuinely pleased with Mu Ran. Her skills are undoubtedly at max level. As for Mu Ran's question, AO Gu understands. In such large-scale events, capable guilds usually have experienced anchors mentor newcomers, as this can quickly cultivate new streamers. However, during this period, Desheng has no plans to cultivate new streamers. What they need to do now is to firmly establish Mu Ran as the benchmark, ideally elevating her to the position of a top-tier anchor, truly becoming Desheng's flagship streamer. As for Gu Cha as Desheng's leading male anchor, he can tag along with Mu Ran. He is confident enough to secure first place in this competition by himself. After hearing AO Gu say this, Mu Ran nodded with a smile. Gu Cha goes without saying, he is a solid ironclad anchor. Even his current position as Desheng's #1 was achieved through his association with her. However, being a first-tier anchor, no matter how you look at it, the big brother in the live stream and the fans can contribute a bit, which is better than nothing. But this way 2 spots on the team have already been allocated. Mu Ran began to consider other streamers on the platform. Orange would be a great choice. If I can pull Orange over with main guest support, this competition would be nearly guaranteed to win. Mu Ran hesitated slightly in her heart. Although she had been adversarial with Orange last month, there wasn't any significant conflict between them. One could even say they didn't know each other at all. The dynamics in the live stream were just about comparing who was stronger, AO Gu or Meng Gu. Even if Meng Gu had said he wouldn't send gifts to Desheng's anchor, she knew it was because a group of fans had previously sent insulting comments that angered Meng Gu. It wasn't a big issue. She had grown to her current position through her own insights, and it wouldn't be wise to offend such a formidable wealthy supporter as Meng Gu over a single PK. But then she thought AO Gu doesn't seem to have a good opinion of this new wealthy supporter on the platform. Let's forget about Orange. After thinking this, Mu Ran couldn't help but shake her head. Her basic support is with AO Gu. Last month, the Shattered Dream had just embarrassed AO Gu. If she approaches now, it would probably displease him. Removing Orange from consideration, Mu Ran looked towards other first-tier anchors. There are quite a few first-tier anchors on the Star Show side, but there are not many with real strength. After searching around, Mu Ran ultimately found that there are only a few with considerable strength. Besides herself, the strongest is definitely Tutu from Hawaii. Hawaii should also be promoting Tutu this month, and Tutu has a dedicated emperor brother, so her overall ranking shouldn't be bad. Mu Ran quickly settled on the last member. She then directly called Tutu. They had been friends for some time. Upon receiving Mu Ran's invitation, Tutu considered carefully. Given her current strength, if she were to actively invite others, as the captain, Mu Ran would surely be at a disadvantage. On the other hand, if the newly wealthy Meng Gu decided to send gifts to Orange, she would likely be unable to compete. Despite Hawaii's strength, she genuinely felt uncertain about how much they could contribute. If they can't secure first or second place, even if she gets third, the rewards for the captain are certainly not as good as those for the first place team members. Moreover, she is quite envious of that champion badge. After much consideration, Tutu decided to accept Mu Ran's invitation. Over here, all the major players in this event have already been informed. If Tutu joins first place, is absolutely secured. On the other side, Orange is also contemplating the team members for this competition. Compared to Mu Ran's side, her choices are naturally simpler. Qian goes without saying. Meng Gu had long told her that he intends to help Qian secure first place, so the captain position is definitely hers. As for the remaining position, after some thought, Orange decided that EE would be more suitable. After all, their team can be considered Meng Gu's exclusive streamer group. Aside from the 3 of them, Meng Gu rarely sends gifts to other streamers. However, just as Orange and Qian were discussing and preparing to invite EE to join the team, Pashang's private message suddenly came through. Meanwhile, after finishing his stream, Pashang opened Orange's private chat page and couldn't help but rub his head. Although he had Meng Ji's approval, he still felt quite nervous about this matter. After all, there has never been a precedent for Tiger Shark to bring news anchors on board for these events. If he really secures a top ranking with Meng Gu's support this time, he would truly set a precedent for news anchors. Sister Orange, Meng Gu privately messaged me this morning saying he is preparing to let me join your team. Have you selected your team members yet? Pashang hesitated and drafted several messages before finally sending a tentative message. Upon seeing Pashang's message, Orange was also taken aback. She certainly did not believe that Pashang would dare to use such a tactic to deceive her. Since Pashang said this, it must be true. Orange hurriedly deleted the message she had just prepared for EE. EE had once pulled her in, as she had always wanted to repay the favor. Originally, she intended to use this opportunity to bring EE along, but there were already 3 people that Meng Gu had specified, so she couldn't add anyone else. Seeing Pashang's message, Orange readily agreed, saying, Since Ming Ge sent you, then come to our team. Add me on WeChat, and he'll pull you into the small group. Seeing that Juzi agreed without hesitation, Pa Sang was immediately filled with excitement. Indeed, Ming Ge's words are truly effective. He quickly added WeChat, and then joined the small group of 3 at Juzi's invitation. Qianqian. Pa Sang was taken aback when he saw that the group owner was Qianqian. In his mind, the other 2 should be Juzi and Yi, with Juzi as the team leader. But now how did the leader become Qianqian? What about Yi? On the other side, Qianqian also received Juzi's notification. Seeing Pa Sang enter the group, Qianqian smiled and replied, "Welcome Pa Sang to the team. Our team is now complete. Also just call us by our names from now on. It's awkward to be called Jia all the time. It makes us sound older than we are." Juzi rolled her eyes. Pa Sang looked like he was at least 25, while both she and Qianqian had just turned 21, so calling them Jia felt inappropriate. Haha, then I won't hold back later. Pa Sang scratched his head awkwardly. After all, too much politeness could be a nuisance. Calling someone Jia on the streaming platform isn't about age, but a show of respect based on experience and strength. Since everyone is here, let's consider our team's name. Everyone put forward your suggestions. We need to report it by tomorrow night at the latest. Qianqian directly initiated a group voice call. The 2 did not hesitate and quickly clicked to connect. How about we call ourselves the Tianyi team? Juzi was the first to speak. The Tianyi team sounds so cliche, that's not going to work. Qianqian immediately rejected it. How about the Tiger Shark Primordial team to indicate our goal of taking first place? Pa Sang suggested. Goodness, that's even more cliche than my Tianyi team. Juzi ruthlessly mocked. In my opinion, we must include Meng Ge's name. All of us are fully supported by Meng Ge. We can't forget the well-digger when drinking water, right? Qianqian chimed in. I think the Zue Meng team sounds good. At the mention of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Qianqian's face. But the next moment, Juzi burst her bubble. The Zue Meng team sounds strange. No way, that's absolutely out. I think the Qing Meng team or the Shui Meng team would be more suitable. Juzi immediately made 3 consecutive rejections and then put forward her own opinion. Juzi, don't go too far. Qianqian was instantly furious upon hearing Juzi's words. What do you mean too far? I think it sounds great. Juzi chuckled. Pa Sang couldn't help but nod. The Qing Meng team and Shui Meng team did sound quite nice. Sounds great. Can you be any more shameless? Who doesn't know that your real name is Lin Qing Snow? Qing Meng team, Shui Meng team, why don't you just call it Lin Meng team? Qianqian was instantly both angry and amused. That works too. Oh, I think it's much better than Lu Meng team or Qian Meng team. Juzi proudly raised her head. No choice, my parents gave me a name where each character goes perfectly with Meng Ge, but it seems that Miss Lu Qianqian's name isn't quite as appealing. No way, I'm the team leader, and I won't accept your suggestions. Qianqian exercised her veto power. Juzi was left speechless in anger, only able to pout in silence to express her dissatisfaction. Qianqian also snorted in frustration, and soon the group fell into an endless silence. In an instant, the small group's voice call was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. On the other side, Pa Sang was sweating profusely. At this point, he finally understood. He initially thought the 2 were discussing the team name, but now he realized they were clearly vying for each other's favor. Pa Sang quickly clasped his hands together silently, closing his eyes, hoping that the 2 would not mention him. But in the next moment, Pa Sang was completely paralyzed. He accidentally knocked over a decorative item on the table, and with a loud crash, a crisp sound echoed through there. The 2 who were just at odds immediately unified in their questioning. Pa Sang, what's the name going to be? Lin Meng team, Qing Meng team, or Shui Meng team? Juzi directly threw the question at Pa Sang. Qianqian wouldn't back down either. Pa Sang, choose wisely. I think Lu Meng team or Qian Meng team would work too. Pa Sang, you better choose carefully. If you choose wrong, don't blame us for bullying you. Even over the internet, Pa Sang could hear the sounds of the other 2 preparing for a showdown. Pa Sang was instantly dumbfounded, silently shouting in his heart. What kind of situation is this? But since the matter had fallen into his lap, it had to be resolved. If he couldn't resolve the naming issue, Pa Sang was certain that he would be torn to pieces by these 2 ladies. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Pa Sang's mind. I think all the names sound pretty good, but if we choose like this, it seems like it wouldn't reflect well on Meng Ge. It would make it seem like Meng Ge is someone else's exclusive big brother. In my opinion, we might as well choose a new name. That's true, but do you have any other options? Both of them snorted coldly, but didn't refute his words. In fact, they also felt that these names weren't quite right. I think the Meng Ji team sounds quite nice. Pa Sang tentatively suggested a name. Meng Ji team. Upon hearing this, Qianqian and Juzi began to contemplate. That name is nice. Oh, I have no objections. Juzi was the first to express her opinion. Oh, I thought Juzi would insist on Qing Meng team. Qianqian chuckled, and then added, Meng Ji team, I have no objections either. Meanwhile, Pa Sang let out a long sigh of relief, glad that the issue was resolved. After hanging up the voice call, Pa Sang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. On the other side, Jizzy was getting more and more frustrated after hanging up the call. After thinking for a moment, she opened the private chat with Qianqian and sent her a message. Hey Qianqian, I wonder what Menggu is doing now and whether he is satisfied with the name we've chosen. Should I go see him? Unfortunately, I only live 5 kilometers away from Menggu, but you Qianqian are 1600 kilometers away from him. Otherwise we could go see him together, smiley face. On the other side, Qianqian was uploading the name and declaration of the Mengji team when she suddenly saw the 2 messages from Jizzy and almost threw her phone in anger. You little vixen, don't get cocky. I'm moving to Modu next month. Qianqian almost bit her teeth as she sent this message. On next month. It's only June 15th, oh what do we do for the remaining 15 days? After sending this message to Qianqian, Jizzy burst into laughter, rolling onto her bed while holding her phone, unable to stop smiling. No matter how great Qianqian is, I live right next to Menggu. PS 3 updates daily, our update time 8 p.m. Qianqian confirmed the name of the dream team. The stag team, signifying that our goal is to be first in this competition. Upon seeing Rabbit and Gushao agree, Murang immediately settled on the name. On the 15th, throughout the entire day, over 500 teams completed their formation and registration in the Star Show district. Meanwhile, the planning department of the Tiger Shark platform was also hastily reviewing. By the morning of the 16th, the total number of teams had reached 700. At the Beixia Guild, Sister Bebe called EE over early in the morning. EE, take a look for yourself. Sister Bebe sighed helplessly and then pulled up the dream team's information from her phone to hand to EE. She had originally thought that in this team competition Orange would at least leave a spot for EE, so she had kept EE. However, until this morning, when she checked the team information, she saw that Orange had already formed a team with 2. Seeing the information on her phone, EE's face turned pale. In the past, she might not have cared, but this time, when the stark reality hit her eyes, she truly found it hard to accept. The name Dream Team was self-explanatory. She could understand why the team supported by Menggu included Orange and Qianqian, but why did they include Pashang and not her? Sister Bebe patted EE's back in silence and turned to go into the office. After all, Orange's team had already been formed, and there was nothing that could be done now. Her purpose was merely to let EE recognize reality. In the broad environment of the live streaming platform, being lofty was the least useful thing. Seeing EE's reaction, Sister Bebe knew that after this incident, EE should have completely understood. EE stared blankly at Sister Bebe's phone for a long while, and eventually a glimmer of light slowly appeared in her eyes. EE took Sister Bebe's phone to the office, first returning the phone, and then speaking, Sister Bebe, I need your help to operate this event. Even if I can't achieve any ranking, I still want to participate. As for the next event, I now know what to do. Hearing EE's words, Sister Bebe was immediately overjoyed. She had thought EE would take some time to recover. Since you have this determination, the guild will naturally support you with all its might. Rest assured, I will help you operate this event, and the guild will strive to give you votes, ensuring you at least make it into the top 30. Sister Bebe was very pleased. Although Menggu did not help EE in the last event, he still gave her quite a bit of support, and in the end she achieved a good ranking. With recent operations, EE had already climbed to the position of a secondary streamer. EE's looks and talents were undoubtedly top-notch, and since she could understand Sister Bebe, was naturally willing to nurture her. In the end, under Sister Bebe's guidance, EE formed a team with 2 other top streamers from different guilds. EE was the captain, while the other 2 were team members. The team's name was the Black and White Team. Although the official deadline was set for the night of the 16th, by noon that day, the majority of teams had already been formed and registered. At this time, Pashang was in the live streaming room discussing the details of team formation. Compared to Pashang's calmness, the several thousand viewers in the live room were anything but calm. What the hell? Pashang joined the dream team. Pashang actually teamed up with Orange and Qianqian. Pashang is invincible this time. Who doesn't know that Menggu is Orange's guardian brother? This is just a guaranteed win. Spread the word. Pashang will make a fortune. Pashang analyzed the competition situation while glancing at the barrage on the public screen, his eyes narrowing with delight. In fact, not only were the fans shocked, but even the head of the Jinluan Guild dropped his jaw in disbelief. After all, Pashang was just a news anchor. However, the head of the Jinluan Guild was also very decisive. After receiving Pashang's affirmative response, he immediately redirected the focus of the event to fully support Pashang in ranking. Such an obvious opportunity was right before them. If the guild did not seize it, that would truly be foolish. Just look at the neighboring Bayou Guild, which made a fortune last round just because of one orange. Regardless, supporting the streamer backed by Menggu was definitely the right move. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming had just woken up. Looking at the sleeping orange beside her, Zhou Ming couldn't help but shake her head. She did not expect this woman to be so petty, insisting on competing with others over who had more skills. After half a night of effort, Zhou Ming had to admit that Orange, who had indeed put in the effort to learn, was a little better, especially since she was trained in dance. Her figure and flexibility were undeniably impressive. It was truly a delightful experience. Sitting up, she picked up her phone from the side. Entering the Tiger Shark platform, the Star Show district was bustling. After casually scrolling through a few posts, she found that most streamers were busy with the team competition. Zhou Ming did not hesitate and directly clicked into Pashang's live streaming room. Upon seeing Zhou Ming enter, Pashang's spirit instantly perked up. "Welcome, Ming Gu. Join a team." Zhou Ming glanced at Pashang's title and typed with a smile. Joined. This competition is going to be a complete win for me." As soon as this topic came up, Pashang burst into laughter. With Orange and Qianqian around, even if his live room didn't receive a single dime, he could still easily secure a top spot. Thinking of all the recommended resources that would soon tilt towards him, Pashang had been so excited the night before that he couldn't sleep. The viewers in the live room were also thrilled to see Zhou Ming taking the initiative to ask about the team. Ming Gu is so generous, letting that brat Pashang win by chance. "But Ming Gu, this time the captain is Qianqian. Will you still support her in the rankings?" "The possibility isn't high. Qianqian is the captain, likely due to her experience. After all, she was once the most likely to become a top streamer. That should be it. Although Orange has risen, her experience is still lacking, and taking the captain's position could easily lead to comments." Seeing the analysis from several viewers, fans also agreed with this viewpoint. Zhou Ming heard everyone's discussions and smiled as she replied, "You all don't need to guess anymore. Since Qianqian is the captain of the Dream Team, I will definitely support her with some votes. As for Pashang, well, just as you think it's purely a win for him, this time, don't treat him as a contender." Upon hearing Zhou Ming's words, the fans were momentarily stunned. "We actually guessed it right. Pashang really is getting a free ride. Ming Gu, at least give Pashang a little support, but don't overdo it. A single 10-cent glow stick will suffice. After all, he is a person too. Upstairs, remember to speak in chronological order. For this life it's fine, but I've already put my knife in." Upon seeing these comments, Pashang's face darkened. When did the fans in his live room become a bunch of haters? He had never sung a Koan song. That's not necessary. A 10-cent glow stick isn't meaningful. If you're going to donate, make it worthwhile. Besides a glow stick, a large sword wouldn't hurt either. Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh. She directly opened her gift bag and sent out a glow stick and a large sword totaling 20 cents. Of course, if that money goes to Pashang, the share would only be 4 cents left. "Ming Gu, you can't do this." Pashang was on the verge of tears, seeing Ming Gu and the viewers in the live room joking around. "Pashang, just be content. When has Ming Gu ever donated so little in one go?" "Ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing too hard. The weakest member of the Dream Team, Pashang. Brothers, why don't we support Pashang too? Everyone donate a bag of free tiger food." Zhou Ming also interacted, saying, "Let me check. Since I've donated so much before, it seems my level is quite high, and Tiger Shark has given me quite a bit of free tiger food too. I have over 1,000. Let's send it all together. I have over 100. I have less, but still 70. I sent out all I had yesterday, only 10 from today." Since a group of tiger food can only be sent in batches of 66, as Zhou Ming started donating in the live room, several thousand viewers joined in the fun and donated all their tiger food. For a moment, Pashang's public screen was filled with a rare flow of tiger food. Looking at the screen full of flowing tiger food, Pashang couldn't help but shed tears of joy. Tiger food is a free gift that the platform sends daily to visitors of different levels, and since it's a free gift, streamers obviously do not receive any share. This thing is mainly used to boost a streamer's popularity. However, for the Star Show district, this item is practically useless. It only matters in the game zones where there are more people. Seeing his live room's tiger food gifts heading towards tens of thousands, Pashang found it amusing, yet had no choice but to express his gratitude. After playing around with the barrage for a while and emptying her tiger food, Zhou Ming stopped and sent Pashang a private message advising him to register for the daily event on the Star Show Bulletin. Star Show Bulletin. After seeing the message from Zhou Ming, Pashang quickly used his phone to navigate to the. Upon seeing that the current first place on the Star Show Bulletin was titled Hua Yi by Li Xiao Xian Yu, Pashang instantly understood. This was what Ming Gu had mentioned to him yesterday. It seemed Ming Gu was ready to take action. "Don't worry, Ming Gu, I'll sign up right away." Upon seeing that there was less than half an hour left until the event deadline, Pashang hurriedly replied to Zhou Ming and started filling out the registration form. 5 minutes later, a small badge indicating participation in the Xingqiu Publicity Board event appeared in the top right corner of Pashang's live stream. Returning to the live stream, Pashang smiled and said, "Brothers, I just participated in a Xingqiu Publicity Board event. Could you help me out?" Xingqiu Publicity Board. The viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback by Pashang's. The Xingqiu Publicity Board is actually a small event in the Tiger Shark Xingqiu area held every 3 days. It's a fixed recommendation spot where the first place winner can be displayed in the top right corner of the secondary page of the Xingqiu channel for 3 days until the next round's first place pushes them down. Pashang explained. I just checked, and the current first place has only about 50,000. If we can push this recommendation spot, it will also be a boost for tomorrow's big event. Hearing this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. Pashang's emotional intelligence was indeed high. He made it sound like it was his own initiative, completely distancing himself from the request. But Pashang, the June event only starts counting tomorrow. If we push today, won't it be a waste? Several longtime fans in the live stream quickly voiced their concerns. Joking aside, these fans had actually prepared some money for Pashang's event, just waiting to support him tomorrow. You're overthinking it. It's just 50,000. With Mengge here, is that even money? Pashang is right. Winning this ranking will bring a lot of traffic tomorrow. It's a good thing. Alright, since everyone says so, let's go for it. With things proceeding this way, Zhou Ming smiled and followed up on Pashang's momentum. However, he took it a step. Let's do this since tomorrow is the official event. Let's all relax today. I promise that for every recommendation spot currently available on the Tiger Shark platform that Pashang accepts today, I will fully support it. Of course, all the gifts I give today after deducting Tiger Shark's share will be given as benefits to the viewers in the live stream, just for entertainment. By the way, Pashang asked the guild if they think it's not enough. I can always donate more. Upon hearing Zhou Ming's words, the many fans in the live stream were initially stunned, but soon erupted in excitement. Previously, Mengge had indeed provided benefits on the Tiger Shark platform. Last month, while in EE's live stream, Mengge had sent a set of 1,314 magic books as viewer benefits totaling over 60,000 in shares, which were all distributed to the winning users that day. And today, was he going to do it again? My God, is this really Mengge? Before the event, he's starting off with such generosity. No one but Mengge could be so grand. Looking forward to winning. Countless bullet comments flooded the live stream. Whether they were longtime fans or newcomers, nearly everyone was captivated by Mengge's bold declaration. Even if Pashang only participated in this one event, he would still need to spend at least 50,000. Half of that is 25,000. When a big brother supports a streamer, they might spend $1 million and they would just see it as something novel. However, when it came to their own stakes, even if the amount wasn't too large, it was still incredibly exciting. The person in charge of the Jinluan Guild had been monitoring from the sidelines, and upon seeing Mengge's bullet comments, he showed no hesitation. He directly logged into his management account. On behalf of the Jinluan Guild, we fully support Mengge. All the gift shares from Pashang's live stream today will be converted into benefits, and I promise that no matter how much Mengge gives today, the Jinluan Guild will also contribute an additional 10% in red envelopes to all the viewers in the live stream. Everyone, please don't think poorly of us for only giving 10%. Mengge is just too impressive, and our guild's resources are limited. Upon hearing this, the live stream burst into laughter. 10% is already generous. Thank you, boss. The boss is so magnanimous. Thank you, Mengge. Thank you, boss. Most people could understand the Jinluan Guild's promise. Everyone present knew Mengge's strength. If Mengge decided to go all out and drop $1 million, even at 10%, that would still be 100,000 in cash. After all, Jinluan was just a small guild. Even if they could contribute a bit more, they still had to prepare for tomorrow's team competition. How could they spend it all today? Thank you, Mengge. I appreciate your support. Pashang also bowed 90 degrees in the live stream. But then he quickly shifted the topic to the guild. Boss, you have to advance my share of the gift commissions. Otherwise I can't afford the prizes with my little body. The Jinluan Guild's leader was also smiling. Last month, the person who got 38 treasure maps from Mengge was still crying poor. Alright, the guild will cover this. Seeing himself being called out, Pashang was not willing to back down. Everyone should know that my contract with the guild is a 60-40 split. The big share is all with the boss, so don't be fooled. You're just talking nonsense. Don't you have any idea how many recommendation resources I allocated to you this month? Upon hearing this, Pashang immediately fell silent. The leader's words were not wrong. He had indeed received a lot of recommendation resources this month. As the atmosphere in the live stream became more joyful with the leader teasing Pashang, they all laughed heartily. After waiting for a while, and noticing that the atmosphere in the live stream gradually calmed down, Zhou Ming spoke. I just took a glance at the rankings for the Xingqiu publicity board. The first place is only 55,000. With about 10 minutes left, let's respect our opponent and just push for 100,000. Zhou Ming said with a smile. Without hesitation, he directly selected a large rocket gift, choosing a maximum of 100, and then clicked to send it. With a loud sound, a row of rocket launch pads lit up in the center of the live stream. Then one large rocket after another appeared soaring into the sky, followed by large fireworks bursting at the top of the live stream. 666. As soon as Mengge speaks, he completely redefines my understanding of the term, just a little push. A little push is 100,000. What would a serious push be? 300 million. Seriously, how deep do you mean? Up there, are you suggesting 300 million as a unit of cellular measurement? Whoa, what a baseless accusation. As the 100 large rockets gradually ascended, Pashang's ranking instantly surged to over 100,000. In the Xingqiu publicity board's activity zone, the first place was immediately pushed down by Pashang. Pashang was also putting on a full show, quickly getting up thank you for Meng Ji's 100 consecutive large rockets. Meng Ge is magnificent and grand. On the other side, the leader of Jinluan looked at the skyrocketing popularity from the 100 large rockets, feeling equally excited. A promise is a promise. The gifts that Meng Ge rewarded today amount to 55,000, plus the guild's 10% of 10,000. That's a total of 60,000 in cash, split into 100 parts directly distributed on site. The Jinluan leader was very generous, directly putting up 60,000 on the live stream screen. Brothers, everyone send bullet comments. Oh, just say Meng Ge is generous, or thank Meng Ge to participate in the lottery. Seeing that the prize had already been displayed, Pashang quickly introduced the lottery process on screen. Meng Ge is generous. Thank you, Meng Ge. Thank you, Meng Ge. The live stream was instantly filled with tens of thousands of gratitude bullet comments. Dividing 60,000 into 100 parts means each share is 600, which for an ordinary person is several days' wages. Who wouldn't want that? Moreover, the current viewer count in the live stream had reached over 10,000, making the odds of winning quite high. While Pashang was having a blast on the other side, by Li Xiao Xianyu, who was waiting for the publicity board event to end to get recommendation resources, looked completely bewildered. He had been live streaming since the morning, working hard to rank up, and finally managed to reach a total of 55,000 over the past few days. Originally, the big brothers in his live stream were ready to step in, but when he saw the ranking had surged this high, he thought it was a done deal, but how was it suddenly taken away with just a few minutes left until the deadline? Bai Li Xiao Xianyu was a bit confused, and quickly clicked into Pashang's live stream just in time to see the 100 large rockets that Meng Ge had just sent scrolling across the screen. Seeing this scene, Bai Li Xiao Xianyu instantly lost any desire to compete. First of all, there were only a few minutes left in the ranking, and he wasn't even sure if his big brother could make it. Moreover, even if his big brother could give him another push to reach 100,000, Meng Ge might just follow up with another rocket barrage. How could a small news streamer like him compete with Meng Ge? It was simply impossible. The viewers in the live stream also noticed that Bai Li Xiao Xianyu had been pushed out. One of the regular viewers, King, immediately got angry. Who the hell is so shameless, stealing the ranking with just a few minutes left? Before this, the second place in the ranking had only around 20,000. They had doubled that. But in the end, they got robbed at the last moment. Yahoo is so disgusting to do something like this. What a pity. This wave is definitely going to fall short. That's 100,000. Seeing that this person had drawn everyone's ire, King also spoke up. Everyone, don't worry, I'll go check it out. I have to scold this person thoroughly today. Without any hesitation, King clicked into Pashang's live stream, wanting to see who was messing with him. But within 10 seconds, King awkwardly returned. Finally, how about we choose another ranking? With so many rankings in the Xingqiu area, there's no need to get stuck on this one. Besides, they've already pushed 100,000, and to be honest, that doesn't count as stealing the tower. It shows their strength is indeed impressive, right? Bailey's eyes lit up at his brother's words, and he nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, I think what my brother said is very right. Since others can spend 100,000, we wouldn't be embarrassed to lose. What the heck, Bailey, where's your courage? Are you just going to swallow your pride? Upon hearing Bailey's remarks, the viewers in the live stream were not pleased. Although Bailey was just a news anchor, he was still a frontline one. A mere 100,000 ranking had frightened their own anchor to this extent, and he was even willing to forego the public recommendation space. The viewers in the live stream began to criticize vigorously. It wasn't until a viewer named Accompany You to Act jumped back from the broken stream, looking quite frustrated at the viewers who were spouting nonsense, that he sent a message. Hey everyone, are you sure you want to reclaim the recommendation spot on the Star Show public board? Yes, there are still 4 to 5 minutes left. Why can't we take it back? What kind of ghosts and monsters are they on the other side? A mere third-tier news anchor, how dare they snatch our recommendation spot? We must take it back. The fans in the live stream expressed their indignation. But the one boosting the broken stream is Meng Ge. So what if it's Meng Ge? Can he just snatch others' rankings like that? What are you saying? Oh my, it really is Meng Ge. Actually, I think what my brother just said makes a lot of sense. It's just a small recommendation, and since they spent 100,000, letting it go wouldn't be a big deal, right? Yeah, my brother is indeed insightful. Anchor, let's select another recommendation spot. Suddenly, the tone of all the fans in the live stream shifted. Watching this scene, Accompany You to Act felt both amused and helpless. However, he could understand, after all, it was a top-tier god of wealth on the platform who had brushed millions during a live stream, had even been crowned as the strongest god of wealth in the hearts of various anchors. Let alone Bailey, the third-tier news anchor. Even to the top anchor of Hawaii would probably avoid Meng Ge at all costs. Seeing that the public screen of the live stream finally returned to normal, Bailey felt a surge of energy. Although this public recommendation spot was quite important to him, given the circumstances, it was already impossible to fight for it again. It would be more reliable to take this opportunity to host a good event. After all, the big brothers in his live stream hadn't really made their move yet. With the June event approaching, almost all the big brothers on the platform had brought in a large sum of money. Alright, let's just give this public recommendation spot to the broken stream and consider it a good relationship. There isn't much time left until tomorrow's official competition, so let's take this opportunity to secure a recommendation spot. It will also help attract some attention to the team. Bailey regained his spirits and began to rally the audience in the live stream. Then at Bailey's selection, he found another recommendation spot on the second-level Star Show page. Brothers, please help me push for this recommendation spot on the second-level Star Show page. It also provides 3 days of exposure. If we get it, the popularity for the team in the following days will be secure. Everyone, this recommendation really relies on your support. No problem, the current top rank only has 15,000. Let's try brushing it up to 30 or 40,000. The several big brothers in the live stream readily agreed. All of them were at least at the Duke level, and since they had prepared quite a bit of money for fun in June, spending 10 or 20,000 was no big deal for them. Seeing that the big brothers in the live stream had agreed, Bailey was also satisfied and went to sign up for the event. Did you see that? This is the cohesion of a frontline anchor. Meanwhile, on the other side, the broken stream was still watching Bailey's side with his phone. Upon seeing Bailey choose the second-level Star Show recommendation, the broken stream's eyes also turned. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhou was also typing in the live stream. So, broken stream, have you confirmed the second recommendation spot? I've confirmed it, Mango. I chose this recommendation on the second-level Star Show page. It's a decent exposure opportunity. The broken stream chuckled and pulled the ranking recommendation page of the second-level Star Show to the center of the live stream, winking at Zhou to indicate that he had fully grasped the intention. Seeing the playful look on the broken stream's face, Zhou couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, the orange was also awakened by Zhou actions. Mango, what are you so happy about? The orange slightly opened her mouth and yawned, then naturally hugged Zhou lazily, leaning into his embrace. It's nothing, just something about Qianqian playing around with Huai. Zhou smiled and handed the phone toward the orange. One must admit the big is indeed big. Zhou leaned the phone closer, not even needing a phone holder. From this angle, it looked even more aesthetically pleasing. Zhou unintentionally admired it for a while longer. Seeing Zhou actions, the orange couldn't help but blush. However, she remained sensible and leaned obediently beside him, glancing at the livestream page. Mango, this morning, it was broken stream. Does that mean it's my turn tonight? The orange's eyes lit up. Bailey was just an appetizer. Losing him was nothing significant for Huai. However, if they could intercept all of Tutu's pre-competition recommendations, that would truly be a blow to Huai. Do you want to go on tonight? Zhou was taken aback. He had originally thought of letting Qianqian take the stage. Oh, come on, Mango, just let me have some fun tonight. Besides, Qianqian won't be bringing up the contract termination until tomorrow. If you brush tonight, won't Huai still get a share? Just let Qianqian close the show. The orange was acting coy, but due to the phone still being in place, she made very small movements, fearing to disturb Zhou from watching the live stream. Aren't you afraid of offending Huai? That's a first-tier guild. Zhou chuckled as he pinched the orange's cheek. If you aren't afraid, why should I? The orange laughed. She wasn't trying to compete with Qianqian, as she genuinely wanted to collaborate with Zhou for some fun. After all, if Qianqian made a move tonight, Huai would probably understand what was happening. Only by having Qianqian come on at the end could they truly leave Huai speechless. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. As for offending Huai, she, the orange, was brought up by Mango. What connection did she have with Huai? And as for her own guild, it was needless to say the management of Baiyu was a bunch of idle fish. If she didn't have a good new home, she would have considered switching guilds or going solo. Alright, then you can go on tonight. Zhou thought for a moment and agreed. The orange made a valid point. Mango will go make you lunch. The orange stood up excitedly, placed the phone next to Zhou and then gave him a quick version of a good morning kiss before happily running to the kitchen to cook. That girl. Zhou shook his head, covered his legs with the blanket again, chuckling to himself as he turned his attention back to the broken stream. In the live stream, the broken stream had already filled out all the registration materials and successfully passed the qualification review. Here it comes, Mango is about to start. The viewers in the live stream were very excited upon seeing the broken stream finish the procedures. Although these were small rankings, the feeling of brushing them was very satisfying. On the Star Show side, before the June event, there were at least 40 to 50 small rankings released. Not to mention, if Mango could give the broken stream a brush of 7 or 8 today, that would also be a big topic. So eager, huh? Zhou chuckled at the barrage on the screen, then directly typed on the public screen. Alright, this round's amount will be decided by you all based on the most frequently brushed comment on the public screen. Zhou Ming generously handed over the amount for this ranking to the viewers. The broken stream was also taken aback upon hearing this from Ming Ge. The viewers watching the live stream were all troublemakers, and if they started brushing random comments and ended up with 1 million, would Ming Ge agree or not? Wouldn't that put Ming Ge on the hot seat? Thus the broken stream quickly joked, "Everyone, the comments you send must be within a reasonable range. If it's too unreasonable, even if Ming Ge can brush it, our guild can't afford to cover the rewards. Yes, everyone, let our guild cover a little less, and even if we only take a fraction, we might not be able to handle it." The person in charge of Jinluan also chimed in. They were all sharp-minded. How could they not understand what the broken stream meant? Haha, broken stream is being real. Honestly, Jinluan Guild is indeed quite good, and the person in charge is also very interesting. Hearing what the two said, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. However, in contrast, some viewers who originally planned to spam began to take it seriously. The recommendation on the second-level Star Show page usually had a maximum ranking of around 20,000. After all, it was just a small recommendation. If too much was spent, the resources gained from it wouldn't cover the costs, making it not worthwhile. As a result, many comments in the live stream were brushing 4 or 5 million. In their view, exceeding it by more than double should be secure. No way. Everyone, look at the current ranking. Bailey, who is in first place, has already brushed over 30,000 and is still going. Is that true? If that's the case, then 40,000 definitely won't be secure. The fans began to discuss on the public screen. In my opinion, it's still safer to go with 100,000 like last round. It also aligns with Ming Ge's style, preventing someone from sneaking up on us later. This suggestion quickly garnered the support of most people. Suddenly, countless comments of 100,000 began to appear on the public screen. Seeing the comments of 100,000 on the public screen, Zhou Ming also smiled. Alright then, this round will still be 100,000. Zhou Ming decisively announced. He had no intention of changing gifts and directly sent another set of 100 consecutive rockets. What the heck, Ming Ge is way too decisive. Another 100,000. Ming Ge has already spent 200,000 today. 200,000 is nothing. I was present when Ming Ge brushed millions on the spot. Compared to that, this is really a trivial matter. Just playing around, as Ming Ge said before. Thank you for Ming Ge's donations. The person in charge of Jinluan immediately typed in gratitude, and without further ado, he took out 60,000 cash and split it into 100 prizes of 600 each for a lottery. Ming Ge is generous. Thank you for Ming Ge's big rocket. Wow, I won twice in a row, each time 600, that's 1,200 right there. I also won, and the probability is really high. Even with my bad luck, I managed to win. Over 10,000 viewers in the live stream who won prizes were all beaming with joy. Who would have thought that watching a live stream not only wouldn't cost money, but could also earn money? A normal person's monthly salary is only around 5,000 or 6,000. Winning one prize is equivalent to getting 3 days' salary for free. The broken stream, while expressing gratitude for the gifts, couldn't help but chuckle at Bailey, who was about to stop after brushing 40,000. Bailey displayed an aura of confidence, proclaiming in the live stream, "If you ask me, the last round was just a fluke. Look at this round, we are taking off. The 40,000 ranking is more than double the second place. I don't believe anyone can surpass us." Last round he had accidentally been undercut by Ming Ge, but this round surely he wouldn't be undercut again. With so many recommendation spots available in the Star Show area at the same time, his luck couldn't possibly be that bad again. Therefore, Bailey felt very confident. The viewers in the live stream were also spamming praises for the big brothers. The few big brothers ranked high were happily accepting the fans' compliments. "Bailey, we just discussed a bit. Since you are participating in this event, we will definitely support you. However, it seems that just this one recommendation spot before the competition might not be enough. Should we brush another one?" A few of them were chatting on the public screen, their words filled with pride. Without Ming Ge's intervention, they were indeed big brothers. With 7 or 8 of them, they quickly gathered 40,000. Seeing the big brothers' comments, Bailey's heart couldn't help but stir. If they could really obtain another recommendation spot after the official competition started tomorrow, the popularity in his live stream would surely reach over 20,000. Wouldn't that be a significant boost? Even if Bailey, the little salted fish, is not the brightest, he has already figured it out at this point. Even the big brothers from several live streaming rooms are chiming in. In their view, the possibility of Ming Ge actively targeting Bailey is quite low. They had previously observed the situation. The last event on the Star Showcase billboard was initiated by Pashang, and Ming Ge merely agreed to help Pashang with his rankings. Bailey was taken aback by this comment and began to seriously ponder. However, after thinking it over, he couldn't figure out how he might have offended Pashang. No, I'm a top streamer. Pashang was just a third tier at that time. There shouldn't have been any intersection between us. Bailey was genuinely puzzled. He couldn't recall any incidents Even if there were minor frictions he hadn't noticed, they shouldn't warrant such targeted actions against him. Moreover, he had Hua Yi backing him. Why would Pashang provoke him for no reason? This left Bai Li feeling even more frustrated. Let's do this, brothers. The previous 2 times may have truly been coincidences. After all, there are only a few top recommendations in the Star Showcase area, and with Meng Ge supporting the other side, our choices overlapping with Pashang's isn't too strange. How about we let them go first? From now on, we'll wait for Pashang to make his selection, and then we'll choose, so we won't overlap. Once this was said, everyone in the live stream agreed, and several big brothers responded, "Don't worry," Bai Li ill shout in the group, "and bring a few more brothers to support you. We'll do it your way and get you up there." At that moment, they were genuinely scared. They were just dukes and kings. Facing Meng Ge was simply Bai Li's suggestion was reliable. Letting Meng Ge go first, and then coming up would be much safer. Meanwhile, upon seeing the observation request from Pashang, Zhou Ming almost laughed out loud. This Bai Li little salted fish is indeed talented to think of such a method. However, for Zhou Ming, no matter what he does, the result would be the same. Today he was dead set on targeting Hua Yi. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes would be utterly ineffective. Zhou Ming directly replied to Pashang, telling him to pick any option he wanted. Got it, Meng Ge. He'll just pick a small recommendation spot first. Pashang instantly understood Zhou Ming's intention, stifled a laugh, and chose a small recommendation spot to participate in the event. This event had very limited recommendation resources, and the ranking was quite low, only a bit over 5,000. Zhou Ming did not hesitate, and directly sent 10 treasure maps to Pashang to secure this event. On the other side, seeing that Pashang had indeed selected a recommendation spot again, Bai Li felt a huge sigh of relief. It seemed that the first 2 times might have truly been coincidences. In an instant, Bai Li's spirits were lifted again. Come on, brothers, Pashang has already chosen the event. It's our haha, this time we shouldn't have any more mishaps, right? Several big brothers in the live stream teased Bai Li upon seeing his energetic demeanor. No way, no way. In picking this wave of selections from the back, it will definitely be stable. Brothers were coming for this Star Showcase rotation banner. The current first place ranking is only 20,000, we have a good chance. Bai Li was very confident. Losing the billboard recommendations was an accident, and being blocked on the secondary page was also an accident. But now the rotation banner recommendation was intentionally chosen from the back, so it couldn't possibly go wrong. No problem, I'll start you off with 50,000 votes. This is a sure win. In the live stream, several newly arrived big brothers agreed generously. 50,000 yuan might be a bit difficult for them individually, but after just shouting in the group, there were already over 10 big brothers in the live stream, averaging less than 1 treasure map per person. However, just as Bai Li's viewers had brushed enough for 50,000 and were cheerfully preparing to secure the recommendation spot, the first place ID on the rotation banner suddenly changed to Pashang. What the hell? Bai Li was about to brag in the live stream, but upon seeing his ranking knocked down again by Pashang in the upper right corner, he was almost driven to despair. 3 times in a row, each time exceeding his ranking by more than double, each time snatching the first place with over 100,000 votes. If he were to say this wasn't targeting him, take his head off and kick it. The several big brothers who were preparing to show off in the public chat were also at a loss. No matter how dull they were, they knew today Pashang and Bai Li were genuinely at odds. I refuse to believe this, I'll select another one. Bai Li gritted his teeth, somewhat unconvinced, and picked another ranking. Yet before he could even start brushing, Pashang immediately secured first place with 100,000 votes. Not believing in evil, he picked another one. But again, Pashang swiftly registered and claimed first. At this point, Bai Li was completely silent. The big brothers in Bai Li's live stream exchanged glances. How about we call it quits, Bai Li? Meng Ge is on the other side. This event is indeed hard to win. At this moment, they were genuinely scared. No matter how impressive they were, they wouldn't dare to brush 100,000. In just over an hour, Meng Ge on the other side had brushed 5 sets of large rockets and 10 treasure maps, totaling over 550,000. This was not a PK match, but a complete crushing situation. Even though the 10 or so big brothers had stocked up for the June events all together, they could barely brush 40,000 on the board. The audience in the live stream also flooded the screen, suggesting Bai Li should back down. After all, Bai Li was just a news streamer. Losing against Meng Ge was quite normal, and no one would think less of him. Looking at the flood of discouraging comments, Bai Li gritted his teeth, still feeling somewhat unwilling. Although he couldn't team up with the guild's top sister for this mid-year Battle King event, he had still found 2 strong teammates, both first-tier streamers. He had planned to use this event to boost his popularity, but now he was stuck at this pre-event recommendation ranking. If he didn't secure a recommendation spot today, once the official competition started tomorrow, his live stream's popularity would naturally be lacking. However, even if he wanted to fight back now, he was completely blocked and had no way to vent his frustration. Bai Li could only sigh helplessly. Brothers, let's end today's live stream here. Tomorrow morning he'll log on to provide real-time commentary on this competition. He knew that if he continued to push, he would only be putting his face out there for Pashang to slap hard. Ultimately, under the flood of discouraging comments, Bai Li chose to end the stream. Meanwhile, upon seeing Bai Li go offline, Pashang immediately reported the good news to Zhou Meng. Alright, let's call it a day for now. Upon seeing Pashang's message, Zhou Meng stretched. Honestly, this kind of 100,000 votes brushing was indeed a bit boring. It's better to wait until the evening when Juzi logs on to operate properly. After all, Bai Li is just a news streamer, but Tutu is the top sister of Huai. Whether in terms of fan support or the backing of the guild, she was definitely much stronger than Bai Li. Meanwhile, the head of the Jinhua Guild in Pashang's livestream was also somewhat bewildered. He could see many comments on the public screen, including a lot of fans from Bai Li little salted fish flooding in. Just a few minutes into it, he realized what Pashang had done today. What the hell, this little brat Pashang has dug a pit for me. Seeing these messages, the head of Jinhua was completely dumbfounded. He thought Pashang had made some progress today, especially inviting Meng Ge to boost the rankings. To cooperate with Pashang, he even took out the guild's funds to offer rewards. But in the end, did he get played by Pashang? If it were just Pashang personally, it wouldn't matter, but now he was openly supporting Pashang in the live stream, changing the nature of the matter entirely. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved the head of Jinhua felt. Although he wasn't afraid of Hua, he had indeed provoked an enemy. Watching Pashang happily log off with no worries at all, the head of Jinhua, who was sitting in the guild hall, suddenly got angry and slammed the table. Pashang, you little brat, get over here and take your beating. Meanwhile, in the Yulong Bay villa, Zhou Meng was calculating the consumption rebate while comfortably eating. Congratulations to the host for spending 550,000 yuan on the live streaming platform. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 times the cash back, totaling 5 million yuan in real cash. All system assets have been rationalized. The host may use them with confidence. Wealthy system. Host Zhou Meng. Level 1. Upgrade progress 12. 66 million 1 billion. Real assets 0. 305 billion yuan cashback ratio 110. Not bad. At this rate, it won't take long to get to 1 billion. Zhou Meng nodded in satisfaction. This morning was just a small skirmish and 55,000 was hardly. According to Zhou Meng's estimate, once the official competition started tomorrow, spending 50 million to 100 million over a few days would be incredibly easy. At that point, the cash in hand would increase significantly. He could even directly find a streamer he liked and spend all 10 billion at once. But the problem is that the cash back from 10 billion in online consumption amounts to 100 billion. With that 100 billion, Zhou Meng doesn't need to engage in any business. To put it bluntly, the interest alone would allow him to live comfortably for a lifetime. Why would he need to strive for more? Therefore, Zhou Meng has always treated the gifting matter as something to leave to chance. Moreover, after spending 10 billion, the system would upgrade, granting him more spending power, and at the same time, it would define his current spending range again, allowing him to earn rebates in more fields. He's just an ordinary person not aiming for grand dreams. He just wants to be happy in his little corner of the world. This rib stew tastes pretty good. It's not that my skills are great, but rather that the ingredients are good. The meat and fruits at the villa's entrance are all specially supplied. When she first arrived here and saw the few specialty shops at the community entrance, Juzi was stunned. It was from that moment she realized that the lives of the wealthy were completely different. Life is just about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The wealthy tend to delve into these things. Zhou Meng nodded in agreement. He used to pursue just filling his stomach, but now his lifestyle is gradually changing from struggling to survive to enjoying life, from merely satisfying hunger to seeking fine food and health. By the way, Qing Shui, I'll be going out for a bit this afternoon. You can stay in the villa or go back. You know the villa's entrance password. Okay, he'll head back to prepare for the live stream in a bit. After finishing the meal, Juzi drove her beetle back. Meanwhile, Zhou Meng went out to find a gym. It's a bit inconvenient without a car. He had thought about buying a good car, but for luxury cars priced over 10 million, one must make reservations and have connections, otherwise it's very difficult to buy a new one. Most of the luxury cars available in supercar clubs are high-end Ferraris costing a few million. The better ones are around 8 to 9 million, which doesn't quite meet Zhou Meng's requirements. So 2 days ago, Zhou Meng proactively contacted a supercar dealer in the villa area to help him reserve two cars. One is a white high-spec Bugatti Veyron priced at 30 million, and the other is an orange Rolls-Royce Cullinan priced at 8 million. A supercar and an SUV balancing comfort and flair. The Cullinan is relatively quick, it might arrive in a few days, but the Bugatti Veyron will take a bit longer, about a month. As for higher-end models like the Bugatti Vision and Koenigsegg, one Zhou Meng mentioned those too. But the problem is these are mostly global limited editions, hard to acquire. However, the dealer didn't refuse. In a super first-tier city like Modu, nothing is entirely impossible. Since Zhou Meng is a big client, he also promised that whenever possible get Zhou Meng a few supercars priced in the hundreds of millions. This is the advantage of living in a wealthy area. Some relationships, even without proactive contact, will naturally come to you. This also highlights the importance of social circles. Zhou Ming first used his phone to navigate and found a nearby private gym about 5 kilometers away in a remote area. Having just moved here, Zhou Ming hadn't wandered around much, so he wasn't very familiar with the local business district. Almost all streamers share this notion, and naturally Tutu from Hawaii is no exception. She saw Bai Li Xiao Xianye's complaints in the group chat at noon, but she didn't take them seriously. Meng Ge does occasionally provide support to Pashang, and most of the streamers on this platform are aware of it. Tutu speculated that Bai Li must have offended Pashang at some point, and Pashang was seizing this opportunity to take revenge. Not only did she not want to bother, but even the guild was too lazy to care. For a new streamer, whether or not there was a recommendation before the event didn't matter much. What mattered most was her performance. As long as she could perform well, Wai's target would be achieved halfway. Tutu remembered to work hard today to pull in some civilian votes. The money from the guild is mainly for the events tomorrow and the day after. The person in charge of Hawaii reminded her, "Don't worry, I will secure 2 recommendation spots today. Even if the civilian votes aren't enough, my big brother here can cover it." Tutu confidently agreed. In previous years, the guild would typically allocate around 7 to 8 million for rankings, and if they were to compete with Husha, the investment would be about 4 million. This time, the guild specifically allocated 10 million in cash for the Battle King tournament, which is significantly more than their usual total investment. After all, the live streaming industry is booming with an increasing user base, and the guild is more than willing to invest further in this area. This 10 million in cash is roughly equivalent to the total annual ranking that AO fought for in past years. Even if this money isn't entirely prepared for her, she could still receive a substantial amount, with 5 to 6 million being absolutely no problem. However, the money spent today doesn't count towards the ranking, so it would naturally have to be spent tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zhu Zi has also logged in simultaneously. Zhou Ming didn't dawdle and directly entered Zhu Zi's live stream. "Welcome, Meng Ge, to the live stream," Zhu Zi sweetly greeted. "While Meng Ge is here today, I thought Meng Ge would only log in tomorrow. Is Meng Ge here to give Zhu Zi a pre-match recommendation?" That should be the case. Meng Ge just supported Pashang this morning, but it seems he went up against Wai's new streamer, Bai Li Xiao Xianyu. I glanced over, and Bai Li's expression was so dark, it almost made me laugh. The public screen was filled with welcoming messages. Zhu Zi's current live stream had already reached a solid first-tier streamer audience, though the VIP section was still slightly lacking, stuck at a threshold of 2,000 viewers. However, the gap isn't too large. With a bit more effort, she could officially cross over. Today's login is mainly to give Zhu Zi a few recommendation spots, and secondly, there are some minor conflicts to resolve. Zhou Ming smiled while interacting with the audience in the public screen. Minor conflicts. Seeing Zhou Ming's message, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Actually, it's nothing much. Meng Ge just wants to address some issues with Wai streamers. Zhu Zi smiled slightly and took over the conversation. The reason she didn't mention it this morning was partly because Pashang's status wasn't high enough, and discussing this in Pashang's live stream would yield poor effects. Another reason was that Wai's main streamers hadn't logged in yet. If Wai found out, they might avoid confrontation or sneak in at noon to secure recommendations, which would be pointless. However, at this moment, almost all of Wai's first-tier streamers had logged in, and they had clearly announced in the live stream that they were aiming for pre-match recommendation rankings. Now, even if they didn't want to compete, they had to. In that case, there was no need to be polite with them. Upon hearing Zhu Zi's words, tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream became excited. What happened? When did Hawaii offend Meng Ge? Meng Ge is a good person. He often provides us with benefits. Among all the big brothers on the platform, I trust Meng Ge. Although I don't know the reason, I believe Meng Ge is right. Whatever you say, Meng Ge, I will definitely support. Guangming Jiujian and Gu Cheng Hu Han-san took on the role of cheerleaders, showing no hesitation in expressing their support in the public screen. Why hasn't offended me? They just do things unethically, which I can't stand, Zhou Ming stated directly on the public screen, giving no face to Hawaii. Zhu Zi also seized the moment to expose the matter between Hawaii and Qian. Of course, there was some artistic embellishment and exaggeration. If Qian were to say this herself, the audience might not believe it. However, now that Zhu Zi, an outsider, has restored the events in their entirety during the live stream, with Meng Ge present, as proof, the authenticity of the matter was no longer in doubt. Even if Zhu Zi risked offending Hawaii by lying, Meng Ge, who is worth at least tens of billions, wouldn't be making baseless claims, would he? People of high status and position can easily gain the recognition of ordinary people, even with just a slight. This is human nature. Moreover, what Zhu Zi mentioned was indeed true, and logically there were no issues, so the audience had no reason not to believe it. After hearing Zhu Zi's account, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. But soon after, there was a wave of righteous indignation. It was their first time hearing such insider information about the live streaming industry. A boss just to make money actually pushes his top streamer into a pit of fire. Moreover, the key point is that this streamer has already earned a lot of money for the guild for more than 2 consecutive years. She is essentially using her fame to give back to the guild. Most of the audience are ordinary people at the bottom of the food chain, and the matter concerning Qian undoubtedly resonated with everyone. Many girls with similar experiences felt a sense of sorrow for the rabbit when they heard Juzi recount the. I was wondering why I hadn't seen Qian much this year. Turns out Huai is behind it. There's no doubt about it, a disgusting guild like Huai shouldn't exist. I support Mango. Seeing the flood of comments, Juzi couldn't help but smile. The live streaming platform is like this: if you want to target a streamer, you must first have a valid reason. If these matters aren't made public, even if Mango fiercely attacks YE streamers tonight, most people would likely view him as unreasonable. But now that these issues have been disclosed, no matter how Mango targets them tonight, no one will say anything, and most will feel that Mango is in the right. Additionally, this will put Huai in a huge dilemma. If Huai fails to manage this aspect, well, they could very well be struck down and never recover. The saying, when the wall falls, everyone pushes, is not just a saying. So Mango told me yesterday that since Huai likes to suppress their own streamers if they act on the first day of the lunar month, then we will act on the 15th. If they first suppress their first-tier streamer Qian, then we'll help them out by suppressing a few of their top streamers as well. For the rankings before the event in June, don't even think about getting any of YE's first-tier streamers or hire to take any spots. Juzi chuckled. When this statement was made, many viewers in the live stream were taken aback. That's so domineering. No wonder Mango is my Mango to directly suppress all of YE's top streamers. Who would dare to believe this? Wait for me, I'm going to recharge some money. No matter what Mango does today, I'm going to support him. What kind of era is this where such things can happen? No wonder this time the captain of the dream team is Qian. It seems Mango really can't stand YE's actions. Originally, it was just after lunch, and many people had just gotten off work feeling exhausted. Encountering such matters undoubtedly excited everyone. Mango's intention to support had already made many people secretly thrilled, and with the addition of a quest for justice, everyone was filled with anticipation for this ranking battle. But at the same time, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Mango's online exposure of YE's matters would surely provoke a fierce counterattack from Huai. Huai is not a small guild like Bai Yu or Jinlun. Before Desheng settled in, Husha, Huai was definitely a top-tier large guild both in terms of strength and the big brothers within the guild. They were not people that ordinary individuals could provoke. In ordinary times they wouldn't stand out, but now is the critical moment for the Battle King tournament in June, and the money prepared by YE's big brothers will absolutely not be small. Can one wealthy big brother like Mango really withstand the entire guild's power? Orange, let's get started. First, try the leaderboard. Zhou Meng appeared unfazed, retrieving a bottle of milk from the fridge. Noticing that Orange had nearly finished explaining things, she typed a message in the public chat. All right, Brother Meng. Orange chuckled and agreed, then immediately selected the option for plain Zhou. Wow, we're starting with the Zhou leaderboard. Seeing Orange choose plain Zhou, everyone in the live stream was momentarily taken aback. It should be noted that plain Zhou was a gift chosen by the top streamer Tutu from Hawaii. Doesn't this mean she's going head-to-head with Tutu right away? They had thought Orange might take a more gradual approach, starting with other top streamers from Hawaii. Brother Meng, shouldn't we consider a more cautious approach? Yeah, Brother Meng starting off against Tutu isn't ideal. The viewers in the live stream voiced their concerns. Although Brother Meng was set to battle Hawaii today, it seemed wise to choose a softer target for the first round. Going straight for the top streamer felt like taking an unnecessary risk. Zhou Meng couldn't help but chuckle at the comments. When she had first received the system, she had once battled EE in the Zhou event. However, at that time, EE only gifted a small item, specifically a glow stick, Zhou amounting to just 100,000 yuan, which correspondingly meant fewer rewards. But today, Tutu's choice of plain Zhou was a gift worth 100 yuan, making it one of the more precious gifts on the Tiger Shark platform. The top spot for plain Zhou would definitely yield much greater rewards than those given to the recent contestant. Zhou Meng glanced at the current top player Tutu, who had a total of 350,000 on the leaderboard, most of which were from scattered gifts. Zhou Meng casually took a sip of milk, then, with one hand on her phone, she added some funds. No need to rush. She typed slowly in the live stream, due to using one hand. Thus only those 4 characters appeared on the public chat. The audience thought Zhou Meng was suggesting Orange take a more cautious approach, and they breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, everyone saw another Imperial message pop up in the chat, also from Brother Meng. The current leaderboard is a bit low. Let's start by hitting 1 million and let the opponents chase for a while. Zhou Meng finished the remaining milk in one gulp and replied with a smile. The moment she said this, the live stream erupted in chaos. Longming and a few other loyal fans were instantly dumbfounded. Listen, what kind of fierce words are these? 1 million to let the opponents chase for a bit. How much confidence does Brother Ming have to say that? Even Orange couldn't help but gasp in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. Brother Ming had indeed mentioned targeting Tutu, but he never said they would start with 1 million. It should be noted that Brother Ming had only spent 550,000 earlier in the morning during the other live stream. She had thought he would take a more gradual approach tonight. Brother Ming is a big spender who can easily drop 10 million at once, so 1 million is just a small gesture for him. Everyone don't be too surprised. Although Gu Chung Huan San was equally astonished, he maintained a calm facade while speaking in the live stream. The moment he spoke, the hearts of everyone in the chat were instantly reassured. Indeed, Brother Ming had made a 10 million contribution in May, earning the title of the strongest big spender, so 1 million didn't seem like a big deal at all. Really, it seems everyone has forgotten about Brother Ming's power after him being absent for over 10 days. The viewers couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. It seemed that 1 million was indeed Brother Ming's true strength. Perhaps it was just that the past few days had been too calm, causing many to forget the frenzy Brother Ming had caused in Orange's livestream last month. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming did not hesitate. After converting the money into gold beans, she opened the gift panel. After the update, the maximum quantity for gifting planes and magic books was also set to 1314, which meant a single gift could cost 13400 yuan. In the next moment, the livestream chat lit up with the gift effects. Emperor Broken Dream sent plane 13141. Emperor Broken Dream sent plane 13142. Emperor Broken Dream sent plane 13148. Zhou Ming directly gifted 8 sets. Each set cost over 13000, totaling 10500 yuan. Instantly, just as Orange had started participating in the Plane Zhou event, she jumped over countless streamers and soared to the top position. Wow, Brother Ming is amazing. 8 sets of 1314 planes, and it only took 30 seconds. I think if it weren't for the special effects of these super gifts, Brother Ming could have finished in 2 seconds. In the center of the live stream, a fleet of planes flew in a formation from left to right, leaving behind countless colorful fireworks. Orange's entire live stream was instantly transformed into a rainbow of colors due to the gift effects, with numerous viewers commenting in awe. A single set of gifts costs 13000 yuan, and very few people on the Tiger Shark platform could afford it. Only during such events, or alongside super spenders like Brother Ming or AO Gu, could one witness this dazzling scene. It should be noted that 8 sets of gifts would result in an animation effect in the live stream lasting at least 4 minutes. Thank you for the 8 sets of planes, Brother Ming. Orange exclaimed in surprise, quickly standing to express her gratitude. She playfully winked, and after sitting down, she earnestly opened the chat interface on her computer to send Zhou Ming a private message. Throughout the entire process, her expressions remained natural, and the thousands of viewers in the live stream had no idea what Orange was up to. But only Zhou Ming understood what she meant. This woman was likely planning something again. Seeing her like this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh. Opening the private message panel upon seeing the words regarding plain gifts from Orange, Zhou Ming replied with a rolling eyes emoji and a scram message. He had long evolved past manual operation and now found it hard to adjust to driving a manual vehicle. Meanwhile, the head of Huai Entertainment also received an urgent report from the guild manager. Boss Jizzy has just exposed the affair between us and Qianqian during her live stream, and Mingge has publicly endorsed it, pledging to personally ban all our top-tier streamers. The guild manager delivered the news swiftly. Having worked at Huai for several years, he knew the guild's internal procedures inside out, and precisely for that reason, he understood how critically vital public sentiment was to their operation. Should public opinion collapse, their traffic would instantly crumble. The Huai head rushed to Juzi's live stream. Yet within 30 seconds, he returned with a grim, ashen face. We never provoked Juzi or Mingge, did we? When Juzi rose to prominence, I even sent generous gifts to congratulate her. Was this her repayment? Could it truly be because some so-called king-tier patron of Qianqian once casually mentioned something in her stream? Is this person unhinged? The Huai head roared in fury, sweeping the ashtray off his desk. It struck the floor with a sharp crack and shattered into jagged fragments. Sir, please calm down. Calm down. What matters most now is salvaging public sentiment. Trembling, the guild manager dared to interject. Those words jolted the Huai head back to clarity. Right. Call the water army immediately. Spare no cost. I need at least 50,000 coordinated comments now. He paced frantically in place, slapping his left palm against his right hand, his face contorted with mounting anxiety as he issued orders. Understood. I'll contact them at once. Also inform all our active top-tier streamers if they can find any plausible excuse to go offline, do so immediately. Avoid engagement at all costs. Damn it. We've drawn the worst possible luck. A perfectly profitable day turned into utter chaos. He slammed his fist onto the desk in outrage. Go, execute it now. I'm heading to Tutu's stream immediately. Whatever the cost, she must not fall tonight. To them, Tutu was their newly groomed rising star, launched only after Qianqian's 6-month suspension. From January to May, the guild had invested 8 to 9 million yuan in Tutu, expecting returns imminently. If she faltered now, not only would that entire sum vanish, but Huai would lose its sole flagship streamer. Qianqian had already been shelved for half a year. Only in the past 2 months had Tutu begun gaining traction. During those intervening months, the guild had generated almost no significant revenue. Another such collapse could shatter them entirely. Meanwhile, Tutu stared blankly as her aircraft rankings on the weekly star chart were instantly overtaken. She paused, then carefully counted the zeros trailing the new one entry. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? Tomorrow is the first day of the event. Still dazed and bewildered, Tutu gazed numbly at Juzi's sudden surge to the top, her expression darkened by growing dismay. She'd assumed securing 40 or 50,000 yuan today would secure her position, but now Juzi had stormed in with 1 million at the outset. How could anyone compete? She could rally her audience for a counter-surge, but this chart wasn't part of the War King tournament. Spending now meant forfeiting tomorrow's momentum. After careful deliberation, Tutu chose retreat. The weekly star mattered, but tomorrow's tournament mattered infinitely more. Yet, just as she prepared to fabricate an excuse to withdraw, the chat feed exploded. Did you know? Juzi just revealed the truth about Huai and Qianqian live. Never imagined it'd be this explosive. Exactly. If Juzi's telling the truth, I've been supporting Huai all wrong. I used to be Qianqian's biggest fan. Whether it's true or false, one thing is confirmed: Meng Gu has vowed to personally ban all Huai's top-tier streamers. And look, he's already hijacked Tutu's weekly star ranking. In an instant, the 60,000-strong chat feed devolved into pandemonium. Though the torrent of messages blurred together, a few keywords caught Tutu's eye, and she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Most veteran streamers at Huai knew of Qianqian's dispute with the guild, but a strict gag order had silenced them all year. How then had the audience learned of it? Tutu scanned again, then froze upon spotting the names Juzi and Meng Gu. A chill shot through her. Could this actually be orchestrated by Meng Gu himself? She recalled Meng Ji's visit to Qianqian's stream last month, how Qianqian's rendition of Full Stop moved the entire audience to tears, and how Meng Gu had lavishly gifted 100 treasure maps. Even mainstream news anchors had covered the moment. That memory, combined with the flood of chat declaring Meng Ji's personal ban, made it terrifyingly clear tonight's crisis had escalated beyond control. Just then a chime sounded. Her phone lit up with a message from Huai's elite streamer group. All top-tier streamers going live tonight, except Tutu, must log off immediately if they possess any credible justification. Acknowledge receipt. Tutu sucked in a sharp breath. Had Meng Ji's influence truly reached this magnitude? A single announcement alone had forced an entire guild's elite roster into retreat. Yet when she noticed her own name singled out, she understood the guild's unspoken directive. Others could withdraw, but she could not. As Huai's sole flagship and highest-profile streamer, her retreat would signal Huai's total surrender. Consequently, her stream would inevitably become tonight's battlefield. At that very moment, another notification flashed across her screen. She hurriedly opened it. It was a direct message from Huai's head himself. Do not back down. Almost simultaneously, the Huai head logged into Tutu's stream under his elite account. Tutu blinked in surprise, then quickly welcomed him. Welcome, brother Fuguang, to the stream. Fuguang scanned the current chat feed intently. Using elite accounts to support streams was an unspoken industry norm. Just as Ao Gu and Lang Gu, though both Gildown, were perceived by viewers as independent platform tycoons. Cultivating that illusion benefited everyone. No deception existed here, for the Huai head was genuinely a high-spending patron, regularly investing substantial sums on the platform. What's going on? Why is the stream so chaotic tonight? Fuguang feigned ignorance. Brother Fuguang, at the sight of their ever-present elite patron, the audience surged with renewed energy, immediately recounting the entire incident in rapid-fire detail. That matter. I'm aware. Juzi's account is entirely fabricated. Huai did consider transferring Qianqian to Dashing, but according to my knowledge, Dashing sought her solely to bolster their roster of leading streamers. Her transfer was intended for mentorship, not exploitation. Yet Qianqian refused outright, then spread malicious rumors claiming Huai intended to force her into the company of a depraved elder. Alas, human hearts are treacherous, public opinion merciless. Fuguang shook his head with theatrical resignation, deflecting the narrative entirely. You all know I frequently supported Qianqian before, but after this I saw her true character clearly. I haven't visited her stream since. Watching her boss's performance, Tutu inwardly marveled at his audacity. Even as she nodded vigorously in public agreement, truthfully none of us wish to speak of this. But given how far things have escalated, I must defend our guild. Brother Fuguang's version aligns closely with what actually transpired. Everyone knows guild-mediated transfers are standard commercial practice. Even if Qian objected, refusal alone sufficed. Yet she slandered Huai, relentlessly revealing ill intent. No prudent employer would dare retain such a person. With Tutu and Fuguang speaking in unison, previously sympathetic viewers found themselves paralyzed, unable to discern whom to believe. Meng Ge was indeed a tycoon, but so was Fuguang. And upon sober reflection, Fuguang's account seemed far more credible. After all, Qian had stood on the cusp of elite stardom. If they were Daxing's executives, they'd never have sidelined her without cause. Simultaneously, the hired water army surged into Tutu's stream, orchestrating a relentless campaign to discredit Qian. I'm a longtime viewer. I've followed Qian's story closely. I can attest confidently Brother Fuguang's account is accurate. Indeed, Meng Ge likely fell victim to Qian's deception. If you distrust streamers, surely you trust Brother Fuguang. Thousands of synchronized comments flooded the feed. Wavering viewers instantly gravitated toward Huai's side. Seeing sentiment stabilize, Fuguang exhaled imperceptibly in relief. Thankfully, their response had been swift. If delayed even slightly, tonight's public sentiment would have detonated irreversibly. News of this counteroffensive raced instantly to Juzi's stream. Upon reading the forwarded reports, Juzi nearly laughed in disbelief. Though she held no particular affection for Qian, theirs remained a familial conflict, internal not external. They might feud freely behind closed doors, but before outsiders, unity was non-negotiable. Especially now as they shared the same competitive team. Zhou Ming observed the chat and sighed faintly. Some people's faces are astonishingly impervious, exposed yet still weaving elaborate falsehoods. Juzi, post the evidence. Zhou Ming had anticipated this move. Indeed, Qian had meticulously saved screenshots of her text exchanges with Huai's head, the very moment she learned of the transfer and later after her suspension. These included her initial inquiry to Huai's head upon learning of the proposed transfer, and her desperate follow-up after being suspended. Why am I being punished? Though not irrefutable proof, these exchanges undeniably positioned Qian as the aggrieved party. Moreover, on livestream platforms, justice required no courtroom evidence. Merely perception mattered. Understood, Brother Ming. I honestly didn't expect Huai to reveal such brazen hypocrisy. Juzi offered a wry smile. She deliberately omitted Fuguang's name, directing her critique solely at Huai. On streaming platforms, criticizing patrons risked immediate bans, but critiquing rival streamers or guilds carried no penalty. Juzi promptly pinned Qian's chat screenshots center stage in her stream. The entire audience erupted. These screenshots prove everything Tutu claimed was pure fabrication. Unbelievable. I actually believed Huai. They're shameless, twisting facts even after being exposed. The images ignited universal outrage. No ironclad proof was needed. The truth resided plainly in plain sight. You claim Qian slandered Huai, but how do you explain these screenshots, her earnest inquiries, her pleading tone? Every line betrayed Qian's vulnerability. And when the images reached Fuguang, he went utterly still. He suddenly remembered Qian had contacted him repeatedly in January, but the passage of time had erased the memory. Tutu reacted faster, speaking directly into her mic. Screenshots. Anyone can forge 100 in minutes. Serious people don't rely on them. Fuguang seized the opening. So it's not about Qian. It's about provoking a showdown. Very well. I issue this challenge. Bring it on. We accept, anytime, anywhere. He urgently redirected focus toward the ranking battle. If the opposing side continued dissecting truth, his facade would crumble entirely. The audience predictably embraced the spectacle. Tutu's other elite patrons joined the chorus. Bring it on. He threatens to ban all our top-tier streamers. On what authority? A tycoon named Riguang Qingqing fired off the comment, furious. He cared nothing for Qian's grievances. Tutu had spent considerable private time with him. He'd never stand by while she was humiliated. Riguang Qingqing's declaration triggered immediate endorsements from dozens of other king-tier patrons. Recall how Ao Ge lost to Meng Ge last May. Yes, Meng Ji's strength played a role, but equally decisive was Tiger Shark's poorly timed promotion, draining patrons' wallets at month's end and granting Meng Ge his narrow opening. Now compounded by tonight's incident, they found Meng Ji's methods utterly intolerable. A mere disagreement, and he declares mass bans. These top-tier streamers were their cherished guardians. Many had shared intimate moments offline. Who granted him the right to erase them so casually? Was he truly bold enough to strike them all in the face? One man couldn't stop him, but dozens of kings backed by two tycoons. That was a different proposition entirely. Fuguang dismissed tomorrow's tournament entirely. What use was preparing funds for tomorrow? If tonight ended in defeat, victory tomorrow would mean nothing. He refused to believe that with so many elite patrons present, and himself anchoring the defense, Meng Ge could possibly dominate. Fuguang declared war openly. Then let battle commence, here and now. Zhou Ming smiled upon seeing the lively atmosphere in Tutu's live streaming room. These people certainly had a bit of confidence. However, for him the goal had already been achieved. Hua Yi's side was clearly at a disadvantage, now only stubbornly holding on. If they could win the rankings against him, it would naturally mean they could withstand the crisis of the fishing wheel and just find more water army to flood the screens. But if they lost the rankings, no matter how many water army they found, it wouldn't matter. They would still face the consequence. The idea of banning all of Hua Yi's top streamers was thought to be a joke by the opposition, but only Juzi, who had seen Zhou Meng's true boldness, knew he truly had that capability. In Juzi's live streaming room, the old fans of Guangming Zhoujian were secretly worried. Last month Meng Gu had won easily, largely due to the sudden and delayed nature of the event. But this time was different. Almost all the guilds were fully geared up for the June competition, and the big brothers had long been preparing money to help the streamers with the event. Moreover, this time it was Meng Gu facing an entire Hua Yi alone. They wanted to help, but there was nothing they could do compared to Meng Gu. Their strength was simply too lacking, not even qualifying as pawns. They truly had the heart, but lacked the strength. Meng Gu had also been on the platform for a short time, and had not made any powerful connections. He was indeed in a battle all by himself. In May, Meng Gu had single-handedly defeated Ao Gu and the combined forces of 50 kings. But today in Tutu's live streaming room, there were 50 to 60 kings, 200 to 300 dukes, and a few emperors in full battle gear. This strength was countless times stronger than Ao Guess at the end of last month. The battle between Meng Gu and Hua Yi almost swept the entire Xingqiu platform within half an hour. Originally, during the early stages of a major event, the enthusiasm of the visitors was already quite high, but today was indeed the day for voting and pre-match recommendations, so the activity was not too intense, belonging to that exciting, yet not fully engaging critical phase. But at this moment, a huge scoop suddenly broke out on the platform, instantly attracting the attention of most people. The audience quickly flocked to the live streaming rooms of Juzi and Tutu. Even many streamers couldn't help but broadcast out of curiosity. Many news streamers excitedly picked up their mice and started recording. For them, this was classic material. Tutu was also giving it her all, even changing the title of her live streaming room. Many visitors who had just found Tutu's live stream were immediately greeted with the title Hua Yi Honor Battle. Brothers, our Hua Yi has been established for so long, yet we have never been bullied by other streamers like this. I just received a notice from the guild management that all top streamers who are live tonight, except for a few who have tasks, have all gone offline, and all the big brothers from the guild have already arrived. Tutu played a battle song, loudly shouting in the live room as she opened the VIP section of the public screen. The VIP section could show up to 50 at once. Rank 1 Emperor Fuguang. Rank 2 Emperor Riguang Qingqing. Rank 3 Emperor Mushi. Rank 4 King. Up to rank 50, still the purple mark of a king. I just want to ask, does Juzi think she can step on our Hua Yi? Is she even qualified? Tutu suddenly stood up, fiercely slamming her hand on the table. Her words ignited a fervor among the fans in the live streaming room. 3 emperors, over 40 kings, and more than 300 dukes. The VIP section surged to 8,000. All of this conveyed to everyone in the live room. The end of May event was just a minor skirmish. For the June event, it was all about these veteran guilds. This is the foundation, this is strength. Seeing this, not only did the fans in the live room swell with confidence, but even the big brothers in the front row could not help but feel inflated. Riguang Qingqing tagged Mushi. Old Mu, how much have you prepared this time? Oh, just 100k. I originally planned to play tomorrow, but given today's situation, I decided to start now without hesitation. Oh, how about you? How much did you prepare? About the same. I also prepared 100k. Riguang Qingqing replied with a smile. Still, brother Qingqing and brother Mushi are impressive. I'm not so great, just prepared 5k. A king sent a thumbs up emoji. The spending power of emperors and kings is indeed on a different level. There is simply no comparison. Just wondering how much Fuguang prepared. Fuguang smiled upon seeing these comments. The 2 emperors alone are 200k, plus over 40 kings, likely another 200k, and so many dukes, surely another 100k at the base. Adding it all up would be 500k, and all this money can be shared. The guild is making a large profit here. For me, not much, just 800k as a base. If not enough, I will take out more. Fuguang chuckled lightly, replying casually. If we also consider the civilian votes, our ranking this time could easily reach 15 to 16 million. I don't believe this shattered dream can be brushed up that much. Seeing the few big brothers casually discussing gifts worth millions, tens of thousands of newcomers who had just entered the live room were wildly spamming 666. At this moment, all thoughts of Qian Qian and the fishing wheel were thrown aside. It was all about enjoyment. Everyone, let's not discuss for now. The rankings are still up. We can't let others laugh at us, can we? Fuguang laughed heartily, typed a message, and then started spamming in the live room. Tutu's previous airplane star ranking was 350k, while the current number 1 Juzi was 1.05 million. Wasn't the shattered dream supposed to let them chase after it? then he would chase after it. Without hesitation, Fuguang clicked on the airplane gift and selected 1314 as a group. In the next moment, the public screen of the live room lit up instantly. Emperor Fuguang sent out airplane 13141 group. Emperor Fuguang sent out airplane 13142 groups. Emperor Fuguang sent out airplane 13146 groups. Fuguang directly sent out 6 groups of 1314 airplanes, instantly boosting Tutu's star ranking to 134 million. After sending the 6 groups of gifts, Fuguang chuckled. Didn't the other side say to let me chase after them? I've caught up, so what's next? 666, Brother Fuguang, is awesome. I see the other side is in trouble. All of our Hawaii's big brothers are furious. Tomorrow's event is off. Today is the day to go all out. The loyal fans in the Hawaii live room were even more satisfied, wildly spamming Fuguang's last remark on the public screen. Some impulsive fans even specifically ran over to Juzi's live room, crazily spamming the comment, "So what next?" In Juzi's live room, Zhou Meng, seeing the scattered comments on the public screen, did not hesitate to reply in the live room, "So what next? Of course we start spamming." Zhou Meng directly used a group of 1314 airplanes to slap the faces of the Hawaii fans who had run over. At such a moment, any words were ineffective. Only true strength could silence the opponent. Whether it was Zhou Meng, Fuguang, or Qingqing, they all shared the same thought in their minds. Whatever words there were, they could be said after winning. Brothers, let's all support Juzi and Meng Ge. We can't let Meng Ge fight alone. The members of Guangming Zheojian also generously opened their wallets, leading the way by sending out a dozen airplanes. Juzi was already close to becoming a top streamer, and with over 2,000 VIPs in the live room, there was still some strength. Plus, with 7,000 to 8,000 people who had just come to watch the excitement, many of them also intended to join in an instant. Juzi's ranking was rising rapidly. When Zhou Meng sent the 6th group of 1314 airplanes, Juzi's ranking broke 2 million, with civilian votes accounting for a full 200,000. After removing some of the higher-ranked dukes in the live room, there were still over 100,000 ordinary votes, meaning each VIP's spending was over 50. This level of cohesion was certainly not lacking on the Hushark platform. While Juzi worried about Meng Ge, she was also somewhat pleased. Civilian votes were undoubtedly the most important indicator of a streamer's popularity. The high average spending in the live room indicated that her talent and streaming were recognized by many fans. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon seeing Zhou Meng starting to spam again, Fuguang, Qingqing, and other big brothers also began to take action. Brothers, don't leave votes for tomorrow's competition. Today we are here to slap faces. Whoever mocks us, we... Tutu shouted loudly in the live room. Many big brothers acted, and just the gift comments completely flooded the public screen. Under Tutu's call, nearly 8,000 VIPs in the live room also began to spam votes. Brothers, I had originally planned to save this 1,000 for tomorrow, but seeing today's situation, it must be done. No need to hold back. 10 airplanes sent up. Damn, Tutu is right, they slapped us in the face. Why care about tomorrow's competition? Let's go all out, brothers. Countless ordinary fans also began to support fervently. In an instant, the gift bar in the live room started jumping wildly. Not long after, by 8 o'clock, Tutu's star ranking had surged from 350k to 4 million. On Zhou Meng's side, although his individual spamming was slightly slower, he was still confidently sending gifts one after another. After all, it was only 8 o'clock. He could spam until midnight. He could continue to spam once every 15 seconds for a total of 4 hours, but could Hawaii do the same? Seeing Zhou Meng's actions, many old fans in the live room suddenly recalled Meng Ge's calmness when he faced Ao Go in May. In an instant, the initially worried fans in the live room all had a single thought pop up in their minds. Could it be that Meng Ge by himself can really outdo the combined efforts of hundreds of big brothers on the other side? Fuguang was determined today as well. The June Battle King competition was not even on his mind at the moment. All he could think of was winning today's PK. If he lost the PK, the pressure regarding Yuluin would be overwhelming. Meanwhile, the fans of the Hawaii Guild, spurred on by Tutu's words and battle songs, were all fighting mad. Emperor Mushir sent out 100 aircraft for a 29-hit combo. Emperor Mushir sent out 100 aircraft for a 30-hit combo. The gifts sent by Mushir were in groups of 100, amounting to 10,000, and he had already reached a 30-hit combo. Just by himself, he had already spent over 300,000 in the live stream. On the other hand, Riguang Qingcheng was no different. He had even sent more than Mushir, reaching the 40th group and spending a full 400,000. As for Fuguang, needless to say, in order to elevate the prestige of Broken Dream, he also sent aircraft in groups of 1314, with each group costing 1 euro. Seeing that Tutu's leaderboard had surged to 8 million, while the opposite side's orange leaderboard was only at 6 million, Fuguang couldn't help but snort. Even if Broken Dream could still send out 10 million, what difference would it make? He had specifically prepared 10 million for this event. Originally, most of it was prepared for Tutu, with the remainder to be sent to other first-tier streamers. but now that he was pushed to this extent, he had no intention of holding back. On the orange side, it was equally fervent. Guangming Zhujian and Guqing Huan San were constantly rallying votes in the live stream. Although the civilian votes were few, they had already amassed over 200,000. Menggu is amazing. In the live stream, the barrage of comments from numerous viewers was almost overwhelming. Just Menggu alone had nearly sent 6 million. Is Menggu going to push for 10 million today? But the official event is tomorrow. Now that it has come to this, who cares about tomorrow's event? Just push it. Anyone who saw Menggu sending gifts in the live stream had to admit it was impressive. Although Tutu had sent 8 million, everyone knew that it was a large group of emperors, kings, and dukes doing the sending. In reality, Fuguang, as the top brother, was sending gifts at a noticeably slower pace than Menggu, having sent only about 450,000, and it seemed he was losing steam as the rate of gifts had slowed significantly. But Menggu, steady as a rock, he sent a group every 15 seconds, never a second late. As for the orange side, apart from the 20 to 30,000 civilian votes in the live stream, everything else was contributed by Menggu. Out of 6 million, Menggu had sent 570,000. When it came to the speed of sending gifts, Menggu was over 1 million faster. The fans in the orange live stream had reason to believe that if Menggu and Fuguang were compared separately, it was needless to say Menggu would definitely outshine Fuguang. When Tutu's live stream leaderboard finally surpassed 10 million, the ordinary fans and the dukes and kings had completely exhausted their sending. Even though they were deliberately trying to keep the pace, sending one aircraft at a time, by this point, they pretty much had no money left. And on the field, only 3 people remained sending gifts. One was Fuguang, who sent a group of 13-14 aircraft every 20 seconds, and the other 2, Mu Shi and Riguang Qingqing, were following Fuguang's rhythm, sending 100 aircraft each time. After the civilian votes had finished, Tutu's lead on the leaderboard came to a sudden halt. Even though the 3 were still steadily sending gifts, the orange leaderboard was visibly catching up. Until the 3 pushed the leaderboard to 12 million. Zhou Meng's leaderboard also broke through 11 million, leaving only a final gap of 1 million. At this point, the 3 in Tutu's live stream were already sweating profusely. It wasn't from the effort of sending gifts, but rather due to the immense psychological pressure. What the hell is this monster? One person sending over 11 million. Compared to Tutu's live stream, the few civilian votes on the orange side were practically negligible. This 11 million could completely be seen as sent solely by Broken Dream. Although Mu Shi knew that Broken Dream had sent out 10 million last month, it wasn't until he faced off against Broken Dream that he truly felt the pressure. This person, could he be a perpetual motion machine? With over 8,000 VIPs in their live stream, 40 to 50 kings, and 3 to 400 dukes plus 3 emperors. Such a luxurious lineup, unable to compete with just one person. Suddenly, he felt that Fuguang's question to the opposite side before the battle was a bit exaggerated. Riguang Qingqing was having a similar reaction. The 1 million he had was now down to less than 300,000. Yet Broken Dream showed no signs of stopping. As for Fuguang, his pressure was the greatest at this moment. No matter how much Riguang Qingqing and Mu Shi sent, they only had 1 million each. But he had a total of 10 million. After paying for the emperor and getting rebates, he only had 1,100,000 gold beans. Yet now, with 650,000 already sent out, the leaderboard had reached 12 million, but he still hadn't pulled away from the opposite side. He had to know that he only had 450,000 gold beans left. Even considering the balance that Riguang Qingqing and Mu Shi had, he could at most push the leaderboard to around 17 million. The viewers in the live stream saw the 2 leaderboards getting closer and closer, and with no gold beans left to contribute, they could only spam the words "go" in the chat. But only Fuguang knew that he truly had little fuel left. Seeing the 2 leaderboards drawing closer, Fuguang could only change his strategy from sending every 20 seconds to every 15 seconds, matching Zhou Meng's pace to avoid getting caught. Please Menggu Broken Dream, I beg you, please stop, please stop. Fuguang was continually pleading in his heart. If he could kneel to ask Zhou Meng to stop, he would have done so by now, as he no longer cared about maintaining the image of a wealthy big brother. If Broken Dream truly surpassed him, he couldn't imagine the kind of backlash the guild would face. After all, the real mess regarding Chanxian was here with him. Once it was fully exposed across the platform, how would the audience view Huai in the future? And would those streamers still choose to sign with their guild after knowing how Huai operated? Huai was the fruit of his labor, developed with great effort. Yet by the time Fuguang reached the 84th group of gifts, he was completely out of money. Meanwhile, Mu Shi and Riguang Qingqing had also sent out their last group of gifts. In Tutu's live stream, the barrage of 3-hit combos suddenly came to a halt. Emperor Mu Shi sent out aircraft 100 for a 1-10-hit combo. Emperor Riguang Qingqing sent out aircraft 100 for a 1-10-hit combo. Emperor Fuguang sent out aircraft 13-14 for an 84-hit combo. 3 consecutive barrages. Similar to Mu Shi and Riguang Qingqing, with 1 million in cash, the Emperor's recharge provided a 10% rebate, and all 110,000 of the gold bean vouchers were quickly exhausted. Fuguang's total of 84 groups of 1314 aircraft was also completely sent out, totaling 110 million. Meanwhile, Tutu's leaderboard was securely held at 17,200,000. Yet with such a high leaderboard, there wasn't a single person in the live stream cheering. Instead, almost everyone was focused on the aircraft leaderboard in the center of Tutu's live stream. Because of Fuguang's final speed up, the gap in the leaderboard hadn't widened, and with the other two big brothers also sending gifts, the leaderboard had even pulled a little closer. Currently, the orange leaderboard stood at 15,700,000, placing it second. The total gap with Tutu was 150,000. At the same time, the orange live stream had already surpassed 150,000 viewers, and at this moment, they were all silent, holding their breath to watch the only gift barrage jumping on the public screen. On Tutu's side, they hoped this number would stop, while the orange side was hoping it would keep jumping higher. After all, this was a feat of single-handedly toppling a first-tier guild, especially under the premise of the Tiger Shark mid-year event. If they could win, then Meng's guest title as the strongest wealthy big brother could truly be solidified. In both live streams, Tutu's had already surpassed 200,000 viewers, and the orange side had broken 150,000, totaling 350,000, all eagerly awaiting the gift barrage on the public screen. On Zhou Meng's side, he leisurely sipped milk while listening to the ticking of the clock on the wall, casually pressing the send button. In the next moment, the public screen of the orange live stream lit up again. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 1314 for the 111th group. At the same time, the total leaderboard of the orange live stream jumped up by 130,000. Wow, Menggu is amazing. Countless viewers glued to the orange live stream couldn't help but cheer. Meanwhile, the viewers focused on Tutu's leaderboard felt their hearts wrench again. Fuguang's eyes widened, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. 15 seconds later, Zhou Meng pressed send again. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 1314 for the 115th group. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 1314 for the 116th group. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 1314 for the 117th group. Every time Zhou Meng sent out a group of gifts, it would prompt countless cheers and cause many hearts to race. Until Zhou Meng reached the 120th group, the orange live stream's leaderboard had jumped to 17.07 million. A mere 130,000 difference. This meant that with just one more group sent, the orange side could win this PK. At this moment, the viewers in the orange live stream had already begun to cheer. On the opposite side, Fuguang had completely collapsed to the ground. He knew very well that he had no chance left. After sending 120 groups, how could he claim there were no more left? Even if he could squeeze out a bit more money from other sources, perhaps 10 or 20,000, it would already be meaningless. If he could squeeze out money, couldn't Broken Dream? In his vacant stare, the 15 seconds elapsed again. As expected, under the scrutiny of 350,000 viewers across the two live streams, the 121st group of 1314 aircraft was successfully sent out. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 1314 for the 121st group. Meanwhile, the orange live stream's leaderboard successfully jumped to 17.058 million. With a lead of 5800 over Tutu, they successfully topped the aircraft leaderboard. Upon seeing the leaderboard completely surpass, everyone in the orange live stream erupted in cheers. Menggu is amazing. Voice horse, Menggu. Menggut. Menggut. In the live stream, countless people were frantically spamming the chat. In this PK, in just 30 minutes, the two sides together had sent nearly 35 million. And Menggu in those 30 minutes sent out a group of 1314 aircraft every 15 seconds. If you count the 8 groups of 1314 aircraft he sent when he first provoked the opponent, Menggu had sent a total of 129 groups tonight. Each group, costing 131400, totaled 16.95 million. Just as everyone was celebrating, the next moment, the orange live stream's public screen lit up again. This time, compared to the last combo, it was a full 10 seconds faster. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 1314 for the 122nd group. Almost immediately after, the live stream would light up with another group of aircraft combos every 5 seconds. Wow, Menggu is still sending. Menggu is still sending. Why has the speed increased so much? Why is it now every 5 seconds? Are you stupid? When sending out large gifts, it gets stuck in the gift bar, and when it's stuck, you can't send. The time it gets stuck is exactly 5 seconds, meaning Menggu is now sending gifts at full speed. Instantly, the live stream erupted again. From previously hoping Menggu would send a group to defeat Tutu, now everyone was just keeping count in their minds every time Menggu sent a group. A minute and a half later, Zhou Meng had reached the 140th group. Yet Zhou Meng still showed no signs of stopping. The gift barrage on the public screen was still madly spamming at a speed of every 5 seconds. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 1314 for the 142nd group. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 1314 for the 143rd group. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 1314 for the 144th group. Emperor Broken Dream sent out aircraft 272. It's already the 144th group. Guangming Jujian directly sent a voice barrage shouting with all his might. Until 10 seconds passed, no further gift barrages were seen on the livestream page. The crowd in the livestream fell silent. 20 seconds later, the gift barrages were still not updated. At this moment, everyone realized that Mengu had really stopped. In the next moment, countless barrages instantly flooded the public screen of the orange livestream. Only then did someone react and look at the Zhougong leaderboard at the top of the livestream. What the hell, a full 20 million? I just said I saw a flash of 272 aircraft combos at the end. I thought I was seeing things. The crowd in the livestream looked at the number on the Zhougong leaderboard, which had a 2 followed by 7 zeros, and the public screen exploded. One group was 131. 4,000 totaling 1997280. Adding in a group of 272 aircraft, it came to 20 million, not a penny less. And at that moment, at the very top of the orange live stream, a massive golden barrage with the room manager and blue manager symbols lit up. Didn't the opposing side ask me why? Now I'm telling you because of this. Is that okay? Yes, this is absolutely fantastic, haha. It feels like the rabbit's face on the other side is completely swollen. That slap was both crisp and loud. The visitors in the orange live broadcast room instantly burst into laughter. Brother Meng's temper was just too much to their liking. It was like the barrage he sent when he first came to the platform and dealt with the little dove. Brother Meng admits he has the temperament of a nouveau riche, but what can you do? He simply won't indulge you. Why should he magnanimously forgive after winning a justified fight? He should harshly ridicule instead. Didn't Hua Yi let Brother Meng try it out at the beginning? Now Brother Meng has indeed given it a try. Oh, what about you? Show Brother Meng some color. Meanwhile, the rabbit's face on the other side was turning bright red. Their guild had prepared a full 10 million this time, plus all the big brothers in the live room, and the civilian tickets totaling 17 million on the leaderboard. With so much money, tomorrow's event was already out of the question. It was all for venting today's anger. How could this seemingly foolproof PK end up like this? Moreover, is there something wrong with the other side? Can a single plane from Zhou really bring out 20 million? Normally, such a Zhou would be lucky to have 100,000. Only before such major events can Zhou possibly reach over 1 million, and it must be from high-level gifts. Even if targeting oneself, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? 20 million just to block the road. How extravagant can one be? When the office of Hua Yi Guild saw the message Zhou Meng sent, Fu Guang's face turned green. This isn't just about killing, it's about stabbing at his heart. But for him at the moment, it seemed he could no longer care about the shattered dreams of mocking the other side. The barrage in the rabbit's live room had begun to take on a different tone. As someone once again questioned Qian's matter, Fu Guang immediately showed a face of despair. What else can he do? If he bites back, the other side can pull out screenshots. He had spent all the money he prepared for this event only to have the shattered dreams catch up with him with more than 300,000 extra, all thanks to a single person's efforts. The 20 million leaderboard shining at the top of the Zhou board was glaringly bright. He truly could. How could one person be so extravagant? The guild manager, who had just arranged for Water Army to stir the rhythm in the rabbit's live room, walked in at this moment. Seeing Fu Guang with a face of despair sitting in the boss chair holding a phone, the guild manager bravely spoke up. Boss, let me say we haven't completely lost yet. Shattered Dreams said they wanted to ban all of Hua Yi's frontline streamers, but you know we have at least a dozen or more frontline streamers in our guild. Even if we remove those streaming in the early and afternoon slots, we still have over 10 in the evening. Shattered Dreams has money, but he's just one person. How can he block out one rabbit's live room? But what about our other 10 streamers coming together? Can he handle that? As long as Shattered Dreams fails to fulfill his boast, we can definitely let the Water Army approach this angle. Defeating him might be hard, but at least we can salvage our guild's reputation a bit. As these words were spoken, a light suddenly shone in Fu Guang's eyes. He immediately sat up straight. You're right, that's the logic. With so many frontline streamers in our guild, if Shattered Dreams wants to ban us, as long as he can't ban even one of us, we won't be considered completely defeated. We can let the new streamers wash this up tomorrow, and maybe we really have a chance to clear up this matter. The cause of this incident was that Orange exposed the matter between their guild and Qian. Originally, if they had won this PK, they could have approached this incident with the perspective of the victor. But now that they lost, Shattered Dreams had the power to speak. As long as Orange mentioned it slightly, the guild would have to face this public argument heat-in. But for them the good part was that Shattered Dreams had made such grand claims about banning all of their frontline streamers. As long as Shattered Dreams fails to ban even one, their new streamer can lead the topic in that direction tomorrow, confuse the audience a bit, and once the official match starts, wouldn't this matter? Just pass. Though in the end the guild would still be weakened, it would be better than just fading away, right? Fu Guang did not hesitate, and quickly took out his phone to start contacting and arranging for all the frontline streamers for the evening slot to come online. He specifically arranged a message in the group. This time, there are quite a few self-recommended lists given before the match. Excluding some that have already closed, there are still about 25 larger lists remaining. 10 people each person should choose at least 2 to 3 lists to fight for. As for those smaller lists, there are still hundreds of them. You can choose freely. I just don't believe that with so many lists and so many people, Shattered Dreams can manage to target them all. Fu Guang's request was very clear, whether using personal funds or soliciting popular votes. Even if he had to sell himself to the Big Brother, all frontline streamers must participate this time. As for the streamers' expenses, he promised that once the guild's funds flowed back next month, he would reimburse them immediately. Under Fu Guang's arrangement, in less than 10 minutes the evening streamers who had been watching the match came back. However, compared to the ease and casualness they had when they came online an hour ago, almost all the streamers now wore faces of despair. They naturally knew this was a thankless task. Most of their fans and streamers had just been spending in the Rabbit's live room. This leaderboard could either be boosted by the exclusive Big Brother, or they had to rush it themselves if the exclusive Big Brother was scarce. Though no one wanted to do it, they understood that if the guild fell, they wouldn't be far behind either. The income of frontline streamers each month was no small amount. Therefore, almost everyone, as soon as they came online, began frantically signing up for various recommendation activities to fight for the rankings. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming quickly saw the interaction barrage from the water friends on the public screen. Oh no, Hawaii has arranged for all their more than 10 frontline evening streamers to come online. They are all live streaming to fight against Brother Meng's manual ban. Damn, Hawaii is too shameless, right? More than 10 streamers competing for recommendations at the same time. What is this called? This is called a human C tactic. Hawaii can't win Hedon, so they start to play dirty in this area. The water friends in the orange live room were not too indignant. Instead, they looked quite pleased. Isn't the other side's action in a sense a sign of surrender to Brother Meng? Even if Brother Meng's words ultimately don't come to fruition, what does it matter? They have already won overwhelmingly. However, as the streamer Orange looked somewhat worried, her perspective on the issue was different from that of the audience in the live room. The audience only saw the helpless method chosen by Hawaii under pressure, but she saw the reason behind Hawaii's actions. With so many people going up together, if Brother Meng fails to keep an eye on just one, or if one of the opposing streamers secretly fights for a ranking, Brother Meng's prior promise would be broken. At that point, wouldn't the other side take advantage of this to create a frenzy? But with 10 streamers randomly selecting over 100 large and small ranking activities, how could he possibly keep track of it all? Brother Meng, this. Orange really couldn't think of any good solutions. She couldn't help but glance at Zhou Meng's ID in the VIP seat. This is simple. Zhou Meng smiled and waved his hand. After securing 20 million on the plain Zhou Xing leaderboard, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. What Hawaii was doing was merely a desperate struggle. This matter might be difficult for others, but it was trivial. Zhou Meng typed in the live room. I indeed cannot target so many streamers at once, but correspondingly, I have no need to ban so many streamers either. As soon as Zhou Meng's words came out, the audience in the live room was taken aback, not quite understanding what Brother Meng meant. Does Brother Meng mean to let Hawaii off? Letting them off is fine. After all, we've already beaten the rabbit, and Hawaii has also admitted defeat, so it doesn't matter. Many people seeing Zhou Meng's barrage thought he intended to give up. In fact, many people truly couldn't think of a solution to this issue. It was like an ordinary person trying to give gifts to all the streamers on the platform. Regardless of the question of money, it would wear a person out. The same logic applies to Brother Meng. If he sees a frontline streamer from Hawaii fighting for a ranking and rushes to ban it, what happens if another streamer is fighting for another recommended position? Could he possibly split himself? This is evidently unrealistic. But the audience didn't wait long before they saw Zhou Meng's next barrage. This matter is very simple. If their frontline streamers want to fight for rankings, they need to have lists right. Zhou Meng laughed heartily. Orange, tally how many recommended position lists are still ongoing in the Star Show area. Make a list. I want all of today's recommended position rankings. I want to see how they will rank after there's not a single recommended position in the Star Show area. Sweep every leaderboard in the Shua Guang Star Showcase. And numerous fans, upon seeing the live chat message, were utterly stunned, jaw-dropped. For this event, there were roughly 70 to 80 mid to high-tier leaderboards, the ones typically contested by top-tier streamers. And additionally, around 150 leaderboards were designated for mid and small-tier streamers. Even discounting those already locked down after completion, at least 100 and more remained. And was Meng Gu truly planning to claim them all, single-handedly? Even Zhu Zi was momentarily speechless. And to monopolize every leaderboard across the entire platform was no less astonishing than his earlier solo takedown of Hua Yi. Zhu Zi had almost opened her mouth to dissuade him, but paused then held back. After spending many days together, she'd begun to grasp Meng Ji's temperament. He never undertook anything without confidence and success. And if he chose to act, he had already calculated every variable. At that very moment, Zhu Zi noticed Meng Gu typing a message on the public chat. And she quickly replied, and hurried off to the streamer activity page to locate the next leaderboard. Brother Meng there remained 25 mid to high tier recommendation slots, and 102 minor ones still unclaimed, and understood. Let's begin from the smallest and ascend. Zhou Ming nodded. Whoa, Brother Meng is actually going through with it. And, according to Zhu Zi, that's 127 recommendation slots. I can't even fathom how much would be required to secure them all. Typically, a minor recommendation slot costs just over 200,000, a mid-tier one demands over 1 million, and a top-tier slot, like the Magic Book Weekly Star, requires no less than 4 or 5 million. However, given the risk of rival streamers sabotaging progress, Madrace Meng Gu would need to invest at least 7 or 800,000 per minor slot to ensure stability. Guangming Zhu Jian offered a sober analysis, and everyone silently ran the numbers in their heads. Does that mean Brother Meng will need to spend nearly 10 million? That's the bare minimum, Guangming Zhu Jian affirmed with a nod. And instantly the entire livestream audience was stunned. And they'd anticipated a staggering cost, but not one of such magnitude. If he spent another 10 million tonight, wouldn't his total reach 30 million? And factoring in last month's expenditure of over 10 million, his cumulative platform spending would now rival, even surpass, that of Lang Go. In the next instant, under everyone's watchful gaze, Zhu Zi successfully registered for a minor recommendation slot and clicked begin on the recommendation page. This mechanism prevented any single streamer from registering dozens of slots simultaneously and claiming them all with one lump sum donation, a loophole deliberately closed. It also safeguarded minor streamers from being outcompeted by major ones for these smaller slots. Not only after clicking begin would gifts sent in the live stream count toward that specific leaderboard. Without hesitation, Zhou Ming launched a set of 1,314 magic books, immediately dethroning the previous first-place contender, whose tally stood at 650,000. Zhu Zi promptly exited the recommendation page and clicked to register for the second slot. And no sooner had she completed the action than another barrage of magic books lit up the screen, propelling her instantly to number 1. Then came the third, fourth, fifth. And meanwhile, the public chat scrolled ceaselessly with consecutive magic book gift notifications. Viewers watching the stream realized something was amiss as each leaderboard filled entirely by Meng Ji's 1,314 magic book sets. Could it be that Brother Meng intends to flood every leaderboard with exactly 1,314 magic books? A wave of disbelief swept through the audience. Earlier during discussion, they'd estimated a minor slot's cost at 6 or 700,000. Yet Meng Ji's move, 1,314 magic books, exceeded 1.3 million, double their most generous estimate. Zhou Ming, however, showed no inclination to clarify, and he calmly peeled several tangerines from a fruit basket, glancing idly at the livestream interface from time to time. Each time Zhu Zi confirmed registration, he instantly dispatched a full set of 1,314 magic books from the gift panel, and registering a single slot took just over a minute. Zhou Ming remained unrushed, matching Zhu Zi's pace, steadily claiming each slot. And from shortly after 8 until nearly 10 o'clock, he secured all 102 minor recommendation slots. The livestream audience watched electrified. And all 102 minor slots cleared. Exactly 102 sets. Brother Ming has just poured in 13.4 million. The figure beside Zhou Ming's weekly leaderboard rank surged from precisely 20 million to 33.4 million. 33.4 million. And since Husha's founding, no patron had ever claimed such astronomical leaderboard totals in a single live stream. Even Desheng during the annual awards achieved this, some only across the entire host leaderboard, not attributable to a single patron's contribution. Moreover, Meng Gu hadn't yet finished, and the audience fell silent, eyes riveted to the screen, eagerly awaiting his final tally. By now, Zhu Zi had grown adept at registration, and with the minor slots complete, she turned to the mid-tier recommendation slots. Zhou Ming noted the shift, but his gifting strategy remained unchanged: magic books exclusively. In the next instant, Zhu Zi's public chat blazed a new end. Emperor Shattered Dream sent magic books 1314103x combo. Emperor Shattered Dream sent magic books 1314104x combo. In 2 successive gift notifications rocketed Zhu Zi to the top spot, her total surging to 260,000. Holy, previous first place barely hit 120,000. Is this really necessary? And this is Brother Meng. No further explanation needed. Brother Meng is absolutely legendary. I simply cannot imagine how much he'll ultimately spend tonight. And even Zhu Zi's heart skipped a beat. She hastily spoke into her stream and, "Thank you, Brother Meng, for your generous support." "No need for thanks. Keep registering." And Zhou Meng smiled and shook his head. "And looks like tonight's rebate would be substantial." And without hesitation, Zhu Zi returned to the activity registration interface. 20 minutes later, they reached the 24th set. And no sooner had Zhu Zi confirmed registration than two more combo notifications flared in. Emperor Shattered Dream sent magic books 1314149x combo. Emperor Shattered Dream sent magic books 1314150x combo. In 19.71 million, and Brother Meng has truly gone berserk. Once the final slot is secured, he'll smash past 20 million for sure. Combined with the main leaderboard won't that exceed 40 million in single session splurge of 40 million. Brother Meng reigns supreme, and the audience waited breathless for the final recommendation slot. But when Zhu Zi navigated to the final recommendation page, the nearly 250,000 viewers present collectively froze, then burst into wry laughter. Whoa, the last slot is the Magic Book Weekly Star, and everyone stared dumbfounded. Now weekly star slot could be claimed by a streamer only once per week. Zhu Zi had already selected the Airplane Weekly Star earlier, leaving the Magic Book Weekly Star unavailable. Zhu Zi had been thrilled as her leaderboard neared 40 million, until she saw this final recommendation. Then she blinked, utterly stunned. The activity page sat right there, but she couldn't register. Zhou Meng chuckled softly, then dispatched two more magic book combos and a set of scattered gifts. Emperor Shattered Dream sent magic books 1314151x combo, and Emperor Shattered Dream sent magic books 1314152x combo. Emperor Shattered Dream sent magic books 272. These three gifts pushed Zhu Zi's total to a clean 20 million, and Zhou Meng's weekly tribute leaderboard leapt instantly to 40 million exactly. Wow, it's truly 40 million. A cause for universal celebration. NAS, Zhou Meng seamlessly sealed the final gap. Jubilant cheers erupted across the live chat. Yet Zhou Meng hadn't forgotten the unresolved final slot. N, is any streamer watching live? Speak up. I'll randomly select one to support. He boldly typed the message onto the public chat, and instantly lurking streamers exploded into action. And this was the Magic Book Weekly Star. The current frontrunner had already climbed to 400,000. And securing this slot would demand, at minimum, 400,000 from Mango. What was this? A mere leaderboard race. And nonsense. It was an opportunity to scoop money by the sackful. And do people really think live streaming is just idle chatter? Live streaming thrives on intricate human dynamics and social reciprocity. And suddenly lurkers abandoned stealth, flooding the chat with frantic messages. A few streamers, fearing their messages would go unnoticed, impulsively purchased a king-tier privilege to guarantee visibility. And viewers erupted in delighted laughter. Such extraordinary scenes, never witnessed in years of live stream viewing, unfolded entirely within a few hours courtesy of Brother Meng. Meanwhile, EE, who had also been watching covertly, felt her heart churn. Never since her conversation with Bei Jia, her perspective had slowly shifted. Today, witnessing Meng Ji's 40 million onslaught in Zhu Zi's stream left EE genuinely awestruck. Ni's prowess ranked him as the most formidable patron she'd ever encountered. When she saw Meng Ji's public announcement about randomly selecting a streamer to support, her already unsettled heart jolted violently. Almost involuntarily, she opened Zhu Zi's stream page and joined the chorus of streamers flooding the chat with messages. Just as EE regained awareness, her nerves fluttering, her own stream suddenly erupted with a colossal golden dragon animation. In the next moment, almost visibly, the audience count in her live stream, which had originally only been over 5,000, began to surge wildly. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. In less than a minute, the audience count in EE's live stream skyrocketed to over 100,000. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments in the live chat was frantically flooding in. EE glanced at the backend, and the barrage count exceeded 50 comments per second. It should be noted that when Zhou Meng sent 2 million for Zhou Xing, the audience count in the orange live stream had already risen to over 150,000. After defeating Zhou Xing in the airplane battle, the audience count in the orange livestream surged even more, reaching over 200,000. The recent ranking activity had attracted a lot of attention from visitors, and the audience count was already heading towards 300,000. During peak hours in the Star Show district, there were only about 500,000 viewers online. There were a few more people during the event over the past few days, but it hadn't exceeded 600,000. The gathering of 300,000 people meant that half of the entire channel's audience had been pulled over, which was undeniably terrifying. And just a single link from Zhou Ming instantly brought 100,000 plus audience growth to EE's livestream. Welcome. Welcome Ming Go. EE truly did not expect that her simple comment on the screen to take a chance would actually bring Ming Go over. However, having previous experience, she quickly welcomed him though her voice was slightly nervous. It's been so many days, and I'm here in EE's livestream again. It seems Ming Go still remembers E. In the livestream, some old fans like Guangming Jiujian and Guqing, who Hansa couldn't help but exclaim. From the very beginning, Guangming Jiujian was a fan of EE, but after becoming the captain of Meng guest cheerleading team, he had been residing in the orange side. Back in May, they thought Meng Go was EE's exclusive big brother, but they never expected that he would go to the orange side to send gifts instead. Returning after more than 10 days, Guangming Jiujian and Guqing, who Hansa, felt a peculiar sensation. When Meng Go first came to EE's livestream, he was just an ordinary visitor who had never sent gifts before. But this time he returned, Meng Go had already become a powerhouse who could easily send 40 million in a single livestream, almost a truly formidable rich patron. EE, hurry up and sign up. Zhou Ming saw EE standing there and couldn't help but chuckle, typing in the live chat to remind her. Oh, okay Meng Go, I'm on it. EE, who was just stunned by the sudden surge in audience count, finally reacted completely and hurried to click on the registration page. At the moment EE successfully signed up, her livestream lit up with a dazzling witch effect. The cute witch on a magic broom made her return to EE's livestream after more than 10 days. When she saw the gift effect, EE felt her heart racing intensely. For her, this effect was both familiar and strange. Emperor Shattered Dream sent a spellbook 13141 hit. Emperor Shattered Dream sent a spellbook 13142 hit. Emperor Shattered Dream sent a spellbook 13,148 hit. Zhou Ming didn't hold back on timing and rhythm with these series of gifts, sending them rather casually. In less than a minute, all 8 sets of gifts had been sent out. But for EE and the viewers in the live stream, these sets of gifts were anything but casual. Oh my, 8 sets of spell books again, that must be over 1 million, right? To be precise, it's 1.05 million. In EE's live stream, everyone began to calculate just how many sets of gifts Meng Go had sent today. First, there was the 2 million for the orange during the airplane battle, totaling 152 sets of 1314 gifts, plus an extra 272 gifts. Next was another 2 million for the spellbooks in the rankings, also 152 sets with an additional 272 gifts. After that, there were EE's 8 sets of spellbooks. Quickly, Guqing, who Hansa summarized using his newly activated Lord account to speak. Meng Go sent a total of 314 sets of gifts tonight, of which 2 sets were not fully sent, and the remaining 312 sets were all top-tier gifts from the Tiger Shark. The total amount is 41.05 million. On the other hand, Orange also felt happy for EE. She might be the only one who noticed the changes in EE over time. When she first met EE, he was very innocent, even described as being out of touch with the world. It would have been absolutely impossible for her to actively send a comment asking for gifts in someone else's live stream. Being innocent is not wrong, being unique is not wrong either. These are personal strengths. However, there is nothing wrong with someone who enters the world of live streaming. The only mistake is to approach live streaming with an innocent attitude, being out of touch with the world. In life, being good or bad doesn't matter much. If you want to be aloof, then be aloof to the end, and you might achieve a certain level. Even if others don't look favorably upon you, they will still admire you when they talk about you. But if you want to enter the world, then let go of your pride and fully immerse yourself. The fear is losing the advantages of being good while learning the shortcomings of the bad, thus creating a hybrid of sorts. Previously, EE was like this. She wanted to enter the live streaming world, but was unwilling to lower her high standards to please the big brother. Thus, Ming guest departure was only natural. In fact, during this mid-year battle tournament, EE didn't even have a spot on the team. It's likely that in EE's heart she believed she deserved a place here, even though she didn't compete for it. Why could Pashang rise to power? Saying that Meng Go likes men is a joke. It's simply because Pashang was willing to lower himself to take a position. A streamer who dares to bear the burden for the big brother and is unhesitating in offending others, how could the big brother not send some gifts? For Meng Go, spending hundreds of thousands was nothing. And now he seemed to have understood and taken that step. To put it bluntly, she and Xian were both top students from prestigious music academies. Neither of them was inferior to EE. EE also continuously thanked in the live stream. $1 million. This was also the most gifts Meng Go had sent in her live stream. Zhou Ming chuckled as well, feeling genuinely satisfied after this wave of gifts. Was Huai not trying to break the game? Now he had blocked all paths for him. Let's see how he would break through. On the other hand, the many first-tier streamers under Huai fell silent, watching the various rankings, where the lowest was 13400. The guild had originally prepared 3 to 4 million for them to rank up, but with today's turmoil, all the money had gone to Tutu. Here they could only rely on themselves, or a few big brothers who hadn't spent yet to compete for the rankings. To be honest, having someone spend 300,000 to 400,000 to rank is already considered good. They could try to make a small recommendation with 300,000 to 400,000 to push a first place after all the ranking list that Shattered Dream was working on was only over 13000. But the problem is if these 10 people did this, they could manage at most 10 rankings. Can Shattered Dream not keep an eye on 100 rankings? Can he not keep an eye on 10? This threshold of 13000 was fundamentally an impassable chasm for them. Among all the first-tier streamers, it was still Tutu who couldn't hold on any longer, taking out his phone and sending a message in the guild group. Boss, give up. We really don't have a chance. This person is too terrifying. Tutu let out a bitter laugh. When it was 2 million, everyone felt hopeless, but it wasn't to the point of despair. But when Shattered Dream hit 4 million, everyone's hearts went numb. Their highest ranking here was only 17 million, while he had reached 41 million. That's more than twice the difference. Even if they called Desheng over today, they couldn't escape this fate. In this PK, they truly lost without complaint. Yes, boss, let's call it a day. Let's see if we can save the situation tomorrow. It's best to avoid the limelight right now. Boss, I can only take out 30,000 at most, but even if I send it now, it's just a waste. Many first-tier streamers also expressed their opinions. However, the subtext was undoubtedly the same. Avoid battle. He has already sent 41 million. If they continue, it would only lead to endless embarrassment. Looking at the messages in the group, Fuguwei couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He understood this principle, but Qian's matter was right there. What could he do if he didn't take the bait? After 2 battles, the first was lost by a 3 million difference, and the second had ended before it even started. They were truly crushed. But at this point, reason told him that it was impossible to continue fighting. Just as Tutu said, this Shattered Dream was simply too terrifying. He had been in the live streaming platform for at least 3 or 4 years, and had seen both Wang Ju and Ao Ran. But even they in Fugua's heart now were completely incomparable to Shattered Dream. 3 minutes later, many fans who had watched the first-line streamers from Hawaii rushed in to bring the news. Hawaii has thrown in the towel. All first-line streamers are offline. Even some second-line streamers have chosen to go offline to avoid the battle. Yeah, even Tutu has gone offline. Hawaii has truly conceded this time. Countless fans of Zhou Meng excitedly commented in EE's live stream. Correspondingly, Zhou Meng's account followers were skyrocketing. After the event in May, Zhou Meng's account subscriptions had reached 200,000. During this period, it increased a bit more, totaling about 250,000. Yet in just this short time, Zhou Meng's followers jumped from 250,000 to 400,000, and it was still visibly growing by the minute. It is important to note that the live streaming platform is not like short video platforms. On the live streaming platform, streamers with over 10 million followers are considered top tier among the super top tier streamers, particularly in the gaming channel. If we look at the Xingqiu channel, those with over 1 million followers are definitely first line, and those with over 2 million are regarded as top tier stars. Those who can reach 3 million followers, or even 4 to 5 million, are absolute super top tier, even phenomenon level. On the Huxia platform, the well-known Ao Gu has around 1 million followers. Although Fu Guang is slightly behind, he still has over 70,000. The most followed is Lang Gu, whose follower count is double that of Ao Gu, totaling 2 million. Although these follower counts mean little to the wealthy Big Brother, they can still demonstrate a Big Brother's popularity and appeal on the platform from another perspective. For someone who has just been online for less than a month, like Meng Gu, having over 40,000 followers is already quite terrifying. Seeing the barrage of comments, E quickly spoke up in the live stream. Congratulations, Meng Gu, this time you have solidified your title as the strongest wealthy streamer. Haha, I am flattered. Alright, it's getting late today, you all enjoy, I'm logging off. Zhou Meng waved with a smile. To be honest, spending 40 million today felt quite enjoyable, but correspondingly, it was also truly exhausting. From nearly 8 o'clock in the afternoon until now at 10:30, his hands had hardly stopped, spending a total of 2.5 hours showering gifts. Of course, he also casually drank 2 bottles of milk and ate a pound of oranges. Although he had eaten quite a bit, these 2 items were not filling, and by now he was feeling a bit hungry. Good night, Meng Gu. The crowd saw Zhou Meng's message and began to type their farewells. By the way, Meng Gu spent 40 million today. Will you participate in tomorrow's event? It is important to know that today's leaderboard does not count towards the total for June. Just as everyone was saying goodbye, some fans could not help but ask a question. Originally, the most anticipated part of this Battle King competition was the PK between the Dream Team and the Deer Team from Muran. However, now that Meng Gu, who supports the Dream Team, has already spent 40 million the day before, will he still participate, or does he even have the capacity to compete in tomorrow's match? What are you thinking? Meng Gu has spent so much today. If he participates again tomorrow, how much will he have to spend in total? 100 million. Are you joking? Yeah, it seems likely that Meng Gu will not participate in tomorrow's competition. This time Desheng will take the lead. Everyone in the live stream expressed their regrets. This Battle King competition is not the same as the one in the May competition. One reason was that the timing was at the end of the month and the guild and big brothers were all focused on recovering funds, so they hardly had any cash on hand. The second reason was that it was rushed and everyone was unprepared. Therefore, at that time, AOG only spent 2 million. However, in general, for major events, AOG usually spends around 5 million or even over 5 million. Including other wealthy big brothers from Dasheng, spending around 10 to 20 million in a single event is not considered difficult at all. Mengge has already spent 40 million today, and when combined with the leaderboard from May, the total expenditure has reached 50 million. If he were to compete with Dasheng again, how much would Mengge have to spend? Many fans were discussing various possibilities on the public screen. However, Zhou Meng, who had already logged off, did not see these comments. It is important to note that he had long promised Qian Qian that he would take first place in this Battle King competition, so he would definitely participate in the upcoming matches. After Zhou Meng left, Yi also continued to stream for a while. With such massive popularity, it would be a pity to log off without digesting it. She wasn't in a hurry for the oranges, also digesting the popularity brought by this live stream, preparing to wait a little while longer before finding Mengge. She was fully aware that her Mengge, who usually stayed up until 1 or 2 in the morning, could not possibly go to bed at 10 o'clock at night. Saying he was tired was merely an excuse. Those with high emotional intelligence would say they were tired. If understood from a low emotional intelligence perspective, it would roughly mean get lost, I don't want to play with you young people anymore. As for Zhou Meng, he certainly was not sleeping. In this day and age, who goes to bed at 10 o'clock? That's just toxic. If one doesn't stay up until 1 or 2 in the morning, how can they call themselves a youth with hemorrhoids? At this moment, he was happily slicing cucumbers to prepare a cold dish while calculating the system's rewards. Congratulations, the host has spent 4105120 yuan on the live streaming platform. Congratulations, the host has received a tenfold cash back totaling 1 billion yuan in real cash. All system assets have been rationalized, please rest assured to use them. Wealthy system host, Zhou Meng level 1 upgrade progress, 5371001 billion real assets 4 billion yuan cashback ratio 110. In a single PK, not only had the upgrade progress surged forward significantly, but his real assets also experienced a substantial increase. A total of 440 million in real assets. I feel younger, but looking back, I shouldn't have bought that villa, I should have saved a bit more to buy a manor instead. Zhou Meng clicked his tongue. He hadn't even finished spending the previous 100 million, and now another 400 million came in. To be honest, as a model youth, he truly had no idea how to spend so much money. Business he did not want to engage in. Women he did not lack. His living space was in a good location and quite spacious, barely considered perfect. He also had no interest in hoarding properties. As for yachts, Zhou Meng had no plans for that recently, perhaps he would consider it in the future. After thinking it over, it seemed that buying a car was the only hobby left. His underground garage could easily accommodate more than 10 cars, which could somewhat satisfy his hobby of collecting luxury cars. It's really hard to get a genuinely good car. For a slightly better one, it takes at least 10 days to half a month, and for those worth over 10 million, 1 or 2 months is normal. As for those worth over 1 billion, getting one within a year would be considered impressive. With that thought, Zhou Meng felt helpless again. He still didn't know when his Bugatti and Cullinan would arrive. In contrast to Zhou Meng's leisurely life at the headquarters of the Husha platform in Shenzhen, General Manager Gu was currently excitedly conversing with the operations director. Today alone, we have nearly 70 million in revenue. General Manager Gu couldn't help but slam the table upon seeing the just-released report. Out of this 70 million, the majority came from the extravagant spending by Pao Shang, totaling over 4. The remaining portion was contributed by Huai, which spent 17 million. Dasheng spent over 6 million, and other scattered streamers collectively contributed around 5 million. This Mengge is truly a blessing for our platform, spending so much all by himself. But Director Gu, didn't you previously analyze that this was all just Meng Ji's impulsive spending? The operations director muttered under his breath. When Mengge first entered Yi's live stream, he had recognized Mengge's significant potential, estimating him to be a wealthy streamer capable of spending at least millions. However, at that time, General Manager Gu insisted on using psychology and impulsive spending as a basis, stubbornly placing Mengge's spending potential at the million level, leaving him dumbfounded. Now it seemed that Gu's earlier psychological analysis was simply nonsense. Mengge was clearly as strong as he had thought, a super wealthy streamer. What did you say? Although the operations director spoke softly, it was already quite quiet around at 10 o'clock at night, with very few people left in the company, so he heard the gist of it, and immediately became furious. Nothing, please continue, Director Gu. The operations director forced a smile. General Manager Gu's mouth twitched involuntarily. For some reason, he just couldn't stand such comments. If you're not convinced, then just admit it. What does it mean to act in a way that everyone can see through? I admit that my first judgment was indeed a mistake, but after Meng Gu spent 10 million at the end of May, didn't I raise his level to the highest? You must understand that human analysis can inevitably have certain errors you need to pay attention. General Manager Gu rambled on with a lot of explanations, meaning that even sages can have judgment error. Even though he made one misjudgment, it does not mean that his psychological insights are false. After a long speech, General Manager Gu's mouth became dry, and he couldn't help but take a big sip from his cup. Yes, you're right, Director Gu. The operations director hurriedly replied. Listening to this extremely perfunctory response, General Manager Gu suddenly felt as if countless ants were crawling on him. The way this was said made it seem as if the operations director had suddenly become a sage who did not engage in debates, while he had become the wise one. Originally wanting to explain a bit more, but seeing the operations director's expression, General Manager Gu ultimately decided against it, merely waving his hand in resignation. All right, hurry up and go off work. After watching the operations director escape the door, General Manager Gu too did not feel upset anymore, and excitedly picked up the report. However, not long after, a trace of worry appeared on General Manager Gu's face. I originally wanted to see Meng Gu face off against Desheng, but with Meng Guest spending today, Desheng will dominate tomorrow, right? As the vice president of the platform, he had to consider various matters as a whole. On this issue, he shared the same view as the majority of the audience. Since Meng Gu has spent so much today, what will happen tomorrow? It is highly likely that he will not spend any more. One must know that Meng Gu spent so much today, while Desheng hardly moved at all. Once the competition starts tomorrow, the first place will undoubtedly belong to Desheng, leaving no suspense at all. Yet after thinking it over, he realized that there was truly nothing he could do about it. Desheng's strength on the platform was simply too formidable. Currently, besides Meng Gu, there were only a few first-line guilds that could somewhat withstand them, but that would only hold for a while. To truly defeat Desheng, it had to be Meng Gu who took action. On the morning of the 17th, the new streamer was already online early. The most excited and most directly related to this incident was undoubtedly Pashang. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, Pashang started his live stream, excitedly recounting the events of yesterday, even incorporating his own matters to gain more followers. On the other hand, Bai Li Xiaoxianyu from Hawaii was under a lot of pressure, sitting in front of the computer and hesitating about how to speak when he went live. Meanwhile, the new streamer Demu from Desheng was enjoying himself just like Pashang. Given how big the event was yesterday with Meng Gu and Hawaii, not just professional news streamers like him, but even ordinary streamers had been watching the whole time. Meng Gu's extravagant spending of 40 million had already caused a stir across the entire platform. However, in contrast, Demu was feeling very pleased. Originally, Desheng considered Meng Gu to be their only strong competitor. But with Meng Gu's 40 million not counting towards the activity leaderboard, it effectively disqualified him from competing. With their only competitor gone, wouldn't this event be a guaranteed win for Desheng? He didn't even need to worry about fish-related matters, it was so easy. Just as he was boasting in the live stream, a golden light suddenly lit up in the center of the interface. Upon seeing it, Demu revealed a look of surprise. Welcome, Ao Gu. Why are you here so early today? It is known that at this hour, Ao Gu would typically be sleeping. Many viewers in the live stream were also sending messages of welcome. I have some matters to attend to this morning, just watching the live stream for a bit. Ao Gu smiled, raised his hand, and directly showered 100 consecutive rockets. Just tell the guild not to take a cut, let's give the audience some benefits. After saying this, Ao Gu felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. This tactic was something he had learned from peeping at Pashang before. I must say, this kind of show-off technique is genuinely delightful. It doesn't cost much, but it earns respect and face. I wonder how Pashang came up with it. Thank you, Ao Gu, for the consecutive rockets. Demu exclaimed, repeatedly expressing gratitude, but inwardly, he couldn't help but mutter. You're the guild leader, or what are you thanking the guild for? Furthermore, by doing this, he could have earned some reward money, but now he was not only left with nothing, but had to front 50,000 to provide benefits, directly suffering a loss. Nevertheless, Demu still had to maintain an excited demeanor. The audience in the live stream was also thrilled. They hadn't expected that being online so early would actually bring benefits. Ao Gu is indeed Ao Gu, this is the way to go. Thanks for the gifts, Ao Gu. They didn't know whether Demu was happy or not, but they were indeed very happy. The early morning live stream had very few people as it was, and Demu had divided the 50,000 into several portions, so their chances of snagging something were quite high. While interacting with the audience, Ao Gu's smile never faded. Ao Gu, how do you plan to compete this time? A curious viewer asked. Seeing this message, Ao Gu became quite serious. He had come here today specifically to announce this. Demu knew that Meng Gu had spent so much yesterday, how could he not know? In his view, with their biggest competitor already out of the game, who else could challenge Desheng? Therefore, Ao Gu solemnly declared, as for this event, no questions asked, I want first place. While the atmosphere on the side of the big tree was lively, Zhou Ming had also risen early. Seriously, do they really have to make me come over? Don't they know I fought until 2:30 in the morning yesterday? This is ridiculous. Zhou Ming complained, but still covered the fair shoulder of the orange with a blanket before exiting the room. He found a comfortable spot on the sofa, then opened the streaming platform and entered Qianqian's live room. Wow, welcome Brother Ming to the live room. In the live room, Qianqian was broadcasting outdoors. Upon seeing Zhou Ming's royal effect light up, she greeted him with a smile. Zhou Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. If it weren't for her insistence, would he have come over so early? Wow, Brother Ming actually came too. Good morning, Brother Ming. Many viewers in the live room were excited to see Zhou Ming enter. Good morning, everyone. Zhou Ming replied with a smile. After yesterday's events, the popularity of Qianqian's live room was still quite high. Even though she was broadcasting outdoors in the morning, there were still over 5,000 viewers. At that moment, Qianqian also began to speak. Everyone is curious why I chose to go live today, especially outdoors this morning. Yes, shouldn't it be better to go live in the evening for activities? The viewers in the live room were indeed quite curious. The morning was typically dominated by news broadcasters, and outdoor live streams were definitely not popular. Seeing the flood of questions on the screen, Qianqian casually raised the bag in her hand, smiling as she brushed her hair back. Those who watched yesterday's orange live stream basically know what happened between me and Huai. I believe everyone is aware of how Huai has treated me in the past few months. And the document in my hand is the contract I signed with Huai. The reason I'm doing an outdoor live stream today is to let everyone witness my contract termination process together. Qianqian's shocking statement instantly ignited the atmosphere in the live room. Qianqian is terminating her contract with Huai. But wait, I heard Qianqian say a few months ago that the contract lasts until the end of this year. Now that it's happening, is she going to pay a penalty? Qianqian was the hottest first-line broadcaster last year. The penalty must be quite substantial, right? The crowd buzzed with discussions. Seeing these comments, Qianqian smiled and nodded, deliberately flipping to the page regarding the penalty in the contract she held. To be honest, a penalty of 10 million is definitely not a small amount. If it weren't for Brother Ming's help yesterday, I wouldn't have the courage to do this today. However, through recent events, I've realized that with a garbage guild like Huai, no matter how much the penalty is, as long as they can afford it, I must leave. After yesterday's events, she was now full of confidence, and this amount of money represented something that needed no further explanation. The audience might not know, but Huai certainly couldn't be oblivious. This 10 million was Brother Ming's stance. Even if she could give it, would Huai dare to take it? Regardless, Qianqian's determination to terminate the contract was very resolute. This greatly ignited the passion of the fans in the live room. Everyone was frantically sending supportive messages on the screen. Yesterday, there was a super ranking of 40 million, and today there's a super contract with a penalty of 10 million. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Seeing the lively atmosphere in the live room, Zhou Ming sent 100 treasure maps to boost Qianqian's popularity. Qianqian took a cab and arrived at an office building in less than 20 minutes. From below the building's top 3 floors prominently displayed the words Huai Media. By this time, the influx of viewers from the 100 treasure maps had completely released the energy, and the live room, which originally had less than 5,000 viewers, instantly jumped to over 80,000. Qianqian adjusted the angle of the phone camera and made sure to capture the 4 big words in the live stream. Charge. With Brother Ming, here, what's there to fear? Brother Ming tore into Huai online yesterday. Could it be that today he will tear them apart offline? Ha! Don't talk nonsense, we are all good citizens, we don't do things like tearing into people. Today is purely for watching the show. Seeing the discussion in the comments, Zhou Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. As soon as this was said, the audience in the live room burst into laughter. Yes, Brother Ming is right, we don't engage in tearing into people. That's right, yesterday we didn't send 40 million, let alone tear into Huai's first-line broadcaster. We are good citizens. Zhou Ming, feeling a headache, sent 3 ellipses in the comments. Couldn't these viewers cooperate a bit? But what he said was indeed the truth. He had already done what needed to be done yesterday. Today was Qianqian's stage. His presence was purely as a spectator. Seeing these comments, Qianqian also covered her mouth and laughed. Ever since Huai had put her on ice, she had been live streaming at home and hadn't come to the guild at all. After half a year revisiting the old place, Qianqian felt quite emotional. She adjusted her mindset slightly, and without hesitation took the elevator to the top floor. As soon as she entered Huai's door, Qianqian saw a row of broadcasters sitting on the sofa playing on their phones. Oh, isn't that Tutu? Yesterday's PK hit 17 million, that must have been exhilarating, right? Qianqian laughed upon seeing the girl sitting in the middle. Tutu was momentarily stunned when she heard someone mention her, but as soon as she looked up, her face turned pale. Why was Qianqian here? She hadn't come in half a year, why did she suddenly show up now? Tutu wanted to retort, but seeing the phone that Qianqian was holding, she wisely bit her tongue. Yesterday was already bad enough. If she got into a fight with Qianqian today and was seen by so many people, her live stream would surely explode tonight. Sister Qianqian, what brings you here? Tutu smiled awkwardly, quickly standing up. The first-line broadcasters beside her also slightly changed their expressions and stood up to give Qianqian their seats. Seeing this scene, the 80,000 viewers in the live room were all spamming 666. Qianqian's aura is truly undeniable. Of course, even if Qianqian was put on ice for half a year, she was the top sister at Huai for the previous 2 years. In terms of looks, talent, and popularity, she is incomparable to this new star Tutu. Moreover, Brother Meng supported Qianqian yesterday. How could these people not feel intimidated? A current third-line broadcaster single-handedly overshadowing an entire guild. Alright, you guys take a break, I won't sit. Qianqian couldn't help but smile at the reactions of the crowd. She walked over to Tutu and seriously patted her shoulder. Do your best, Tutu. Oh, I look forward to you hitting 17 million again next time. You? Hearing Qianqian's words, Tutu was instantly furious. What? What do you mean? Want to try glaring at me again? Should I expose your insider secrets? Qianqian said with a light snort. The reason Tutu was in such a bad state was somewhat related to her. Most of the big shots on her side were pulled away by Tutu. Moreover, the things Tutu did, like buying fans and hiring water armies, as well as offline gatherings, while not many knew about them, she happened to be one of them. Tutu's eyes revealed a hint of horror upon hearing this, and she directly sat down beside her and began playing on her phone. If these dirty deeds were truly exposed, it would be a serious matter. Seeing that Tutu had succumbed, Qianqian felt satisfied. She glanced around, and none of the 8 or so first-line broadcasters dared to meet her gaze. Wherever her eyes swept, everyone avoided her gaze. Wow, the female warrior Qianqian. Goodness, almost 10 first-line broadcasters don't even dare to look Qianqian in the eye. Just how formidable was Qianqian back at Huai? I'm actually looking forward to Tutu's internal affairs. Evil smile. Zhou Ming couldn't help but chuckle at Qianqian's intimidating presence. Goodness, was Qianqian really this impressive at Huai? Over here, seeing that a few people were silent, Qianqian felt bored and turned to run to another live streaming area. Qianqian opened the doors of everyone who was live streaming to greet them. Oh, Bai Li, are you here to clarify? Seeing Bai Li blackening her on the live stream to whitewash Huai, Qianqian curiously peeked her head from behind and leaned against Bai Li's camera. What the hell? Bai Li was pondering hard, exhausting all her vocabulary to blacken Qianqian. But the next moment, she suddenly saw a head pop up in front of her instantly, making her feel like her heart was about to stop. When Bai Li recognized that it was Qianqian, her expression was one of shock, like she had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, in both live rooms, whether it was the viewers watching the show with Qianqian or those with Bai Li asking about the facts, everyone was laughing in disbelief. Broadcasting blackmail against others only to be caught offline. And judging by Bai Li's expression, it was clearly someone who had done something wrong and was caught by the party involved. At this moment, no matter how Bai Li explained, everyone already understood. Bai Li, you were raised by me, don't keep doing such immoral things. Your penalty is only 1 million, so if it comes to worst, just pay a little and leave. Qianqian chuckled. Huai was trying to create misunderstandings between her and Qianqian, and because of this, the Huai boss no longer needed her. Now she was going to play the same game with Huai. Bai Li was well aware of what had happened back then. When Qianqian was the top sister, she included Bai Li in almost every event. But in return, this guy repaid her like this. After saying this, Qianqian felt quite pleased, not waiting for Bai Li to speak, humming a tune as she left her live room. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were the boss of Huai. Zhou Ming chuckled. Brother Ming, I'm just getting my revenge. Plus, if I didn't do this, whether I could meet the boss of Huai today would still be uncertain. Qianqian pouted and stomped her foot in dissatisfaction at Brother Ming's comment. This cute look instantly charmed many viewers in the live room. However, Qianqian's words were indeed true. After causing a ruckus for a while, Fu Guang realized that continuing like this wouldn't work and had no choice but to let his assistant call Qianqian in. Seeing Qianqian set up her phone stand as soon as she entered the office ready for a full live broadcast, Fu Guang couldn't help but slap his forehead. At this moment, he truly regretted the decision he made back then. He really shouldn't have discarded Qianqian just because of a bit of doubt. But now that things had come to this, talking about it was completely pointless. Qianqian, what do you come here for today? To terminate the contract. Boss, take a look at the termination clause my lawyer drafted. If there are no issues, just sign it. I will transfer the 10 million penalty to your corporate account within 2 days. Qianqian directly sat on the sofa without any pleasantries, casually throwing the contract she held onto. Fu Guang's expression slightly changed. The amount of money Qianqian had earned over the years in the guild, ordinary viewers might not know, but as the person in charge of Huai, he certainly was aware. The monthly salaries and past revenue were all verified by the guild's finance department before being disbursed. Even the 4 to 5 million she saved up in the past 2 years had already been spent during previous events. Let alone 10 million, it would be impressive if Qianqian had even 500,000 now. But now Qianqian was telling him she wanted to pay 10 million to leave. How could that be normal? Almost instantly, Fu Guang realized who was providing this 10 million. To be honest, he indeed wanted that 10 million. If he took it, they would have a fighting chance in the upcoming events, or even use that money to pull back their current fishing boats. But on the other hand, he was also hesitant to take this 10 million. Not all money that's offered is truly given. He understood this principle very well and knew that this 10 million was actually a test from the broken dream. If he took this money, then the broadcasters on Hawaii's side would face endless suppression from the broken dream. Almost the next second, Fu Guang had an idea. A sly smile appeared on his face. He first took out some precious tea leaves from the tea box to brew for Qianqian, then opened the contract and termination letter that Qianqian brought. Qianqian, you have indeed been wrong these past few months. I admit that the guild has indeed let you down. Here's the deal, since you want to leave, let's not dwell on this. I have only one request: change one clause in this termination letter. Fu Guang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the viewers in Qianqian's live room became curious. But the next moment, right before everyone's incredulous eyes, Fu Guang directly took a pen and drew a big line through the penalty clause. This matter was the guild's fault from the start. So I, on behalf of the guild, agree to terminate the contract with you, and we won't collect this 10 million penalty. Furthermore, if you wish to return in the future, Hawaii will welcome you back and will train you according to previous specifications. Assistant, come in and scan this contract, remove the line I drew, and reprint 4 copies. In an instant, the live room erupted. What the hell, that's 10 million, you're just giving it up. I was still quite resentful towards Hawaii, but now seeing the boss attitude, why do I suddenly feel a lot better about them? The viewers in the live room chimed in. On the other side, a smile also appeared on Fu Guang's face. This Hawaii was currently in a dark situation, and wanting to whitewash it was definitely not something that could be solved with just a few words. But now, by allowing Qianqian to leave and waiving her 10 million penalty as compensation, he had created such an impression without giving anything in return. Once this matter was settled, no matter how things went for Qianqian, the guild would definitely have whitewashed a large part of its reputation. After that, they could find some water armies to brush things up, and this incident would likely pass. What did he give up? He hadn't paid anything at all. He merely tore up the contract of an iced-out broadcaster. Seeing Fu Guang's operation, Zhou Ming couldn't help but smile. But he didn't plan to let Fu Guang off the hook so easily. Zhou Ming directly commented on the screen, Huai's public relations ability is quite good. They managed to whitewash themselves without spending a penny, making it seem as though they are the ones generously forgiving others. I think this person's face is just too thick. With such thickness, they can take others' money and act like a good person. Zhou Ming teased. As soon as these two comments were made, many viewers among the 80 or 90,000 in the live room suddenly became enlightened. Right, this 10 million was Qianqian's penalty for terminating the contract. How did everyone suddenly think that this money became Huai's? Moreover, if Huai hadn't put Qianqian on ice, would this incident even happen? Brother Meng is right, Huai is just too thick-skinned. Exactly, this penalty must be paid, otherwise it would be letting Huai get away with it. The crowd continued to criticize Huai, and upon seeing the last comment, Zhou Ming's expression darkened. Is this person foolish? They don't want the penalty, yet you're still eager to offer it. But while this person was foolish, Qianqian was not at all. Although she knew that Huai was trying to whitewash itself thanks to Brother Ming's 2 comments, just now the audience's impression of Huai would only slightly improve. And she wasn't ill, she wouldn't go out of her way to offer money to them, right? Therefore, Qianqian readily accepted Fu Guang's changes to the contract. In less than 5 minutes, the assistant walked in with 4 copies of the contract. Qianqian took a look and saw that the penalty clause had indeed been removed, replaced with the wording that Huai Media had agreed to resolve and promised not to pursue the penalty of 10 million. Seeing that there were no issues, Qianqian happily signed her name. Fu Guang also signed his real name and affixed the official seal. There were 4 identical copies. He kept 2 for himself and handed 2 to Qianqian. Congratulations, Qianqian, you are now a free person. Fu Guang stood up and extended his hand toward Qianqian. Thank you, but I don't have the habit of shaking hands with enemies. Qianqian raised the contract in her hand and publicly tore up the previous contract she had signed with Huai. As she cheerfully walked out of the office, Fu Guang's face slightly darkened. P.S. There are 2 chapters today, but the word count is quite high, totaling 10,000. Just to mention, I am really not a Little Black fan. When Qianqian ended the outdoor live stream, Juzi also woke up. Juzi stepped out of the room and saw Zhou Ming still on Qianqian's live stream page, curiously peeking over to take it. Worked. She is free now. Zhou Ming nodded casually, pulling Juzi into his arms. Juzi obediently leaned closer, allowing Zhou Ming to play with her while smiling and speaking. Dream brother, can I tell you a surprise? Juzi looked up at Zhou Ming mysteriously. What surprise? Zhou Ming smiled, pinching her cheek. Wait, dream brother, I'll go get my phone. Juzi excitedly stood up from Zhou Ming's embrace, ran to her room, and retrieved her phone, then opened the chat history with the head of the Bayou Guild. Look, dream brother, the money you tipped me, the guild didn't take a single cent as commission. They returned everything to me. Juzi grinned. Before Zhou Ming sent gifts yesterday, she like Qian had thought of this and casually mentioned it to the guild, implying that aside from the commission taken by the Tiger Shark platform, the remaining money should all be returned to Dream Brother. To her surprise, the boss agreed without a second thought. This means that the 40 million Zhou Ming tipped her yesterday, the guild didn't take a single cent. Moreover, the guild promised that in the future they wouldn't take any commission from Juzi's livestream at all. Their only request was that once Juzi became popular, she should try to support the guild streamers as much as possible. Baiyu indeed is a smart person, Zhou Ming nodded. To give up that much cash requires more than just a bit of courage. However, this approach is quite understandable. After all, Juzi's contract with Baiyu was merely that of a third-tier streamer, and the penalty for breach of contract was only a few tens of thousands. If Baiyu disagreed, even if this matter passed, Juzi would inevitably leave. Rather than let such a major streamer slip away, it is better to show Juzi sincerity from the start. With Juzi's help in directing traffic to the guild's other streamers, the long-term benefits will definitely not be less than this amount. Moreover, the key point is that the prominent streamer Juzi can still stay. For Baiyu, this is not a small amount of popularity. So Dream Brother, once I receive my salary at the beginning of next month, I will return this 20 million to you. No need the money I tipped you, since the guild doesn't want it, you can keep it yourself. Zhou Ming shook his head. 20 million is nothing but a small sum to him. Moreover, he couldn't bring himself to take back the money he had gifted. After all, he wasn't a guild account. After a 100-fold return, spending 10 billion still leaves 100 billion in cash available. Once 10 billion is spent, the system will provide directed consumption funds again, making it impossible to exhaust it. But Juzi's mouth opened in surprise at Zhou Ming's words, not knowing what to say. This isn't last month's 200,000, this is a massive asset multiplied by 10. Alright, just keep what's yours. If you're hungry, go cook something. Zhou Ming played with Juzi for a while, then patted her and happily went into the room to wash up. Not long after, just as Zhou Ming had finished washing up, the phone from Qian rang again. Dream Brother, I haven't used the 10 million you gave me. I'll transfer it back to you at the bank shortly. Qian's tone was cheerful, clearly very happy. Unlike Zhou Ming, her account had been automatically upgraded by the system for large transfer privileges, but Qian's own bank card did not. For such a large non-corporate transfer, she must first make an appointment at the bank before she can transfer the money. Alright, then I'll just wait for the money to come in. Zhou Ming agreed with a smile. Unlike the 40 million with Juzi, this 10 million, while not a lot, was borrowed by Qian. Gifting gifts is one thing, borrowing money is another. Zhou Ming naturally understood this principle. Even if he wanted to give the money directly to Qian, she surely wouldn't accept it. Dream Brother, after this event, Inz'll come to Modu to play with you. You must save my room for me, don't let others. No problem, you can come anytime, and we'll go shopping together this time. Zhou Ming smiled as he hung up the phone. Last time before Qian left, she originally planned to go to the mall, but unfortunately she was too clingy and couldn't go out for 2 days in a row, so she had to give up. After chatting with Zhou Ming, Qian happily kissed her phone and then ran to the bank to schedule the remittance. After finishing these tasks, Qian returned to her rented house to prepare for the evening's live stream. She had long decided that after this event, she would develop in Modu. Regarding Xinxing, there was nothing left for her to be attached to, and there were only 3 days left until this event. To be precise, there are 2.5 days left. Starting from this afternoon, it will last until the night of the 19th, when it all ends. However, Dream Brother had already told her that he didn't plan to drag it on, it would start and end immediately. This means that on the evening of the 17th, a Dream Brother will directly boost her to the top ranking. Thinking of this, Qian immediately bought a plane ticket to Modu for the early morning of the 18th. This way she could see Dream Brother again around 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. As for the items in her room, apart from some clothes and cosmetics, Qian didn't plan to keep anything else. With this thought, she called Juzi again. Juzi, I have some clothes and stuff here, can I send them to your house first? Seeing the call connected, Qian said, Miss Liu, are you really coming? Juzi had already returned home and was shocked when she heard Qian wanted to send her things over. Liu Qian was doing well in Shunshur. Why suddenly run to the unfamiliar Modu? You see, the circle of streamers is small, and there are only a few who can be friends, most of whom are local. If Qian left apart from Dream Brother, she would really have no one to rely on in Modu. Although the two often bicker, seeing Qian's determination, Juzi still felt the urge to persuade her. If she wants to find Dream Brother, she can just take a flight. There's no need to make such a big fuss, right? I've already decided to settle down in Modu. Juzi, you don't want to monopolize me, do you? Of course not, I just need that ability. Juzi instinctively retorted when she heard Qian's word. But then Juzi asked, what if Qian, once you get older, Dream Brother no longer likes you? What will you do then? She is studying in Modu, and all her friends are here, so she can manage. But what about Qian? If Dream Brother abandoned her, she would truly be all alone. What's the big deal? The money Dream Brother tipped me is more than enough to spend. Besides, if it really doesn't work out, I can just go back home. I believe Dream Brother won't abandon me. Qian didn't feel much about it. From the moment Dream Brother was willing to spend money to help her break the contract, her heart was already elsewhere. As for friends, once I come here, won't you be my friend? You wouldn't just reject me because we've had a few arguments, right? Qianqian smiled. Hearing her words, Juzi also completely conceded. She had to admit that in this aspect Qianqian was indeed much deeper than her. She would still often consider her future, but for Qianqian it seemed that only Dream Brother remained in her heart. All right, then send your things over. When you arrive in Modu, call me, and he'll come pick you up. Juzi chuckled and showed off her cute yellow beetle to Qianqian. You better remember, tomorrow night you have to spend the night at your own place. Qianqian rolled her eyes at Juzi. All right, I got it, Miss Lu. My stomach is starting to hurt. Oh, I definitely won't disturb you these days, so don't worry. It was 8 p.m. Across the Xingqiu district, nearly every evening streaming host was live on air. Though Desheng had already been crowned first by default this round, that did little to deter hosts from other guilds from vying for the leaderboard. After all, such events served two primary purposes: securing platform promotion slots, and more crucially, generating revenue. Top-tier hosts secured recommendations, smaller ones relied on viewer donations. Both thrived in tandem. Consequently, Desheng's hosts exuded remarkable calm. Brothers, no need to debate this event further, one declared confidently. In my view, first place is ours, without question. Gu Cha, Desheng's flagship male host, chuckled as streams of chat scrolled across his screen. The event spanned 3 days. The first 2 were mere preludes, focused on fundraising, while the final day would decide the victor. Nearly every host shared this mindset. It was the unwritten rhythm of every campaign. And Gu Cha, his confidence had long since peaked. What does Zhilu team even mean? To chase the deer is to claim the crown. Anything less would betray the name itself. Rest assured, from this moment forward, our triumph will be a resounding, unbroken anthem. Brothers, let's kick things off right now. Let's test the waters with a modest 1 million. With that, Gu Cha rallied his viewers to flood the stream with gifts. His live room hosted over 50,000 concurrent viewers, including nearly 5,000 VIPs, 20+ monarchs, and a single emperor anchoring the ranks. With so many pouring in support, Gu Cha's $1 million milestone was reached in under an hour. Glancing at the weekly leaderboard, exhilaration surged through him. After platform revenue sharing, he pocketed another 200,000 yuan, and beyond the cash, he'd also secure a championship team recommendation from Muron gratis. Where else could one find such fortune? Meanwhile, Muron's live room buzzed with even greater fervor. Not only was Ao Gu himself present, but 5 emperors joined him live, alongside over 70 monarchs. As for dukes and lords, their numbers overflowed the screen. Within just 3.5 hours of going live, before Ao Gu or any emperor had even spent a cent, Muron's leaderboard had already soared to 3 million. Thank you, esteemed brothers, for your generous gifts. This June campaign will be our redemption. We shall erase last month's disgrace. Muron blared the battle anthem and proclaimed it aloud. For over 10 days, from late May onward, she'd carried a simmering fire within her. Last month's event had struck without warning, coinciding with month end, when most top donors had already exhausted their monthly gifting quotas. Even emperors remained offline. She'd assumed AOGE's Tumulunian pledge would guarantee victory, only to be ambushed by Shattered Dream in a devastating last-minute takeover. At that moment, tens of thousands watching screamed at her, so fiercely she nearly lost her composure. This month, however, every one of her top donors had assembled en masse, and Ao Gu himself had committed a substantial war chest. Moreover, Shattered Dream had just concluded a grueling clash with Huai yesterday, depleting nearly all their funds. For Muron, defeat was simply inconceivable. She must seize first place to redeem last month's humiliation. Hearing her words, the live room erupted into even fiercer enthusiasm. Almost all of Desheng's fans believed victory was all but certain. After all, their fiercest rival had collapsed just yesterday. What credible opposition remained? Host Flips Me, watching Muron, who dressed with deliberate dazzling allure, felt his pulse quicken. After last month's collapse, his construction site performance bonuses had already been disbursed. And because he'd worked diligently, logging 28 shifts in 30 days, his boss awarded him a personal bonus of 5,000 yuan, publicly urging colleagues to emulate his dedication. The result? A considerable sum had quietly accumulated in his account. In past months, he'd merely watched elite donors perform. But this time, Host Flips Me had resolved inwardly he would step up. When finals arrived, he too would become a donor of consequence. Yet just as Desheng celebrated its apparent triumph, discordant messages suddenly flooded the live feed. Something's happened. Everyone rushed to Qianqian's live room. Unbelievable. Is Qianqian bluffing? Or does she truly possess such power? Just check the title of Qianqian's stream. You'll understand instantly. Many Desheng fans began spamming the message across Muron's live feed. Though Muron knew her fans often stirred chaos, she found herself puzzled what significance could a mere title. Her own stream was blazing. earning no less than 7 or 800,000 yuan per hour, roughly 10,000 yuan per minute. At such a critical juncture, why provoke pointless distraction? Frankly speaking, her relationship with Qian was not merely strained, it was bitterly hostile. Muron's meteoric rise had begun precisely when Ao Gu schemed against Qian last year. Her ascent built directly upon Qian's fall. Had Qian not been sidelined, Muron's position as a top-tier host would still be precarious at best. Compared to Huai's 2-2, Muron stood as Qian's greatest beneficiary, the one who profited most from her erasure. Even Ao Gu's expression darkened slightly at the mention. He'd orchestrated Qian's downfall alongside others, and though he'd felt elated after Shattered Dream, crippled Huai yesterday, unease now gnawed at him. What if they spiraled out of control and exposed his role? Now seeing so many fans fixating on Qian, Ao Gu's gut tightened with foreboding. What's going on? Neither Ao Gu nor Muron spoke, but another emperor in the room, Xinyo, stepped forward. I saw chatter on the public chat about Qian's stream, title being unusual. Muron, could you please share her feed with us? Emperor Lan Ran seconded the request. Unlike Ao Gu and Lang Ju, who ran competitive guilds, Xinyo and Lan Ran belonged to a different class, elite patrons who streamed purely for enjoyment. They frequented Desheng not out of loyalty, but because the atmosphere there was exhilarating, and because they deeply admired Ao Gu's and Lang Ji's financial prowess. Thus, when both spoke, Muron could hardly ignore them. With a quiet assent, she switched her broadcast feed to Qian's live stream. The moment the feed loaded, silence fell over the entire room. There, emblazoned across Qian's stream title in bold commanding characters, read the War King Tournament Champion, tonight. Wow, what an audacious claim. Rhino chuckled upon seeing the title. He, along with Lan Ran and the other 3 emperors in the live stream, were all well-established figures. For this competition, each of them prepared 1,500,000 gold beans. In other words, just the 5 emperors could accumulate 7,500,000. Meanwhile, the royal and duke teams in the live stream had even more members, likely contributing around 5 million. Altogether, that exceeds 12 million. Counting in the commoner votes, it would be no less than 15 million. This is under the assumption that Ao Gu would not intervene. If Broken Dream hadn't amassed 40 million yesterday, they would still believe Qian had a fighting chance. But with Broken Dream having already amassed so much yesterday, how could they act today? Is a mere 100 treasure maps given to Qian in the morning enough? 50,000 on the leaderboard, can that even be called a leaderboard? Even Lan Ran and Ao Gu couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, such audacity. They really don't regard our Desheng's brotherhood at all. Lan Ran chuckled heartily and typed out. But I'm quite curious to see what Qian has to claim the first position. Even if Huai didn't demand her contract termination fee, she can't possibly think 1 million is enough for this event, right? Ao Gu added with a grin. As the fans of Desheng saw the confidence of several big brothers, they all flocked over to Qian, and already past its prime 3rd-tier streamer. How could she compete with Desheng, especially after gaining some hype from yesterday's incident? In the next moment, many fans from Desheng rushed into Qian's live stream to mock her. Laughable, you think you can take first place? Your bravado is bigger than your talent. You think you can claim it today, without consulting us, at Desheng. Utter nonsense. Just as Qian started her stream, with barely over 10,000 viewers, suddenly 5,000 to 6,000 fans from Desheng swarmed in, completely overwhelming the chat. However, facing such a situation, Qian remained unfazed and directly addressed the audience in her. You black fans should go ask your streamer Mu Ran and your Mu and Gu Cha if they dare to act tough in front of me offline. They wouldn't dare. What do you think you are? The live streaming platform, much like the entertainment industry, is a place where seniority matters. Although Qian's popularity isn't what it used to be, she was once the undisputed queen of the Star Showcase. When Qian was at her peak, Mu Ran was still busy flattering the older brothers. Though Qian has fallen out of favor recently, few first-tier streamers, including Mu Ran, dare to openly critique her. Moreover, after years of streaming, Qian's mindset remains surprisingly resilient, unaffected by the vitriol of her detractors. As Qian's words rang out, many black fans were immediately left speechless. Meanwhile, several big brothers in Qian's live stream began to voice their anger towards these black fans from Desheng. Several moderators were busy muting the offenders. Other streamers might fear Desheng, but no one on Qian's side was scared. Those who needed to be muted were not getting away. Yet even so, many continued to forcefully spew their disdain. If you have the ability, don't just talk about qualifications, get up on the leaderboard and say that. Mu Ran's side already has 3 to 4 million on the board. You think you can take first with your 50,000? Exactly, hurry up and wash up to sleep. Dreams can be anything. Just then a golden light suddenly illuminated the live stream. Which black fan just said Qian can't take first? If you have the guts, say it again. Zhou Ming had just logged on and saw a crowd of Desheng's trolls spouting nonsense. She didn't hold back and immediately sent a message. Menggu. Menggu is here. The viewers were thrilled to see Menggu log in. They thought he wouldn't be back. Welcome Menggu to the live stream. Qian Qian greeted with a smile. Let me reiterate, for this Battle King event Qian Qian will take first place. That's what I say. If Desheng is unsatisfied, don't wait for tomorrow or the day after, come today. If you truly can't compete, take your black fans' words back and hurry up and go wash up to sleep. Zhou Ming declared with overwhelming confidence. So what if they amassed 40 million yesterday? This time the first place is his to claim. Damn, this guy is really full of himself. Rhino couldn't stand it anymore on Muran's end. How could this broken dream act so arrogantly? Having amassed 40 million yesterday and still hoping to win today. He can't seriously think it will be the same as last month, can he? Lan Ran chuckled, sending a message. If Broken Dream thinks our Desheng's strength is the same as last month, he might actually dare to boast. Although he amassed 40 million yesterday, he can't have spent it all. He still has a few million left. The few million he has plus Qian Qian's 1 million in termination fees and some commoner votes, putting together around 15 million, should be manageable. That might be why he has the audacity to boast. Lan Ran analyzed this in the chat. Upon hearing this, many in the live stream nodded in agreement, and Ao Gu couldn't help but chuckle. It's worth noting that to prepare for this event, Wang Ju had specially increased his stakes. He had a total of 30 million in votes. If we exclude the votes given to other streamers, he could easily provide around 20 million to Mu Ran. With the support from other big brothers and commoner votes, garnering 40 million shouldn't be a problem. If they push hard, even 45 million is feasible. 45 million against 15 million. Does Broken Dream truly think he knows what he's facing? Does he really consider himself Huai? Our Desheng is definitely not that easy to bully. Thinking this, Ao Gu felt a sense of assurance. Isn't this Broken Dream being too arrogant? Last month he had taken advantage and slapped himself in the face. This month he must reclaim that dignity. After some thought, Ao Gu didn't hesitate to announce in the live stream. Brothers, I originally planned to wait until the day after tomorrow's finals to make a move, but come to think of it, we can't just be bullied like this in the meantime, right? If they're throwing down the gauntlet wanting to make the first day the decisive battle, then let's go for it. Let's settle this in one battle. Are we really going to fight? With Ao Gu's declaration, the fans in the live stream were all taken aback. The final match that was supposed to be in 2 days had been moved up to the first day? How thrilling. Ha, no arguments here. I can't stand the other side either. If we're fighting, let's fight. Lan Ran quickly agreed. If we're fighting, who's afraid of whom? What are a few million left worth? Why act like such a big shot? Rhino spoke confidently, fully assured of their victory. He'll put it this way, if Broken Dream can win today, he'll recognize him as my grandpa on the spot. On the other side, Zhou Ming couldn't help but chuckle when she saw that the water friend had relayed the words of the rhinoceros. I don't need such a big grandson. I'll let him play with Kuan on his own. Zhou Ming replied with a smile. No way, Menggu, you don't want it, but I do. At that moment, a special emperor effect lit up in Qian Qian's live stream as an emperor named Baiyu entered the room. As Baiyu joined Ming guest camp. Upon seeing the ID of this emperor, the audience in the live stream began to discuss. Baiyu is the leader of the Baiyu Guild. He established this guild primarily for fun, providing normal support to the streamers under him, which is to say, it's like a casual hobby. However, in recent days, one of his streamers, Juzi, suddenly went viral, and seeing Ming guess extravagant spending, Baiyu couldn't help but feel a bit restless. He was playing a tiger shark partly to make a little money for the guild, and partly to connect with some influential people through this. In his view, Menggu, who could lavishly spend 40 to 50 million on a live streaming platform, undoubtedly had the capability. His family's market value was only around 2 billion. After some comparison, if Menggu could spend 50 million on the platform in a short time, he must at least be a colossal figure with 100 billion market value. Without much consideration, Baiyu decided to align himself with the Broken Dream. If he could establish a good relationship with Broken Dream, it might help advance his real-world business. In his opinion, since Menggu was able to go online today, he must have some cards up his sleeve. Pledging his allegiance to Menggu now would be much better than trying to approach him after Menggu wins. Thus, Baiyu directly spoke in the live stream. Could you please relay to the other side that if Rhinoceros loses this round, he must avoid Menggu whenever he sees him on the platform, and call me Grandpa when he sees me. Of course, correspondingly, if the other side wins today, Baiyu will also avoid Ao Gu and call the Rhinoceros Grandpa. How about that? Even if he genuinely loses, it's just a matter of losing face, and Baiyu didn't care much about that. Meanwhile, upon hearing Baiyu's words, Rhinoceros was genuinely furious. Alright Baiyu, if you want to come, then come. Baiyu was better off than him in terms of family background, but it was still limited. He didn't dare to directly confront Menggu and had to save some face, but with Baiyu he felt completely indifferent. They were all on the same level. What could he do to him? Even if he directly lashed out, it wouldn't matter much. After all the odds of winning today were so great if Bayu wanted to come, then he would accompany him. Ayoga, let's get started. I can't hold back any longer. I want to see how he wins today. Alright, then let's begin. Ayoga was also seething with anger. Broken Dream was like a stirrer, always jumping in to create chaos whenever he thought he had the victory secured. This time he had to knock the other side down. After a barrage of insults, Mu Ran quickly closed Qianqian's. To be honest, with a group of big shots fighting, she felt somewhat anxious being a small fry in the middle. However, seeing the rules set by Ayoga, Mu Ran no longer hesitated and directly began asking for gifts in the chat. Rhinoceros took the lead and immediately renewed his Emperor status in the chat. Emperor Rhinoceros sent 100 planes. Emperor Rhinoceros sent 100 planes 2 consecutive hits. Emperor Rhinoceros sent 100 planes 3 consecutive hits. Lan Ran and several other emperors also began to make their moves. The remaining members of the king and duke groups who had been holding back since last month also started to shower gifts. Having lost last month, these people had been harboring frustration. What kind of skill was it to sneak a tower when everyone was out of money at the end of the month? This month the king group averaged 50,000. Brothers, today's first battle is the decisive battle, so everyone should hold nothing back. Please send all the gifts you can. Mu Ran was also striving hard to gather votes in the chat. Someone of AO guest level wouldn't dare to sneak a tower after making such a statement. That would ruin his reputation. Thus tonight's outcome was genuinely serious. In the synchronized efforts of over 100,000 people in the live chat, Mu Ran's ranking surged from 3 million to 6 million in less than 5 minutes, doubling its value. At that moment, Qianqian also started to rally votes. After the events of yesterday and this morning, her live stream was currently quite popular. Moreover, many of these viewers were old fans who had followed Qianqian for the past 2 years, but had stopped due to not being able to donate. Seeing Qianqian rise again, these viewers felt quite emotional. I have to say, I wanted to send this gift last year. Here's a magic book. I'm sending glow sticks 10 at a time. I'll keep sending as long as Mango is sending. This time I have a 10,000 budget, haha. Everyone began sending gifts. We're joining in. How could we miss out on Meng guest battlefield? A group of big shots from Juzi's live stream also rushed over and started showering gifts without a second thought. Originally, they were preparing to rank for Juzi, but today, in order to give Qianqian some traffic, Juzi didn't even go online and instead urged everyone to support Qianqian. They were fans of Juzi, but they were also fans of Mango. So after seeing Juzi's message, they rushed over without him here too. A viewer named Panda Star immediately opened a king in the live stream, and then one after another 13-14 glow sticks began to flood the chat. Besides these people, several old fans of the king who regularly attended Qianqian's live stream were also giving it their all this time. Previously, their combined strength was not sufficient, and even as kings, their abilities were limited. But this time Mango was here. Even if Mango had already sent a lot yesterday, given his strength, it wouldn't be impossible for him to send millions more today. Even if he couldn't beat Mu Ran, there was still a chance to aim for second place. Thus everyone was very excited. I have to say, I'll spend a little less pocket money next month. I'll donate 100,000 this month. I'll also donate 100,000. With the 5 or 6 of us, we should be able to gather 50,000. Thank you for all the gifts, and I appreciate everyone's support. Seeing that Mango hadn't even made a move yet, her ranking had already climbed to 950,000, and Qianqian continuously expressed her gratitude. Mango, don't rush him joining in to help. Bayu laughed heartily, showing no hesitation, and immediately unleashed a barrage of rockets. After the first shot, Bayu didn't stop and clicked 10 times in total. Emperor Bayu sent a large rocket 8 consecutive hits. Emperor Bayu sent a large rocket 9 consecutive hits. Emperor Bayu sent a large rocket 10 consecutive hits. While Bayu is generous, he sent 1,000,000 without blinking. The viewers in the live stream saw Bayu send out 1,000,000 in less than a minute and immediately began to spam 666. Even Panda Star is here, but I genuinely didn't expect Panda Star's strength to be so formidable, directly opening a king. Gucheng Hu Hansen laughed heartily. Panda Star was also a fan of EE's live stream. During Meng Guest's battle with Chaophone, Panda Star had once analyzed Meng Guest's psychology in the live stream. However, in the end, Meng Gu didn't follow his analysis. He was not magnanimous at all and directly mocked in Xiao Jetzi's live stream. The 3 of them were also ordinary players that Meng Gu encountered when he first started spending. Don't you all feel like Meng Gu is finally not fighting alone this time? Guangming Zhuojian looked at the live stream filled with gift banners and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Indeed, although Meng Gu had been quite generous with gifts before, it felt a bit frustrating to watch. Now it finally feels lively. Gucheng Hu Hansan was also genuinely pleased. Meng Gu had been on the platform for quite some time and had battled in 7 or 8 instances, but each time he was facing a group alone. But this time, although the number of people wasn't large, there were at least some supporters, and Bayu as an emperor was back. Previously, when Mengge didn't make a move, it was difficult for the live stream's ranking to break 50,000, but this time, almost as soon as it started, Qianqian's live stream ranking surged to over 2 million and continued to rise. Zhou Ming gazed at the overflowing barrage of gifts on the screen, feeling a wave of emotion in her heart. In just a short month, such a large group of people had gathered around her. However, just as Zhou Ming was about to make her move, a golden and a purple barrage lit up in Qianqian's live stream. Haha, Dream Brother, I'm sorry, I just stepped out for a moment to handle something. I hope I'm not late. The golden wheel logged in without hesitation, sending a 100 consecutive large rocket gift to the public. Dream Brother, you should give us a heads up about such a big event next time. If it weren't for Pashang messaging in the group, we wouldn't have seen it at all. I've already told all the streamers in the guild to log off. All of our big brothers from Golden Wheel will be here within 10 minutes. Golden Wheel chuckled heartily. Dream Brother, our base Ya people have also arrived. EE has already led the way and logged off, and all our guild streamers for the evening slot have also gone offline. The strength of base Ya is clearly inferior to that of Golden Wheel, and Bai Yu's sister Bei Bei is merely operating a king account. However, she has also not skimped on contributions this time, having charged a full 1 million. Moreover, besides her, the king brother of the guild and more than 10 duke brothers have also come over. Although their strength is not strong, it shows her attitude. Upon seeing the barges from Golden Wheel and sister Bei Bei, Bai Yu couldn't help but slap his forehead. How did he not notice this? He quickly sent a message on the public screen. Gifts can wait. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll also get all the streamers in the guild offline to boost the stream. Seeing these barges, Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. There's no need for that, I'll let them stream normally. He genuinely didn't need that. Even if he could rake in a few million, it wouldn't mean much to him. That won't do, Dream Brother. I can be crushed by other guilds, but I cannot be crushed by those two small fry from Golden Wheel and Base Yaha. Wow, Bai Yu, you sly one, who are you calling a small fry? Golden Wheel mocked with a laugh. Bai Yu's strength was comparable to his, and they were somewhat familiar. Seeing Bai Yu say this, Golden Wheel didn't hold back. Alright, enough of this bickering. I need to go gather people. Bai Yu rolled his eyes and quickly exited the live stream. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaonuan, who was live streaming her bamboo weaving skills, also noticed many people in the chat discussing the upcoming PK. Although she didn't quite understand, she vaguely saw the words Dream Brother. She knew Dream Brother. Not long ago, he had gifted her 100,000 in her live stream and inexplicably received a small recommendation. During this time, thanks to that recommendation, her popularity had increased significantly, and her live stream now regularly hosted over 1,000 viewers, bringing in quite a few gifts. Even though Dream Brother merely checked her stream casually, it had dramatically changed her life. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards him. It should be noted that Dream Brother had once said he would come by her place to enjoy some farm fun, but he had yet to visit. At this moment, she couldn't care less about weaving bamboo, and quickly leaned closer to her phone to read the barges. Up above, she saw several people discussing many streamers logging off to support Dream Brother. Feng Xiaonuan hesitated for a moment before speaking up in the live stream. We have more than 1,000 viewers in our live stream. How about I log off too? Please go check on Dream Brother. Even if we can't send any gifts, boosting Dream Brother's popularity would still be good. Within 3 minutes after communicating with her fans, Feng Xiaonuan learned how to transfer her popularity to other live streams and directly logged off. In her view, one must understand gratitude. The other few streamers who had been checked by Dream Brother also chose to log off after a moment of hesitation. This event can continue for the next day or two. Although Dream Brother had not returned to their live stream since that day, they knew in their hearts how much help Dream Brother had provided them during his visit. As more and more streamers logged off, the popularity of Qianqian's live stream began to become terrifying. The Xiaonuan army has landed. Ha ha ha, the Orange army has arrived. This woman Orange is too cunning. She claimed she couldn't stream because her period started and directly sent over more than 60,000 people. And speaking of Orange, we the EE army didn't say a word. This girl sang a song and made us come over to send gifts to Qianqian. You all are fortunate. My Pashang army saw Pashang go online at night and thought he was finally going to stream more, but unexpectedly he just gathered us all and kicked us over. You're all fine. Oh, I'm the one who's confused. My TM Bai Li army isn't supposed to be enemies with Dream Brother. Why did we end up here? Bai Li Xiaoxin, can you explain this to us? We have a mole among us. Upstairs, something's off with you. With these people entering the live stream, Qianqian's popularity instantly jumped from over 40,000 to over 80,000. And this was just the beginning. Following them, the first to land were all the users from every live stream room of the Base Ya Guild. Base Ya was a small guild with less than 100 streamers, and each streamer's popularity ranged from thousands to dozens. But just like that, the popularity in the live stream room instantly soared from 80,000 to 110,000. Right after that, it was Golden Wheel's turn. With more than 200 streamers transferring their popularity, it almost instantly pushed the numbers from 110,000 to 180,000. After another 5 minutes, Baiyu returned with a smile. As Baiyu entered the live stream, Qianqian's popularity surged once again. 260,000 viewers. In an instant, the VIP seats in Qianqian's live stream jumped to 35,000 people. Among the top 50 viewers aside from Dream Brother Baiyu and Golden Wheel, 3 Emperor-level big brothers, the rest were all kings. Some of these kings were from the 3 guilds while others were originally from Qianqian's livestream. But more of them were fans who came to watch the fun with Dream Brother. Watching the influx of 260,000 viewers, Qianqian's eyes turned slightly moist, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth choked with emotion. 260,000, this number was exactly the level of popularity she had at the peak of her last event last year. Everything had returned at this moment. And all of this Qianqian knew very well was because of Dream Brother. He had recreated her. Everyone charge. Push the rankings, push the rankings. Muran only has a little over 100,000 in popularity, half of ours. I refuse to believe we cannot win today. Seeing so many people, the live room erupted with excitement. Hushas evening slot usually draws 500,000 to 600,000 concurrent viewers. During event days it swells even further. Yet those 260,000 accounted for nearly a third of the total popularity. One person commanding a third of the traffic. How astonishing is that? Because the audience was so vast, the barrage of comments and the stream itself began to stutter. Guzong, watching intently, felt a spike of anxiety. Tech team split the streams at once. Add more lines for Qianqian's channel. And to the push stream team, why are you diverting so much bandwidth to the game zone? Have some of the smaller streamers lower their resolution a notch. HD is sufficient. Allocate all remaining bandwidth to us. Anyone with under 100 viewers and those not participating in this event, drop their quality to HD. Yes, make it a blanket rule. Regardless of whether they are major or minor streamers, no complaints will be tolerated. Guzong, perhaps we should just lower Qianqian's stream to HD. After all, a live person broadcast does not require such extreme clarity. The stream push manager wiped his brow and offered the suggestion timidly. Guzong snapped back, complete nonsense. Qianqian's Blu-ray quality must be preserved. The force of his indignation made him laugh. How much can the other streamers pull in tonight? Qianqian and Mu Ran, however, were the main battlegrounds this evening. To put it bluntly, how those 2 rooms performed directly affects Hushas' revenue for the month. And yet someone suggested lowering Qianqian's stream quality. If circumstances allowed, he would have gladly boosted her bandwidth to a 12M Blu-ray stream. I understand. The push stream manager forced an embarrassed smile, dared not argue further, and hurried off to coordinate. Xiao Bailing was frantically running about following Guzong's orders to find people. Today was not like yesterday. Though Juzi's channel had over 300,000 viewers, then the event had not yet started and other districts were not heating up, so bandwidth could be redistributed easily. Today being the first official day of competition, both the Xingqiu district and the game zone were ablaze with activity. Concurrent users surged, and the servers were already under tremendous strain. Fortunately, Guzong had already issued directives to prioritize bandwidth for the Xingqiu district, and most of the routing was unobstructed. Rushing against time, Xiao Bailing finally added 3 more lines and completely diverted the influx before Qianqian's stream froze. Moments later, as the comment feed and the video smoothed out, the audience breathed a collective sigh of relief. Haha, did we crash the server with our numbers? Someone joked. The chat erupted in teasing banter. Thank you all for coming to support us, Zhou Ming replied politely off. He knew it was because of him that these hundreds of thousands had gathered. No lie. Today's spectacle will surely be recorded in Hushas annals. Too bad Minggu spent too much yesterday, or today would have truly exploded. Still, with so many of us here, even if we're a bit short, it's not going to matter much. After Zhou Ming's remarks, the room buzzed with chatter. On the public screen beyond the comments, the gift combos had been streaming non-stop from the very start. Qianqian's leaderboard rocketed from 1.9 million to 3 million in under 20 minutes, and the momentum showed no sign of abating. On the other side, Mu Ran grew uneasy at the sight. 260,000 in popularity. How had the cohesion of Pai Sui Demeng suddenly become so formidable? Desheng's popularity was indeed high, but because Desheng's fans were quick to attack anyone they disliked, their streamers were not well regarded by other guilds. Support from the likes of Baiyu or Jin Luan was out of the question. Not being opposed by them would be a blessing. Ao Go, why not tell the guild to consolidate our guild's popularity as well? Mu Ran messaged Ao Go tentatively. No need. Ordinary visitors won't spend much. The higher their numbers now, the harder they'll fall when they lose later. Oh, Gu replied dismissively. Ao Go was unconcerned. Desheng's popularity was likewise considerable. If they ordered all their streamers offline to pull viewers, they could probably reach comparable figures. But in his view, that was unnecessary. How much can a crowd of ordinary viewers realistically spend? At most a few million. It would not sway the overall outcome. And if they forced their own guild streamers offline, how much would those streamers and the guild lose? Gucha alone was already approaching 3 million on its leaderboard. Even if they pulled everyone over, how much of that 3 million would actually be directed to Muran remained uncertain. Different streamers attract different kinds of spenders. Some big supporters simply would not spend elsewhere. After hearing Ao Guess' explanation, Muran conceded the point and ceased insisting, turning back to rallying votes within her stream instead. Ao Gu still had not made a move, yet her channel's leaderboard neared 8 million. The other side barely had 3 million. What could they possibly do to compete? Zhou naturally understood the calculus. Of that 260,000, the paid nobles numbered only 35,000 in total. In other words, only a little over 30,000 possessed true spending power. Excluding the emperors and kings, the average expenditure per person was roughly 30 to 40 yuan, at most 50. 35,000 people could at best contribute around 1.8 million. With such figures, Zhou did not believe they could outmatch Desheng. Therefore, Zhou did not hesitate. Seeing everyone begin to donate, he selected a gift and sent it immediately to kick things off.